A colossal tree descended from the heavens, heralding the onset of an apocalyptic era. In this age of the tree realm, moral decay prevails, monsters roam freely, and peril lurks in every corner. As a seasoned survivor reborn, I find myself entangled in ambiguous affections while protecting my sister, striving to level up alongside my comrades, and serving as the cherished pet of an extraterrestrial deity. Indeed, the pressure is immense. Sister, do not cling to me, I possess extraordinary abilities. Listen up, everyone. For the sake of sweet potatoes, charge forth. Wounding them counts as a success, and if they fall, that's on me. Miss Obasan, I am truly not your little lamb. If this continues, I shall have to call it inappropriate. Jiang Ming. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Am I to perish? Surrounded by the emerald glow of a massive tree hollow, a shadowy eagle claw pierced through the man's left chest, blood trickling down his clothing. Leaning against the tree's wall, Jiang Ming pressed his right hand firmly against the wound, his breaths growing increasingly labored. His past experience as a surgical intern made him acutely aware that without swift action to staunch the bleeding, he would soon succumb to unconsciousness. At that moment, death awaited him. Roar! Countless eagle spiders, frenzied with excitement, brandished their claws. Blood held an irresistible allure for them. These creatures stood over a meter tall, resembling spiders, with a body length of approximately 1.3 meters and weighing around 50 kilograms. Their attack power was moderate, armed with limbs akin to the talons of an eagle. It was one of these that had inflicted Jiang Ming's injury. In his quest for advancement items, he had ventured into the 4th level of the tree hollow, unexpectedly acquiring an unknown rune, only to provoke an onslaught from a horde of eagle spiders and sustain an injury in the process. The gaping wound on his chest was grievously deep, and he was besieged by the eagle spiders, rendering him unable to bandage the injury. The excessive loss of blood would inevitably lead to his demise. I cannot continue like this. Pale-faced, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Jiang Ming's eyes as his fingers moved swiftly in intricate gestures. With a crisp crack, an enormous ancient tome materialized from thin air. Suspended in midair, the tome emanated a faint spectrum of colors, its surface intricately outlined with dark lines. The cover appeared slightly weathered, and within, 7 vibrant hues: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet contained card-like items, each shrouded in an aura of mysterious power. The biological cards are depleted, and the other attack cards are of little effect. Only this nature card, chain lightning, remains viable. The pain was excruciating, yet he understood the rarity of a nature card. However, he realized that in the face of imminent peril, considerations for the future were futile. Perish! With a roar, the green card transformed into interwoven strands of white lightning, resembling silver serpents entwined and crackling with sharp zzz sounds. Boom! Under the merciless assault of the lightning, the eagle spiders were reduced to charred remains before they could even utter a sound of distress. Cough, cough. It was a pity to waste a nature card, yet preserving his life was undoubtedly worth it. Tearing a strip from his clean clothing, Jiang Ming hastily bandaged his wound. However, just as he stepped out of the tree hollow, a blinding white light flashed before him. Thud! A cold blade pierced his chest, and before him stood a figure clad in ancient, dark armor, emanating an eerie chill. Blade slave. Jiang Ming's eyes widened in shock. He could scarcely believe that a creature typically encountered only above the 10th level had appeared in the 4th. No, I refuse to die. A bone-chilling dread seeped into his very core. In the 3 years since the tree realm's arrival, Jiang Ming had witnessed countless deaths and had often imagined his own demise. Yet as death approached, he felt an overwhelming reluctancy, a surge of fear. However, the blade slave was a merciless harbinger of death, delivering a brutal kick that sent Jiang Ming tumbling back into the tree hollow. Is this where it all ends? Visions of his once peaceful life and the harrowing escape from the abyss of hell replayed in his mind like a film. His body felt increasingly weightless, and blood gradually stained the ancient tome beneath him. In his final moments, Jiang Ming seemed to perceive a peculiar radiance emanating from the tome's last purple layer, warm and gentle, akin to a mother's hands caressing his cheek. As his consciousness began to fade, he slipped into an endless darkness. Despite it being December, the so-called furnace city of Pengcheng remained unseasonably hot, exacerbating feelings of restlessness. Ding ding! The shrill ring of a telephone jolted the young man from his slumber. Jiang Ming, it's Li Si. My father has arranged for me to discuss marriage with Xiao Gua. Our relationship ends here. I wish you luck in finding a girl who likes you. Goodbye. The heartless words fell like a guillotine, leaving only the sound of the dial tone in their wake. The young man, still groggy from sleep, struggled to process the conversation. Li Si? A breakup? Rubbing his bleary eyes, Jiang Ming suddenly slapped himself across the face. Smack. The pain felt achingly real. Something is amiss. I should be dead. What is happening? Steamed buns, hot steamed buns. Jiang Ming hastily flung open the window. Before him, throngs of pedestrians bustled about, the familiar call of bun vendors resonating in his ears. Could it be that I have been reborn? A sudden realization struck him, and Jiang Ming, a devoted fan of web novels, recalled his long-standing envy of the concept of rebirth. Who would have thought that one day it would become his reality? What time is it now? This moment doesn't seem to coincide with the tree realm's arrival. Wait, it's the day I officially broke up with CC. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Ming recollected the painful memories of that period. Li Si was the girl he cherished. They were on the brink of marriage, yet an unforeseen wealthy suitor, Zhao Gua, had intervened. Under pressure from their families, Li Si ultimately chose to exchange love for security, opting for a breakup. Though Jiang Ming was aware of the harsh realities of modern society, when it came to his own situation, he still yearned to salvage Li Si's affection. The outcome was a bitter disappointment, leaving him the subject of ridicule among friends. After the tree realm's emergence, he had sought out Li Si, but he was too late. All that remained were shattered picture frames and a cheap plastic necklace. Jiang Ming could only sigh in resignation at the heavens. Love is beautiful, yet reality is cruel. However, now that he possessed foreknowledge of the future, Jiang Ming resolved never to tread the same path again. Last night at midnight, a meteorite fell from the sky, landing in Lengyu Park. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Relevant authorities have secured the area. Experts claim that the meteorites falling worldwide are a result of two planets colliding. Citizens are advised not to panic. The news broadcast jolted Jiang Ming from his reverie. In recent days, meteorites had fallen across the globe. This was no ordinary event. It was a precursor to the tree realm's arrival. At that time, Jiang Ming, like many others, had been merely curious about the news, treating it as an oddity, without delving into the underlying truth. It was only when the colossal tree descended that the apocalypse truly began. Nonetheless, although Jiang Ming was privy to the truth, he had no desire to share it with anyone. Who would believe such a tale? They would only deem him mad. These meteorites were not without significance. Beyond facilitating the tree realm's arrival, they contained something extraordinary. This revelation would flood into his mind the moment he acquired the ancient tome. Regrettably, in his previous life, Jiang Ming had lacked the means to obtain such items, leading to a wretched existence in the apocalypse. Now, all he could do was devise a way to acquire the special item located in Lengyu Park. Time flew, and soon it was deep into the night. The radiant moon hung low among the treetops, casting a silvery glow upon the tranquil grasslands. Hello. I am Assistant Engineer Jiang Ming, here to examine the meteorite. A bespectacled gentleman, exuding a scholarly demeanor, eagerly produced his identification. The officer casually glanced over the credentials before nodding slightly, harboring no doubts. Jiang Ming smiled and shook his hand, then slipped into the restricted area with a determined stride. During the day, he had exerted considerable effort to procure this engineer's certificate from a forgery specialist. Under the cover of night, he had disguised himself as an arriving engineer, stealthily making his way to the site. Before him lay a massive meteorite, its surface pockmarked. A few bright floodlights illuminated the area, with the occasional passerby wandering about. At this late hour, few would venture into such a situation, making it the most vulnerable moment of the restricted zone. Jiang Ming quickly approached the meteorite, scanning the surroundings. Seeing no one nearby, he retrieved a small hammer and other tools from his bag. According to the indications from the ancient tome in my previous life, these special items should be located here. Carefully, he began to excavate a corner, revealing a box the size of a cube, adorned with bizarre patterns that defied comprehension. With the insights gleaned from 2 lifetimes, Jiang Ming found himself unable to discern the inscriptions upon the surface, though he vaguely sensed a familiarity in one aspect. Yet, this fragmented memory remained obscured, rendering the truth elusive. given the urgency of the situation, he had little inclination to delve deeper into the matter. After clearing away some earth, Jiang Ming swiftly extracted the box. The Hela magic box, a requisite for synthesis. A faint voice suddenly flickered in his ears, startling Jiang Ming. He glanced around, taking a deep breath to compose himself. I still do not know the precise utility of this object. I shall ponder it further upon my return. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ming deftly tucked the box into his bag and hastened away.
Chapter 2. Before the arrival 3:30, returning to his rented room, Jiang Ming took out the peculiar box and scrutinized it for quite a while, yet he remained unable to discern any clues. Perhaps it would only reveal its true purpose upon the arrival of the tree realm. Drawing from the experiences of his previous life, he understood that they were still in a period of stability. And these strange artifacts would not exhibit any extraordinary effects just yet. When the tree realm descended, the world would undergo subtle changes. The human biological structure would be affected, and one might even sense certain extraordinary phenomena. 0400. The more pressing matter at hand was to stockpile a considerable amount of supplies in preparation for impending disasters, having spent a significant portion of the previous day dealing with documentation. And with a substantial amount of funds converted, he found that the bank required an additional day for processing. Consequently, he had not devoted much time to gathering supplies. Once the tree realm arrived, all food would become exceedingly precious. Before acquiring the means to protect himself, essential defensive weapons were of utmost importance. Contemplating these matters, Jiang Ming furrowed his brow and hastily compiled an extensive list. Biscuits, knives, clothing. There was still some time before the supermarket and bank opened, allowing him a brief respite to replenish his energy. This was a critical juncture. Lacking sufficient stamina to face the onset of the tree realm could prove fatal. 04:30. After consuming a few sleeping pills, Jiang Ming compelled himself to slumber, lest the weight of mental strain squander his time. Nevertheless, thoughts of the tree realm's arrival lingered in his mind. Fortunately, the medication took effect, and 10 minutes later, he peacefully drifted into a dream. 08:20. Ding ding. The jarring sound of the telephone shattered the silence. Jiang Ming, why haven't you come to school today? I know the heartbreak has taken a toll on you, but if you don't work, are you preparing to live on air? The urgent reprimand came from his colleague, the kind and lovely Xiaowang. Gong Xueqing, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you please inform Fatty that I won't be coming in? With the apocalypse looming, Jiang Ming had little inclination to attend work. Yet, uttering such sentiments would be met with disbelief. So he resorted to fabricating an excuse. Jiang Ming, I don't care if you're genuinely ill or just faking it. Hurry up and come in. Fatty is furious and said if you don't show up, you can forget about ever returning to school. I had to nearly seduce him to keep him off your back yesterday. If you don't come soon, The earnest entreaty from the other end of the line moved Jiang Ming, and he refrained from interrupting her barrage of words. In school, Fatty was indeed a perverse figure, both repugnant in appearance and gluttonous in nature. He had a heart of stone and would demand his subordinates work around the clock without respite. Anyone caught bending the rules for leave would invariably suffer his wrath. It was likely that Xueqing had exhausted all her persuasive skills to delay his reprimand, but the girl's efforts were ultimately limited, leaving her to pressure Jiang Ming. All right, Xueqing, thank you for everything you've done for me. Please don't concern yourself with my matters. What? Don't frighten me like that. Please don't do anything foolish. Hearing his calm tone startled her, as she feared he might take drastic measures due to his heartbreak. Jiang Ming paused momentarily before replying seriously. Xueqing, I'm not as foolish as you think. There's no time to explain everything now. You must do as I say. Above all, today we must stockpile as much food as possible, and tonight we must secure the doors and windows. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly dangerous. What on earth is happening? Please clarify. The bewilderment on her end was palpable, as she could not fathom why one would need to hoard food in peaceful times. Sigh, Jiang Ming shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, and hung up the phone. He understood that no one would believe him if he explained the impending apocalypse, having done all he could. Whether she listened or not was up to her. 0900. Jiang Ming rushed to the bank, which had just opened, and quickly withdrew the scant few tens of thousands he had saved. He then raced to several supermarkets, frantically purchasing a plethora of provisions, food, water, medicine, batteries, clothing, and more, completely disregarding the odd looks from others. 15. 30. The latest news from Pengcheng reported multiple incidents of robbery and vandalism in the western suburbs, urging citizens to exercise caution while out. According to officials, since the meteorite incident, violent occurrences had surged across the nation. This was purportedly a scheme by a nefarious terrorist organization to mislead the public. Given that meteorites had fallen and claimed numerous lives, rumors of an impending apocalypse began to circulate among the populace. Violence erupted in various regions, with some opportunists taking advantage of the chaos while others vented their frustrations. Despite official denials claiming that the terrorist organization was exploiting the meteorite incident to sow discord, attributing the meteorites to the collision of two planets, how could the common folk be entirely convinced? Drawing from his previous life's experiences, Jiang Ming was aware that the meteorite incident signaled significant trouble. However, as a mere commoner, voicing such thoughts would likely invite calamity. Thus, he resolved to prioritize his own survival, eschewing any notions of heroism or savior complexes. 50 At this moment, he found himself in a taxi en route to procure some knives. As civilians were unable to obtain firearms, various bladed implements could still serve as adequate means of self-defense. Jiang Ming had learned Tai Chi swordplay from an elderly neighbor during his childhood, and this knowledge was proving to be quite useful now. 30 Exiting the weapons store, Jiang Ming had not yet managed to hail a taxi when he found himself embroiled in an unexpected altercation. A sleek black Mercedes came to a halt before him, revealing the rotund figure of Fatty, the very individual mentioned earlier. "You little brat, skipping work has gotten me chewed out by the team leader." Fatty spat, his voice booming with fury, as he glared at Jiang Ming with the intent to cleave him in two. Earlier that day, the evaluation team had visited the office for an inspection, and Jiang Ming's absence had landed Fatty in hot water, subjecting him to a torrent of reprimands. Now, encountering Jiang Ming on his way home, he could hardly contain his rage. "Get lost, you fat pig," Jiang Ming retorted, his expression dark as he resisted the urge to retaliate. "What did you say? You dare talk back to me?" Fatty's face flushed with rage, and the typically docile lamb now dared to speak insolently. His hefty hand swung toward Jiang Ming like a fan, intent on striking, seeking death. Having no desire to provoke a conflict, Jiang Ming's patience wore thin, and he decided to respond, with a glint of coldness in his eyes. He sidestepped like a nimble cat, delivering a powerful kick to Fatty's groin while simultaneously thrusting the scabbard of his sword into his abdomen. Ouch! Fatty let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his face turning pale as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his wounded pride in agony. With a disdainful glance, Jiang Ming hastened away, ignoring him entirely. 40 You little brat, you dare hit me? I'll run you over. Fatty, finally regaining his composure, seethed with rage, a malicious thought brewing in his mind. "I have connections, Jiang Ming, you orphan. If it comes to it, I can just throw money at the problem." With this thought, Fatty slammed down on the accelerator, the Mercedes lunging forward with the ferocity of a beast. Just then, a red sports car unexpectedly darted out from an intersection. A loud crash ensued. Fatty, quick to react, slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. The two vehicles collided with a resounding impact. The sports car crumpled like a dried-up piece of bread. "Damn it, I finally got my hands on that car." Fatty fumed, but before he could finish, 3 individuals emerged from the wrecked vehicle, all sporting nonchalant expressions. The tallest among them spat disdainfully at Fatty's face, and then they proceeded to deliver a merciless beating. Ouch! The cacophony of Fatty's anguished cries echoed through the streets, yet no one dared intervene. "Boss, the cops are on their way. Just chop off a hand." "No. Please, boss." Fatty, bloodied and bruised, frantically waved his arms in protest. "Jiang Ming, help me," he cried out, desperation seeping into his voice. From a distance, Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance before turning away. The gruesome scene unfolded before him as Fatty's arm was severed clean off, causing him to faint from the pain. A wave of satisfaction washed over Jiang Ming at the sight of Fatty's downfall. For too long, he had endured the humiliation of the gluttonous bully, and today's events were a welcome reprieve, a moment of pure bliss. 19:00 Bang bang bang. Just after returning home, he was met with an unexpected visitor. "Jiang Ming, what on earth is going on?" Skipping work and acting all paranoid, the visitor was Gong Xueqing. Troubled by her thoughts throughout the day, she had decided to drop by after work to seek clarification. Upon entering, she was taken aback. The small room was crammed with bulging bags, the doors and windows fortified with iron, and various supplies scattered about: clothing, medical supplies, and more. "If I told you the apocalypse is upon us, would you believe me?" His voice was low, but his serious demeanor left Xueqing in stunned silence for a considerable time. "The apocalypse? You must be joking," she replied, unable to accept such an absurd notion. "Indeed, something significant will transpire tonight. Since you're here, stay with me. I will protect you." In a calm tone, Jiang Ming opted not to elaborate further, as recounting the events of his past life would be futile. However, the kindness and concern emanating from the girl tugged at his heart, making it difficult for him to send her away. "Please clarify." Just as Jiang Ming was about to explain something, darkness suddenly enveloped him. The power had gone out. How could there be a blackout? There had been no prior notice of such an occurrence. The young girl pouted slightly to "Don't run around. I'm going out to buy candles." Jiang Ming admonished her before stepping out. He was acutely aware that this blackout was not a mere inconvenience, but rather a spatial collision brought about by the arrival of the tree realm. Though seemingly silent, the collision would herald the tree realm's descent within hours, plunging the human world into chaos. However, he had made a grave error this time. Accustomed to a world powered by electricity, he had forgotten the crucial necessity of candles. Fortunately, the blackout had served as a timely reminder. He still had ample time. At 19:30, just as he had purchased the candles and was on his way home, his phone rang. "Jiang Ming, I'm truly sorry, but I can't believe what you're saying about the end of the world. If you can't escape the shadow of your heartbreak, why don't you come over to my place tomorrow? I'll take a day off to keep you company," Gong Xueqing said apologetically. "Come back," Jiang Ming urged. But before he could say more, the signal abruptly cut off. After several attempts to redial, he found himself met with a persistent lack of service. Chapter 3. The Arrival: To Save or Not to Save? Jiang Ming returned to his rented apartment, his mind a muddled mess. The tree realm's arrival was mere hours away, and Gong Xueqing had driven off, her phone now devoid of signal. If he ventured out to find her and failed to return in time, it would spell disaster. Without question, searching for her was a perilous endeavor, yet the thought of watching the young girl walk into danger gnawed at his conscience. "Forget it, Jiang Ming. She isn't worth such sacrifice. She's beautiful and kind-hearted, whereas you are merely an ordinary person. Acting the hero would be foolish." He understood all too well that once the tree realm descended, the outside world would transform into a hellish landscape. Stepping out now would be unwise. Yet the image of the girl's lovely face lingered in his thoughts. Restless, Jiang Ming paced the room, alternating between movement and deep sighs. Suddenly, a thought struck him: the box. The Hera magic box. Could it be? A flash of inspiration ignited in his mind as he hurriedly retrieved the magic box and turned it over. Indeed, the design matched perfectly. A vivid image surfaced in his mind: the scene at the school's track and field meet. A girl, blushing profusely, clad in a white sports top, her fair skin and long legs captivating, her chest rising and falling as she ran with all her might. That moment, Jiang Ming was not reminiscing about Gong Xueqing's flawless complexion or her alluring figure, but rather recalling a small red birthmark, or perhaps a tattoo, just below her abdomen, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the pattern on the box. Such designs were not easily created. There must be a connection. The reminder of the special artifact stemmed from the information following the tree realm's arrival. Jiang Ming knew that all Star Warriors were aware of it, yet how to utilize it remained a mystery. Nevertheless, he now had a compelling reason to rescue Gong Xueqing. Perhaps this rationale was tenuous, perhaps he was simply yearning for that exquisite figure, but if it jeopardized the artifact's efficacy, he would be left utterly despondent. Time was still on his side, and with the experiences from his previous life, Jiang Ming was confident that he could navigate any unforeseen events. The worst-case scenario would simply be failing to locate her and returning home before the tree realm's arrival. Without hesitation, Jiang Ming stuffed the magic box into his pocket, grasped his long sword, and dashed out of his apartment. Pengcheng was neither too large nor too small. Gong Xueqing's home was situated at the extreme opposite end. Taking a taxi or the subway would have been the optimal choice, yet frustratingly, not a single taxi had passed by in the last half hour. Reluctant to take the subway due to the heightened danger posed by the spatial magnetic fields prior to the tree realm's descent, Jiang Ming resorted to riding his old bicycle at breakneck speed toward his destination. He repeatedly dialed her number, hoping for a signal to connect. Fortunately, halfway through his journey, the call finally went through. Xiueqing, where are you? I'm at Dihong Mall. I asked something wrong, damn it. Please, just stay at the entrance and don't wander off. I'll be there as soon as possible. Jiang Ming couldn't help but cursed. Dihong Mall was in the city center, teeming with people, making it exceedingly difficult to find anyone, yet it was understandable why the girl would choose that location. With the entire city experiencing a blackout, only such places equipped with backup generators remained viable. And girls naturally gravitated toward shopping malls. Jiang Ming, why are you cursing? Did I do something to upset you? Gong Xiueqing furrowed her brows, misinterpreting his irritation as a reaction to her earlier abrupt departure. I don't have time for this. If you keep running around, I'll really jump off a building, Jiang Ming shouted, abruptly hanging up. He felt a mix of urgency and absurdity. Passers-by might mistakenly think they were a couple quarreling. Yet, given that she didn't believe in the impending apocalypse, he had no choice but to speak in such dire terms. With Gong Xiueqing's gentle nature, she would undoubtedly refrain from wandering off at such a critical moment. Time was of the essence. Despite having not rested for even a moment, it took him 2 hours to reach the vicinity of Dihong Mall. It was now 10 o'clock, and the moment of the Tree Realm's descent loomed ever closer. To turn back now would render his previous efforts futile. Jiang Ming certainly would not entertain such a notion. After finally weaving through the dense crowd, he spotted the girl waving at him. We'll talk later. We need to get to the parking garage and leave quickly, Jiang Ming gasped, taking hold of her arm and pulling her toward the underground parking area. Gong Xiueqing was perplexed, but unwilling to cause a scene in public, she allowed him to lead her. Yet, just as they had taken a few steps, the sky darkened ominously. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the heavens seemingly split apart. A blood-red gash opened in the pitch-black sky, resembling the eye of a demon, stretching endlessly and exuding an aura of sheer terror. Accompanied by the sound of tearing and rending, countless trees shot forth from the rift, raining down like intercontinental missiles upon the earth. Asia, Europe, America, Africa, every corner of the globe was affected. Even the desolate expanse of Antarctica was not spared. The scene was breathtakingly catastrophic. Those caught unawares were instantly crushed beneath the weight of the falling trees. Yet the spectacle did not end there. An even more bizarre phenomenon unfolded. Meteorites from across the world suddenly erupted, showering the night with a kaleidoscope of brilliant colors, transforming the darkness into a semblance of day. Simultaneously, an enormous shadow descended from the demonic eye, blotting out the sun. It was a colossal tree, vast beyond comprehension, so immense that it defied description. In comparison, other trees appeared as mere branches or roots. The moment the giant tree made its presence known, the world trembled and swayed in disarray. Other trees seemed to bow before this towering giant, clustering around its trunk as if they were its loyal subjects, forming a hierarchy reminiscent of a grand palace. The vibrant lights coalesced into rough bark, enveloping the meteorites without leaving a single crevice. This marked the arrival of the tree realm. This giant tree became a demonic sovereign, stretching across oceans and the globe, reaching for the skies. At this moment, the apocalypse had officially arrived. Everything became ephemeral, and the wheels of history trembled. Brilliant light erupted from the giant tree, akin to a blood sun raining down upon the world, like tendrils caressing every face. But this was no divine blessing. It heralded the dawn of a slaughterous hell. From the gnarled and uneven trunk of the giant tree, a swarm of peculiar insects surged forth, akin to meteors plummeting to the earth. Mom, run! At that very moment, the shock of the world transformed into anguished cries. The cacophony of screams, wails, and curses melded into chaos, with blood, severed limbs, and entrails strewn about, as countless monstrous insects descended upon every individual like a flood unleashed. In a mere minute, the scene erupted into a hellscape of zombies shrieking in agony, unidentifiable beasts howling, and the buzzing of mutated creatures. The nightmarish scenarios of science fiction had suddenly become a grim reality. Damn it, the tree realm's arrival has come early. Witnessing the bizarre spectacle, Jiang Ming did not freeze like the others. With a fierce swing of his long sword, he cleaved through the approaching monstrous insects and yanked Gong Xiueqing by the arm, charging toward the parking garage with reckless abandon. He understood that the first wave of creatures primarily consisted of infection-carrying corpse insects. A handful could be managed, but soon, a horde of zombies would descend, and that would truly spell doom. The infection-carrying corpse insects, a foundational biological entity of the tree realm, were diminutive and agile, yet possessed formidable penetration abilities. capable of parasitizing through the skin, hair, or even the soles of one's feet, awakening the host's latent potential and transforming them into bloodthirsty, virus-spreading zombies. Any creature bitten or scratched by an infected zombie would inevitably succumb to the same fate. This was the most terrifying aspect of the infection-carrying corpse insects. In the previous life, 70 of the population had been turned into zombies this way. Jiang Ming had evaded disaster by remaining at home due to his heartbreak. But this time, he was ensnared in peril because of gong shu etching. Jiang Ming, I'm so scared. The hellish scene of blood and carnage terrified the young girl, her once rosy cheeks turning pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yet Jiang Ming had no time to spare for her fears. The infection-carrying corpse insects and zombies were scattered, and they needed to leave immediately. He gritted his teeth, pressing the accelerator to the floor, pushing the bicycle to its maximum speed as he barreled through the chaos. Bang, bang. The two individuals, caught off guard, were sent flying on the spot. The young girl, petrified with fear, could hardly fathom that her once genteel colleague would resort to such actions. However, Jiang Ming had no time for guilt. He felt none. In the wake of the tree realm's emergence, survival had become the paramount concern for all. Virtue and morality were mere fabrications. The only law that mattered was to endure. As he hurtled forward with reckless abandon, he was on the verge of breaking free from the street. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit obstructed the car's path. Howling as his fingers elongated to over a meter, the sharp, formidable nails gleaming ominously in the dark. Crack! A shadow darted across the night sky, and the car's body was cleaved in two as if it were soft tofu. Chapter 4. The Birth of the Pseudo-Runesmith Slaughtering Zombies. The slaughtering zombies are beings formed by parasitic armed corpse insects. As a first-tier entity of the tree realm, these parasitic creatures are evidently much more formidable. Although they do not carry infectious viruses, their combat prowess surpasses that of infected zombies by 2- or 3-fold. Slaughtering zombies are bloodthirsty and ferocious, exhibiting peculiar biological traits that enable them to elongate their arms and transform their nails into razor-sharp blades. As the car was severed, Jiang Ming swiftly embraced the young girl and leaped to the ground. After a few rolls, he barely managed to dissipate the force of inertia before he could rise. The slaughtering zombie roared, spewing saliva as its nails raked through the air like a machine gun. The fingers were torn, flesh exposed, yet the zombie felt no pain. Instead, it became even more agile with excitement. Damn. Cradling someone in his arms, Jiang Ming found his movement slightly delayed, and his thigh was grazed multiple times, blood gushing forth. He knew this approach was futile. Suddenly, he pushed gong shu etching to the side, drawing the long sword strapped to his back. With his left hand supporting himself on the ground, he spun around, wielding the sword in his right. Buzz! The sound of the sword rang clear and melodious, its blade sharp and light, dancing like a twisting silver snake. Where the cold light passed, fingers were severed at the roots, and dark blood spurted from the wounds like geysers. Jiang Ming, having studied Tai Chi sword for several years, was no novice. Though the era of cold weapons had passed, his fervent admiration for Chinese martial arts had allowed him to glean some true skills from the elderly neighbor next door. While the slaughtering zombie's nails were sharp and hard, its fingers remained flesh and blood. Jiang Ming understood the principle of evading the sharpness and targeting the soft spots. Thus, he aimed his sword at the fingers, executing a move akin to the azure dragon emerging from the water, successfully achieving the severed digits. However, the slaughtering zombie was a creature devoid of pain. If its head was not severed, it would continue its frenzied assault. Even if its heart were pierced, a sudden crack echoed as a bizarre event unfolded. The once normal-sized arms elongated to 2 meters in an instant, blood mingled with fury propelling them forward. Bang, bang. The palms pressed firmly against his chest while the other hand gripped his neck, pinning Jiang Ming to the ground and rendering him breathless. In desperation, Jiang Ming flailed with his long sword, striking wildly. Yet, even if he managed to sever a portion, it would immediately regenerate, continuing to constrict his neck. The intent of the slaughtering zombie was clear, to strangle its prey. Damn it! Cursing internally, Jiang Ming found himself at a loss. With all his strength, he hurled the long sword towards the quaking gong shu etching. Behind the head, expending every ounce of energy, he managed to utter those 2 words. The intention was unmistakable, to give the terrified girl an opportunity to decapitate the zombie. Slaughtering zombies are mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. Driven solely by the instinct to kill, incapable of critical analysis, anyone who dared provoke them would become their primary target. Clearly, Jiang Ming's actions had enraged the slaughtering zombie, which now focused its attention on him, largely ignoring the harmless girl. Thus, if she could maneuver behind the zombie and strike its head, the chances of success were significantly high. Yet, Gong Xueqing, who could hardly bring herself to kill even a chicken, was paralyzed by fear at the sight of the grotesque creature before her. Lost and confused, she crouched on the ground, clutching her head, babbling incoherently, her mind unraveling. "Oh, you bastard!" Jiang Ming was frantic, but it felt as though a fiery lump had lodged in his chest, stifling any sound. The standoff lasted nearly 2 minutes, and as his vision began to fade, he was on the brink of asphyxiation. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated. The head of the slaughtering zombie rolled to the ground, revealing a bewildered, pale face behind it. In her extreme terror, Gong Xueqing had made the right choice. The grip on Jiang Ming's neck slackened, and he was finally saved. And oh, it wasn't me. The long sword fell from her grasp as she stood frozen, tears silently streaming down her cheeks from the horror of her first deadly act. "It's all right, you did well." Jiang Ming quickly enveloped the poor girl in his arms, gently stroking her soft hair, speaking soothingly while his eyes remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. This was bad. The time wasted had been brief, but it was enough for the infected zombies to close in. The street was now teeming with men and women of all ages, dragging their filthy feet, ragged clothing clinging to their exposed skin, growling like beasts as they advanced step by step. They were no longer human, having transformed into infected zombies driven solely by their bloodlust. The blood seeping from Jiang Ming's thigh was a fatal allure to them. With awakening into a star warrior still some time away, was he truly to perish at the hands of these lowly zombies? His heart brimmed with resentment. He had prepared extensively for the Tree Realm's arrival, yet never anticipated such a conclusion. Perhaps he bore some blame, but seeing the young girl's terrified and dazed expression filled him with compassion. So be it. Having died alone in his previous life, at least this time he had a beautiful companion, making the journey to the underworld less lonely. The fear of death began to dissipate, and as his nerves relaxed, a faint smile crept upon Jiang Ming's lips. "Did I drag you into this?" In the warmth of his embrace, Gong Xueqing slowly regained her senses, her heart racing. Had she not acted rashly, the man before her would not have found himself in such peril, but he knew the apocalypse was upon them. Why did he still come? Did he truly? "No, I came for it," with no intention of concealing the truth. Jiang Ming produced the blood-stained Hela magic box from his pocket. He had once hoped the magic box would bring about change, yet since the emergence of the Tree Realm, it had remained unchanged. Perhaps the information was false, or the moment to activate the Hela magic box had not yet arrived, but none of that mattered now. Let it all dissipate into nothingness with him. What is this? As her delicate white hand brushed against the bloodied Hela magic box, it came into contact with the pallid fingers. In that instant of contact, history would be rewritten. A bizarre spectacle unfolded as the magic box emitted a dazzling array of colors, enveloping the earth in a radiant sphere of light that consumed the dark night like daylight. Where the brilliance spread, zombies were reduced to ash, not leaving even a shred of clothing behind. Simultaneously, peculiar 7-colored runes appeared out of thin air, swirling rapidly around Jiang Ming and the girl, gaining speed. Eventually, they formed a massive ribbon of vivid colors, wrapping around Jiang Ming's entire being, gradually seeping into his skin. The first ban, the ever-changing magic mirror opens. Gong Xueqing's eyes glazed over, her cherry-like lips uttering incomprehensible words. Yet Jiang Ming understood. This was the magic box's function, and he could comprehend the language the girl spoke. The Hela magic box, a favorite among runesmiths, beyond its synthesis capabilities, it could also interchange runes of the same tier. This meant that within runes of the same level, it could transform an unnecessary rune into another rune of the same tier without exceeding its rank. This was indeed a cheat device. Jiang Ming was elated. Synthesizing food cards typically required 2 different runes. In the early days of the Tree Realm's emergence, food was in short supply. Now, as long as he could obtain 2 runes, even if they were identical, the Hela magic box could convert them into the required runes to synthesize food cards, thus producing food. Undoubtedly, this meant Jiang Ming would no longer have to worry about food. With food in hand, he could barter for various needed supplies. This was an enormous boon. Haha. This was exhilarating news. Even more thrilling was the prospect that the Hella Magic Box possessed other miraculous abilities beyond this one. Unfortunately, as Gong Shueqing revealed this function, she fainted in Jiang Ming's embrace, leaving the matter for another time. As the girl succumbed, the light emanating from the Hella Magic Box vanished in an instant. With this Hella Magic Box, I can consider myself a runesmith, he chuckled with pride. In his previous life, he had been a mere ordinary star warrior, unable to synthesize cards. However, with the Hella Magic Box's assistance, that was a different story altogether. If the magic box could synthesize cards, then he was indeed a runesmith, albeit a counterfeit one. Runesmiths are special star warriors capable of synthesizing cards. In a sense. Without runesmiths, there would be no other cards, and star warriors could not survive in the apocalypse. After all, the probability of obtaining cards by slaying monsters was quite low. Most often, various runes would be unearthed from corpses, differing only in levels. Thus, the status of the rune masters in the apocalypse is exceedingly exalted, especially after the awakening of the Star Warriors. Only a mere 10th of them can ascend to the rank of rune master, rendering it all the more precious. Following the radiant impact of the Hella Magic Box, the zombies before him were obliterated completely, their runes reduced to ashes. In response, Jiang Ming could only sigh and lament. He scoured the vicinity for a car that was still somewhat operable and hastily made his way toward his refuge. Perhaps unaware of what lay ahead, he knew that among the first batch of creatures, the primary threat was the infected corpse worms, thus the car provided a far safer means of travel than traversing the streets on foot. Chapter 5. The woman in red. The sky was inky black, with a solitary, chilling moon hanging overhead, exuding a faint melancholy. The earth had been stained a dark crimson by blood, and the glass of the surrounding buildings lay shattered, with thick plumes of smoke billowing from some windows. On the streets, countless severed limbs and aimlessly wandering zombies littered the landscape. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow and pushed the car to its maximum power, hurtling down the edge of the street. Zizz! Sparks flew as the speeding vehicle scraped against the wall, emitting a sharp, jarring sound. Several nearby zombies were struck and sent flying 5 meters away, their bones cracking under the impact. Yet their bloodthirsty instincts drove them relentlessly forward, their mangled hands clawing at the ground as they struggled to crawl in the direction the car had vanished. Just as Jiang Ming was about to revel in his narrow escape, the vehicle lurched forward with a sudden thud. The engine had stalled. At such a critical moment, the engine had inexplicably shut off. Damn it! Panic surged through him. Beads of cold sweat the size of yellow peas forming on his forehead as he desperately attempted to restart the engine. But the car remained ominously silent. The moonlight streamed through the car windows, as if mocking his predicament. Howl! The zombies flanking the street showed no sign of halting. They swayed and lurched closer, driven by their insatiable hunger. Bang! 1 zombie. Bang bang. 2 zombies. Bang bang bang. 10 zombies. A horde of them surrounded the vehicle, their relentless pounding against the windows and doors sending shivers down his spine, leaving his face pale with dread. Fortunately, the glass was tempered, preventing the zombies from shattering it. However, under such frenzied assault, the tempered glass would not last long. 10 minutes later, with a crack, the windshield surface began to fracture, hairline cracks appearing, and filthy arms were poised to breach the barrier. What to do? Charging out would lead to certain death, but waiting was equally perilous. His mind swirled with chaotic thoughts, a sense of irritation gnawing at him. He cast a glance at the side where Gong Shueqing lay quietly in the seat, her lips forming a delicate dimple as if she were dreaming of some magnificent delight, rendering her already exquisite features even more enchanting. Alas, beautiful maiden, it seems I am destined to perish by your side. With a resigned mockery, Jiang Ming let out a long sigh, shedding his outer coat to envelop her completely, leaving no skin exposed. Damn it, I shall fight you fiends. Grasping the longsword beside him, Jiang Ming acted without hesitation, roaring as he swung down fiercely. Crack! The blade gleamed, the severed hand of a zombie tumbling into the vehicle, crimson blood erupting like a fountain. Yet the assault was far from over. He raised his right leg in a graceful sweep, executing a move akin to autumn winds scattering leaves, striking a zombie squarely in the face. Bang! The 5 zombies clambering atop the car were sent crashing to the ground. Jiang Ming then leapt out, akin to a nimble cat, wielding his long sword with swift precision, executing a technique that resembled falling geese in the sand. 2 zombies' heads fell cleanly from their bodies, their blood staining the ashen earth. Kill! Jiang Ming's eyes glinted with crimson fervor. Fear had abandoned him, replaced instead by a peculiar exhilaration. In his past life, he had fought relying on ancient texts, never engaging in close combat, but this time, the longsword in his hand sang with a melodious chime, allowing him to unleash his pent-up rage without hesitation, the thrill of slaughter igniting his primal instincts. In a matter of moments, his blade danced erratically, his movements light as a feather, targeting only the heads. Wherever the cold glint of his sword passed, 10 heads fell in the blink of an eye. However, the zombies lacked intelligence, driven solely by their bloodlust. They did not flinch, only growing more frenzied in pursuit of their prey. The area, once manageable, was now overwhelmed with a swelling mass of zombies, rendering swift strikes increasingly difficult. Crack, his left shoulder grazed, a mark of bruised flesh from a female zombie's claw. Judging by her visage, she had once been a breathtaking beauty. Her torn tailcoat revealed large swathes of delicate, pale skin. The buttons at her chest burst open, exposing hints of pink, rising and falling with each breath. A shallow trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth enhancing her allure, compelling one to avert their gaze. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Ming hesitated, a bloodstain now marring his shoulder from her nails. Damn it! Without further pity, he swung his sword, severing the head of the beautiful zombie. Yet at that moment, his earlier enjoyment faded, replaced by a gnawing anxiety. The virus from the infected zombies was lethal. Even a mere scratch or contact with their saliva could spell doom. What to do now? As he dispatched the 2 approaching zombies, Jiang Ming's complexion turned ashen, inadvertently casting a glance at the sleeping Gong Xiu etching in the car. 2 lecherous infected zombies were tearing at her clothing, having already shredded her top and bottom, exposing her completely. Bastards! An unbridled fury ignited within him, the thought of the infection fading from his mind. He surged forward, lightning fast, swinging his longsword. A single strike severed a zombie's head, but then, horror struck. A fine scratch marred the pristine skin of the young girl's neck, a thin line of red seeping from it. The result of a zombie's claw. It seemed they were truly destined to be ill-fated lovers. Since the car was no longer a sanctuary, they would fight side by side. This time, Jiang Ming did not abandon Gong Xiu etching. Biting his lip, he wrapped her delicate form in his arms and leapt into action. Crack, crack, the moonlight shone like liquid silver, caressing his determined yet pale face, infused with a hint of sorrow. 10 minutes later, the number of zombies had not diminished. In fact, it had grown exponentially. With each passing moment, Jiang Ming's arms and thighs bore the marks of countless scratches, and most distressing of all was the growing exhaustion weighing upon him. Perhaps the zombie virus was beginning to take hold, coursing through his veins with the intensity of his frantic exertion. Cough, cough, his arms weakened, the longsword clattering to the ground. He coughed violently, expelling bright red blood. A chilling sensation coursing through his abdomen, his head ringing incessantly. Was he to perish here? Jiang Ming, utterly drained, cradled Gong Xiu etching in his arms, slumped to the ground, his face ashen, despair flooding his gaze. No. I refused to resign myself to this fate. As he watched the zombies draw near, his heart was consumed by an overwhelming sense of injustice. For the arrival of the tree realm, he had made countless preparations, yet fate had conspired against him. How could this be the outcome? It was unbearable. His bloodied hands, stained with dirt and grime, slowly fell to his face, and in that moment, Jiang Ming was engulfed by helplessness and solitude. Who could possibly save me? A silent scream echoed within him, his eyes filled with terror. Crack, perhaps the heavens were moved by his desperate plea. In that critical moment, a gleam of cold light flashed, a zombie's head tumbling to the ground. A vibrant red figure emerging gradually, the goddess, the only impression left in his mind. The figure before him was the savior he longed for. Dark sunglasses could not conceal her stunningly beautiful face. Flowing hair cascading like a waterfall, clad in crimson, wielding a red sword, her finely arched brows furrowed as she regarded him. Jiang Ming stood entranced, simply gazing at her. You have been infected, but fortunately, the venom is not deep. The woman in red spoke little, her slender fingers swiftly gesturing in the air. With a crisp snap, a colossal ancient tome materialized from thin air, hovering above them, radiating a soft, multicolored glow that, under the moonlight, appeared increasingly divine and enigmatic. At this moment, Jiang Ming was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the reality before him. How could this be? She is a star warrior, but the tree realm has only just descended. How can she already be a star warrior? Could she also have been reborn? Astonished, his mind was flooded with countless thoughts. Quickly, take this. The woman in red produced 2 cards and casually tossed them to Jiang Ming, who heard a soft thud as they transformed into 2 white pills. An antidote for the zombie poison. Jiang Ming was even more astonished, pinching his cheek to confirm the pain was all too real. This is not a dream. The woman in red paid no heed to the stunned Jiang Ming, opening the ancient tome and calling out in a voice like silver bells, "Light angel," from the tome. Cards flew forth, morphing into a pure, divine angel. The angel bore a grave expression, slowly raising a crystalline blade above its head. In that instant, a radiant light illuminated the surroundings, banishing evil, transforming the night into day. Amidst the brilliance, the zombies were reduced to ashes. The angel's wings shed white feathers that fell like droplets of water, cleansing the tainted earth. As the light and purity gradually faded, everything returned to normal. Incredible, utterly formidable. What transpired that night had completely surpassed Jiang Ming's comprehension. He had seen powerful beings before, but never had he encountered an angel of such strength. It felt like a dream. The woman in red smiled slightly, recalling the angel, and casually produced 2 more cards, memory loss card. Before Jiang Ming could react, the card transformed into a dazzling azure light. An overwhelming drowsiness enveloped him, his eyelids growing heavy and, in an instant, he succumbed to slumber. The woman in red gazed deeply at him, her lips parting as if to say something, but she merely sighed softly. In the blink of an eye, the once desolate street had lost her enchanting presence, as if she had never existed. Chapter 6, Convergence. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ming awoke, his mind blank regarding the enigmatic woman clad in red. After a fleeting sense of bewilderment, he shouldered the burden of gong shueqing and made his way home. In the early hours of dawn, he successfully returned to their rented apartment with gong shueqing in tow. The journey had been fraught with peril, as the streets were rife with infected zombies, their haunting howls echoing through the night. Fortunately, the zombies lacked intelligence and moved sluggishly. Jiang Ming had navigated several wide detours and managed to elude their relentless pursuit. Ultimately, a contingent of armed soldiers surged into the streets. Under their decisive firepower, a bloody path was carved out, establishing several defensive lines throughout the alleyways. The sluggish movements of the infected allowed even moderately skilled marksmen to aim accurately for the head. Nevertheless, a considerable number of soldiers still perished amidst the sea of corpses. It was only with the aid of a formidable squad that Jiang Ming and gong shueqing were able to escape unscathed. Otherwise, with such a terrifying number of zombies blocking their path, their chances of survival would have been uncertain. Upon returning to the apartment, Jiang Ming swiftly secured the doors and windows, exhaling deeply as the tension in his body began to ease. Gong shueqing, however, remained unconscious due to her earlier activation of the Hela magic box. Drawing upon his experience as a surgical intern, Jiang Ming deduced that the young girl was merely in a state of unconsciousness and not gravely harmed. With utmost care, he placed her onto the bed. He knew that once she became a star warrior, everything would improve. Jiang Ming was acutely aware of what the radiant light emitted during the arrival of the tree realm signified. Following the filtration of the massive tree, the atmosphere would undergo peculiar changes, leading to mutations among the Earth's creatures. After being bathed in that luminous energy, those who possessed the physique of a star warrior would gradually awaken, becoming humanity's strongest force against the mutated entities of the apocalypse. The so-called Star Warriors were a new breed of humans who, upon awakening, would possess ancient tomes. Their strength, speed, and reflexes would far surpass those of ordinary individuals, with the most significant distinction being their ability to wield the mystical powers contained within the cards of the ancient tomes. This was the key to survival in the apocalypse, in his previous life. Jiang Ming had awakened as a star warrior 6 months later. At that time, he had secluded himself at home following a heartbreak, and the meager rays of light filtering through the window had resulted in a painfully slow transformation of his physique, taking an entire 6 months before he finally became a star warrior. This time, despite encountering numerous dangers outside, he believed that fortune favored the bold. The intensity and coverage of the light he received on the streets were significantly greater than in his previous life. Thus, he estimated that within 3 days at most, he would awaken as a star warrior. Grabbing a bottle of drink to calm his mind, he approached the window and cautiously pulled back the curtain to peer outside. Currently under military control, This area was relatively safe. However, many people were frantically fleeing, with residents from the surrounding neighborhoods already beginning to load their belongings onto military vehicles, preparing to escape to the countryside for refuge. Witnessing such chaos, Jiang Ming could only shake his head and sighed at this critical juncture. Leaving was not an ideal choice. Not only would the countless wandering zombies outside pose a significant danger, but the second wave of the tree realm's legitimate creatures would also be beyond the capacity of ordinary soldiers to combat. Jiang Ming understood that the area he occupied was one of the safest in Pengcheng. With the bulk of the zombies congregated near the city center, that location had the highest population density, leading to the greatest number of conversions into infected zombies. Recalling his time spent nearby for several months without encountering substantial danger, he had chosen his home as a safe haven for that very reason. Observing the abundance of stored supplies in the apartment, Jiang Ming smiled faintly. With such provisions, surviving for months, if not years, would pose no issue. Once he became a star warrior, he could venture outside to hunt solitary zombies, utilizing the unique capabilities of the Hella Magic Box to conjure food cards and various other cards, making it entirely feasible to sustain this way of life. As night fell, the silvery moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a serene glow upon the once bustling city now devoid of sleep. Outside, emergency broadcasts continued to relay the latest updates following the arrival of the Tree Realm, particularly the official statements urging all citizens to remain indoors, stay calm, secure their doors and windows, and refrain from venturing outside. Given the emergence of terrifying creatures, the military had already deployed forces within the city to ensure everyone's safety. The broadcast persisted incessantly, yet countless individuals busily hurried to flee. After all, no one could guarantee how long the army could maintain safety. This night was destined to be sleepless. Even though Jiang Ming was aware of the unfolding chaos, he would not venture outside to inform others, for he knew that no one would believe him. In the apocalypse, merely being able to protect oneself was an achievement. Only a fool would aspire to be a so-called hero. If you knew all of this beforehand, why did you not intervene? The first thing Gong Xueqing did upon waking was to inquire. She had an abundance of questions for the man before her. In such a terrifying situation, Jiang Ming had managed to remain composed, which was decidedly unusual. Moreover, the most perplexing aspect was how he possessed knowledge of the apocalypse. Because I am not a hero, I am merely an ordinary person. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, seated himself at the edge of the bed, and began to recount his experiences surviving in the apocalypse, leaving nothing concealed. Perhaps due to the influence of the Hella Magic Box, he felt a profound connection to the young girl before him. The first rule of survival in the apocalypse was that, aside from oneself, one could trust no one. Can I not trust you? Her bright, beautiful eyes blinked incessantly, and Gong Xueqing's cheeks flushed slightly. No, remember, not even spouses or parents. Jiang Ming asserted firmly, I cannot guarantee that I won't abandon you to save myself in a crisis. I am the apocalypse. Only the cold-hearted and ruthless can survive. Morality and ethics are nothing but nonsense. Then, Gong Xueqing's expression grew complicated, her lips pressed together in silence. If that were the case, why would this man risk his life to save her? She couldn't comprehend. Alas, I know this may be harsh for you. However, I can promise that within my capabilities, I will ensure your safety. Jiang Ming sighed, unwilling to shatter the girl's illusions. And then, Gong Xueqing nodded, her heart swelling with a hint of joy. The second rule of survival in the apocalypse is to arm oneself as much as possible, to become strong. And then, this time, Gong Xueqing refrained from interrupting. Though outwardly delicate and kind-hearted, she understood the harsh reality of a world governed by the survival of the fittest. This apocalypse, lacking absolute strength, meant a certain demise. After Jiang Ming's thorough admonitions, he proceeded to describe the forthcoming creatures, along with cards, runes, ancient tomes, massive trees, and everything else, except for the functionalities of the Hella Magic Box. How do you know so much? After absorbing the astonishing revelations, Gong Xueqing's perception of the man before her became increasingly enigmatic, prompting her to finally voice her most pressing question. Jiang Ming had anticipated her inquiry, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he solemnly replied, It would be best if you did not know this. Survive well. Simply remember everything I have said, and of course, you must not disclose this to anyone, not even your closest friends or family. Oh, Gong Xueqing furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of complexity evident in her eyes. However, knowing that Jiang Ming had risked his life to save her, she felt assured of his trustworthiness. The importance of revealing the truth diminished in her mind. If he were to divulge everything, it might render him untrustworthy, for no one wished to be so easily seen through. Coming to this realization, a radiant smile illuminated Gong Xueqing's face, making her appear particularly enchanting under the moonlight streaming through the window. Ahem. Jiang Ming momentarily lost his train of thought before redirecting his focus to his most pressing concern. "Do you remember what you said before losing consciousness?" "What did I say?" Gong Xueqing appeared utterly bewildered. Lacking any recollection of the events surrounding the activation of the Hella Magic Box, well, Jiang Ming refrained from recounting the specifics of that moment, instead falling into contemplation. Could it have been an accident? He needed to confirm this matter and, without a care, uttered, "Lift your shirt. Let me see your abdomen." "What?" Gong Xueqing gasped in shock, her heart racing like a wild deer. This man is far too forward. "You truly like me. Fine, you saved me, and you aren't unpleasant to look at. I can let you see, as long as it doesn't go that far." Biting her rosy lip, Gong Xueqing began to gently unbutton her shirt, causing Jiang Ming to be taken aback. "Just lift your shirt near your lower abdomen. It's not what you think." Gong Xueqing's face flushed crimson as she realized her misunderstanding, yet she complied with Jiang Ming's request. Lifting a small section of her clothing revealed her fair skin, a small red symbol adorning the left side of her abdomen. Jiang Ming leaned closer, his fingers grazing the soft, supple skin as he scrutinized the symbol. A faint, delicate fragrance wafting into his nostrils. It was indeed the same. Whether it was the intoxicating scent of the young girl or the surprising resemblance of the symbol, it was evident that Gong Xueqing was far from an ordinary person. She was undoubtedly connected to the Hella Magic Box. Is that enough? Gong Xueqing's breathing grew rapid. The way the man's fingers brushed against her skin and the unusual gleam in his eyes sent a shiver down her spine, igniting a wave of inexplicable warmth within her. "Oh, I apologize." Realizing his indiscretion, Jiang Ming quickly gestured for Gong Xueqing to dress. For the next 2 days, the two spent their time in the confines of the small apartment. Though the space was limited, aside from a few occasions where Jiang Ming ventured out, causing her worry, Gong Xueqing offered no complaints. However, by the afternoon of the 3rd day, Jiang Ming was elated. "I am finally about to awaken as a Star Warrior." Chapter 7. The Awakening of the Star Warrior. In an instant, a faint golden glow emanated from his skin, and a torrent of information surged through his mind. His blood roared within him, and 6 solid abdominal muscles manifested in his abdomen. The muscles in his arms gradually swelled, as if he possessed boundless strength. His senses, eyes, nose, ears, were far more acute than those of an ordinary person. He could even hear the footsteps from downstairs with crystal clarity. He had reached the 3rd tier of a low-level Star Warrior. A smirk of satisfaction crept onto Jiang Ming's lips, for this awakening bestowed him with 2 more layers of energy compared to his previous life. The adventures of the past few days had not been in vain. With a heart brimming with excitement, he could not resist the urge to gesture rapidly with his fingers. With a crisp crack, a massive ancient tome materialized out of thin air. The book hovered in midair, radiating a dazzling array of colors, its surface adorned with intricate black lines. Its cover was yellowed, and within its pages lay layers of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, subtly infused with a mysterious power. "What is this?" As Jiang Ming reached out to touch the tome, it seemed to be imbued with magic. The pages fluttered incessantly until halting on a page within the indigo layer, revealing an indigo card before his eyes. Indeed, a transformation had occurred. The arrival of the tree realm this time was inexplicably different from his previous life. Not only had the timeline shifted forward, but the rewards in the form of cards had also changed. In his past life, Jiang Ming had received an orange effect card, which had little utility given his energy level at the time. It was merely a useless trinket. This time, perhaps due to the collision of time and space caused by his rebirth, or perhaps due to a change in the quality of the absorbed light, he had obtained an exceedingly rare equipment card. The Sword of Hit, in pristine condition, level 0, with no special effects. This weapon, capable of evolving through the absorption of souls, was birthed in the Moon Spirit Palace and was the favored blade of sword wielders. This was a permanent card that could evolve. Jiang Ming felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. Although the base attributes of this equipment card were not particularly high, Its permanence and potential for evolution far surpassed that of ordinary effect or combat cards. Materializing the card, a brand new longsword appeared before him, gleaming silver-white, with the word hit inscribed on the hilt, Jiang Ming. Unable to delve into the significance of hit, the Moon Spirit Palace, or the sword wielders, could not resist grasping the hilt and swinging it lightly. Buzz. The sword emitted a crisp and melodious sound, its silver blade sharp and light, moving with the grace of a roaring silver serpent. Wherever the cold light passed, it dazzled the eyes and stirred the spirit. "Is this the card you mentioned?" The girl beside him, Gong Xueqing, could not help but cover her mouth in astonishment, her face paling slightly. Jiang Ming's transformation had already left her dumbfounded. But the longsword materialized from the ancient tome appeared all too real. The young girl now believed even more fervently in everything Jiang Ming had said earlier. Indeed, this is an equipment card. It can transform into various weapons and armor, far more practical than ordinary combat cards. Jiang Ming excitedly stored the sword of hit away, providing no further explanation as he quietly slipped into the bathroom. This time, it should work. He retrieved the Hera magic box, the size of a cube, along with 2 white runes, each inscribed with the number 1, from his pocket. Taking a deep breath, over the past few days, he had intentionally ventured out and eliminated a few wandering infected zombies, acquiring 6 pieces of the number 1 runes. However, perhaps due to his still unawakened state, he had attempted several times, yet the Hera magic box had shown no response. As for this matter, Jiang Ming did not intend to disclose it to Gong Xueqing. He understood well that such a cheat-like artifact as the Hera magic box would incite fierce competition among star warriors in the apocalypse, leading to bloodshed and conflict. Gong Xueqing was a kind-hearted girl, but who could say how her character might change after experiencing the tribulations of the apocalypse? The adage, "A common man has no sin, but possessing a treasure is a crime," was well understood by all. In the chaotic apocalypse, he had witnessed far too many incidents where friends and family turned against one another over cards. Thus, Jiang Ming was unwilling to take that risk. It was better for the secret of the Hera magic box to remain locked away in his heart. Carefully inserting one of the number 1 runes into the Hera magic box, he gently pressed his palm on it, softly muttering an incantation. 2 minutes later, the dim magic box suddenly emitted a blinding white light, about the width of a bowl, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound and a wisp of pale smoke, revealing a change in the rune inside. It truly could be altered. Grasping the now transformed rune, level 2 of the same tier, Jiang Ming was overjoyed, nearly bursting out of the bathroom to share this monumental news with Gong Xueqing. Suppressing his impulse, he instead inserted the second rune into the magic box. "If this succeeds, I will truly become a rune master." With such a thought, Jiang Ming silently prayed, gently rotating the Hera magic box a few times. Gurgle. The box emitted an eerie sound, warming slightly, as the patterns on its surface glowed with a riot of colors, coming to life in vibrant detail. 5 minutes later, the brilliance gradually faded, returning to its previous ordinary state. Jiang Ming's heart raced as he cautiously reached for the magic box, gently opening its lid. With a soft click, a blue card lay quietly inside. Success. He had truly succeeded. Overcome with excitement, he nearly shouted. It felt like a dream. Now, as long as he could acquire runes, he could synthesize them himself, without needing to spend exorbitant amounts seeking a rune master for help, as he had in his previous life. Moments later, Jiang Ming emerged from the bathroom, tossing a white pill to Gong Xueqing, stating earnestly, "In the future, if you are scratched by an infected zombie, take this antidote." "Where did you get this?" Gong Xueqing inquired, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity. Gently biting her lip, she glanced toward the bathroom a few times, faintly sensing that something had transpired within, her heart tinged with apprehension. Some secrets are best kept hidden. I'll be stepping out for a bit. I might be back late." Jiang Ming laughed lightly, deflecting the conversation as he slipped out the door. Upon hearing this explanation, Gong Xueqing furrowed her brows slightly. Though she refrained from voicing her concerns this time, there was something about Jiang Ming. He seemed to possess a mysterious and dangerous power. His past and future were becoming increasingly opaque and unfamiliar, yet for some reason, she felt an innate trust in him, refusing to think of the worst. A peculiar bond quietly formed within her heart. An hour later, on a street in disarray, The gentle breeze stirred newspapers and dust into the air. Once a bustling thoroughfare, it now lay desolate, exuding a chilling despondency. Jiang Ming walked quietly, his chin resting on his hand. Brows furrowed in anxiety. Just a few days ago, he had seen patrols stationed here. How could it have come to this? This was quite different from his previous life. Surely, there had not been any unforeseen incidents? Relying on his memories from his past life, he was well aware that this street still had a long way to go before succumbing to the fall. Many survivors had taken refuge here. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to a disruption in time and space, there was not a single soul in sight, and he could see numerous bloodstains and severed limbs on the ground. Strange, even in the absence of people. How could there be no zombies? Jiang Ming's heart raced. This situation was too bizarre. Logically, the first wave of creatures predominantly consisted of infected zombies. In places devoid of humans, there should have been an abundance of zombies. Yet here, no, I must leave this place at once. The strangeness of the street compelled Jiang Ming to abandon any further risk. He turned and quickened his pace. However, he had not gone far when a peculiar scene unfolded. Howls echoed from around the corner, and 3 men in suits suddenly burst forth from an alley, each standing around 6 feet tall, their faces twisted in rage, blood dripping from their mouths. One of them clutched a bloody arm. What the hell? Jiang Ming gasped in shock upon seeing the trio, swiftly summoning the ancient tome. With a whoosh, he seized the sword of hit, his expression tense with urgency. These 3 were indeed murderous zombies. What bad luck! He had intended to target solitary zombies to gradually accumulate runes, but now he found himself facing such great peril. Howl. The 3 murderous zombies, exhilarated by the sight of a living person, raised their arms and charged at him like arrows. Seeking death, Jiang Ming had been cautious to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, yet now that danger was upon him, he would not cower. He touched the ancient tome. His gaze lost all fear, sliding down to the red layer. With 2 swift sounds, 2 red cards transformed into 2 dense orbs of crimson light, tightly enveloping the 2 immobilized zombies. The sword struck decisively, his steps gliding with the grace of a phantom. In a flash of cold light, the arm of another murderous zombie was severed at the shoulder. Within mere seconds, Jiang Ming showcased the terrifying prowess of a star warrior. Were a martial arts master to witness this, they would surely be left speechless. Howl. The murderous zombies roared in fury. With a crack, their arms erupted from the wounds, instantly extending to 2 meters, sweeping violently as if autumn winds were scattering leaves. Intent on tearing their prey to shreds, faced with such ferocity, Jiang Ming remained expressionless, deftly shifting backward, dodging left and right, akin to a nimble feline, managing to evade every strike. Cut. A furious roar erupted as the sword light flashed like lightning. Countless pieces of flesh raining down like a storm of gore. The relentless serpent-slaying technique was the one Jiang Ming was most adept at, his prowess further enhanced by the formidable strength and speed of the Star Warriors. In his previous life, he had lost count of how many monsters he had slain, encountering such experiences countless times. Utilizing an attack card, he ensnared 2 of the killing zombies, methodically dispatching them, a testament to his seasoned expertise. However, the killing zombies were creatures devoid of pain receptors. Without severing their heads, even piercing their hearts would not quell their frenzy. The air was filled with the zombies' furious roars as they charged forward, their sharp, blood-stained claws slashing downward with ferocity. A chilling glint brushed past his nose. Startled, Jiang Ming leaped back, feeling cold sweat trickle down his spine. Yet that was not the worst of it. What truly troubled him was the dimming light of the cards binding the other 2 killing zombies, indicating their impending failure. If the 3 zombies attacked simultaneously, his current capabilities would surely lead to a hasty retreat. There was no other choice. With determination etched in his expression, Jiang Ming bit his lip. He slapped an ancient tome, and the crimson card transformed into a vibrant glow that coiled around his right arm, and the sword of hit, resembling blood-red armor. Agonizing pain surged through him, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge as if he were a hellish demon incarnate. With a swift motion, he raised his right arm. The sword danced in his hand, cutting through the air with a fierce blade of light. The head of the killing zombie split apart like a watermelon, resulting in an instant demise. Yet, the killing zombie, witnessing its companion's death, did not retreat. Instead, it emitted a low growl, its eyes glinting with a sinister green light. Its arms thrashing wildly. With a thunderous crash, The red glow vanished without a trace, and the two zombies charged forth like untamed stallions, fierce and unruly. Seeking death, Jiang Ming cast a cold glance, as if regarding a lifeless entity. Slightly raising his sword for a slashed, in a swift blur, two sharp arcs of light sliced through the air, and the heads of the killing zombies thudded to the ground. Heaving, Jiang Ming stowed away the sword of hit. Panting as he frowned slightly, merely attaching the basic attack card had consumed half of his energy, leaving his muscles somewhat numb. Such a method should be employed sparingly. In his previous life, he had witnessed a powerful individual utilize such combat techniques, and inspired by that experience, he had decided to affix the basic attack card to the sword of hit. However, although the power was considerable, the strain on his body was immense, instilling a sense of trepidation within him and deepening his admiration for that formidable individual. Would he encounter that predecessor again this time? He chuckled to himself, realizing that relying on others was less effective than relying on oneself. Shaking his head, Jiang Ming dismissed his earlier naive thoughts. Following the arrival of the tree realm, various powerful beings emerged globally, yet they would not associate with the weak. After a brief rest, he approached the three corpses, deftly extracting their hearts with the sword of hit. 16 runes. Excellent. Indeed, Jiang Ming felt a swell of satisfaction. Battling the three killing zombies to obtain 16 runes was certainly worthwhile. However, this was not a place to linger. He swiftly stored the runes in the ancient tome, preparing to depart. Yet, just as he took a few steps, he abruptly halted. Something was amiss. Was that the sound of weeping mingled with the wind? The hearing of star warriors was extraordinary. Some could discern every sound amidst chaos, allowing them to evade numerous peculiar dangers. Caution is the mother of safety. Drawing on his experiences from his previous life, Jiang Ming did not dare to be careless, gripping the sword of hit tightly. He scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Indeed, a flicker of white light swept past the leader, and a slender, ethereal figure gracefully descended. Before him stood an enchanting woman, clad in immaculate white attire, possessing an exquisite figure and a stunning visage. Her beautiful eyes slightly closed, a hint of blood visible at the corner of her mouth, as she smiled faintly. To describe her as a beauty that could cause fish to sink and birds to fall would be an understatement. Jiang Ming gazed at her, momentarily entranced, but the feeling quickly shifted to tension. Flight? This was not good. She was not human, and her abilities were unknown. The fragrance emanating from her was laden with peril. This was no ordinary scent. It was the refined essence of contaminated zombie blood, a lethal black rose. The mere whiff would transform an ordinary person into a contaminated zombie. Jiang Ming, caught in his moment of fascination, was significantly affected by this aroma. Without hesitation, he swallowed the virus antidote, clutching the sword of hit tightly across his chest, his expression tense, his mind racing with thoughts on how to confront this peculiar contaminated zombie. Hello, immature sword-wielding traveler, you have trespassed into my domain. The woman in white smiled lightly, her delicate fingers gesturing nonchalantly, disregarding his wariness. And you are not a contaminated zombie? Jiang Ming feigned calmness, though his heart raced. He had encountered countless contaminated zombies and was certain that this woman in white was one of them, yet how could she possess consciousness? The existence of a sentient contaminated zombie was utterly unfathomable. I have no obligation to answer your inquiries. However, I am in a rather good mood today. You may refer to me as the corpse mother. The woman in white's gaze flickered as she noticed the corpses on the ground, her expression shifting slightly. Corpse mother? What kind of being is that? Jiang Ming, having perused countless monster records, had never encountered mention of a corpse mother. Yet, her lack of malice indicated her familiarity with the sword of hit, suggesting some connection. Her decision not to attack him implied a degree of caution. You have slain my 3 subordinates, but out of respect for the Moon Spirit Palace, I shall temporarily overlook your ignorance. However, you must surrender the Moon Festival card as compensation, or else I shall not show you mercy. The voice of the woman in white was melodious yet carried a regal authority that made it difficult to meet her gaze. What on earth is the Moon Festival card? Jiang Ming's head throbbed at the mention. The creatures he encountered today were exceedingly bizarre, possessing not only sentience, but also referencing a card he had never heard of. Yet, he dared not make a move. The corpse mother's abilities and level were unknown, but her capacity for flight and the aura she exuded certainly surpassed that of a 4th-tier monster. Facing her head-on was not something he could handle at present, let alone attempting to flee. Very well, but I do not have the Moon Festival card on me. I hope you can grant me sufficient time. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ming steadied himself. Lowering the sword of hit as he spoke calmly, "Deal. I shall give you 1 month. If, at that time, you fail to produce the Moon Festival card, do not blame me for turning against you." The woman in white replied coolly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of menace. With a gentle tap of her foot, she ascended into the air, departing with an ethereal grace. What on earth is the Moon Festival card? Jiang Ming's mind spun. Where could he possibly procure such a thing? After the corpse mother had been gone for 10 minutes, he took a deep breath, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. Deep in thought, the month given by the corpse mother, without any markers, indicated her unparalleled ability in detection. The absence of other zombies on the street suggested her involvement, and confrontation would lead to certain demise. However, acquiring the Moon Festival card, a card he had never heard of, was not something he could achieve in a short time. Therefore, his only course of action was to avoid her, to distance himself as much as possible. For even a sliver of hope to escape danger, with this realization, Jiang Ming wasted no time and hurried home. Chapter 9. The distortion of humanity. Pulling back the curtains, Gong Xueqing observed an influx of more refugees in the community. With the arrival of the tree realm and the rampant zombies, the entire Pink City had descended into chaos. Each day, hundreds, if not thousands, of people succumbed to death, transforming into zombies, with available shelter reduced to less than 1/8 of the original capacity of Pink City. While some might wish to flee, all routes out of the city were blocked by wandering zombies, and the police and military lacked the capability to ensure the safety of individual civilians. No one would be foolish enough to rely solely on their legs to escape the city, especially with rumors of even more terrifying creatures lurking outside. This grim reality cast a shadow over everyone's faces. With many teetering on the brink of collapse, as a result, the security situation outside was dire. Individuals even resorted to violence over a single tent or a piece of bread, with such incidents occurring 2 or 3 times every hour. With a deep sigh, Gong Xueqing quietly settled onto her bed. That moment, she realized how fortunate she was. Without Jiang Ming's rescue, she would surely be dead by now, even if she were alive. She would be enduring the same hardships as those below, exposed to the elements, without food, and terrified by the slightest noise. Where could he be now? Gong Xueqing opened a bottle of drink, her delicate brows furrowing in anxiety. She was observant. Each time Jiang Ming returned, she noticed bloodstains on his sword, indicating he had undoubtedly battled with zombies or other monsters. Yet, she could not fathom why Jiang Ming would take such risks. He had not spoken of his reasons, and she did not dare to ask. Their relationship remained ambiguously defined. This moment, her heart raced like a startled deer. Perhaps it was the way he had risked himself to save her that stirred her feelings. Or perhaps it was the important revelations he had shared with her, or even how he had. In recent days, Gong Xueqing had sensed something was amiss. Her strength seemed to have increased significantly. Her memory sharpened, and her senses heightened to the point where she could clearly hear neighboring disputes through 2 iron doors. Moreover, the most embarrassing aspect was the inexplicable warmth radiating from the red birthmark on her abdomen, causing her to experience unsettling physiological fantasies. Each time such thoughts crossed her mind, she would flush crimson and rush to the restroom. Regarding the inquiry into Jiang Ming, she dared not voice her concerns. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks reverberated through the air, rousing Gong Xueqing from her reverie. Hastily, she seized the baseball bat left by Jiang Ming and cautiously approached the door, peering through the peephole. She beheld 2 figures, a bearded man with a disheveled appearance and a frail girl of about 10 years. "Sister, Dad says we must thank you. Could you please open the door?" The little girl held a plastic bag from which a food container was visible, while the man beside her merely nodded in silence. Gong Xueqing recognized the girl. The night prior, the little one had knocked on her door, pleading on her knees for some food. Moved by the child's pitiful state, she had ultimately succumbed to compassion, disregarding Jiang Ming's warnings, and opened the door to offer her some sweet potatoes and provisions. However, once a favor was granted, it often led to another request. Without much thought, Gong Xueqing unlatched the iron door. "Thank you for the food. I roasted 2 sweet potatoes to express my gratitude," the bearded man said as he took the plastic bag, his gaze leeringly lingering on Gong Xueqing's chest. The little girl, oblivious to the man's intentions, smiled faintly and suggested they come in. As they stepped inside, the bearded man froze, taken aback by the sight of numerous large bags filling the room, with one open on the floor revealing biscuits and bread. "Dad, what's wrong?" The girl tugged at her father's arm, pouting slightly. Since her parents' divorce at a young age, she had relied solely on him, leading a life of hardship. Fortunately, aside from his lecherous tendencies, he had no other vices. Ahem. The bearded man snapped back to reality, noticing the men's clothes hanging by the window, and suddenly inquired, "Do you live here alone?" "Yes," Gong Shueching replied, her brow furrowing as she discerned something peculiar in the man's expression, instinctively tightening her grip on the bat. "Don't be tense. I harbor no ill intentions. I simply thought that as a young woman living alone, it might not be safe. Would you consider allowing us to stay together?" He waved his hand dismissively, a sly smile creeping across his face. "Yes, Xiaomi would also like to live with her sister." The little girl chimed in, captivated by Gong Shueching's beauty, tugging at her hand playfully. "I appreciate your kindness, but I am quite particular about my sleeping arrangements and am not accustomed to staying at others' homes." Gong Shueching sighed, placing the baseball bat down on the bed. "Oh, then Xiaomi and I can just sleep on the floor here." The bearded man pressed on, undeterred. "That seems inappropriate." Gong Shueching's expression shifted as she felt a wave of discomfort at the man's persistence. "There's nothing wrong with it. The outside world is chaotic, and as a man, I must protect you women. If you wish, we could even become husband and wife." The bearded man chuckled sinisterly, inching closer. At that moment, he felt a surge of triumph. With the world in disarray, laws and authorities were no longer relevant. How could a woman survive without relying on a man, with provisions at hand and a beautiful companion? It would be a shame not to seize the opportunity. "Dad, you're crossing the line. We should go back," the little girl urged, pulling on her father's arm, eager to leave before Gong Shueching could refuse. "Get lost." The bearded man suddenly hurled his daughter to the ground, swiftly snatching the baseball bat and cursing vehemently. "You little brat, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to stoop to this. Now that such a golden opportunity presents itself, you want to ruin it. Just like that wretched woman, you're nothing but an ingrate. What are you doing?" Gong Shueching's face paled as she rushed to help the fallen girl, her voice rising in indignation. "What does it look like? Of course, I'm coming for you. With the world ending, I intend to vent my frustrations." The bearded man bore a ferocious expression, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the two women as he menacingly approached, wielding the bat. "You scoundrel!" Enraged, Gong Shueching swung her hand, only for the man to catch her wrist, rendering her immobile. "Oh, you've got some strength," he sneered, delivering a brutal blow to his daughter's head without a hint of paternal affection. A dull thud echoed. The little girl collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "I'll fight you." Seeing the man's ruthless demeanor, Gong Shueching became desperate, lunging at him like a frenzied lioness. Yet, she lacked the strength to overpower him. The bearded man seized her arm, forcefully pinning her onto the bed. With a tearing sound, her shirt was ripped apart, revealing glimpses of her delicate skin and pink lingerie, further inflating his vile desires. He showed no mercy, tearing at her clothing with abandon. Moments later, her top lay in tatters, leaving several bloody scratches on her skin. Gong Shueching struggled fiercely, tears streaming down her cheeks, but it was too late. A wave of regret washed over her. She had long been warned by Jiang Ming not to trust anyone. Now, facing this calamity, she felt it was her own folly. She deserved this. Perhaps her silent prayers touched the heavens. For in that moment of despair, a miracle occurred. With a resounding crash, the iron door twisted and fell, revealing the silhouette of Jiang Ming, who had just returned home. As he approached the entrance, he heard the woman's screams and immediately burst through the door, sword in hand. Who are you?" The bearded man stammered, taken aback by the gleaming silver sword. Enraged by the sight before him, Jiang Ming wasted no time in responding. With a swift motion, he struck. Crack! In a flash of cold light, the man's head fell, his body crumpling to the floor, blood spraying forth like a fountain. From the moment Jiang Ming entered to the present, no more than 10 seconds had passed, and the bearded man lay lifeless. The terrified Gong Shueching, overwhelmed, let out a wail and collapsed into Jiang Ming's embrace. It took the little girl a few moments to realize the gravity of the situation, her face flushing red as she hastily grabbed remnants of clothing to cover her exposed skin, her heart racing. Thankfully, Jiang Ming had arrived just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He said little, retreating into the bathroom. 20 minutes later, Jiang Ming emerged quietly, beginning to gather his belongings into a bag. Jiang Ming, it was my fault. If I hadn't given food to the little girl, this wouldn't have happened. Gong Xueqing, now clothed and with swollen eyes, spoke with guilt. This is not your fault. The true blame lies with this era. Come, we have enough food to sustain us for a while, but we cannot remain here any longer. We must leave immediately. Trust me, I will ensure your survival in this world. Jiang Ming refrained from mentioning the corpse of the mother. This was a burden he wished to bear alone. Chapter 10. Surviving by any means necessary. Please, sir, spare me a piece of bread. A young, beautiful woman pleaded with the soldier, tears glistening in her eyes as she fixated on the bread. Once a renowned movie star, she should have been living in luxury, but following the arrival of the tree realm, everyone, regardless of their former status, had been reduced to their true selves, and she was no exception. Just moments ago, a soldier had entered the shelter, enforcing orders for everyone to surrender their food. Naturally, this had sparked outrage and chaos. Several burly men, red-faced and indignant, attempted to reason with the soldier. However, after the sound of a gunshot echoed, claiming one man's life, no one dared to speak up again. The soldier, with a cold demeanor, wiped the warm barrel of his gun and brusquely commanded them to surrender their food in turn. That moment, it was the beautiful star's turn. She had little food to begin with. Just this bag of bread. Yet, the harsh reality was unforgiving. Despite her desperate pleas, she could not sway the soldier. Do you still think of yourself as a star? The higher-ups have decreed that anyone refusing to hand over food will face dire consequences. The soldier sneered, his lewd gaze lingering on her ample bosom. Then, if I spend some time with you, would that be acceptable? After years in the film industry, the actress recognized the soldier's intentions, biting her lip. She spoke softly through her tears. Oh, haha, if that's the case, I suppose I can make an exception. The soldier seized her alluring form, pulling her into the tent. Shortly thereafter, lewd moans echoed from within. Such events occurred daily. Beautiful women would submit to the vile, while compassionate fathers would helplessly sell their daughters, and brothers would turn against each other. The early days of the apocalypse were sordid and devoid of morality. In the struggle for survival, anything could happen. Humanity, in the face of catastrophe, was truly fragile. Jiang Ming, witnessing this scene through the curtains, let out a deep sigh in the current state of Pengcheng. Every safe zone was inundated with countless refugees, some nearing 1 million, while others numbered in the hundreds of thousands. This moment, the greatest challenge was securing food. Each day required sustenance, with consumption figures reaching astronomical levels. The arrival of the tree realm had been abrupt, leaving no time for anyone to stockpile sufficient provisions. As time wore on, a terrifying food crisis loomed. When that time came, safe zones would devolve into hell on earth, and the horrors of cannibalism might emerge. An hour ago, officials had mandated that everyone must surrender their food, deploying armed soldiers to enforce compliance. Jiang Ming shook his head in resignation. It was unjust to blame the authorities for their ruthlessness. In fact, he supported their measures. Distributing limited rations in an orderly fashion would evidently prolong survival. In the apocalypse, only iron-fisted tactics could ensure existence. Due to the scarcity of food, money has been supplanted by provisions. A few slices of bread and a bottle of water have enabled Jiang Ming and Gong Xueqing to reside in a spacious 150 square meter house. This residence, comprising 4 rooms and 2 halls, is owned by a couple of elderly professors nearing their 50s. Observing their earnest demeanor as intellectuals, Jiang Ming generously offered them additional food, allowing him to settle in comfortably. You often experience inexplicable fevers? Jiang Ming inquired, his brows slightly furrowing as his fingers delicately brushed against the red birthmark on Gong Xueqing's abdomen, conducting a meticulous examination. Yes, and I've felt considerably stronger these past few days. You know, I can now lift 2 large bags all by myself. The young girl's cheeks flushed as she recounted her recent awkward experiences. I suspect you are on the verge of awakening as well. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. Although he had not encountered this particular awakening situation in Gong Xueqing, he could sense the changes within her body, perhaps due to the Hela magic box. Her transformation into a star warrior had been slightly delayed, exhibiting some differences. Really? Does that mean I can fight alongside you? Gong Xueqing exclaimed joyfully, bouncing off the bed and grasping Jiang Ming's hand. The past few days had been stifling for her, clinging to Jiang Ming without respite, making her feel utterly useless, akin to a child. Once she became a star warrior, she would be able to fight side by side with him. Haha, that might not be the case, Jiang Ming mused quietly after a brief reflection. However, I will guide you in gradually familiarizing yourself with combat techniques, so do not shy away from engaging when the time comes. How could that be? I am no deadweight. The young girl stuck out her tongue, clenching her small fists. The previous events had profoundly impacted her, reshaping her understanding of the current world. As the days passed, she unconsciously began to trust everything Jiang Ming said, believing in his capability to help her survive. Yet, her stubborn nature prevented her from accepting a mere ornamental role. Thus, upon finding a place to take refuge, Gong Xueqing sought Jiang Ming to inquire about her condition. All right, I had initially planned to settle down and gather cards, but this time, I will take you along for some practical experience to help you acclimate to the combat environment. Jiang Ming smiled and nodded. Wonderful. The young girl beamed with joy, inadvertently planting a kiss on his cheek, her face turning slightly red. Over the past few days, her reliance on and admiration for Jiang Ming had grown, and she began to harbor subtle feelings for him. Though unspoken, Jiang Ming sensed her emotions, but chose not to address them. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Ming and Gong Xueqing each carried a backpack as they stepped out of the house. Upon descending the stairs, they were startled by the sight of an extensive line of people. This scene was reminiscent of the throngs gathered for civil service examinations. The situation outside had not improved. The majority of the military force maintaining the safe zone had been dispatched to the front lines to fend off attacks from zombies and other monsters. Consequently, the military's efforts to uphold order within the safe zone appeared somewhat futile. In an attempt to bolster their numbers, the military issued orders to temporarily recruit a large number of young adults to maintain order. During this time, those who could become reserve soldiers would enjoy greater rations. Prompting a rush of eager individuals, Jiang Ming, taken aback, remarked in astonishment as he and Gong Xueqing navigated through the crowd to the periphery of the safe zone. Here, the presence of pedestrians had nearly vanished. With only several squads of soldiers stationed at the entrances on high alert, the foremost line of defense consisted of a spiderweb-like iron barrier, flanked by large trucks and concrete blocks serving as obstacles. Alongside several patrolling armored vehicles and military jeeps, distant gunfire intermittently echoed, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of artillery explosions, indicating ongoing battles with monsters ahead. Jiang Ming, the defenses here are too stringent. We can't get out. Gong Xueqing's brows furrowed at the sight of such heavy fortifications. Jiang Ming gently cupped her chin, remaining silent. After a prolonged pause, he suddenly pulled the young girl into an adjacent, abandoned shopping mall. I knew I remembered correctly. Jiang Ming beamed with satisfaction as he discovered a large hole in the fire escape, guiding Gong Xueqing to crawl through. This hole led from the sewer to the outside, a route Jiang Ming had previously traversed with a group of refugees in his past life, leaving a lasting impression. At this moment, the young girl clutched Jiang Ming's arm as they proceeded cautiously through the passage, faintly hearing the sound of water flowing nearby. After half an hour, they emerged from the sewer, lifting a manhole cover to find themselves outside. This is... Gong Xueqing covered her mouth, nearly retching at the sight before her. The ground resembled a hellish landscape. The desolate street was riddled with craters caused by artillery shells, creating a rugged terrain. Intact buildings were visible. The debris of collapsed structures lay buried beneath the earth, while the mingled corpses of humans and monsters, severed limbs, and bloodied entrails were strewn about, creating a scene of utter devastation. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, choosing silence. His intention in bringing her here was to help her adapt to the harsh realities of combat. However, the severity of the situation exceeded his expectations. Charge! A cacophony erupted from a low-lying area as hundreds of soldiers and dozens of armored vehicles surged toward a towering humanoid tree, a parasitic tree. Jiang Ming recognized the monstrous figure, his face paling as he hastily pulled Gong Xueqing's hand, steering her toward the earthen-covered structures. Chapter 11. Parasitic Tree. The parasitic tree, a level 3 mutated plant, is impervious to weapons and immune to fire and water, thriving on the innards and blood of animals as its cultivation medium. It can produce terrifying parasitic plants, particularly drawn to the blood of female organisms. As the charge sounded, hundreds of soldiers opened fire indiscriminately at the parasitic tree, while several tanks unleashed incendiary rounds, igniting the air in searing flames. A thick cloud of smoke obscured the sky, and the tree's branches, leaves, and bark began to fall away, its formerly verdant trunk now appearing as if coated in black paint, lifeless and decaying. Yet, just as the soldiers felt a surge of hope, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. The fallen branches, leaves, and bark seemed to awaken, transforming into tiny parasites that surged toward the soldiers like a flood breaching a dam. These parasites moved with astonishing speed, their 5-centimeter-long tendrils and numerous slender legs propelling them at near supersonic velocities. Leaving the soldiers with no time to react, they pierced through the skin on their feet, faces, and palms, burrowing into their brains. In mere seconds, curses, wails, and gunfire filled the air as soldiers frantically clawed at their scalps. Trembling as if plunged into an icy abyss, moments later, their muscles withered, transforming vibrant humans into mere shriveled husks. The parasites, having drained the blood, marrow, and organs, joyfully erupted from their mouths, buzzing with excitement, their bodies glistening red as they surged back to their mother. Within a minute, hundreds of soldiers had perished, and the armored vehicles fared little better. The darkened giant tree, seemingly infused with growth hormones, suddenly expanded its branches, ensnaring the tanks and armored vehicles while secreting a strange black liquid that corroded their thick armor like parchment. The air was filled with screams of anguish. In less than 5 minutes, the old bark shed, broken branches regrew, and the colossal tree revived, its leaves more vibrant than before, as if mocking humanity's arrogance. These foolish soldiers, shooting aimlessly, have truly brought calamity upon themselves. Jiang Ming, hidden among the rubble, could not help but curse. He understood all too well that after consuming living beings, the parasitic tree would become increasingly savage and frenzied. Gradually expanding its hunting territory, the military's provocation had merely provided a fertile ground for the parasitic tree's growth, intensifying its bloodlust. If this continued, the safe zone, and even the entire Ping City, would inevitably meet its doom. Jiang Ming, I'm feeling so warm. A bashful voice suddenly broke through the chaos. Gong Xueqing's face was as red as an apple, her bright eyes filled with tender affection, her skin faintly blushing, exuding a fragrance reminiscent of roses. Could it be that you're awakening at this moment? Jiang Ming grasped the young girl's hands, an unusual warmth flooding his heart as flashes of Star Warrior awakening resonated in his mind. Faced with her peculiar awakening, he found no humor in the situation. The intoxicating scent of roses enveloped him, eliciting a physiological response, particularly given the parasitic tree's attraction to female pheromones. Indeed, the parasitic tree in the low-lying area seemed to sense something, its branches extending rapidly toward them. Damn it, Jiang Ming had no intention of challenging a level 3 plant, so he grabbed the soft Gong Xueqing and fled. Challenging a level 3 creature as a low-level Star Warrior was tantamount to courting death. Thus, Jiang Ming sprinted frantically, holding the young girl close, as the parasitic tree's branches pursued them with fervor, maintaining a drama-filled distance of about a meter behind. This was not a sustainable situation. With Gong Xueqing's face pressed against his chest, he could faintly smell her delicate scent, yet his heart was tumultuous. After running for half an hour, he felt his stamina waning, his legs becoming numb and weak as his speed visibly decreased. Just as the branches were about to brush against his back, Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and abruptly turned around. A sharp crack echoed, the gleaming sword sang as the sword of Hitler was summoned from the ancient tome. And with a swift strike, he severed the branches into splinters, scattering them like debris. Yet, Jiang Ming's assault was not complete. He quickly gestured with his fingers, retrieving a red card from the ancient tome and tossing it onto the wooden shards. With a resounding bang, the red card transformed into a dense radiance that enveloped the wooden fragments, severing their connection to the mother tree. The crisis seemed to have been temporarily evaded. Jiang Ming found it difficult to feel joy. These red cards were not comparable to the sword of Hitler. They belonged to the category of consumable cards. Each use not only depleted the corresponding energy value of the Star Warrior, but also caused the card to vanish. Jiang Ming, I think I may have figured out how to use the card. That moment, Gong Xueqing straightened her posture, and with her slender, onion-like fingers, she gestured in the air, with a crisp crack. A massive ancient tome appeared out of nowhere. The ancient book floated in midair, radiating a dazzling spectrum of colors, its surface adorned with golden lines tracing intricate patterns. The cover sparkled under the sunlight, while the pages bore the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, yet subtly exuded an imperial aura. Use this card. The little girl did not hesitate, flipping to the green page of the ancient book, where a green card lay quietly, emanating a faint white glow. What is this? Jiang Ming took the card, astonishment evident in his gaze. Titan's Thunder, a fire-type natural card, capable of reaching temperatures of 3,000, born from cosmic storms. A favorite among rare card warriors. It's my reward card. I don't know how to use it yet, but you surely can. Gong Shueching smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief, a blush appearing on her cheeks, enhancing her charm. Jiang Ming was momentarily entranced, gazing at her, unable to avert his eyes. Act now. The little girl, feeling shy under his gaze, pouted and urged him, her tinkling voice snapping Jiang Ming back to reality. You keep an eye on our surroundings. Jiang Ming nodded slightly, gripping the card between his fingers, a faint white light subtly radiating from him, making him appear a tad taller. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully tossed the card forward. A resounding explosion echoed. In an instant, the card transformed into a torrent of flames, vivid and blood-red like a serpent's tongue, spreading along the branches and engulfing the parasitic tree entirely. The crackling sound of burning resembled the moans of the afflicted. In merely 2 minutes, the towering tree, as high as 2 stories, was reduced to ashes. Witnessing the sheer ferocity of Titan's thunder, Jiang Ming's face paled, and he stole a glance at Gong Shuechin. At that moment, the little girl was gazing into the distance, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her posture straight, exuding an undeniable aura of confidence, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. What is happening? What is wrong with her? Jiang Ming pondered for a moment, still perplexed, and shook his head helplessly. 2 hours later, the pair returned to their residence along the same route, encountering no incidents. It was then that Jiang Ming cautiously scrutinized Gong Shuechin. No way. This defies logic. You are actually a low-tier star warrior at the 5th level. This seemingly harmless little girl, who awakened several days later than him, possessed a full 2 levels more energy. Truly, comparisons are odious. Jiang Ming could only manage a wry smile, feeling a mixture of envy, jealousy, and resentment. I am still a runesmith, after all. Gong Shueching blinked her eyes, seemingly dissatisfied with the blow to his ego, pressing her hand against the ancient book and murmuring something. Suddenly, a rune flew out from the purple page. The little girl waved the rune in front of him, brimming with pride. How is this fair? Jiang Ming's heart sank further, his expression sour as a bitter melon. After a full 5 minutes, he finally said seriously, remember, never disclose your identity as a runesmith to outsiders, nor flaunt your abilities. Runesmiths are inherently rare star warriors. During the Tree Era, they were targets for nefarious organizations seeking to recruit or eliminate them. In Jiang Ming's previous life, there were rumors of a city being annihilated over the contest for a single runesmith. Furthermore, I will teach you a few formulas for synthesizing life cards. Just remember them and don't share them with anyone, Jiang Ming cautioned, then slowly recounted some commonly used life card synthesis formulas. Chapter 12. Supergirl. Gong Shueching had always been open to novel experiences. After a few attempts, she found herself successful each time. In her delight, her admiration for the man before her deepened. It was worth noting that she had secretly attempted numerous times without success, only to waste energy without synthesizing a single card. You must carry several cards for the zombie virus antidote. Also, be sure to prepare plenty of sweet potato cards. Jiang Ming wore a serious expression, offering meticulous advice. Although he was not a runesmith, he understood that crafting runes required substantial energy. It was prudent to stockpile cards in the perilous Tree Era. Knock, knock. A hurried knocking interrupted them. It was the elderly professor couple. What brings you here? Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, having provided them with ample food. Logically, they would not disturb him unless something urgent had arisen. Earlier, soldiers came asking if we had seen anyone creating strange things. The captain seems to be gathering such individuals. And what did you tell them? Jiang Ming touched his chin, his expression shifting. He had synthesized cards several times in his room, and the resulting commotion might have aroused their suspicions. We said nothing. Even if we did, I wouldn't admit to it. The old professor's voice was loud and filled with emotion. His son, a rebellious youth, had been brutally murdered by criminal forces for speaking out. And the case remained unsolved, leaving the elderly couple heartbroken and disillusioned with society's indifference. Jiang Ming nodded, retrieving a few sweet potatoes from his bag, continuing, I plan to visit the military tomorrow. I probably want to return. Thank you for your care during this time. You both should rest early. Accepting the sweet potatoes, the elderly couple sighed and shook their heads as they left the room. Jiang Ming, are we really going to the military? Gong Xueqing pouted, confused. For days, he had spoken of hiding, yet today he planned to visit the military. Yes, the existence of Star Warriors is likely known to the military now, with so much food on hand. Hiding is futile. It's better to seize the opportunity to secure a decent position, Jiang Ming explained calmly. The age-old wisdom of an innocent man being guilty of possessing something precious remains unchanged. The old professors had not disclosed their possession of food, yet Jiang Ming had previously bartered food for supplies, making it likely that someone with ulterior motives might take an interest, potentially causing trouble. At this moment, aligning with the military seemed the most prudent course of action. Early the next morning, the pair arrived at the temporary recruitment center, taken aback by the dense throng of people. Are there really this many Star Warriors? Gong Xueqing murmured softly, her large eyes blinking. Perhaps. Jiang Ming replied with a resigned smile, leading her to the back of the line. The military was actively seeking Star Warriors, and it was evident that many were there to take advantage of the situation. However, Jiang Ming understood that not just anyone could become a Star Warrior. Despite the crowd, the number of individuals who could actually qualify, including himself and Gong Xueqing, would not exceed 5. Indeed, at the front of the line, a soldier presented a machine resembling a computer, a 15-inch screen entirely black, with a metallic ball replacing the mouse. Those in line were instructed to touch the metal ball with both hands, without the use of any other devices. Not qualified, not qualified. The machine's voice remained unchanged, and those attempting the test were herded away like cattle by the soldiers. Naturally, there were some who caused a ruckus. A burly man, called out as unqualified, snarled loudly, "What kind of ridiculous machine is this? I could knock out a bull with one punch. How can I be unqualified? Are you trying to deceive us?" His outburst resonated with many, some even shouting back at the soldiers. At this moment, a nearby officer shot a cold glance, drawing a pistol and firing a shot into the air. Anyone who causes trouble will face military justice. The harsh words silenced the crowd. Those who failed the test turned away dejectedly, unwilling to create further commotion. Witnessing this, Jiang Ming shook his head. He recognized the machine as an energy testing device created by a brilliant scientist, which only reacted to Star Warriors, rendering even those with extraordinary strength or prowess futile. They're no suitable candidate. A tall, lanky soldier approached. His face grinned. He had been in charge of recruitment for 2 days and had not seen a single person pass the machine's test. He suspected a malfunction with the machine and had even inquired with the genius scientist, only to be met with a cold shoulder and a stern reprimand, warning him to find Star Warriors within a week or face the battlefield. No one wished to march to their death on the battlefield, but with orders in place, he was powerless, unable to sleep well, and practically living at the recruitment center. It's him. Jiang Ming recognized the lanky soldier. Narrowing his eyes, he had known him in his previous life. When the safe zone fell, he was the one who organized the evacuation of refugees. Later, the lanky soldier became a Star Warrior and distinguished himself in battle, reportedly gaining the favor of a powerful figure, swiftly rising through the ranks to become a military bigwig. Jiang Ming contemplated befriending him, but ultimately restrained the impulse, turning to Gong Xueqing, who was hiding behind him, and said with a smile, "You go first. I'll follow up." Nodding slightly, the little girl had no objections. After a few minutes, it was finally her turn. Gong Xueqing walked calmly to the device, her eyes sparkling as she smiled. "Just like them. I place my hand on it, right?" The innocent smile of the little girl momentarily stunned the soldier at the registration desk, causing him to forget to respond. Perhaps it is due to the captivating beauty of Gong Xueqing that the crowd surrounding her has swelled, their incessant chatter filling the air. This young lady is indeed stunning, a true gem. If it were in the past, I would have gladly taken her as my mistress. Alas, how the world has changed. In a bid for survival, even such a radiant maiden as she seems inclined to enlist in the military, observing her delicate demeanor, one could easily surmise she is merely here for amusement. As the spectators voiced their unkind remarks, the young girl furrowed her delicate brows, puffed up her cheeks, and snatched the instrument away with determination. Yet, just at that moment, an astonishing event transpired, with a resounding bang. The instant her fingers grazed the device, before it could even display its readings, the screen shattered, emitting a plume of thick black smoke. The crowd fell into an eerie silence, each person bewildered by the unfolding chaos. My heavens, how could such a seemingly fragile girl possibly trigger an explosion? She must be a superhero. A voice rang out, igniting a frenzy among the onlookers, who surged forward, some even kneeling before the girl in desperate pleas for salvation and protection. Fortunately, the soldiers remained dutiful, exerting all their strength to restrain the impulsive throng. At that moment, a tall, lanky individual trembled with excitement, stammering, "Goddess. No, Superwoman, how did you achieve this?" I have no idea. Perhaps the machine was faulty." She replied nonchalantly. "That cannot be," the lanky fellow exclaimed, grasping the girl's shoulders. He had personally tested the device countless times, even discreetly striking it with tools, and it had only ever issued cold, negative readings without a single scratch. Rendering the occurrence utterly mysterious, the young girl stuck out her tongue, wriggled free, and turned to wink at Jiang Ming, then pointed at him, stating, "We're in this together. He surely knows. You should ask him." The metaphorical ball was tossed to Jiang Ming, who remained silent. The lanky fellow gasped in surprise, gazing at Jiang Ming, unsure of what to say, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Ahem, should I continue?" Jiang Ming stepped forward, a faint smile gracing his lips, breaking the silence. That one do. There's only one instrument. I'll consult the doctor to procure another. It might truly be broken," the lanky man sighed, shaking his head. The mysterious damage to the device would undoubtedly earn him a scowl from higher-ups. Noticing his dejected expression, Jiang Ming chuckled amiably. "How about this? We'll accompany you. It will facilitate your report." "All right." The lanky man pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ming and the girl followed him to the command center. Before they even entered, a furious voice erupted from within. "Incompetent fools, nothing but a bunch of useless layabouts." Chapter 13. Dr. Jiang, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, was berating the two men in military and Zhongshan suits with unrestrained fury. "Li. Dr. Li." The lanky fellow's face turned ashen upon seeing the man in the lab coat. The individual he sought was none other than Dr. Li, this genius scientist, this madman, before the arrival of the tree realm. Dr. Li had been recognized as one of the top 10 scientists globally for his discovery of special particles, subsequently appointed as a military instructor with the rank of a military official. This madman was solely devoted to research, often neglecting his responsibilities and leaving all matters to his two assistants. However, unexpectedly, after the tree realm's emergence, Dr. Li somehow managed to produce a Star Warrior testing device, compelling both assistants to urgently assemble a special military force, or face dismissal. After announcing the requirements, Dr. Li had plunged into a secret research facility, tirelessly working through the night, the sounds of his endeavors echoing bizarrely, even resulting in explosive noises. Today, for reasons unknown, he stormed into the command center, fuming at his two assistants, exhibiting a palpable sense of urgency. "Wang Li, you're here. Have you found the necessary personnel for the doctor?" Shen Jijun, clad in a Zhongshan suit, observed the lanky man leading the two strangers and quickly interjected. This can be considered, I suppose." The lanky fellow, snapping back to reality, noticed his superior's gaze and struggled to twist his words, his face flushing while the young girl beside him stifled a giggle. "What do you mean by can be considered? They're the ones, right? Come with me." Dr. Li, oblivious to the underlying tension, appeared overjoyed, in his haste. He disregarded the presence of his assistants, seizing Jiang Ming and Gong Shueching by the arms and dragging them into the secret research facility. As they crossed the threshold, Jiang Ming was taken aback by the sight before him. A massive, computer-like machine dominated the space, surrounded by several small glass vessels and an intricate network of pipelines sprawled across the room. "Are you using runes to synthesize cards?" Jiang Ming remarked, intrigued by the runes within the vessels. "Oh, you're indeed a Star Warrior. Truly, heaven has favored me." Dr. Li exclaimed, seizing Jiang Ming's hands in a firm grip, his eyes gleaming with joy as if he had reunited with a long-lost brother. Ahem, Xueqing, please head to the command center. I need to have a private discussion with Dr. Li, Jiang Ming said with a slight smile, gesturing for the young girl to step out as he engaged in conversation with the doctor. In his previous life, Jiang Ming had whimsically aspired to become a rune master through sheer effort, having encountered machines like this in relevant literature, retaining the principles of their operation. Ironically, the knowledge he acquired in his past life stemmed from the works of this very Dr. Li. You are utilizing magnetic collisions to generate energy to activate particles. Unfortunately, the nitrogen content in the air is insufficient for this process to yield results. You could utilize these 2 runes to synthesize sweet potatoes. After an extensive discussion, Jiang Ming discovered that Dr. Li was indeed a rune master. As the conversation shifted, he shook his head. Guiding the discussion with confidence, he found himself inadvertently flaunting common knowledge from his previous life before the master. However, Dr. Li had only recently become a rune master and had spent an entire day experimenting without successfully synthesizing a single card, aside from the peculiar machine, upon Jiang Ming's suggestion. He actually managed to create a sweet potato card. You truly are a genius. I must hire you as a special consultant, Dr. Li exclaimed, his excitement palpable, especially upon realizing that Jiang Ming was merely a star warrior who had deduced the synthesis formula through reasoning. His admiration for Jiang Ming grew immensely, as if he wished to embrace him on the spot. Doctor, you are the true genius. I am merely making educated guesses. You are the one who puts in the hard work. This virtual synthesizer, to be honest, is worthy of a Nobel Prize. Jiang Ming playfully stuck out his tongue, somewhat bashfully flattering the doctor. He was acutely aware that the doctor was a bona fide scientist, while he himself was merely reiterating the synthesis recipes and experiences from his past life. Once the novelty of his knowledge wore off, he would undoubtedly reveal his limitations. Thus, he sought to cultivate a relationship with this brilliant scientist, hoping to absorb more knowledge and forge connections. Alas, this wretched machine has yet to synthesize anything. What use is it? Dr. Li lamented, his spirits evidently dampened. Don't be so disheartened. Do you know what else occurs during magnetic collisions? Right, how could I forget about temperature? The lanky fellow exclaimed. You truly are my kindred spirit. The two engaged in a lively exchange of flattery and discussion that persisted well into the night. Ultimately, Jiang Ming's protesting stomach compelled him to excuse himself, promising to return the following day to continue their dialogue. With Dr. Li's favor, Jiang Ming and the girl swiftly became the focus of the military's attention. One was a beautiful star warrior, akin to a goddess, while the other was a genius nearly worthy of Dr. Li's mentorship. Such talents were not to be overlooked. That very night, they were appointed as special consultants, enjoying the privileges of a regiment-level status and provided with luxurious accommodations at the military headquarters, complete with lavish suites. Even the meals served to them transformed from the humble rations of ordinary soldiers to sumptuous dishes like Xinjiang-style chicken. However, Jiang Ming wore a grim expression, vehemently rebuking, the common folk are starving while soldiers are engaged in bloody battles against monstrous foes, yet we indulge in luxury. Do you take me for a fool? His words left the soldier tasked with serving them trembling and bowing low, eager to disappear into the ground. As he held the tray, ready to retreat, Jiang Ming's subsequent words nearly caused the soldier to faint from sheer joy. Your intentions are appreciated. Let us not waste it. Take it back and share with your comrades. Remember, this is a one-time exception. The soldier was utterly in awe, now viewing Jiang Ming as their leader. At that moment, if Jiang Ming had commanded him to march to his death, he would not have batted an eyelash. Upon returning to the dormitory, the soldier exuberantly extolled Jiang Ming's virtues, elevating him to the status of another radiant sun in the east. Overnight, Jiang Ming's name became ubiquitous, entirely synonymous with the soldier's spirit. The following morning, just as dawn broke, a rapid knocking echoed at the door, accompanied by an animated voice. Jiang Ming, I've succeeded. Open the door. Goodness, a madman. Jiang Ming rubbed the sleep from his eyes, reluctantly opening the door. Come on, brother, let us go see what I've created. Without waiting for a response, Dr. Li seized Jiang Ming's arm and dragged him toward the research facility. Wait, I need to get dressed, Jiang Ming protested, wearing only his sleepwear, but was pulled along regardless. The soldiers on duty watched in astonishment, their eyes filled with admiration. Before long, Jiang Ming acquired yet another title, An industrious and dedicated officer who neglected sleep for the sake of his work. Jiang Ming was dragged into the research institute, while Gong Xueqing found herself ensnared in her own troubles. The little girl, having made quite a fuss at the temporary recruitment station, was unexpectedly labeled as the reincarnation of Athena, the goddess who governs war and peace. Just look at her, such a delicate young lady, yet she possesses such bizarre supernatural abilities. Could she be anything other than a reincarnated deity? I remember now. This goddess is none other than Athena. Bystanders A and B joked without restraint. However, it wasn't long before the jest morphed into rumor. A prophecy began to circulate in the safe zone. The goddess Athena, having witnessed the apocalypse and the suffering of humanity, had reincarnated to save the world. It was said that whoever became the goddess's consort would unlock her divine powers entirely, and at that moment, the world would truly be saved. This was undoubtedly a ludicrous superstition, yet the little girl was undeniably enchanting, and it was only natural for men to go wild over her. Goddess, I adore you. Goddess, please take me away. Goddess, I seek your patronage. Consequently, the entrance to the little girl's abode became strewn with roses, while her window was besieged by hormone-driven males. In a mere few days, Gong Xueqing had ascended to become the most sought-after beauty in the safe zone, the #1 goddess, yet she longed for a way to escape this unwanted attention. Ultimately, she issued a stern warning. Anyone wishing to marry her must first obtain Jiang Ming's consent or defeat him. Otherwise, they should not bother her. Once those words were uttered, Jiang Ming found himself the target of ire, with an increasing number of frustrated men in the military. Naturally, the passionate soldiers had long since regarded the war goddess and their spiritual leader as a couple, and they were determined to deal harshly with the troublemakers. Chapter 14. The Star Warriors squad. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ming, he was oblivious to all this. That moment, he sat in the research institute, furrowing his brow as he lamented before the eccentric scientist and bizarre machinery. Hey, Jiang Ming, you understand. Science requires unwavering perseverance. Inspiration strikes in an instant. If you keep whining about food and sleep, you're simply wasting time. I patted him on the shoulder, proudly gesturing towards a straw mat and a blanket on the floor. The implication was clear. The research institute was your home, and your home was the research institute. I understand your sister. Jiang Ming silently cursed the eccentric scientist countless times in his heart, yet dared not voice his grievances. He merely feigned enthusiasm for scientific endeavors and resolved to study diligently. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and Jiang Ming's knowledge level had increased significantly, while the frenzy surrounding Gong Xueqing's admirers gradually subsided. Cough, cough, Dr. Li. The establishment of the Star Warrior squad for real combat is indeed a significant matter. After all, I am a regiment-level officer, and I must set an example. Alas, it seems our research will depend solely on you. Upon hearing the news of the Star Warriors assembly, Jiang Ming finally found a plausible excuse to extricate himself from the confines of research life. Dr. Li, though regretful, had no choice but to allow him to assist. However, he assured Jiang Ming that should he change his mind, he could always return to the secret research institute as a so-called professor of Star Warriors. Jiang Ming stuck out his tongue and politely declined, making his way to the command center. After half a month, the military had indeed managed to recruit a considerable number of Star Warriors. Several squads were formed in his unit. Wang Hong, also known as Fatty Hong, male, 20 years old, low-tier Star Warrior Level 2, enjoys eating, drinking, and sleeping. Lister, a Chinese-American male, 18 years old, low-tier Star Warrior Level 1, emotionally distant due to his parents' divorce. Gao Shuihan, female, 16 years old, low-tier Star Warrior Level 1, a leggy beauty with 38 suitors, considers herself a queen and a dominatrix. Glancing at the lengthy introductions in his hand, Jiang Ming let out a quiet sigh. The ranking system was developed by him and Dr. Li, but aside from himself and Gong Xueqing, these 3 Star Warriors were undoubtedly the weakest. Moreover, judging by their illustrious records, each one seemed to possess a particularly strong character and a tendency to disregard orders. Oh, Fatty Hong, your position as captain has been snatched away by Jiang. A long-legged woman in hot pants cast her eyes over Jiang Ming with a mocking glint, seemingly relishing the chaos. What could be done? She was a favored protégée of Dr. Li, with formidable abilities. If he did not take the lead, who would? Wang Hong, munching on a steamed bun, mumbled indistinctly, "These past few days, since I'm the oldest. I've thoroughly enjoyed my stint as acting captain and have genuinely begun to think of myself as the captain." Gao Shuhan's provocation naturally struck a nerve within him. "You fat fool. Say that again, and I'll roast you alive." Before Jiang Ming could interject, Gong Shuecheng, clearly displeased, summoned an ancient tome with a flourish. Though she was typically gentle and amiable, Jiang Ming had long since become her exclusive possession. Anyone who dared to provoke her was courting death. "What do you intend to do? Don't think I want to fight you just because you're a woman." Wang Hong's expression changed dramatically. His eyes wide, and as the ancient tome appeared, he prepared to retaliate. His appointment had already left him in a foul mood, and the little girl's actions only served to further inflame the simple-minded fatty. The two glared at each other, ready to clash, but Jiang Ming showed no intention of intervening, his gaze fixed on the other two, remaining silent. "Oh, this is getting interesting." The long-legged woman did not attempt to mediate. Instead, she clapped her hands, fanning the flames of discord. "Humph, how boring." The handsome blonde man cast a sidelong glance before turning to leave. Observing this small team, Jiang Ming furrowed his brow and finally could no longer restrain himself. Admonishing, "Enough. If any of you wish to be captain, go tell the higher-ups. I'm done." His voice, though not particularly loud, carried a weight of authority. The little girl stuck out her tongue and hid behind Jiang Ming. Fatty Hong put away the ancient tome and fell silent. The long-legged woman crossed her legs, but ceased her taunts. The blonde man paused at the doorway and nodded slightly. The atmosphere became suddenly tense, with the five of them staring at one another, no one daring to speak. "Are you serious?" After 2 minutes, Fatty Hong could no longer contain himself. He had not yet had his fill of his captaincy high. With Jiang Ming's words, the higher-ups would likely refrain from any further comments. "After this drill task, whoever wants to be captain can take it. I'm not participating." With that, Jiang Ming stormed out, and Gong Shuecheng hurried after him, while the long-legged woman followed suit, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. "Jiang, you're quite the charmer." "Humph, what are you being so arrogant about?" Fatty Hong cursed, trailing behind with the blonde man. The five of them fell into silence as they journeyed onward. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the front lines in a military jeep. Before them lay a desolate street, littered with countless severed limbs, firearms, tattered uniforms, and newspapers, with the occasional bloodied head adding to the grim atmosphere. Jiang Ming took note of the pale expressions on his companions' faces, shaking his head inwardly. It was evident that these individuals were fresh recruits, though they possessed the abilities of star warriors. They had never seen battle after being recruited, rendering them mere ordinary individuals. The higher-ups had likely sent him to lead the newcomers either as a test of his abilities or for some other hidden purpose. That moment, aside from cursing inwardly, Jiang Ming maintained a serious demeanor, ever vigilant of his surroundings. After half an hour of walking, Fatty Hong began to wheeze, plopping down onto the ground. "Phew, I can't go on. I propose a break." The suggestion was immediately met with Gao Shuahan's agreement. Accustomed to a life of luxury, she was used to being chauffeured in luxury cars. After half an hour of walking, she was utterly exhausted. The two paused, and Jiang Ming said nothing. His gaze fell upon a nearby supermarket. The ground bore no bloodstains, and he saw no debris. Even the doors and windows were intact. How could this be? Something was amiss. Jiang Ming clenched his jaw, his expression growing tense. The second wave of monsters from the tree realm was approaching, yet the zombies shouldn't have been cleared away. Could it be that something special existed within the supermarket, preventing the zombies from approaching? Shaking his head, he dismissed the possibility. Zombies possessed a degree of intelligence. He had only witnessed the corpse mother. Yet, recalling his last encounter with the corpse mother, this situation seemed eerily similar. Could it be? No, this is bad. Quickly, use the defense card. Jiang Ming's expression turned grave, his voice booming as he drew the sword of Hitler, conjuring a card that enveloped him in a red glow. This sudden movement naturally caught the attention of the squad. Without hesitation, Gong Shuecheng followed suit, activating her defense card in a matter of moments. Similarly, the others were slow by about 10 seconds, but eventually enveloped themselves in a protective shield. A gentle breeze rustled through the quiet street, the five of them glowing with red shields, while beads of sweat began to form on Jiang Ming's forehead, his demeanor exceedingly serious. Yet, 5 minutes passed without any incident. Damn it, this is insane. Fatty Hong could no longer hold back. spitting in disdain. Are you really scared of zombie excrement? Gao Shuihan sighed, shaking her head. The admiration she had previously felt vanished without a trace. Humph. The blonde man too revealed a look of disappointment. Jiang Ming ignored their mockery, suddenly slashing the sword of Hitler towards the supermarket. With a clang, akin to shattering glass, the entrance of the supermarket flickered with motion. The previously pristine ground now bore a dark red hue, coated in a white, viscous substance that resembled some grotesque secretion. Glug, the eerie bubbling sound emanated from the dark red ground, growing clearer and clearer, causing Jiang Ming's expression to darken. Run, he shouted, his gaze fixed on the viscous liquid. This time, no one heeded his warning. Fatty Hong mocked, you're scared of zombie waste? It seems that thing resembles milk. Haha, would you like to give it a lick? Fatty Hong, unperturbed, hummed a tune and swaggered towards the supermarket, his hips swaying as he went. He was determined to mock Jiang Ming, to ridicule his timidity. Yet, before he could finish his song, a bizarre scene unfolded as he approached the supermarket entrance. Whoosh! Dark red blood on the ground surged upward like a wave, and a viscous white substance shot forth like a swift arrow. Fatty Hong's face turned pale with terror, momentarily forgetting to evade. Chapter 15. The Blood Transmutation Entity. The Blood Transmutation Entity, an entity of indeterminate classification, unknown in form, capable of morphing into various life forms and even structures. Some speculate it to be a plant, as it only inhabits a fixed area. Others argue it is an animal, due to its secretions resembling blood. Regardless of its classification, it stands as the most terrifying existence. With few able to survive within its attack range, rip, a flash of cold light pierced the air. The sound of a sword humming echoed, as the red-tinged hitter sword sliced through, creating a vivid demarcation between the dark red blood and the milky secretion, which splattered into droplets. Thank you, Fatty Hong stammered, still shaken, managing to utter those words only after half a minute. That moment, Jiang Ming was too preoccupied to respond. The blood transmutation entity had formed into beads, but this did not imply that it was dead or severely injured. In a previous life, a powerful individual had vaporized it into gas, only for it to revert back to blood after a mere minute, a most peculiar occurrence. Everyone, leave this place, quickly. Jiang Ming felt an ominous premonition. He could not fathom why the blood transmutation entity had appeared here. Logically, it should exist deep within the forest. Why had it manifested on the street? Moreover, why had it chosen to disguise itself moments ago? However, before they could take a step, a horrifying scene suddenly materialized. The bead-like blood spread at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, coiling inward to form 4 enormous crimson bubbles, ensnaring Gong Xueqing and the others within. Gong Xueqing cried out, but the ancient tome did not manifest, as if they were trapped in another realm, isolated from the influence of the tree realm. I feel so uncomfortable, Gao Shuihan gasped, clutching her throat, her forehead drenched in cold sweat, as a blazing fire raged within her chest, making breathing an arduous task. The oxygen within the gigantic bubbles grew increasingly scarce, causing her, a low-tier star warrior, and Lister to experience dizziness and fatigue. Fatty Hong and Gong Xueqing fared slightly better, yet no matter how they struggled, they could not pierce the monstrous bubbles. What is happening? How could the blood transmutation entity expand its territory? Jiang Ming refrained from rushing to rescue them, instead resting his chin on his hand, his brows furrowed. This completely shattered his understanding of the entity. Acting impulsively might provoke an even greater crisis. Yet, observing the situation within, he realized they could not hold out for long. What should he do? After a moment of contemplation, a resolute glint emerged in his gaze, and he swung his sword with a fierce howl. Clash! The hitter sword, infused with crimson battle energy, struck as softly as if hitting cotton candy, yielding no damage, not even leaving a scratch. Damn it. Witnessing the individuals trapped in the bubbles gradually slipping into shock, Jiang Ming grew anxious, channeling more energy into his strikes. Wham! 1 sword. Crack! 2 swords. The flurry of strikes fell like raindrops, the sword humming with energy surging forth like a tempest. Strangely, the blood transmutation entity merely darkened slightly, compressing in size without any substantial change. Those trapped inside, who had previously struggled, were now completely unconscious. If this continued, they would soon suffocate. Jiang Ming's brow furrowed deeply, sweat pooling in his palms, and his energy reserves dwindling. What should he do? Wait, A sudden thought struck him. Why hadn't the blood transmutation entity attacked him? He was perplexed, his expression grave as he pondered each detail of the situation. According to reasoning, he, being the first to provoke the entity, should have been its primary target. Yet, it had chosen to assault the others instead, even after he had exerted energy to engage it. This was unprecedented in the era of the Tree Realm's arrival. Unless it was under someone's control, and that individual did not wish to harm him. Understanding this, he shouted fiercely, "Come out. Who are you? Show yourself." His nearly hysterical roar was met with silence, the gentle breeze carrying only faint echoes. With no response, did he misjudge? Was the blood transmutation entity acting on its own volition? If so, why had it spared him? He couldn't comprehend why he was any different from the others, just one person. One face, with no extraordinary traits. The only possible distinction might be his rebirth or the Hellas magic box. The Hellas magic box lay in his pocket, and he felt no anomaly, indicating it was merely the influence of his rebirth. Reflecting on the changes since his rebirth, he noted certain differences from his previous life. The arrival of the Tree Realm had occurred earlier, and many high-level monsters had infiltrated the first wave of arrivals. Jiang Ming had initially thought it was merely a temporal anomaly, but the encounter with the blood transmutation entity made him feel increasingly uneasy, as if some invisible force were altering the course of events. He was uncertain whether this was a positive development or a harbinger of doom. "Well then, let me see if my blood will affect you." Jiang Ming suddenly gritted his teeth, formulating a bold plan. He was unsure what changes rebirth had wrought upon his body, but time was of the essence, and he had to make a choice. Splatter, a flash of cold light, his fingertip sliced open, crimson blood flowing forth. Just as he prepared to smear the blood, a woman's voice halted him. "Stop, sword-bearer. Do you know what you're doing?" A rift in space tore open, and a slender figure in white gracefully descended. With a stunning visage and immaculate white attire, her dark brows knitted in slight anger, she was the one who called herself the Corpse Mother. "ITSU, our appointed time has not yet arrived." "Why are you doing this?" At that moment, Jiang Ming felt no fear, instead biting his lip defiantly. Yet, deep down, he was unsettled. This Corpse Mother possessed the ability to tear through space. His earlier escape plan now seemed laughable. A troublesome predicament indeed. "Imperfect sword-bearer, we meet again. Why have you harmed my silent beast?" The Corpse Mother spoke coolly, her expression shrouded in shadow, for reasons unbeknownst to her. She harbored a deep-seated aversion to the sword-bearer before her. Sensing he was a unique presence capable of drastically altering her plans, however, she feared the power of the Moon Spirit Palace, maintaining a faade of peace. "It's called the Silent Beast? But it harmed my companions. I had no choice." Jiang Ming was oblivious to the Corpse Mother's true nature, but upon seeing the little girl's pale face, he understood that he could no longer delay. Even if it meant offending her, since the blood transmutation entity feared his blood, he would go through with it. A chilling resolve glimmered in his eyes as he decided to douse the blood transmutation entity with his blood. Foolish, indeed. Anger flickered across the Corpse Mother's exquisite features, her aura radiating like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating Jiang Ming. "Your blood as a tribute to the silent beast will only doom this world. Foolish." She slightly withdrew her previous terrifying pressure, lightly gesturing with her right hand. Smash! The red bubbles shattered into countless droplets, and the individuals fell to the ground. Jiang Ming rushed forward, relieved to find they were merely unconscious. Once their breathing normalized, they would be fine. "Imperfect sword-bearer, I warn you, this is the last time. Otherwise, I would rather forego the Moon Festival card than allow you to escape unscathed." With a gentle wave of her sleeve, the now mud-like droplets seemed to regain vitality, coalescing into a small, swaying orb, its color fading from red to white. Gradually, the white orb shrank in size, transforming from a liquid state to a milky solid. Significantly reduced in volume, the Corpse Mother lightly gestured, and the blood transmutation entity emitted a brilliant light, swiftly morphing into a yellow card and vanishing into her sleeve. "What is this?" Jiang Ming recognized it as a biological card. Could the Corpse Mother also wield powers akin to that of the ancient tome? What was happening? Just as he pondered this, the Corpse Mother had already vanished without a trace. He could only shake his head and re-examine the unconscious four. Chapter 16. The eve of breakout in his previous life, he had always operated alone, which certainly minimized the chances of betrayal. However, now, he would face the Corpse Mother alone, and his chances of survival seemed slim. If he could amass more power, would his odds improve? This was an opportunity. If he could save the Star Warrior team and enlist their aid, it was not an impossible feat from their interactions thus far. The Star Warrior team did not appear to be malevolent individuals. Moreover, they had not seen battle, possessing a naive reliance on someone like him, a seasoned warrior, as long as they can be properly nurtured. The hope of surviving against the corpse mother has increased significantly. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ming extended his hand to meticulously examine their physical condition, resolutely deciding to truly become their leader. The four individuals lay with their eyes tightly shut, their faces pallid, facial muscles taut, and a faint sheen of sweat glistening on their foreheads, as if ensnared in a dreadful nightmare. Jiang Ming, gripping his chin, furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, silently contemplating. His earlier judgment of their comatose state appeared somewhat hasty. Perhaps the blood-altering liquid had permeated their bodies, prompting such a reaction. He could experiment with the effects of blood. Just as he contemplated testing the fresh blood, the ominous warning of the corpse mother echoed in his ears. After some deliberation, he ultimately resolved to try the antidote for the corpse poison. Fortunately, after administering a dose of the antidote to each individual, their complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. Jiang Ming exhaled deeply, finally feeling a sense of relief. Pondering profoundly, the blood-altering phenomenon is likely a mutated form resulting from infection by zombies. It seems that the tree realm still harbors many peculiar creatures worthy of further study. 10 minutes later, Gong Xueqing and the others finally regained consciousness. Following their harrowing experience, the plump Hong no longer harbored even a hint of disdain or mockery, having come to regard Jiang Ming as a deity. "Brother Jiang, what should we do next?" the rotund Hong inquired, bowing slightly, his eyes brimming with respect. "You can figure it out yourself." Jiang Ming shot him a sidelong glance, coldly responding, yet internally feeling a measure of assurance regarding his plans. However, he understood the principle of balancing kindness with authority, and thus maintained a stern demeanor. "Oh, Brother Jiang, wait," Hong exclaimed with a mysterious smile, quickly darting into the adjacent bakery. Moments later, he emerged with an exuberant gait, his hands laden with an assortment of pastries, and he offered Jiang Ming the finest piece. Jiang Ming accepted without hesitation, popping it into his mouth, his expression softening considerably as he gestured for the team to regroup and return. Upon their return, Hong refrained from mentioning the leadership change, while Gao Shuhin's admiration for Jiang Ming grew ever deeper. "Brother Jiang, I love you. If you don't go out with me, I will cling to you forever." Such flattery became a frequent refrain, accompanied by deliberately staged falls to gain his attention, which incited palpable resentment from Gong Xueqing. Amidst the brewing jealousy between the two women, various expletives were exchanged, and a near altercation ensued. Naturally, Jiang Ming remained silent on the matter, though inwardly he reveled in the chaos. However, this was not a time for frivolity. He had other pressing matters to attend to. Thus, Jiang Ming found a pretext to extricate himself from the two women's entanglements and, burdened with thoughts, made his way to the secret research facility. The corpse mother's earlier words left him deeply perplexed. He needed to ascertain the nature of the changes occurring within his body. "There's nothing unusual." After a thorough examination, Dr. Li shook his head in disbelief. Initially, Jiang Ming's assertion that his physique might differ from that of an ordinary person had excited him. Yet after a series of tests, aside from Jiang Ming being somewhat stronger than average, no anomalies were detected. "Oh, well then, I'll take my leave and rest. I've grown quite weary from being out here today." Jiang Ming sighed, disappointment etched on his face as he exited the research facility. He did not believe he was entirely like a normal person, yet it was evident that such nuances could not be discerned through standard testing, and he would have to set it aside for the time being. Time flew by, and a week had swiftly passed. During this week, aside from training Gong Xueqing and the others in combat, Jiang Ming also collected a substantial number of runes on his own, successfully synthesizing a considerable array of cards. Naturally, he was aware that the rune synthesis formulas he knew predominantly yielded common life cards, and he was reluctant to squander runes excessively. Thus, he primarily focused on synthesizing cards related to food, clothing, and medicine. "Jiang Tuan, what do you think of this breakout plan?" Shin Jijun, clad in a Zhongshan suit, observed the soldier's spiritual leader with keen interest. Since the arrival of the tree realm, the food supplies in the safe zone had dwindled perilously low. Failure to break out would undoubtedly lead to death. Consequently, the core members of the safe zone convened to deliberate on a breakout strategy, and naturally sought the opinions of the young talents, Jiang Ming and Gong Shuichenji. Do you want me to speak the truth or a falsehood? Jiang Ming, coming back to his senses after reviewing the breakout plan, shook his head and casually remarked, "Hee, of course, the truth," Shinji Jun replied, smiling as he waved his hand in a courteous manner. Though he said this, he secretly derided Jiang Ming. "You're merely an ordinary person who has fortuitously become a star warrior. What profound insights could a naive lad like you possibly have regarding military strategy? Very well, I will speak candidly. This plan is destined for failure," Jiang Ming, ignoring Shinji Jun's peculiar gaze, stated with utmost seriousness. "What, you brat, don't spout nonsense." Jiang Jinghua, donned in military attire, was incensed, his hand trembling slightly on the grip of his sidearm. He had rehearsed the breakout plan countless times, only to have it dismissed outright by Jiang Ming, a mere outsider. How could he possibly endure such indignation, were it not for the presence of Dr. Li? He would have already fired a shot. There is strength in numbers. Yet, gathering all the troops together is clearly an invitation for disaster, exposing our target and attracting more zombies and monsters. Moreover, protecting so many civilians with such scant forces. Do you think this is not courting death? Jiang Ming shot Jiang Jinghua an unyielding glare, responding bluntly. He was acutely aware that despite the involvement of an entire division in the breakout, the likelihood of survival for even 1% of them would be a cause for gratitude. It is worth noting that in his previous life, a similarly large force attempted to break out. Yet only 20 individuals survived in the end. In contrast, those small rogue groups, lacking faith in the military, had far greater survival rates. "What do you propose we do then?" Dr. Li inquired, nodding while furrowing his brow. "It's simple. Divide and conquer. Not only the military, but also the civilians must be dispersed. Form small groups of 5 to 8 individuals. This will actually enhance the chances of success." "Impossible. Not everyone is a star warrior like you." Jiang Jinghua retorted sharply, his grip on the weapon creaking ominously. He detested such a disregard for the lives of others. If one cannot protect their subordinates or civilians, are they truly a soldier? "I'm sorry, but if you aspire to protect everyone, I must clearly inform you that it will only lead to total annihilation. In this world, only the strong can survive. Those lacking combat capability or survival instinct must be sacrificed." Jiang Ming replied, his expression unwavering. He was no hero. Indeed, he preferred to be seen as a villain. In the early days of the Tree Realm, hesitation would only lead to one's demise. To survive, he must choose ruthlessness. "You bastard!" Jiang Jinghua could no longer contain himself, drawing his firearm and preparing to pull the trigger at Jiang Ming. Fortunately, he was restrained by Shinji Jun and several officers, preventing a catastrophe. "How about we decide this with a vote?" I suggested, weighing both plans and opting for a compromise. As you wish. I've said all I can. If you insist on pursuing the large troop route, I will go out on my own." Jiang Ming shook his head, firmly declaring as he quietly exited the command center. He understood all too well that this vote was merely a facade. After all, he was originally just a commoner. No matter how much influence he wielded, it could not surpass that of the military's higher-ups. Why would the average officers heed his counsel? Sure enough, the following morning, he received word that due to defying orders, his position had been revoked, and he was no longer permitted to remain in the military to avoid undermining its authority. Jiang Ming could only smile wryly at this, gathering the food supplies he had prepared the night before, and quietly departed his quarters. "Jiang Ming, you can't leave me behind." Familiar feminine voice rang out behind him, as the striking figure of Gong Shuicheng appeared before his eyes, now wholly devoted to Jiang Ming. Having resolved to follow him for life, never to part. "Haha, I knew you would come after me. However, I must warn you, attempting to break out with just the two of us is an exceedingly daunting task. Should we perish, do not hold it against me." Observing the clingy girl, Jiang Ming had anticipated her following him, yet he felt a surge of emotion and smiled faintly. "How could that be? You saved my life. If it comes to that, perishing together wouldn't be so bad." The young girl stuck out her tongue, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the military district's entrance, only to spot 3 familiar figures in the distance. "Brother Jiang, you can't leave me behind," Hong called out, his mouth full of bread, his words muffled. "Brother Jiang, if you dare abandon me, I shall be heartbroken." The long-legged beauty Gao Shuihan scolded, her expression one of mock indignation. Humph, boss, let us go together. The blonde youth, Lister, maintained a calm demeanor but managed to utter a few sparse words upon encountering this motley trio. Jiang Ming sighed deeply. The time spent with them and his efforts had not been in vain, for he had indeed chosen wisely. However, he still adopted a cold expression and remained silent for a while, finally exhaling in resignation. This is absurd. If you all come out like this, those unaware might think I've coerced you, which places me in a precarious position. Brother Jiang, what are you afraid of? This is not the type of suitor I fancy, Gao Shuihan teased, sticking out her tongue and casting a flirtatious glance while nudging Hong. Brother Jiang, don't worry. Before we came, we submitted our resignation letters. They are currently preoccupied with the breakout situation, so they surely won't have the time to intercept us. The corpulent Hong patted his chest, exuding confidence as he spoke. Each of the three individuals bore a hefty burden on their backs, evidently having mentally prepared themselves for departure from the military after receiving last night's news. Very well, then you shall follow me, he proclaimed. Let me be frank. Should we encounter a crisis beyond my capacity to resolve, I advise you all to flee for your lives. With that, the group set off on their journey, chatting and laughing as if they were on a spring outing. However, Jiang Ming periodically consulted the map, navigating through less perilous paths based on his memories from a previous life. Remarkably, they encountered no significant dangers along the way, which only served to heighten the admiration of the novice trio for Jiang Ming, leading them to believe he possessed some form of prophetic ability. After avoiding a narrow, winding path, they inevitably arrived at Changdong Avenue. As they stepped onto the thoroughfare, the distant sounds of a Taka armored vehicle could be heard, accompanied by cries and curses. Why are there so few of you? Jiang Ming casually inquired of a soldier, his expression gravely serious. It was known that an entire division was involved, alongside several Star Soldier squads. Yet they had only managed to exit the main urban area with fewer than 100 individuals, many of whom were civilians. The situation appeared far more dire than in his previous life. Captain Jiang, is that really you? The soldier grasped Jiang Ming's hand, his excitement palpable. He was the same soldier who had once delivered a large plate of chicken to Jiang Ming in Jiang province. Thus his impression of Jiang Ming was indelible. You? Who are you? Jiang Ming acknowledged him with a nod, though he could not quite recall his name. I am Xiao Zhou, the one who brought you food. The soldier exclaimed joyfully. This is wonderful. If you are back, we need not fear those monsters. Monsters, are you not encountering zombies? Gong Xueqing interjected gently. Given that humanity had dealt with zombies numerous times since the arrival of the tree realm, it seemed implausible that the situation could be this grim. Clearly, the monsters referred to by Xiao Zhou were not ordinary zombies. They are not zombies. When we began to break out, we did see some zombies, but those sluggish creatures were no match for us. Later, we encountered monsters that flew through the sky, bipedal beings crafted from granite, resembling bat-like figures, wielding tridents with remarkable agility. Our firearms had little effect on them. Only the cannons made a slight impact. However, their speed was such that it was nearly impossible to hit them. Ultimately, we lost several members of the Star Soldier squads before we could escape with this meager group. Xiao Zhou sobbed, wiping his tears and nose. His comrades and several close friends had perished in that ordeal, leaving him as the sole survivor of an entire squad. Granite specters, Jiang Ming gasped upon hearing this, his face growing grave. The granite specters were second-tier beings from the tree realm, resembling the bat-like creatures depicted in films, their bodies composed of granite, adept at flight and wielding tridents, known for their bloodthirsty and savage nature. It was said that their speed could reach the speed of sound, rendering them exceedingly formidable. Did any of these granite specters exhibit red or gold coloration? Jiang Ming inquired seriously after a moment of contemplation. The granite specters were originally among the second batch of monsters to descend from the tree realm, yet their arrival had come earlier than expected. The red granite specters were considered leaders among them, possessing strength barely reaching the third tier, while the golden granite specters represented the captain level, true third-tier beings from the tree realm. Granite specters, the name is indeed fitting. They do appear as such. However, apart from the black ones, I have not seen any red or gold, Xiao Zhou replied honestly, having shared all that he knew, as an ordinary soldier would have no access to further information. Thank you. We shall proceed to the command post. After contemplating for a while, Jiang Ming bid farewell to Xiao Zhou and approached the rear command tent, his expression clouded with concern. Yet, before he could enter, he was met with the acrid scent of disinfectant. The duty soldiers outside recognized Jiang Ming and his companions, not hindering their entry, but rather saluting excitedly as they ushered them inside, without encountering third-tier monsters. "We cannot deploy the Star Soldiers. How many times must I reiterate this?" A middle-aged man in a white coat shouted hoarsely as he slammed his hand on the table. Beside him stood two men with bowed heads, one clad in a Zhongshan suit and the other in a crisp military uniform. "Dr. Li, are these individuals all Star Soldiers?" Jiang Ming coughed lightly and spoke in a calm tone. Almost 10 corpses lay on the ground, their faces indicating they had been dead for nearly 3 to 4 hours, with signs of decomposition already appearing, their clothing soaked in disinfectant. "Jiang Ming," Dr. Li exclaimed with joy upon seeing him, rushing over. "It is a relief to see you back. I truly regret not heeding your advice, which resulted in such heavy losses for the troops. Surely you have a way to rescue us." Since Jiang Ming had provided Dr. Li with numerous synthesis formulas, the doctor viewed him as a genius. Now that he had returned, it was only natural for Dr. Li to consider him a savior. "No, I still believe in the same method, divide and conquer, abandoning those without the capacity for action." Jiang Ming shook his head, speaking with an unsettling calmness, his gaze betraying no hesitation. Such words were undeniably harsh. Everyone understood the wisdom of the plan. Yet no one wished to assume the role of the villain. "Alas, it seems you are correct. Let us proceed as you suggest. The remaining individuals will be allocated based on their strength levels, abandoning those who are incapacitated. Wait, we will leave them with firearms and ammunition. Whether they survive will depend solely on their own efforts." Dr. Li sighed and reluctantly issued the grim command. "Hold on, do not include the Star Soldiers in this arrangement. I have other uses for them." Jiang Ming suddenly raised his hand to halt the proceedings, drawing the attention of the others. Dr. Li nodded, adding, "Let us follow his instructions. All Star Soldiers are to assemble outside the tent. 10 minutes later, all the Star Soldiers had formed several small squads according to their respective teams, encompassing men, women, and children. Jiang Ming observed them casually, noting that among them were several Star Soldiers of comparable rank to his own, with even a couple exceeding his abilities. If he could enlist these Star Soldiers to aid him against the corpse mother, he pondered, pacing back and forth, proceeding to the command post, gathering the Star Soldiers, establishing authority, and then leveraging their collective strength against the corpse mother. This was Jiang Ming's true intention in assisting the military, not to assume the mantle of a heroic leader or savior. After all, only the dead are truly heroic, and Jiang Ming had no desire to meet such a fate. Chapter 18. The Red Dragon. Jiang Ming cast a glance over the assembled Star Soldiers, nodding in satisfaction before standing on the podium and loudly proclaiming, "Do you wish to survive?" "Yes." The response was not particularly loud. The assembled individuals regarded the young man before them with skepticism, whispering among themselves and even uttering derisive comments. "You may doubt my abilities, yet I possess the means to combat those granite specters. Can you accomplish what I am about to demonstrate?" Ignoring the skeptical gazes, Jiang Ming swiftly summoned an ancient tome, summoning an attack card that transformed into a vibrant red bow, radiating with energy that crackled audibly. Indeed, this display left the audience in awe. Becoming a Star Soldier typically took 2 to 3 months, equivalent to mastering kindergarten-level skills, which could not possibly compare to Jiang Ming's 3 years of experience in a post-apocalyptic world. A few skeptical Star Soldiers attempted to mimic his creation of the attack card, achieving a similar shape, but finding their muscles tense and energy surging within them. Instantly, silence fell over the crowd. As doubt turned to admiration and respect, all eyes were fixed on Jiang Ming, eagerly awaiting his next move. This outcome was entirely anticipated. Pleased with the response, Jiang Ming smiled and nodded, then lifted his gaze skyward, gently releasing the string of the bow with his index finger. Whoosh! The red arrow shot forth like a laser, disappearing in an instant only to reappear at a height of 100 meters, striking a soaring eagle with a resounding boom. In that moment, an explosive roar echoed through the sky, leaving nothing of the eagle behind. That instant, all the Star Soldiers were left in shock. The control exhibited by the young man before them transcended mere mortal abilities. No one dared utter a sound, all waiting for Jiang Ming's next command. "Your task is simple. Transform your attack cards into arrows and shoot them into the skies. Remember, regardless of your success, you must cease after 1 hour." Jiang Ming was thoroughly satisfied with their astonishment, signaling Hong to tally the names and numbers of those who succeeded, as he pulled Gong Shueching aside to the back of the tent. "Why are you doing this? This is not the Jiang Ming I know." The young girl pouted, her voice tinged with complaint. She could not fathom why he, who had always been so low-key, was now so concerned about the lives of others. Even those unrelated to him. Did Jiang Ming truly aspire to be some kind of hero? Because, never mind, just trust me. Nothing else matters. Jiang Ming shook his head, gazing at the girl with a bittersweet smile. Withholding the truth about the corpse mother, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to their prolonged interaction, he felt a twinge of guilt for his selfishness. Seeing Jiang Ming's hesitant explanation, the girl furrowed her brows, taking a long time before she finally stammered, "But I am really worried about you. What if? Enough, you need not worry about me. With my capabilities, if I cannot thwart the assault of the granite gargoyles, escaping would still pose no issue. Now, I must convey to you other matters." Jiang Ming pressed against her cherry lips and calmly articulated his plans. However, he refrained from divulging the details concerning the corpse mother, instead discussing various strategies for confronting formidable monsters. How can this be? The young girl, upon hearing his arrangements, furrowed her delicate brows, clearly reluctant. Are you still worried about me? Even I am not foolish enough to be that naive." Jiang Ming lightly tapped her pert nose before turning towards the assembly point, quietly observing the Star Warriors diligently training, his chin resting in thought. This technique is not particularly difficult, yet time is of the essence. The number of those who can succeed will be limited, and those lacking strength would only serve as a burden. It seems we must resort to the second plan. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ming hesitated no longer and called over the rotund Hong, "Take attendance. Those capable of transforming attack cards into arrows will form the main team. The rest will be assigned to assist the civilian squad." "Oh," Hong nodded, seemingly grasping his intentions, and hurriedly began coordinating with the nearby officer. As the ruthless process of selection ensued, those chosen were elated, while those left out hung their heads in despair. After 10 minutes, only 15 Star Warriors remained, including Jiang Ming, Hong, and a few others. Suddenly, a radar alert sounded. A large number of unidentified flying objects were approaching us. "Alert! Alert!" The makeshift broadcast blared an air raid siren, its shrill roar quickening heartbeats. A dark mass loomed closer, its body clad in hard granite skin, with wings spanning over a yard. Gripping tridents in its hands, excitement unmistakable in its eyes, it was the advancing horde of granite gargoyles. "Everyone, remain calm. Once they draw near, heed my command and collectively fire at them with attack cards." Jiang Ming's gaze was grave as he surveyed the horizon, his expression composed. After some contemplation, he vaguely speculated a possible cause. The temporal anomaly of this tree realm's descent, the emergence of monsters that ought not to exist, surely indicated the manipulation of some extraordinary being like the corpse mother, seeking something specific or intent on a particular action. Further contemplating the grim possibilities, perhaps these events were directed at him, a unique reincarnate, with the refugees merely caught in the crossfire. Since evasion was not an option, he resolved to fiercely confront them. A cold glint flickered in his obsidian eyes as he raised his hand and bellowed, "Fire!" Instantaneously, the Star Warriors released their taut bowstrings in unison. Whoosh! 15 arrows soared forth. Crash! Countless crimson projectiles screamed like the wails of the damned. Boom! The granite gargoyle horde fell like a burst orange, black and red flames igniting in a conflagration, gray smoke and stone dust swirling through the air. "We won. We finally triumphed." The Star Warriors present erupted in jubilation. Each encounter with the granite gargoyles had previously ended in human retreat, but under Jiang Ming's leadership, those remaining in the sky could be counted with the naked eye. 1, 2, 3, 10. Only 10 remained, their wings tattered, muscles shredded, appearing on the brink of death. This was indeed a resounding victory. Uncertain who initiated the cheer, it soon became a chorus as the Star Warriors and soldiers' exclamations reverberated through the heavens. Jiang Ming smiled, immensely satisfied with his accomplishment. The sensation of annihilating countless foes was exhilarating, causing him to tremble with delight. Just then, amidst the victorious cheers, a jarring electromagnetic buzz resonated from the sky. Blood-red clouds began to coalesce. They tore through the fabric of space, merging like a pool of dark blood, solidifying. A terrifying roar shattered the atmosphere, and a colossal crimson creature slowly opened its eyes. A dragon! It was a dragon! The crowd went wild, scarcely believing their eyes. That giant being was indeed a dragon. A living, breathing red dragon. Impossible. How could there be a dragon? Jiang Ming's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his eyes wide with disbelief. The red dragon, a creature of myth, historically regarded as the embodiment of emperors, the sovereign of heaven and earth, sacred and untouchable. Whether it had always existed in this realm or descended from the tree dimension was uncertain. Yet Jiang Ming remembered that in his past life, dragons had also appeared. Their arrival was not a divine blessing, but the harbinger of doom. Wherever a dragon tread, desolation followed, leaving no survivors in its wrath. Now, the emergence of the red dragon disrupted his plans to confront the corpse mother. He found himself trapped in a perilous situation. Fleeing alone might yield a slightly higher chance of success, but it would only lead to an inevitable confrontation with the corpse mother, rendering all plans moot. If he chose to protect them, the spoils would not be what he had anticipated, since death was inevitable. Why not fight back? Jiang Ming bit his chapped lips, a bold idea blossoming in his mind. His gaze locked onto the sky, keenly observing the red dragon's every move. Foolish, a horde of ants. The red dragon gazed down upon the earth, its regal eyes betraying a cold, mocking disdain. Its blood-red maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of flames that cascaded like a stampede. Run, you must flee. With a resolute gaze, Jiang Ming deftly manipulated the ancient tome's cards. An orange card suddenly soaring forth, bathing him in a brilliant glow. Yet this was not the end. His brow furrowed as he swiftly activated more cards. 1 card, 2 cards, 20 cards. The cards emanating from the tome transformed into a protective blue aura. Energy surged from within him like a fountain, a faint white light enveloping him, resembling a celestial savior. Chapter 19. The miniature fox. Jiang Ming, witnessing this spectacle, Gong Xueqing was taken aback. When had this man amassed such formidable energy? He had indeed concealed something. No wonder he had been so insistent with her. Retreat. We must withdraw at once. Dr. Li cast a deep glance at Jiang Ming, their eyes meeting as he nodded in agreement, issuing the command without hesitation. Thank you. Jiang Ming smiled slightly, his footsteps swift and agile, akin to lightning, a stark contrast to their previous pace. Boom. The blue shield finally faltered, as the torrent of flames morphed into the forms of bears, elephants, tigers, wolves, and countless other beasts, vividly alive and ferocious. Humph, so it is you. The red dragon spoke coldly. With a snort, the illusory flames took on the guise of beasts and charged towards Jiang Ming. Damn it. It truly is the flame beasts. As Jiang Ming ran, he cursed inwardly. In his previous life, he had heard legends of the tree realm. Dragons were otherworldly beasts that descended from unknown planets, their breath and excrement giving rise to anomalous creatures. This time, the red dragon's fiery breath had birthed the flame beasts. Flame beasts, second-tier creatures of the tree realm, devoid of sight and hearing, acted solely on a unique scent, known for their volatile tempers and insatiable craving for combustion. Wherever they roamed, life and land alike were reduced to ashes, leaving them satisfied. Jiang Ming sprinted for a while, gradually slowing his pace. His earlier speed had been a result of an acceleration card. But now that effect had worn off. Faced with the countless flame beasts, he had no choice but to evade and tackle them one by one. This moment, he dove into a rising mound of earth, his gaze fixed intently upon the flame beasts, a torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind as he contemplated every possible strategy. Pain, a searing explosion of agony, an excruciating, heart-wrenching torment. A ragged man awakened from his suffering, devoid of visible wounds, yet feeling as though his muscles were seared from within, an icy chill washing over his mind. Cough, cough. Assessing his internal condition, Jiang Ming could only manage a rueful smile. Having played the role of a so-called hero, he found himself back at square one. His energy levels were nearly zero, save for the Sword of Hit and the living cards. All others lay expended, and he found himself in an unfamiliar cave. Truly, what a foolish endeavor. Flaunting one's prowess only to be struck down. Struggling to move, he leaned against the wall, quietly reflecting on the events leading to his unconsciousness, battling against the peculiar, excruciating chill. Fire. The omnipresent inferno. Kill, slash, stab, a frenzy of slaughter. He had concentrated all his attack cards into the Sword of Hit, oblivious to anything else, only aware of his wild strikes. Countless flame beasts fell, their charred skin glistening with sticky blackness, rendering the path ahead indistinguishable. Roar. The furious dragon's roar echoed. The red dragon brandished its formidable claws, its massive form swaying with ferocity. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a sinister white flame cascaded from the heavens. The earth became an inferno, and there was nowhere left to escape. Flames engulfed him. The agonized cries pierced the eardrums, and a bizarre phenomenon unfolded. The skin previously scorched by the flame beasts gradually began to restore itself, becoming increasingly fair and youthful. Yet, from head to toe, his organs felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. His consciousness began to fade, a hazy vision revealing a flash of red, a vibrant crimson garment, a familiar silhouette, and an indistinct face. Subsequently, he succumbed to an abyssal darkness. When he awoke, he found himself in this gray cave, with no recollection of how he had survived. Had he encountered that woman before? Jiang Ming shook his head, unable to recall where he might have seen her, a persistent shadow lingering in his heart. Squeak! Emerging from the wall was a delightful little fox, its silvery white fur gleaming, round and stout in form, exuding an adorable charm. I asked this of Fox Den, but how could it possibly be so diminutive? Though Jiang Ming was gravely injured and weakened, his senses remained keen and alert. Yet, this miniature fox was remarkably small, no larger than the palm of an adult man's hand. Squeak! Unfazed by its surroundings, the tiny fox wagged its fluffy tail excitedly, its beady eyes round and fixated on Jiang Ming, seemingly yearning for something. Little creature, are you hungry? Jiang Ming chuckled softly, gesturing with his right hand to produce a bread card from the ancient tome. Squeak! Indeed, upon sighting the bread, the diminutive fox pounced upon it, devouring over 10 slices in mere seconds. It then gazed up at Jiang Ming with a pitiful expression, clearly unsatisfied. How amusing! Jiang Ming snapped out of his astonishment and swiftly sent forth 3 bread cards. After a full 10 minutes, the tiny fox had consumed approximately several hundred slices of bread, finally letting out a contented burp and lying on the ground, gently patting its bloated belly. Truly, what a peculiar creature. Jiang Ming found himself at a loss for words. How could such a small being possibly accommodate so much bread? Moreover, he had never encountered a creature quite like this miniature fox. Could it be a mutated entity? He observed the tiny fox intently, just as it met his gaze. The two, a man and a beast, stared at each other in a daze, their expressions comically contemplative. Howl! A beastly roar echoed from the cave entrance. A swaying figure approached, gradually revealing a man's face. He staggered forth, muttering incoherently, his body in disarray, with a faint green glimmer emanating from his eyes. A zombie. Jiang Ming frowned slightly, mentally analyzing the information regarding the approaching undead. On the surface, he did not appear to be a zombie afflicted by parasitic worms, as he neither bore the typical appearance nor carried any infectious virus. However, given Jiang Ming's grievous injuries and the depletion of his other cards during the battle with the Red Dragon, engaging in direct combat would be perilous. Nevertheless, zombies do not concern themselves with the troubles of their prey. Driven by their bloodthirsty instincts, they would relish the opportunity to feast on Jiang Ming. Drawing nearer with each unsteady step, alas, Jiang Ming attempted to muster his strength to summon the Sword of Hit, but the infinitesimal energy seemed to vanish into the abyss, dissipating into the ancient tome without any response. Damn it! Am I truly destined to perish at his hands? As the zombie drew ever closer, Jiang Ming cursed inwardly. He was unwilling to resign himself to fate, yet the situation left him powerless to act. Squeak! Suddenly, the miniature fox flipped over and emitted a sharp screech from its tiny mouth, its eyes fixed intently on the zombie, radiating a profound warning. Yet, the zombie possessed no intelligence, only a ravenous instinct. Ignoring the fox's warning, it continued its slow advance, each step growing bolder. Squeak! Jiang Ming perceived a flash of red before his eyes. The miniature fox, resembling a bolt of lightning, transformed into a blood-red hue, its petite body darting towards the zombie's throat. Crack! The zombie's head tumbled to the ground as the tiny fox leaped aside, its crimson form gradually reverting to normal. However, the excitement in its pitch-black eyes was unmistakable as it scampered over to the corpse, opening its mouth and inhaling sharply. That moment, an uncanny spectacle unfolded. The zombie's body disintegrated into a grayish-yellow mist, gradually being absorbed into the tiny fox's mouth, leaving no trace of clothing behind. As if the zombie had never existed, the miniature fox's form fluctuated, momentarily swelling to a yellow hue before returning to normal, as though undergoing some extraordinary transformation within. This bizarre scene persisted for approximately 5 minutes. The fox's fur slowly returned to a silvery white, yet it appeared slightly larger than before. Pfft! The tiny fox expelled a white glass bead, bounding over to Jiang Ming with it, nodding and wagging its tail. What is this? Witnessing the earlier spectacle, Jiang Ming was already taken aback, but seeing the miniature fox's actions left him bewildered regarding the purpose of the glass bead. The little creature seemed to comprehend his thoughts. Mimicking a swallowing motion before spitting it out and nodding foolishly, "Do you want me to consume it?" Realizing its intention, Jiang Ming held the glass bead in his palm. Furrowing his brow, he was uncertain whether he should heed the tiny fox's suggestion. After all, this object was exceedingly peculiar and had been extracted from a zombie's remains. He dared not take any risks regarding the potential for infectious viruses. Squeak. Noticing Jiang Ming's hesitation, the miniature fox shook its head, buzzing and waving its paws insistently, clearly expressing its dissatisfaction. Chapter 20. Derivation. Part 1. Very well, I shall eat it. Jiang Ming sighed, swallowing the glass bead. The white glass orb was delectable and sweet, akin to a fine vintage wine. Within half a minute, he felt a warm current rising within him, alleviating the pain in his muscles significantly and sharpening his mind. Even more astonishing was that his nearly depleted energy levels seemed to have recovered somewhat. Could it be that through the miniature fox's unique filtration, the essence of the zombie was transformed into a restorative? Jiang Ming was both astonished and elated. He was amazed that he had never heard of such a phenomenon. He was overjoyed at the prospect of the tiny fox providing him with more of these glass beads to expedite his recovery. The miniature fox, witnessing Jiang Ming's compliance, bounced with delight, its eyes alight with joy. Then, with a swift turn, it darted out of the cave. "What manner of creature are you? Where are you off to?" As he watched the tiny fox vanish from sight, Jiang Ming let out a deep sigh. Shaking his head in resignation, given his current physical condition, he could scarcely muster the strength to pursue it, let alone walk. Though the little fox was remarkably agile, its departure left Jiang Ming concerned. If more zombies were to arrive, his survival would be far from guaranteed. After what felt like an eternity of anxiety, Jiang Ming was drenched in sweat, as though a year had passed, although no zombies had approached. The distant echoes of terrifying growls could still be heard. Could this be a zombie horde's lair? How could such a place exist? Zombies, driven solely by their hunger for flesh, typically lack intelligence. Why, then, would they congregate here? Furthermore, the first zombie he encountered appeared akin to an infant, its flesh delicate and pristine, devoid of any signs of injury or the passage of time. What could this mean? Jiang Ming stroked his chin, brow furrowed in contemplation as he reassessed his predicament. Recovery was not a swift endeavor, and with little energy at his disposal, his only hope lay with that strange miniature fox. If it could provide him with more white glass beads, he might be able to escape this enigmatic place swiftly. He had an inkling that this cave was far from ordinary. Since regaining consciousness, there must have been a compelling reason behind it. Squeak! Just as he recalled the miniature fox, the little creature scampered back, its tiny mouth opening to reveal 5 white glass beads that slipped from its belly. "Have you gone to gather these for me?" Jiang Ming patted the little creature's head, his face alight with joy. This time, he hesitated not at all and promptly consumed the white glass beads. After more than 20 minutes, Jiang Ming was astonished to discover that the lingering pain in his muscles had entirely dissipated. While his energy levels had not fully recovered, he felt significantly revitalized and capable of moving around once more. "Little one, I shall call you Ollie." Jiang Ming smiled, rising to his feet, now that he could move. There was no reason to remain idle. He needed to ascertain the external environment to formulate an appropriate strategy. As he approached the cave entrance alongside the miniature fox, Jiang Ming was struck with the realization that he was perched upon a sheer cliff 3 stories high. Outside, a murky expanse of earth lay shrouded in wisps of white smoke. Below, countless pale figures swayed, devoid of clothing, their incoherent murmurs and low growls unmistakably identifying them as zombies, lacking any sense of shame. Jiang Ming, witnessing the scene below, furrowed his brow, further solidifying his earlier deductions. Based on the circumstances, it would be safer to remain hidden within the cave until his energy levels were restored. As for when to venture out, that would depend on the situation at hand. With a resolve in mind, Jiang Ming took a deep breath and retreated back into the cave, the miniature fox closely trailing behind. Thus, a partnership was formed between man and fox. Each day, the miniature fox would eagerly request bread from Jiang Ming, and after feasting, it would exuberantly scamper out of the cave, only to return shortly thereafter with more white glass beads for him. Jiang Ming, not one to decline, would promptly consume the beads, gradually regaining his strength. After nearly a month spent in the cave, Jiang Ming's strength had fully returned, even advancing to a higher tier, achieving the 4th level of a low-tier star warrior. This revelation left him both astonished and increasingly curious about the miniature fox's origins. Why had the tiny fox appeared amidst a horde of zombies? Surely, there was a connection. Thus, upon restoring his strength, Jiang Ming could hardly contain his eagerness to emerge from the cave. The physique of a low-tier star warrior at the 1st level was comparable to that of an athlete, while a low-tier star warrior beyond the 3rd level possessed astonishing physical prowess. With ease, Jiang Ming scaled the cliff using only his hands, and as soon as he reached the ground, he summoned the ancient tome, grasping the sword of Hit. Standing tall and imposing, he chuckled, despite having sustained severe injuries this time. The sword of Hit had indeed leveled up. Jiang Ming stifled a smile. Following the recent slaughter of the flame beasts, the sword of Hit had ascended from level 0 to level 1. The sword of Hit, in pristine condition, now boasted a level of 1 and a special effect, Soul Devour. This weapon, known for its ability to advance through the absorption of souls, originated from the Moon Spirit Palace and was a favorite among sword wielders. Soul Devour. Jiang Ming perceived this effect, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. Soul Devour could refine the absorbed souls at a rate of 200, akin to doubling experience points in a game. Perhaps it was displeased with Jiang Ming's slow progression, or perhaps the sword of Hit inherently possessed such an effect. Regardless, upon reading this description, Jiang Ming's heart brimmed with joy. Experience doubling was an exceedingly rare special effect. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. Although the zombies scattered before him were few in number, they collectively formed a horde, and their overall count was significant. Ali, lead the way. Show me the places you frequent, he instructed. The miniature fox seemed to understand his words, scampering eagerly toward the northeast. Jiang Ming chuckled softly and followed closely behind. Indeed, the little fox displayed remarkable agility, encountering only a handful of solitary zombies along the way. Such feeble undead posed no threat, and Jiang Ming was unreserved in his approach. With a flourish of the sword of Hit, he dispatched them effortlessly, sustaining no harm while also acquiring some runes. However, upon reaching the innermost part of the northeast direction, they stumbled upon a cave entrance towering at a human height. The miniature fox abruptly halted, its fur bristling, unwilling to proceed. Was there something within that it feared? Curiosity piqued, Jiang Ming leaned closer to peer inside. The interior was exceptionally deep and spacious, spanning over 100 square meters, shrouded in a misty white haze. In the center stood a peculiar tree. To describe it merely as a tree would be misleading. It had a trunk akin to that of a tree, but bore no leaves, only an abundance of enormous white eggs hanging from its branches. Densely packed, numbering seemingly in the hundreds, what could this peculiar entity be? Drawing upon his past experiences, Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, having never encountered such a tree. Yet, the strange demeanor of the miniature fox caught his attention. Not only was its fur standing on end, but its entire body, once pure white, was gradually transforming into a blood-red hue, particularly its eyes, which seemed to gleam with a predatory intensity. Over time, Jiang Ming had come to understand the fox's nature. It would not behave in such a manner unless faced with grave danger or something extraordinary. This realization made him cautious, and just as he was about to retreat, a bizarre scene unfolded. Suddenly, the white eggs plummeted to the ground, shattering upon impact. A viscous white liquid oozed forth, revealing bare, contorted forms within. To his astonishment, they were human. The bizarre tree had given birth to humans, yet the sounds emanating from their mouths resembled the feral growls of beasts. Their eyes devoid of light, lacking any semblance of consciousness. These newly birthed beings were, in fact, zombies. What on earth was happening? How could such a phenomenon occur on Earth? Was it a consequence of the tree realm's arrival? Jiang Ming was left speechless, his jaw agape in disbelief. In all his memories, he had never heard of such a tree, nor could he fathom the purpose behind these zombies. However, the preceding spectacle had already left him utterly astonished, and the subsequent scene sent chills down his spine. He witnessed a number of the newly emerged male and female figures embrace one another tightly, their mouths uttering frantic exclamations of excitement. At that moment, a peculiar occurrence transpired. The entwined figures melded together as if merging with water, transforming into a monstrous entity with 2 heads, 4 arms, and 4 legs. Chapter 21. Derivation, Part 2. Once formed. The 2-headed mutated zombie exhibited remarkable agility, springing forth with a powerful leap towards its unmutated companions. Its 4 arms, resembling the blades of a giant scissor, swiftly severed the neck of one zombie. While its 2 mouths hungrily sucked at the gushing blood from the severed throat, the ground soon became drenched in a chilling and terrifying crimson. In a matter of seconds, over 100 ordinary zombies lay dead, leaving only the 2-headed mutated zombies behind. No, this was incorrect. The strength and speed of these zombies rivaled that of the slaughter zombies, perhaps even surpassing them. Yet, the evolution of slaughter zombies required the death of numerous beings to achieve. Such bizarre amalgamations of zombies must be stimulated by some hidden hormones. Observing the scene, Jiang Ming rested his chin in contemplation, his mind swirling with thoughts. Suddenly, the miniature fox leaped forward, darting into the cave with lightning speed. Seemingly enraged by the previous horrifying display, Jiang Ming shook his head, resigned to follow suit. Although he had no desire to court death, if Ali were to perish, his survival would be equally improbable. There must be a reason for Ali's actions. Indeed, upon entering the cave, the miniature fox's fur transformed to blood red, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as its diminutive form instantaneously grew to that of an adult fox, its claws glistening with a deadly sheen. The 2-headed mutated zombies, upon sighting the miniature fox, let out a deafening roar, disregarding the ordinary zombies on the brink of death, and propelled themselves toward their target with astonishing agility. Soaring to nearly 10 meters high, crack, the sound of bones shattering filled the air as Ali moved with incredible speed, tearing apart 5 or 6 2-headed mutated zombies in mere seconds. Blood, limbs, and heads littered the ground. While the 2-headed mutated zombies had gained physical enhancements, their intelligence remained at a primal level. They felt no fear. Driven solely by an insatiable thirst for blood, their fallen comrades lay strewn about. The remaining 2-headed mutated zombies continued their relentless assault on Ali. Ultimately, after 10 minutes of combat, Ali misstepped and was struck by a sharp claw, causing it to tumble to the ground with a whimper. Jiang Ming was not faring much better. With Ali as the primary target of the zombies, he had managed to engage 2 of the 2-headed mutated zombies, but danger lurked at every turn. Narrowly avoiding their lethal claws, he dared not underestimate them. Who could say whether these mutated zombies carried strange viruses? Frustration mounted within Jiang Ming. Ever since the battle with the Crimson Dragon, the only combat card at his disposal was the Sword of Hit. Its monotonous attack style proved inadequate, consuming vast amounts of energy. This could not continue. He glanced at Ali, who lay panting on the ground, its eyes half-closed, seemingly slipping into unconsciousness. Despite the significant number of 2-headed mutated zombies that had fallen, that tree remained eerily still. For reasons unknown, Jiang Ming felt an unsettling intuition that there was more to the situation than met the eye. He stole another glance at the colossal tree, his expression growing grave. Indeed, his instincts were correct. The peculiar tree, once bare, had begun to sprout egg-sized white orbs, translucent and shimmering, yet ominously revealing shadowy serpentine forms within. This was dire. Aside from the sporadic changes in the giant tree, Jiang Ming discovered another horrifying detail. The ground was littered with far fewer zombie corpses than before. What had once numbered in the hundreds had dwindled to a mere 10 or so. Could it be that the tree was absorbing the corpses, regenerating the zombies? His heart raced, and his complexion paled. In his past life, he had lacked strength, yet he had devoted considerable effort to grow stronger. He had learned about many hidden truths and the peculiar monsters of the tree realm through various channels. However, he had never encountered, nor even heard of, a creature capable of reclaiming and creating zombies. At this moment, his expression grew increasingly grim as he surveyed the injured Ali and the enlarging orbs, despair creeping into his gaze. This could not stand. The monstrous tree must be destroyed. The fear lingered for only 10 seconds before Jiang Ming clenched his teeth, swinging the Sword of Hit in a graceful arc, his form as agile as a phantom cat. Bang! The energy contained within the Sword of Hit was substantial, yet it was repelled by an eerie force, causing Jiang Ming to stumble and fall. This strike had not merely failed to sever the colossal tree, but it left not even a scratch. Panic surged within him. Beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead as he watched the white orb swell to the size of giant eggs, utterly helpless to intervene. The only viable option was to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted, hoisting the injured Ali into his arms, and swung the sword of hit with a whoosh as he sprinted toward the cave entrance. Indeed, the massive tree seemed to anticipate his escape. The enlarged orbs ceased their swelling and began to fall, shattering upon impact, accompanied by a viscous white liquid. Bare human figures emerged from within. Hundreds of new zombies were thus reborn, as Jiang Ming fled. He glanced back, only to find that one of the faces bore an uncanny resemblance to a zombie he had seen earlier. This meant that the deceased zombies were being resurrected under the tree's influence. From the frenzied pace of their pursuit, they appeared even more agile than before. The tree indeed had the power to spawn zombies. Jiang Ming cursed inwardly, paralyzed by fear, and having exhausted much of his energy from the battle and subsequent escape. He knew that continuing this fight would lead to certain death. Ali, I believe you didn't intend this. If you dare provoke them, surely you have a way to deal with it, he muttered in distress as he sprinted onward. Squeak! Ali seemed to catch wind of his grievances and huffed in response, shaking its fluffy body before leaping to the ground. In an instant, it exhaled a plume of pink smoke that enveloped the surroundings. An illusion. Startled by the sudden transformation of his surroundings, Jiang Ming found himself amidst a blooming peach blossom grove, completely devoid of the pursuing zombies. Alalai, observing Jiang Ming's expression, was quite pleased and swiftly reverted to her miniature fox form. Leaping gracefully onto Jiang Ming's shoulder, Ji, she chirped excitedly as the pink mist dissipated and the peach blossom forest vanished, revealing yet another shifting illusion. This is... Jiang Ming could hardly believe his eyes as he rubbed them and reached out to touch the wall, which felt astonishingly real. He had returned, as if he had teleported back to the original cave. In his astonishment, he turned to glance at Alalai, who, having yawned, had closed her eyes and collapsed onto the ground. Clearly exhausted from the demands of this extraordinary illusion, Alalai needed rest to regain her strength. Now that he was back in the cave, where had the zombies gone? Were they alive or dead? All of this was shrouded in mystery, with no one to provide answers. Jiang Ming rested his chin on his hand, fixating on the miniature fox. The events of the day had far exceeded his comprehension. Moreover, judging by Alalai's appearance, she seemed to be in a growth phase, suggesting that once matured, she might possess additional abilities. However, Alalai could not speak, and thus, no answers would come from her at present. Jiang Ming was preoccupied with two concerns, one good, the other bad. The good news was that he had long surpassed the time given by the zombie matriarch, yet she had not come looking for him, indicating that he had escaped her tracking range. The bad news, however, was troubling. How could he leave this place? Was he truly destined to remain here with Alalai forever? The thought of being trapped in a zombie nest with a mute miniature fox filled Jiang Ming with dread. Clearly, he needed to devise a plan to escape, perhaps by eliminating that peculiar giant tree, the key to his departure. Deep down, Jiang Ming sensed that his presence here was not mere coincidence, but rather intertwined with the red silhouette he had encountered while battling the red dragon. Since his rebirth, it seemed he had become embroiled in some unknown event. Regardless of whether they were gods or demons, his foremost priority remained to enhance his strength. Shaking his head, Jiang Ming recognized that pondering such matters without the requisite power was futile. Without strength, he would find himself on a path leading to certain death. Chapter 22. The matriarch strikes. Time flew by, and 2 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. During this period, Jiang Ming had collected numerous runes and, with the aid of the Hela magic box, synthesized various new attack cards. Additionally, with Alalai's white glass beads assisting him, his power had further escalated, reaching the 5th level of a low-tier star warrior. However, the number of zombies in the cave had increased significantly, even giving rise to 2-headed mutated zombies. It was evident that the cave was no longer a safe haven. Jiang Ming was consumed with worry, remaining in a state of heightened vigilance. Over time, the mental strain became unbearable. Thus, he resolved that rather than living in constant fear, it would be wiser to seek an alternative route. With this determination, he emerged from the cave, carefully climbing along the cliffside. The scene before him resembled that of his previous outing, albeit with a notable increase in the number of wandering zombies. In the distance, The ground was cracked, releasing thick plumes of visible white smoke. Perhaps there was a volcano nearby. Jiang Ming recognized that this scenario was akin to volcanic terrain, yet the stable temperature indicated that, even in volcanic regions, an eruption was likely a future event. Following a familiar path, Jiang Ming stealthily made his way northwest. Aside from encountering a few scattered zombies, nothing unexpected occurred. After dispatching one zombie, he entered a narrow cave and exhaled deeply. He had explored this area several times and deemed it relatively safe. However, before he could catch his breath, a familiar female voice resonated from behind him. "You, the immature sword-wielding wanderer, we meet again." The space rippled ominously, gradually revealing a white silhouette, a stunning visage belonging to the zombie matriarch. Upon seeing Jiang Ming and glancing at the miniature fox perched on his shoulder, her beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. But it was fleeting. Coldly, she remarked, "You have acquired the fire-charming FOX. No wonder I could not detect your location." For months, she had been searching for Jiang Ming, yet he seemed to have evaporated from existence. Eluding her search in her frustration, the matriarch had been compelled to abandon her pursuit. On this day, she had arrived in the cave area, only to unexpectedly sense Jiang Ming's presence. I may lack the moon's sacrifice card, but taking my life will not be so effortless." Swiftly drawing the hit sword, Jiang Ming knew he was no match for the matriarch, yet surrender was not in his nature. He resolved to fight, hoping for a slim chance of survival. "Foolish one, you have entered the 007 ranch. Even if I do not intervene, you are already on a path to demise." This time, the matriarch refrained from attacking immediately, instead uttering words that were bizarre and incomprehensible. .007 ranch. What does this so-called 007 ranch signify? Perhaps it was a term unique to the matriarch's kind. Intrigued, Jiang Ming inquired, "What is the 007 ranch?" "It matters little to share, for your fate is sealed," the matriarch scoffed, her voice laced with disdain. "The area you inhabit is under the jurisdiction of our kind. I trust you have already realized that these lowly zombies are merely vessels of human flesh. Under the nurturing of the Dala Mother Tree, only the strongest zombies will prevail. When matured, I shall also visit the ranch to play." The word ranch sent a chill down Jiang Ming's spine, as he vaguely sensed a terrifying implication. According to the matriarch, he should still be on Earth. However, what exactly was this ranch, and who were the so-called ranch owners? What purpose did they have in constructing a breeding ground for zombies? Of course, it is a base for cultivating servants for our kind. Enough chatter, now perish. The matriarch had no intention of letting Jiang Ming escape, her onion-like fingers gesturing forward. With a crack, a strange white wave of light surged forth. With a thunderous boom, Jiang Ming felt a flash of red light before two beams collided, sparks flying and smoke billowing. In that critical moment, Alalai leaped into action to save him. Fire-charming fox. I had intended to spare you, but as you have chosen to provoke me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Upon witnessing Alalai's intervention, the matriarch's expression grew cold. With a casual flick of her wrist, a massive ancient tome materialized, emanating a terrifying power. Yet Jiang Ming would not allow her to seize the moment. Momentarily dazed, he leaned forward and thrust the hit sword, executing the technique Drunken Beauty's embrace. Boom! Like a tempest, the ancient tome and the matriarch were forced backward, leaving her no opportunity to deploy her cards. It was crucial to prevent her from unleashing her full power, as her base strength was already formidable without cards. If allowed to use them, Jiang Ming would undoubtedly meet his end. Hence, he refrained from adding any supplementary cards to his attack. However, despite narrowly escaping disaster, Jiang Ming could not rejoice. The matriarch hovered in midair, exuding an icy aura that made him hesitate, instinctively recoiling from the confrontation. "You think you can thwart me, immature sword-wielding wanderer? You are far from capable." With a disdainful snort, the matriarch waved her arm lightly, summoning 3 hissing black orbs that sped toward him. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow tightly and fled in a panic. He dared not confront these eerie black orbs head-on. Fleeing was his best option. However, the 3 black orbs pursued him unrelentingly, as if locked onto a target. Perhaps the matriarch wished to prolong his suffering, as the orbs trailed closely behind him, maintaining a distance of precisely 1 meter. Jiang Ming sensed something was amiss, his face clouded with dread. It was evident that the matriarch intended to toy with him, and when she grew weary of the game, his demise would follow. He could not afford to confront them directly, so he darted erratically, only to find himself sinking into the ground, tumbling into a cave. He fell swiftly, but his greater concern lay with what awaited him below. He had discovered a massive tree at the center of the cave, the very tree that had birthed the derivative zombies he had previously encountered, the Dala Mother tree as mentioned by the matriarch. Damn it, Jiang Ming cursed internally as the relentless black orbs pursued him, while the giant tree bore white eggs that would spawn zombies. This was a dire predicament. In a moment of desperation, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. He would rather face the horde of zombies ahead than turn back to confront the matriarch. Alalai, let's go, Jiang Ming roared, the hit sword in his hand spinning like a meteor, as if a divine being had descended. Wherever the sword's light passed, heads fell. Alalai, too, displayed remarkable courage, with a mere stomp of her foot. She grew larger, emitting an excited buzz, and leaped forward. Her sharp claws glimmered with cold light as dozens of zombies collapsed to the ground. Oddly, she did not produce any two-headed mutated zombies. As Jiang Ming dashed forward. He sensed something was amiss. Based on their interactions over the past few months, the Dala Mother tree should not merely be yielding ordinary zombies, and the ones it produced seemed significantly weaker than before. There was undoubtedly something wrong, however. Glancing back at the pursuing black orbs and the approaching matriarch, he had no time to dwell on this matter. He quickened his pace, rolling to the side and landing next to the Dala Mother tree. He swung his sword horizontally against the tree's trunk, but as before, it was impervious to harm. But a fleeting moment, the horde of zombies surged forth once again. Clearly, the mother tree of Radha would not be harmed by Jiang Ming. Yet it would not permit him to act recklessly. Boom. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, the earth began to crack, and an increasingly dense white smoke billowed forth. Jiang Ming stumbled, falling flat on his back, detecting the intruder. The execution of the annihilation protocol commenced. A mechanical voice echoed from the heavens, the ground shook even more violently, and countless zombies fell into the crevices of the earth. Simultaneously, the corpse mother halted her advance, her arms sweeping through the air, as the three small orbs abruptly altered their trajectory, tracing a vast arc in the sky. The three orbs fused into one, enveloped in an even deeper darkness, with tiny sparks of lightning swirling within. Then, akin to a playful child, they descended nimbly into the gaps of the ground. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of explosions erupted from the depths of the earth, as if the black orb had triggered something or collided with an object. Yet, the corpse mother remained poised, unwavering in her stance. Indeed, the splitting ground rumbled ominously and began to rise, forming a small hill. Chapter 23. The eerie skeleton. The small hill slowly ascended, taking on a rugged shape, with countless small stones gradually rolling down its sides. But a brief moment, the hill transformed into a colossal stone giant. Upon witnessing the transformation of the ground, the corpse mother's delicate features grew stern, her voice icy as she remarked, I did not expect guardians to still exist. However, given that you require the earth to take shape, your energy must be nearly depleted. In that case, perish. As her words fell, she flicked her arm, and an ancient tome appeared with sudden force. Following that, her fingers brushed against the indigo layer, and a shimmering golden whip shot forth with a piercing whistle. The stone giant, seemingly oblivious to her presence, brought its massive hands together and swung downward towards the mother tree of Radha. Boom. The impact shook the heavens and the earth, sending debris flying. Astonishingly, the mighty mother tree of Radha, which Jiang Ming could not even scratch, succumbed to the force of the stone giant's blow, collapsing with a thunderous crash. What a terrifying power! Jiang Ming watched in astonishment, his mouth agape, as he hastily covered the shoulders of Ali and fled to the side. After all, whether it was the stone giant or the corpse mother, such a level of combat was beyond his capacity to partake in. It was best to distance himself as much as possible. Of course, the corpse mother harbored no fear of Jiang Ming's escape. Her greatest threat now lay in the guardian known as the stone giant. With a fierce flick of her whip, a radiant wave of golden light surged forth like a tempest. Roar! The stone giant did not shy away. Instead, it raised its hands above its head and slammed downwards. With a tremendous crash, the golden light wave shattered into countless fragments that fell to the ground. The corpse mother furrowed her brows, her whip spinning rapidly. With a series of explosive sounds, 6 golden light waves intertwined into a butterfly shape and flew forth. This time, the stone giant did not meet the attack head-on. Instead, it lifted its cumbersome foot and leaped to the left. However, its immense size rendered it incapable of evading entirely. The golden light waves transformed into a razor-sharp beam. After the brilliance faded, one of the stone giant's arms fell to the ground, smoke billowing from the wound. The exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Jiang Ming in awe, unable to close his gaping jaw. In his previous life, he had not been fortunate enough to witness the battles of the strong. Yet here, before him, both the stone giant and the eerie corpse mother showcased a raw clash of power that was a feast for his eyes. This moment, the corpse mother fixated intently on the stone giant, her whip momentarily still. Though she held a slight advantage, the stone giant, as a guardian, was certainly not easy to deal with. Sure enough, the stone giant suddenly straightened its towering form, its mouth agape, and with clenched fists, it struck upwards. Boom! The one solid body fractured with numerous fine cracks, sending a barrage of stone fragments hurtling forth like a meteor shower, accompanied by flames ignited from the friction, making escape impossible. Upon witnessing this move, the corpse mother's expression hardened, and her whip shot upwards. The whip, seemingly endowed with sentience, formed a massive circle, revealing a faint glow of red within the gaps. This red light, akin to a magnet, exhibited an unmistakable allure. The fiery meteors, akin to a cow plunging into the sea, spiraled into the red light, crashing against it and disintegrating into dust. However, the corpse mother's maneuver was not merely defensive. With a vigorous flick, her whip transformed the red light into a rolling gear that crashed against the stone giant with a cacophony of sound. Upon contact, the red light exploded with a muffled thud, as if the stone giant had been savaged by countless venomous serpents spewing forth red stars. 1 minute later, the stone giant, ravaged by the serpents, bore wounds all over its body, and the myriad of cracks finally succumbed to the weight of its massive form, collapsing into a multitude of stone fragments. The immature sword-wielding traveler had seen enough of the spectacle. Now it was his turn. After executing this onslaught, the corpse mother's countenance flushed crimson, clearly indicating that her earlier attacks had drained a significant portion of her energy. Nevertheless, even in her weakened state, Jiang Ming's power was still inadequate to confront her directly. With a sense of resignation, Jiang Ming shook his head and took flight. The earlier battle had already shaken his spirit, leaving him devoid of the courage to engage the corpse mother in combat. Stop! The corpse mother, enraged, propelled herself forward with the speed of lightning. Yet, Jiang Ming anticipated that her energy would not suffice for flight. Even in running, she could not surpass him, and he had no intention of halting. As he sprinted, he swiftly activated a card to augment his speed. Thus, the two raced around the cavern, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, how could the corpse mother endure being toyed with by Jiang Ming? Suddenly, she bit her lip, crimson blood gushing forth. In an instant, her hair transformed to a vivid red, veins bulging, and the vessels beneath her skin became visible. Exuding an overwhelming aura of power, the corpse mother's transformation was rapid, and within mere seconds, she closed in on Jiang Ming, delivering a heavy blow to his back with her tightly clenched left fist. Jiang Ming stumbled, crashing to the ground, with Ali unable to react in time and falling alongside him. Run, let you run. The corpse mother, consumed by fury, her bloodlust driving her mad, sent her hair standing on end. Her gaze filled with a savage ferocity, her nails lengthening, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. Just as Jiang Ming was about to fall victim to her lethal grasp, an uncanny scene unfolded. With a thunderous roar, the ground suddenly erupted, spewing forth a torrent of flames. The corpse mother, caught off guard, was struck directly. The inferno engulfed her, and her agonized wails pierced the air. The corpse mother clutched her head amidst the flames, emitting a frantic scream, her form trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing this transformation, Jiang Ming's expression shifted. Though he was unaware of the cause, a daring thought emerged in his mind. Should I deliver the final blow? The corpse mother was an unknown entity. Should he manage to slay her, she might drop special runes or cards, a temptation too alluring to resist. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Ming summoned the Sword of Hith, stealthily approaching her. When a strange roar echoed in his ears, "Run!" She is about to evolve. Do you wish to die? As if propelled by an unseen force, Jiang Ming's entire being shot towards the cave's entrance like a missile. Meanwhile, the corpse mother, now charred beyond recognition, remained upright. She had shed all semblance of human flesh, her form now a pitch-black skeleton. Yet, within those hollow eye sockets burned an eerie blue flame, with a sudden stomp of her foot. The remaining flames extinguished, and a chilling aura emanated from her bony frame. Evil intruder, I shall not allow you to live. The cave erupted with roars once more, the ground quaking, and with a resounding crash. A mound rose, resembling a volcanic crater, from which torrents of magma surged forth. Guardian, perish. A ghastly voice, accompanied by a chilling breeze, escaped her lips, as the coldness radiating from the pitch-black skeleton intensified. Wherever she passed, magma solidified into ice. Not only the molten rock, but even the ground she traversed was entirely frozen. The erupting volcano seemed unwilling to relent, as with a series of thunderous booms, magma surged forth from the walls once more. Scalding lava flowed down the walls, yet upon encountering the icy chill, it was instantly encased in frost. Eventually, it was not long before the entire cave transformed into a realm of ice. The skeleton moved steadily toward the cave's entrance, sometimes pausing, sometimes proceeding with deliberate slowness. All of this unfolded before Jiang Ming, who had been propelled skyward. He could hardly believe his eyes. It felt as though he were trapped in a dream. The eerie skeleton, the frozen magma, represented the most fearsome power since the emergence of the tree realm. Fortunately, it seemed that after evolving into a skeleton, the corpse mother's intellect had diminished, and her speed had notably decreased. What manner of creature was she? Jiang Ming found it amusing. He had once categorized the corpse mother among the infected zombies, yet in light of today's events, she might well not belong to the tree realm at all, but rather be some mythical beast of legend. However, Jiang Ming felt no overwhelming fear towards her. He suddenly recalled the Moon Spirit Palace, the sword-wielding travelers, and Ollie, the fire-furred fox, all of whom the corpse mother regarded with trepidation. In some inexplicable way, it seemed as though he had become entangled in a greater scheme. With the momentum of the powerful force, Jiang Ming soared through the air for approximately 10 minutes before finally touching down on solid ground. He raised his gaze to the sky, surveying his surroundings, and found himself outside the cavern of the mother tree. Before him lay an endless forest, from which eerie cries emanated, resembling the shrieks of women or the growls of beasts. Yet, he had no choice. The uncanny skeleton behind him could close in at any moment, and perhaps seeking refuge in the forest was his only chance for survival. Chapter 24. The skinning dwarf's night had descended, and the chilling moonlight gently caressed the earth, while terrifying wails echoed through the dense forest, sending shivers down one's spine. Jiang Ming had been wandering through the forest for approximately 2 hours, and apart from the trees, he had encountered no other living beings. The eerie howls persisted around him, occasionally accompanied by the rustling of leaves that fell, seemingly heralding something ominous. This forest resembled a tropical rainforest. Why were there no other creatures? He remained on high alert, treading cautiously, pondering the source of the sounds emanating from the woods. They must belong to some mutated beings, and perhaps the absence of other life forms was due to predation by such creatures. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky, as a lightning bolt as thick as a bowl streaked across the night, vanishing into the northeastern part of the forest. Following this, there was only the eerie silence of the woods and the haunting cries. This lightning was not a natural occurrence. The energy it contained was formidable. Could it be that someone was summoning lightning using natural cards? Jiang Ming shook his head, directing his gaze toward the place where the lightning had struck. Quickening his pace, he had traversed this forest for so long without finding an exit. To be precise, he had lost his sense of direction. Perhaps the one who summoned the lightning was a star mage, who could bring him good fortune. After navigating around several large trees, he stealthily approached the northeastern direction, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Dozens of dwarves, each about the size of a 5-year-old child, had gathered around a fire, encircling a pot containing a soup that clung to a skull and 2 hands. These dwarves had dark skin, wearing only a loincloth around their waists, their bare torsos emitting howls and lamentations. Among them, one dwarf stood taller than the others, wearing a mask resembling a malevolent spirit, seemingly their leader. What is this? Jiang Ming did not believe these dwarves were benevolent beings. In his previous life, He had never encountered such dwarves, but he had seen relevant descriptions in the records of the Star Mages. They were diminutive in stature, akin to indigenous inhabitants, yet transformed due to the influence of the tree realm. Possessing incredible powers, they were the skinning dwarves. To put it bluntly, they had ceased to be part of the human species. They possessed considerable intelligence, subsisting on the blood and flesh of animals, and even resorting to cannibalism. They worshipped the demons of hell, believing that by offering sufficient tributes, they could gain the powers of the dark gods. Was this the skinning forest? No wonder I couldn't find an exit. Jiang Ming recalled the record stating that the skinning forest did not belong to any continent on Earth. It was a unique space accessible only through the teleportation of the tree palace. He had unintentionally entered the breeding grounds of the Rada mother tree, followed by the skinning forest. A treacherous situation indeed. However, he was well aware that to escape this cursed place, he could only return to the tree palace via a teleportation point. The precise location of the teleportation point might only be revealed by questioning these skinning dwarves. With a flick of an ancient tome, Jiang Ming formulated a plan, gripping 5 cards in his palm. His gaze fixed intently ahead. Whoosh! The 5 cards soared into the air. They transformed into dozens of enormous red nets, hurtling toward the skinning dwarves. Caught in excitement, the dwarves had no time to react and, with a piercing scream, were ensnared by the nets. Can you understand my words? I only wish to know the location of the teleportation point. Jiang Ming leaped from the underbrush like a nimble cat, shouting loudly, yet the only response he received was the chattering of the skinning dwarves, their speech incomprehensible. Moreover, their eyes gleamed with a beastly ferocity. Clearly, they did not understand Jiang Ming's language and had no intention of engaging in dialogue. Indeed, the masked leader emitted a sharp shriek and suddenly, as if performing a stunt, spewed forth a burst of crimson flames from his mouth. The net, unable to withstand the intense heat, turned red and was instantly incinerated. Witnessing this, Jiang Ming's expression hardened. He swiftly drew the sword of hit, moving with lightning speed to thrust and slash in a flurry of actions. To his astonishment, the leader was remarkably agile. No matter how intricate Jiang Ming's maneuvers were, he could not inflict a single wound. Instead, the leader nimbly darted from between Jiang Ming's legs to his rear, pulling out a detonator and blowing into it with force. With a muffled pop, a steel nail the size of a fingertip shot forth. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Ollie lunged forward with a squeak. A flash of red light and cold glimmer passed as the steel nail was swatted away by her paw. In that instant, Jiang Ming was drenched in cold sweat, his face paling in shock. Despite the leader's diminutive stature, his movements were akin to those of a special forces soldier, outpacing Jiang Ming's own speed as a 5-star star mage. The leader, evidently infuriated by Ali's intervention, began to babble incoherently, his feet moving increasingly faster. From a distance, it appeared as though countless small figures were swirling around Ali, occasionally spewing forth raging flames from their mouths. Ali was quick, yet she could not completely evade the flames, and her fur became singed, releasing a faint scent of charred flesh. Enraged by this, Ali swelled to the size of a typical fox, her fur turning a vivid crimson, her eyes bloodshot, emitting sharp cries. Crack! Jiang Ming barely caught a glimpse of a red shadow flitting past, not knowing how Ali perceived the leader's true form. Her claws tore into the leader's throat, and the ground was soon stained with bright red blood. The death of the skinning dwarf leader incited the fury of his trapped companions. Their gazes turned demonic, their howls growing increasingly shrill, seemingly cursing the vile intruder. Remarkably, 10 runes burst forth. Jiang Ming, almost oblivious, rummaged through the leader's corpse and collected the 10 runes, then mercilessly swung the sword of hit in an instant. Dozens of skinning dwarves were slaughtered, their runes littering the ground. He felt no guilt whatsoever. Since the skinning dwarves harbored resentment toward him, he would not leave behind such a hidden danger. While collecting the runes from the corpses, Jiang Ming inadvertently discovered a crumpled map within one of the bodies. The map was not very detailed, marked only by mountains and a chaos of trees, but several places were circled, likely indicating the locations of teleportation points. Estimating his position, Jiang Ming cautiously traversed the underbrush according to the map's markings, remaining in a constant state of readiness. As he journeyed, he encountered only 2 groups of skinning dwarves, avoiding any threats of leader-level danger. The average skinning dwarves only executed simple melee attacks and were significantly slower than the leader, posing no real threat to Jiang Ming. After a fierce battle with the skinning dwarves, he had managed to eliminate them all. Acquiring a considerable number of runes, after circumventing a rugged path, he arrived at the first special marked location on the map. Before him lay a vast, dark lake, its stagnant waters devoid of any life. The trees within a few meters of the lake appeared withered, leaving only bare trunks. Was this not a teleportation point? Jiang Ming pondered, glancing around for any signs of a teleportation point, and feeling disheartened. Prepared to move on to another location. However, just as he turned, an eerie spectacle unfolded. The surface of the lake erupted with a thunderous explosion. With a resounding boom, a massive shadow emerged from the lake. Growing increasingly ominous under the moonlight, the shadow resembled a 10-meter-long worm, with a flattened head and a pointed tail protruding from the water's surface. The worm monster's pitch-black eyes glimmered with excitement as its mouth suddenly opened, spewing forth a burst of green liquid. Bang! Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ming could not react in time, and his entire body was instantly engulfed in the green liquid, transforming him into a green figure. This is bad. The green liquid was not corrosive, yet it emitted a foul fishy odor. Upon inhaling the stench, Jiang Ming felt dizzy, a sensation of suffocation enveloping his chest. Undoubtedly, the odor from the green liquid was toxic. In a state of panic, Jiang Ming hastily gestured toward the ancient tome, but as his fingers brushed against it, his mind blanked, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Likewise, Ollie seemed unable to withstand the fishy odor, her head drooping as she collapsed onto his shoulder. Who dares to come and slay the monster of the lake? In this moment of crisis, a figure emerged from the depths of the forest, shouting incessantly. Chapter 25. The skinning dungeon. The figure was a tall Russian man, clad in a tight-fitting outfit, with a revolver slung at his waist. He moved swiftly, reaching Jiang Ming's side in the blink of an eye, casually firing his pistol at the monster. Bang! The shimmering bullet pierced through flesh, and the monster let out a mournful wail. Yet it dared not retaliate against the Russian, seemingly frightened, as it burrowed back into the depths of the lake. In mere moments, the lake returned to its former tranquility. A 5-star mage. Let us see what the old fellow has to say now. The Russian chuckled lightly, lifting the unconscious Jiang Ming and Ollie, disappearing into the night. Cold, a bone-chilling cold. Jiang Ming awakened from his stupor, feeling goosebumps rise on his skin and an overwhelming fatigue. Before him lay a dungeon-like space, surrounded by walls that appeared to have existed for countless years, with gray moss and withered leaves faintly visible. I'm not dead, Ollie. He rubbed his head, struggling to recall the events leading to his unconsciousness, gently cradling Ollie as he stood upright. Exiting through the door, he found himself in a pitch-black corridor, extending endlessly. On either side were closed-off rooms, with torches occasionally flickering on the walls, resembling a prison. Under the dim illumination, the path ahead was barely discernible. The deeper Jiang Ming ventured, the more he felt an unsettling aura. The surrounding silence was profound, devoid of even the faintest sound. What purpose could so many rooms serve if they were all left uninhabited? It felt as though a wealthy landlord possessed countless properties, yet they remained abandoned, shunned by inhabitants. Undoubtedly, something was amiss here. The further he walked, the more he sensed an uncanny strangeness. Only moments before, he had traversed the peeling forests and arrived at the Grand Lake, only to be accosted by a monstrous creature. How had he ended up here? Wait, the map. A pivotal realization struck Jiang Ming, and he hastily rummaged through his waist pocket. The crumpled map was indeed still there. He unfurled it, scanning for his location, yet found himself unable to pinpoint where he was. As if he had stepped into an entirely new realm. Was someone orchestrating his movements? A premonition gnawed at him, ever since he had succumbed to unconsciousness following the encounter with the red dragon. It seemed he had been manipulated by an unseen hand, leading him through a series of bizarre encounters with malevolent entities. Perhaps that individual meant well, but he was not fond of this feeling. It felt more tangible to grasp one's own fate. As he continued on, everything remained unnaturally still. Jiang Ming followed the path until it culminated in a narrow staircase that could accommodate only one person at a time. Constructed from ancient, crumbling stone bricks, peering into the darkness within, he was uncertain of what lay ahead. Nevertheless, he understood that his arrival here was by the design of the unseen puppeteer. There might be numerous dangers inside. Yet at least his life was not in imminent peril. Curiosity stirred within him about this place and where the staircase might lead. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ming steeled himself and boldly descended the stairs. The descent felt interminable. After nearly an hour of walking, he still saw no end in sight. The passage grew narrower, forcing him to angle his body sideways to proceed. He mused that if it grew any tighter, he might have to abandon his quest. Fortunately, after another 5 minutes, the staircase finally reached its conclusion. Jiang Ming bent down, squeezing through the opening. Before him lay an exceptionally vast square, with another unknown path visible in the distance. The square was eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. In each corner stood a fire pit, casting flickering light onto a colossal, peculiar design etched into the ground, a perfect circle adorned with a pattern reminiscent of a pentagram. Albeit not entirely so, the very center of this design appeared to be the outline of a person. Could this be a site of sacrifice? Jiang Ming pondered, circling the design, unable to discern its origin or purpose. The figure at the center seemed to depict a woman. Who could she be? After contemplating for a while, he shook his head in resignation, bemused. Regardless of her identity, it bore little relevance to him. It would be more pragmatic to devise a means of escape from this place. With a self-deprecating thought, his gaze shifted to the darkened path opposite him. Suddenly, with a rustle, Ollie awakened, visibly agitated. It appeared to have been startled. Perhaps haunted by a nightmare during its unconsciousness or feeling unease from the current atmosphere. Without warning, it leapt from his shoulder and dashed towards the shadowy path at an electrifying speed. "Come back, Ollie," Jiang Ming shouted, but the creature had vanished. With his brow furrowed, he hesitated before deciding to pursue. The path was long and dark, and if he wasn't cautious, he might collide with a wall. Jiang Ming retrieved a blue card from his ancient tome. With a soft pop, it transformed into a flashlight. Utilizing its faint glow, he cautiously advanced. Ollie was nowhere to be seen, perhaps having sprinted to the path's end. Jiang Ming muttered to himself, remaining on high alert. After half an hour, he finally reached the end. There, he found a series of rooms resembling cells, flanking a narrow trough filled with murky water. Was this yet another forsaken prison? Jiang Ming pondered, perplexed by the lack of inhabitants and the purpose of these facilities. Could it be a consequence of a failed ritual conducted at the square? He had no answers, and Ollie's whereabouts remained a mystery, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. Just then, as he lingered in uncertainty, an eerie spectacle unfolded. Columns of fire suddenly erupted from the corners, and the trough erupted violently, revealing a large circular wooden platform upon which numerous skinned dwarfs chattered incessantly, including several commanding figures. At the center stood an old man, his hair and beard entirely white. He was as tall as the leaders, unmasked, his frail frame exuding an unexpected authority. "Young man, welcome to the skinned dwarf's lair." The elder squinted, a grin spreading across his face. His voice was not loud, yet it overshadowed the cacophony of the other skinned dwarves. "Who are you? How do you speak the human tongue?" Jiang Ming asked. Wary, gripping the sword of Hitter tightly, he realized he had inadvertently stumbled into the den of the skinned dwarves. This elder was undoubtedly the leader among leaders. Yet his ability to communicate in human language suggested the possibility of dialogue. "Haha, I am the Grand Elder of the Skinned," he declared. "Gamma did not deceive. Your blood, your energy can be offered to my lord." The elder's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, his gaunt face alight with joy. Are you implying that I am to be a sacrifice?" Jiang Ming tightened his grip on the sword. Escape seemed impossible, yet surrender felt like a dead end. Fighting back might offer a slim chance of survival. "Young man, I advise you to sheath your weapon. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of your little companion," the elder said with a faint smile, effortlessly grasping Ollie in his hand as if performing a magic trick. Ollie squirmed frantically, yet was unable to muster any strength. Jiang Ming's face darkened with dread, and his sword gradually lowered. Given the elder's uncanny ability to capture Ollie out of thin air, his chances of escape seemed exceedingly slim. The elder's threat suggested he feared damage to the sacrifice, which might compromise the ritual's efficacy. Young man, you are fortunate to have captured the favor of the flame charm fox. Alas, it is still in its juvenile stage." "Posing no threat to me," the elder remarked, his expression shifting from surprise to intrigued. "I know I cannot escape, but I demand clarity. Who do the skinned dwarves worship, and who brought me here?" "We worship the dark god of the underworld," She will lead us skinned dwarves to reclaim our pastures. Unfortunately, for many years, our kind has never encountered a suitable offering. But you're different. Your blood is unique, and coupled with your energy, my lord shall undoubtedly awaken. As for who brought you here, come forth, Gamma, my friend. As the elder's words lingered in the air, a figure materialized at the end of the dark passage, an imposing Russian man. Chapter 26. The Sacrifice. He. My friend, you have violated our agreement. The Russian's expression darkened for a fleeting moment, disregarding Jiang Ming as if he were already a corpse. Gamma, do not fret. This young man will have no opportunity to speak. The Grand Elder of the Skinned remarked, squinting slightly and gesturing for the skinned dwarves to encircle Jiang Ming. Damn it. Realizing his predicament, Jiang Ming couldn't help but curse inwardly. He understood that while this Russian appeared unassuming, he emanated a terrifying aura, akin to that of a beast. At present, the probability of escape was nearly zero, both in terms of personal prowess and numbers, especially with Ollie still under their control. Amplifying his trepidation, in resignation, he made a choice. I can surrender, but you must release Ollie first. Very well. The Grand Elder released his grip, allowing Ollie to fall to the ground. His interest lay solely in Jiang Ming. Capturing him was ideal, and a mere juvenile flame charm fox held no significance to him. Ollie, having endured much, recognized the Elder's might and dared not act out, retreating to Jiang Ming's shoulder while emitting a distressed protest. Jiang Ming nodded, sheathing the sword of Hitter and submitting to their whims. Soon, the skinned dwarves bound him tightly and escorted him to a cell. Before entering, the Grand Elder cast a spell, sealing Jiang Ming's energy, rendering him little more than an ordinary man. Am I truly to perish here? He sighed deeply, a frown etched across his face. Unwilling to resign himself to fate, Jiang Ming attempted to summon his ancient tome. Yet it was as though his efforts vanished into thin air. Nothing materialized. Ollie experienced a similar fate, remaining in its diminutive fox form, unable to exert any strength. Approximately 2 hours later, Jiang Ming found himself bound by the skinned dwarves once more in the original square. The peculiar design remained unchanged, yet the surroundings were now ablaze with torches, and countless skinned dwarves danced about, their joyful music, shouts, and laughter filling the air. At that moment, the Grand Elder approached, flanked by 2 similarly sized skinned dwarves, one adorned with a vibrant yellow mask and the other with a red one. The ritual commences. The Elder of the skin-peeling tribe cast a glance at Jiang Ming and stretched out his hands, calling out loudly. Instantly, the square erupted in cheers, and all the skin-peeling dwarfs knelt devoutly on the ground, beseeching the protection of the dark god. Several skin-peeling dwarf guards swiftly pinned Jiang Ming down at the center of a bizarre pattern, securing his limbs before using a small knife to sever his veins. Blood flowed quietly, tracing the patterns on the ground, gradually filling the entire design. The 2 elder skin peelers beside the chief murmured incantations, their voices booming like thunder. As his veins were cut, Jiang Ming initially felt the pain, but as the blood drained away, the pain faded, and his eyelids involuntarily began to close. It was as if countless phantoms were invading the depths of his consciousness, leaving him in a stupor. He finally understood why the cells were empty. The ghosts had surged forth from those chambers. Am I to perish? In his final moments, he seemed to glimpse a towering figure, the face of that Russian man flashing through his mind, followed by an overwhelming darkness. You have awakened, a cold female voice echoed in his ear. Am I not dead? Jiang Ming was taken aback, his gaze drawn to the azure sky, lost in confusion. He had been in the skin-peeling dungeon, yet now it seemed he had arrived in another place, a familiar yet new locale. Do you remember what happened before you fainted? The woman's voice was devoid of warmth, yet possessed an undeniable allure. This is... Jiang Ming suddenly turned his head, startled. Before him stood a beautiful woman, her enchanting visage framed by a cascade of hair like dark clouds. Wearing a red dress and holding a red sword, her delicate brows furrowed as she gazed at him. For a moment, Jiang Ming was entranced, silently staring at her. I feel as if I have seen her before. A shadow flickered in the depths of his mind, a fleeting recollection of this woman in red, yet he could not grasp it. Where am I? Am I not dead? Jiang Ming did not respond, instead asking her with a look of bewilderment. Even if he wished to answer, he could recall nothing of what had transpired. Do you not remember? The woman in red's calm face darkened with a hint of shadow. her eyes fixating on Jiang Ming as if he were a monster, unable to utter a word for a long while. The two locked gazes, enveloped in an oppressive silence. What has happened to me? This place resembles the tree palace. Jiang Ming could no longer contain himself, breaking the tense atmosphere. Alas, it seems you truly do not remember. The woman in red shook her head, sighing, and proceeded to recount the events that transpired while he was unconscious. At the moment Jiang Ming fell into oblivion, the pattern on the ground had suddenly erupted with a blinding red light, and the air was thick with the scent of darkness. My master has finally awakened. The elder of the skin-peeling tribe was moved to tears, while the surrounding skin-peeling dwarfs jubilantly tumbled about, chattering excitedly. It had been a full millennium since the Dark God had vanished, 1,000 years ago. The Dark God had once ruled the land, shrouding the world in death and darkness. Yet, under the united resistance of heroes, the Dark God had sustained grave injuries and was forced into slumber. Thus, the races that served the Dark God had naturally suffered catastrophic repercussions. 1,000 years later, through the sacrifices of the skin-peeling dwarfs, the Dark God had finally returned to the mortal realm. He spoke passionately of the past, as if he himself were a witness to history. Foolish, a voice resonated deep within the soul, interrupting his praise. The surging red light did not dissipate. Instead, it coalesced into a colossal inverted pentagram. The air thick with an aura of terror, this fear was palpable, as if it could be seen, smelled, and even seeped into one's veins. Jiang Ming slowly rose to his feet, emanating an icy aura that seemed capable of piercing through bone. Dark, bony spikes sprouted from his back, and his shoulders were adorned with dazzling crimson energy armor. It felt as though an eternal flame burned within him. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him. Releasing a plume of black smoke, the Dark God, the skin-peeling dwarfs involuntarily knelt in submission, none daring to meet Jiang Ming's formidable presence, nor utter a sound. Each heart raced wildly, as if the Dark God before them were gazing directly at them. Jiang Ming looked down upon the ants below, his right hand raised slightly. In an instant, flames erupted from the ground, engulfing the entire square, as swirling infernos filled the air, radiating an unbearable heat. Boom! The terrifying flames consumed the entire assembly. The prostrate skin-peeling dwarfs could scarcely fathom that the Dark God they worshipped would turn against them. In that moment, the merciless fire, like a venomous serpent, lashed out at all present, their anguished cries echoing in despair. "No, my master, you cannot treat us this way." The elder of the skin-peeling tribe lost his sanity, yet he felt his strength inexplicably stifled, unable to budge even an inch, forced to watch helplessly as he and his kin were incinerated. "Eek!" Ollie screamed incessantly at Jiang Ming, her eyes wide with terror. Strangely, the flames did not consume the tiny fox. It seemed to recognize her, vanishing into thin air as it approached. Perhaps the Dark God still possessed a fragment of Jiang Ming's consciousness. He coldly regarded the trembling Ollie, intrigued as he raised an eyebrow. Yet, in a fleeting moment, his expression darkened. "Humph, how dare you spy on me? Get out here." As soon as he spoke, he suddenly yanked with his left hand. Ouch! The Russian man named Gamma stumbled out of the dark passage. This moment, his eyes were devoid of composure or disdain, filled only with an unfathomable fear. He had merely wanted to observe the skin-peeling dwarf's ritual. But what he encountered was an uncontrollable anomaly. No, that's not right. You are not the Dark God. He seemed to realize something, letting out a frantic roar as he frantically sprinted towards the passage. Chapter 27. The fiery monkey. Jiang Ming had no intention of letting him escape. With a flick of his finger, the roaring flames instantly engulfed the Russian man, leaving only his agonized groans and a dark silhouette. In less than a quarter of an hour, the once lively square was left in eerie silence, occupied solely by Ollie and Jiang Ming. "Oh, I see." Jiang Ming suddenly seized the terrified Ollie, uttering a cryptic remark, and then abruptly withdrew his right hand. Rumble. The space tore open a massive chasm, as Jiang Ming abruptly pulled forth a sphere of red light and hurled it to the ground. The red light shattered upon impact, revealing the youthful face of the woman in red, adorned with sunglasses. "You," she gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Jiang Ming to discover her presence. What shocked her even more was that she could not perceive Jiang Ming's current power at all. Warning. Unknown level star warrior detected. Evade, evade. The warning blared incessantly, a response so intense that she instinctively reached for an ancient tome and swiftly drew her red sword. "If I were you, I wouldn't resort to weapons against me. Jiang Ming chuckled mockingly, pointing to his own head. This lad still owes you a debt of gratitude. I won't kill you, woman. Remember to protect him. Otherwise, you will regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground, the overwhelming aura dissipating abruptly. You must be mistaken. Are you sure that is me? Jiang Ming, stunned, struggled to comprehend how he could be so fearsome. He was aware that something unique might reside within him after his rebirth. But how could such power exist? Perhaps it was indeed the Dark God. Yet, why would the Dark God not consume him? Why save him? He shook his head, utterly bewildered by the situation. It appears you truly do not know what has transpired. However, have you not noticed your energy levels have surged? The woman in red furrowed her delicate brows. She had encountered this man once before, always during moments of extreme peril. Perhaps that was why he had gained such unknown power. Low-level Star Warrior 6, 7. No, it's an advancement. Jiang Ming finally grasped the anomaly, incredulous that he was but a step away from becoming a mid-level Star Warrior. If he possessed an advancement item, he would indeed be a mid-level Star Warrior. That moment, he stood stunned. Could it be that the unexpected event in the skin-peeling dungeon had triggered his transformation? Who exactly was he? Could he truly be the Dark God? Since you are unaware of the situation, it is pointless for me to remain with you. Take this compass. Once you advance, you can follow its guidance to return. The woman in red shook her head, tossing 2 cards towards him before disappearing into the distance without looking back. Jiang Ming caught the cards, his eyes widening in surprise. One was a blue compass card, while the other, a yellow card, bore the name Ollie, Fiery Charm Fox, LV2, Juvenile Stage. She is a sovereign born from flames. If you can provide her with her favored food, perhaps you can earn her favor and gain items to enhance your energy. A monster sovereign capable of advancement. No wonder the elder of the skin-peeling tribe held Ollie in such high regard. He clasped his chin, deep in thought, yet his heart surged with excitement. His previous life. Biological cards were a rarity for him. Little did he expect that the first biological card he would obtain this time would be so extraordinary. It seems the heavens are still kind to me. Jiang Ming pinched his own cheek, ensuring he was not dreaming, before stowing the card in the ancient tome. This moment, he was well aware of his location. His previous life. He had perished in the very place one must venture to advance as a Star Warrior, the Tree Palace. The Tree Palace was none other than the colossal tree that had descended upon the Tree Realm. In the era of the Tree Realm, colossal trees have formed a myriad of hierarchical layers, each resembling an array of chambers filled with tree hollows. The exact number of layers remains a mystery, as no one has ever reached the final tiered, past life. Only a handful of formidable Star Warriors were capable of ascending beyond the 10th layer. However, this time, with the temporal dimensions skewed, there might be an increased chance for more Star Warriors to achieve breakthroughs. Yet, Jiang Ming refrained from making any hasty conclusions. Present. He stepped into the first layer of the Tree Palace. This layer contained a total of 72 tree hollows, each housing random beasts, with some individuals even encountering third-tier creatures. Fortunately, such occurrences were quite rare, and almost every tree hollow could yield low-tier Star Warrior promotion items. 17, 18, 19, Jiang Ming silently counted, recalling the tree hollow he entered in his previous life, which was the 19th hollow on the right. That time, he had been exceedingly fortunate, merely facing a modest number of infected zombies, allowing him to ascend with ease. This time, he chose the 19th hollow once more, hoping to encounter similar fortune. However, perhaps Jiang Ming's previous luck had been overexerted, as fate seemed poised to punish him. The creature he encountered this time was not a zombie, but rather a different beast, the explosive monkey. The explosive monkey, a third-tier mutated fire-type creature, was notoriously unruly and possessed strength comparable to that of a fourth-tier being. Typically, they would not attack humans indiscriminately. However, if provoked, they would unleash terrifying fiery assaults. To make matters worse, the pair of explosive monkeys before him were not just one, but both male and female. Jiang Ming had perused the records of Star Warriors and learned about the characteristics of explosive monkeys. The male was adorned with a coat of vibrant red fur, while the female boasted a tuft of blue hair on her forehead. Clearly, these 2 explosive monkeys were either a mated pair or a mother and child. Any reckless attack would surely result in a coordinated assault from both, leading to certain death. The mischievous male explosive monkey, upon spotting Jiang Ming, excitedly blocked his path, casually draping a furry arm over his shoulder. As if they were kindred spirits, despite the unpleasant odor emanating from the monkey, Jiang Ming was reluctant to provoke it, instead forcing a bitter smile upon his face. Initially, he contemplated retreating. But with the monkey's arm resting on his shoulder, escape was no longer an option. What to do? A flicker of worry crossed his eyes, but it was short-lived, and he soon wore a beaming smile that, as the saying goes, necessity is the mother of invention. And this was precisely such a moment. Jiang Ming casually gestured to the ancient tome, retrieving a banana card from the blue layer and tossing it onto the ground, with a muffled thud. A vast expanse of yellow-green bananas suddenly appeared. The two explosive monkeys were overjoyed, springing into action and eagerly grabbing the bananas without even peeling them. Indeed, monkeys universally adore bananas. Jiang Ming chuckled with satisfaction. Seeing the explosive monkeys distracted by the bananas, he knew it was the perfect time to make his escape. He quickly tiptoed towards the cave entrance. Once outside, he ran a considerable distance before finally exhaling deeply, contemplating which tree hollow to explore next. Yet, before he could take 5 steps, a flash of red light caught his attention, blocking his path. Caw. The sound was reminiscent of a quacking duck, and the fiery fur could only belong to the male explosive monkey. After devouring the bananas, the two explosive monkeys, still hungry, had traced Jiang Ming's scent and were now pursuing him at breakneck speed. Explosive monkeys excelled in navigating the terrain of giant trees, giving them a significant advantage in speed. Thus, despite his efforts to flee, Jiang Ming soon found himself cornered once more. Reluctantly, he tossed out 2 more large bunches of bananas. As expected, the moment the explosive monkeys laid eyes on the bananas, their eyes sparkled with delight, and they scrambled to seize them, completely oblivious to Jiang Ming. Naturally, he had no time to admire the monkey's antics and swiftly turned, sprinting in an entirely different direction, even activating an acceleration card for himself. 10 minutes later, he finally reached the 33rd tree hollow. Phew, damn monkeys, they nearly exhausted me, Jiang Ming muttered under his breath, plopping down on the ground to catch his breath and prepare for the monsters within. However, he had barely rested for a minute when the irritating sounds returned to his ears. Caw. The 2 explosive monkeys, joyfully swinging from vines, landed gracefully before Jiang Ming. He was utterly astonished and frustrated. Damn it, this time, Jiang Ming was completely enraged. He understood that the 2 explosive monkeys had set their sights on him, and no amount of bananas would deter them. It would only serve as fodder for their pursuit. In that case, he would show them what he was capable of. Chapter 28. Capturing monkeys. A chill ran down Jiang Ming's spine, and his expression grew serious as he swiftly drew the sword of hit and launched a moonlight starry night attack. Crack! The blade shimmered, resonating with a low hum. Jiang Ming's strike was executed with such swiftness that the explosive monkeys had no chance to defend themselves, leaving the male with a portion of its tail severed. Caw. The explosive monkey, enraged by the unwarranted assault, glared with fierce eyes, baring its fangs, and unleashed a fireball. Boom! The fireball collided with the red aura, causing ripples to spread across the surface like waves on a lake. The ensuing shockwave shattered the red aura into countless fragments. This scene sent a shiver of fear through Jiang Ming. The explosive monkey's attack had been too swift for him to evade. He could only hastily summon a protective shield, yet, to his disbelief, a single fireball shattered his protective barrier, which was close to mid-tier Star Warrior capability. Despite hesitating for a mere few seconds, he immediately raised the Sword of Hit, merging it with an attack card to unleash a falling star attack that descended like a meteor. The blade danced with fluidity, akin to 2 serpents of silver. The cold gleam of the sword was piercing, captivating the attention of all, and Jiang Ming moved like a howling gale, slipping through the air with ease. The sword technique was sharp, yet the speed of the 2 explosive monkeys outmatched his own. Jiang Ming perceived a flash of red light before him, and in the next instant, the explosive monkey was merely 2 meters away, pounding its chest with both hands. Bang, bang. The sound reverberated through the trees, and the explosive monkey appeared oblivious to the pain, letting out a fierce cry. Suddenly, 2 streams of 3-meter-long blue flames erupted from its chest. Whoosh! The flames blazed intensely, and Jiang Ming was unable to dodge in time, suffering a minor burn on the hem of his left garment. He hastily swatted at it, but the flames refused to diminish. What kind of flame is this? Jiang Ming's face turned pale as he swiftly retrieved a freezing effect card from the ancient tome to bolster his defenses. However, peculiarly, the two streams of blue flames, upon contact with the ice, suddenly erupted into three waves of blue energy, exploding across the surface of his clothing. Cold, as the blue flames engulfed him, Jiang Ming felt an overwhelming chill, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. This makes no sense. The explosive monkey solely utilized fire-based attacks. How could he feel cold? Jiang Ming rolled over, leaping to the opposite side of the tree hollow. Deeply perplexed, in truth, the blue flames emitted by the explosive monkey were originally a form of high-temperature fire. However, this flame possessed a unique attribute when interacting with ice, water, or electricity. It would undergo a transformation, taking on the respective elemental properties. Thus, when Jiang Ming activated the freezing effect card, the blue flames instantly assimilated into the ice element, resulting in the chilling sensation. Nevertheless, Jiang Ming was not inclined to remain passive. Gritting his teeth, he flipped through the ancient tome, unleashing a flurry of frost. Crack, crack. This time, the explosive monkeys could not evade, suffering consecutive hits that left their feet encased in ice, rendering them immobile. Observing this, Jiang Ming chuckled, proud of his handiwork. With his extensive experience in combat, he had conjured the frost using an attack card. Knowing that the explosive monkeys were fire-type, water and ice became their most effective counters. Indeed, as the explosive monkeys' ankles froze, their once vibrant red fur began to dull, and the aura surrounding them diminished significantly. The two explosive monkeys were both astonished and furious, screeching in a cacophony of sounds. With anger dominating their cries, Jiang Ming, however, paid them no mind and, with a slight smile, turned to enter the tree hollow. He understood that the tree palace possessed a unique characteristic. Each tree hollow served as a separate spatial domain. Entering one was akin to stepping into another world, and only by leaving the tree palace's influence could one return to the real world. Yet, how could the explosive monkeys, being close to fourth-tier beings, be so easily subdued? Just as Jiang Ming turned his back, the female explosive monkey suddenly raised its blue fur, resembling a barrel, and shot forth a deep blue fireball. With a tremendous explosion, the fireball struck the top of the tree hollow, instantly freezing it, forming a thin layer of deep blue film adorned with visible ripples that sealed the entrance. Fortunately, Jiang Ming's reflexes were swift, otherwise he would have been caught within. That was close. He took a deep breath and quickly turned back. But to his dismay, the two explosive monkeys had vanished, leaving only a small puddle of melted ice behind. Where did they go? Jiang Ming's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he pressed against the tree trunk, maintaining a heightened state of alert. This was too strange. Clearly, the explosive monkeys wouldn't let him off the hook, but what was the purpose of their disappearance? He dared not let his guard down. Hastily summoning the ancient tome and deploying two defensive cards to form a protective barrier, his grip on the sword of hit slick with sweat. Ka! The mocking sound echoed from above, although Jiang Ming had anticipated the explosive monkey's duck-like cawing. He was still a moment too late. As he rolled on the ground, a net of blue threads suddenly ensnared him. Under the relentless pressure exerted by the explosive monkeys, the mesh and shield emitted a sharp, piercing hum. Damn, Jiang Ming found himself in a precarious situation, ensnared by the mesh and rendered utterly immobile. Fortunately, he had previously set up a shield, otherwise he would have been crushed into pieces by this bizarre blue netting. Cackling, the two explosive monkeys gleefully tugged at the mesh, gradually increasing their strength, their fur becoming more vibrant, faintly emanating a red glow. Crack, as the shield began to show signs of cracking under such immense pressure. Jiang Ming silently lamented his fate. Just then, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. With a muffled thud, a card suddenly flew from him, transforming into a silvery white fox. Who else but Ollie? Astonishingly, Ollie had autonomously emerged from the ancient tome. An unprecedented marvel. At least, Jiang Ming had never heard of a card that could spontaneously materialize, and his energy levels remained unchanged. Squeak! Upon seeing Jiang Ming in peril, Ollie's eyes glowed bright red. Jiang Ming had anticipated a spectacular showdown between Ollie and the explosive monkeys, but what transpired next left him utterly astonished. The two explosive monkeys, upon sighting Ollie, abandoned the blue mesh, knelt down, and bowed repeatedly as if venerating their ancestors, excitedly cawing. Ollie, however, strode forward, tilting her head back to let out a resounding howl, exuding the demeanor of a sovereign. The scene resembled that of ministers bowing before an emperor. Perhaps Ollie possessed a unique coercive presence over fire-type creatures. The explosive monkeys trembled, their earlier ferocity entirely dissipated, resembling chastened children caught in wrongdoing. Ollie, turn them into cards. Jiang Ming suddenly thought. Some creatures could be directly transformed into cards. If the explosive monkeys could be carded, it would be a substantial advantage. After all, cards of creatures approaching the 4th tier could be deemed virtually invincible in the early era of the tree realm. Squeak, Ollie, perceptive as ever, understood his intent. With a stamp of her feet and another cry, the explosive monkeys froze in fear. What followed was a seamless transition. The monkeys dared not defy Ollie's command and promptly transformed into creature cards. Flying into Jiang Ming's ancient tome, elated, Jiang Ming beamed with joy. Although he did not acquire any promotion items, obtaining 2 explosive monkey cards made the endeavor worthwhile. After securing the explosive monkeys, Ollie softly chirped once more and transformed into a card. Entering the ancient tome, perhaps the tree palace had some influence over Ollie, as she appeared to succumb to a wave of drowsiness. Naturally, Jiang Ming was not overly surprised by this. After a brief respite, he ventured into the 35th Tree Hollow. Chapter 29. The Dark Dream Beast. Darkness, an unfathomable blackness enveloped Jiang Ming as he stepped into the Tree Hollow, realizing he could no longer retrace his steps. What was happening? Was there a creature responsible for this darkness? A sense of foreboding washed over him as he hurriedly conjured the ancient tome, only to discover he was unable to summon creature cards or life cards. With the sole exception of wielding the height sword, the explosive monkey cards he had previously acquired, which could have provided protection, were now rendered useless, leaving him to confront the unknown alone. Cautiously, he advanced a few steps. Enveloped in an impenetrable void, he instinctively closed his eyes, focusing intently to heighten his hearing. The hollow was eerily silent, occasionally interrupted by the faint rustling of a breeze. Everything was shrouded in stillness. A sense of anxiety crept into Jiang Ming's heart. The silence only hinted at the presence of something lurking in the dark, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. In his previous life, he had heard of monsters capable of manipulating environments. Some created illusions that distorted one's perception of reality, while others could genuinely alter the surroundings, turning sunny days into rain or snow. Such creatures were exceedingly powerful. Should he encounter one here, it would spell doom for him, but it was improbable. This was merely the first level of the Tree Hollow, and the likelihood of encountering a creature that controlled the environment was minimal. It must be a creature that manipulated the mind. As this thought crossed his mind, he recalled a fleeting shimmer he had perceived at the top of the hollow upon entering, which he had dismissed as an illusion. Now, it seemed that moment had marked his exposure to a mental assault. I know you've been lurking around me. Now that I realize you're employing mental attacks, it means I shall not be afraid. Your cunning plans have faltered, Jiang Ming muttered to himself in the depths of his consciousness. Although he could not see the enemy's position, his resolute words might provoke a tremor of doubt within it, allowing him to discern the location of the creature shrouded in darkness. Indeed, his declaration resonated within the recesses of his mind, and a chilling, sinister laughter erupted. Kid, you've got some talent. But do you really think your theatrics will work? I'm not your average mental manipulator. I can erode your memory units. I know everything you've experienced. In 2 lifetimes, it seems your heart harbors many lingering attachments. The voice was soft, yet it enveloped Jiang Ming's entire consciousness, as if every corner was its domain. Furthermore, a more distressing revelation emerged. This mysterious creature not only conjured dark illusions, but could also unearth human memories. That meant he had to eliminate it. Otherwise, the secret of his rebirth would inevitably pose a grave danger. As he pondered this, a gentle female voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Jiang Ming, is that truly you? I wish to be with you for eternity. Will you take me away? The voice was sweet, resonating deeply within the soul. His former girlfriend, from whom he had parted ways before the descent into the tree realm. Jiang Ming was momentarily stunned, his entire being frozen. He understood this was an illusion. He had long resolved to sever ties with her. Yet, Li Si had been the only woman he ever truly loved. Claiming he could be utterly heartless would be self-deception. The darkness enveloped him, preventing him from discerning whether Li Si was genuinely present. But in that fleeting moment, he envisioned a vivid scene. A stunningly beautiful woman, blushing, clad in a white sports outfit. Her skin as pale as jade, her long legs accentuated by the gentle rise and fall of her bosom, fervently moaning, "No, you are but a fabrication." Sensing something amiss, he brandished the height sword, cleaving towards the northwest. Clang! The darkness shattered into fragments, restoring the hollow's environment. Yet, in merely 10 seconds, before Jiang Ming could survey his surroundings, he was plunged back into an abyss of darkness. "Kid, you're ruthless. You actually dared to slay your beloved." "Hee, it seems that girl has had quite an impact on you. If she were to stand before you now," as the raspy voice faded from his mind, Jiang Ming's surroundings suddenly brightened. A familiar visage. Extraordinarily beautiful, a bashful girl with cheeks as red as apples, her body delicate, skin snowy white, and her ample bosom suddenly materialized before him. She embraced him tightly, her bright eyes gazing at him with anticipation. Though her shyness kept her from speaking, Jiang Ming found himself entranced. Despite knowing this was an illusion, a lethal poison, he could not help but gaze longingly at the beautiful apparition before him. In the depths of his mind, a scene of ethereal union surged forth, seemingly the moment he had long awaited. "Hold me, kiss me," the girl moaned softly. Jiang Ming swallowed hard, his hands rising slowly, unable to resist the consuming fire of desire that clouded his judgment. In the next instant, even if it meant perishing amidst the blossoms, he yearned to indulge in this fleeting ecstasy. "Jiang Ming, what are you doing?" Just as his fingers brushed against the fragile girl's form, a stern reprimand rang in his ears. He shivered involuntarily, clutching his head and unleashing a furious roar, followed by a graceful arc crack. The height sword pierced the girl's heart, blood trickling down the blade as the enchanting woman gazed at him with resentful eyes, her lips parting to speak, yet no words emerged. "Forgive me, Shuaiqing, I cannot fall here." His voice betrayed no remorse, the sword's light glimmering like water as he withdrew it with unwavering resolve. "No, it cannot be. How could you be moved by such a girl?" A howl of disbelief reverberated throughout the hollow. The creature controlling the mental realm had believed victory was assured, transforming its form into that of the alluring Shuaiqing, waiting for the moment Jiang Ming would lose himself. However, it never anticipated that Jiang Ming would harbor thoughts of the crimson-clad woman he had only met twice. Perhaps this was a sentiment deeply buried within his subconscious. He himself could not fathom why this was so. A shadow lingered in his heart, an indelible memory of the red-clad beauty. In truth, he was unaware that during the time he had been poisoned, his subconscious had been firmly occupied by the formidable presence of the red-clad woman. Even though the memory-erasing card had stripped him of his recollections, the feelings of fear and terror could not be extinguished. Thus, by a stroke of fortune, he shattered the illusion and fortuitously vanquished the beast, the dark dream beast, a fourth-tier dark entity of the tree realm. Its innate strength was mediocre, yet it delighted in manipulating the mental domains of others, exploiting human psychological vulnerabilities to induce collapse and subsequently devour them. It was a being that no star warrior wished to encounter. This time, Jiang Ming found fortune in misfortune. From the carcass of the dark dream beast, he not only acquired a promotion item, but also retrieved a card from the ground. Chapter 30. Promotion and Malice Aging. An extraordinarily rare effect card can cause a creature's functions to deteriorate to an elderly state, or even to the point of cellular decay. Overcome with excitement, Jiang Ming hastily seized the promotion item and pressed it against his chest. Boom! A radiant array of colors erupted from his torso. As a dazzling pentagram slowly embedded itself into his skin, Jiang Ming appeared to grow taller, his energy levels rapidly expanding. The confined space of the tree hollow swayed, with a few wood shavings faintly fluttering down. This scene lasted a full 5 minutes before settling, as the pentagram seamlessly merged into his bloodstream, his energy multiplying exponentially, his muscles becoming increasingly robust, and his senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. As if he could hear the rustle of wings from distant birds and beasts. Mid-tier Star Master Level 1. A smirk of pride crept across Jiang Ming's lips, based on his experiences from his previous life. He might very well be the first to ascend to mid-tier status, which meant his current power was undoubtedly among the elite. He would no longer need to bow and scrape within the human encampment. The reward for awakening as a Star Master was the sort of hit, but what could possibly be the reward for ascending to mid-tier? With a heart brimming with anticipation, he eagerly extended his finger to gesture quickly. With a crisp snap, a colossal ancient tome materialized from thin air. The book hovered in midair, its resplendent colors growing ever more luminous. the once yellowed cover appearing somewhat rejuvenated, while the pages revealed the 7 vibrant layers of red. Orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. What is this? Jiang Ming touched the ancient tome, and it seemed to come alive with magic, its pages flipping incessantly until it finally halted at the yellow layer, crying cocoon beast, a light-type creature. With an unknown special effect, IT was an enigmatic being born from the era of light core explosions, its rotund shape and slow movements rendering it a source of ridicule as a useless glutton. No way. To think that this pathetic creature card is my promotion card. Upon reading the description, Jiang Ming couldn't help but curse aloud. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone's promotion card being such a lackluster creature. Was it that fate envied his many fortuitous encounters, thus bestowing upon him such a pitiful card? All was shrouded in uncertainty. Before him, Jiang Ming gazed in exasperation at the crying cocoon beast he had summoned. Indeed, it was a quintessential glutton. The crying cocoon beast, with its sizable form resembling a penguin lying flat on the ground, was entirely gray and white, grotesquely plump, with limbs so short they were nearly invisible. It crawled laboriously, emitting excited apu sounds. Perhaps even a snail could outpace it. Jiang Ming stared at it for a full minute before sighing and turning away, reluctantly taking a step forward. Yet the crying cocoon beast protested, its discontented cries echoing as if to say, "Master, how can you discriminate against me? I am, after all, an ancient beast. If you abandon me, I shall be so heartbroken." So heartbroken. Woo-woo. Sigh. Forget it. Jiang Ming had initially been disinclined to regard this gluttonous creature, but upon hearing its woeful lamentations, he felt a twinge of compassion, since it has come to this. I suppose I shall keep it. However, I will never use this idiot again. Not a chance. To battle with a creature that moves at a snail's pace is equivalent to courting death, without hesitation. He stowed the crying cocoon beast away and exited the tree hollow, promptly retrieving the compass card given to him by the woman in red, setting off along the path into the distance. Since the Tree Realm's arrival, 2 batches of authentic Tree Realm monsters had already descended. The global human population had dwindled to less than 500 million, with habitable land reduced to a mere fraction of the original size of Asia. However, among the survivors were many Star Masters. Through the crucible of war, they had evolved into a formidable backbone of strength. Under the protection of these Star Masters, humanity managed to survive, avoiding extinction. Thus, during the early days of the Tree Realm era, a peculiar balance began to form, a world coexisting with monsters, humans, and the Tree Palace. In the dense forest, 2 figures were seen. Aru, quickly, take these runes to the master, hee. Tonight's dinner is secured. The slender, tall girl picked up the runes dropped by a zombie and handed them to the cowering young boy beside her, his dark face brimming with joy. On and Aru were siblings who had miraculously survived since the Tree Realm's inception. Their parents had perished the moment the first batch of authentic Tree Realm monsters descended. Under the protection of a middle-aged uncle living nearby, they had managed to cling to life. This uncle was a Star Master and a Rune Master, but he held no faith in the authorities or the military. Living in seclusion deep within the forest near the newly established city with the 2 siblings, On possessed the potential of a Star Master, and after absorbing enough of the Tree Realm's air, she finally awakened as a low-tier Star Master. However, her strength was sufficient to deal with ordinary zombies. Today, she and Aru were playing outside when they encountered a few solitary zombies, and On harbored a deep-seated hatred for these monsters that had murdered their parents. After a fierce battle, they managed to collect numerous runes. Although not incredibly useful, these runes were essential for synthesizing food cards. The siblings joyfully made their way back to the encampment. However, they had not walked far before being blocked by 3 towering men. These men were imposing and clad in unconventional, roguelike attire. One of the green-haired men sneered. Not bad. If we sell these 2 little brats to the witch, we might just get a hefty amount of food in return. Hee, you're right. Big bro, just look at their attire. They're nothing more than lucky escapees from the disaster. But that little girl, she's a low-tier Star Master. The yellow-haired youth chimed in, his lecherous gaze sizing up On and discerning her strength. The early days of the Tree Realm era were chaotic and lawless, where morality was worth little more than dirt. The trafficking of people was rampant, with countless incidents occurring daily. Naturally, the 2 siblings were filled with dread at the sight of the 3 rogues. On immediately pushed her brother away and shouted, "Aru, go get the master to help. I'll hold them off." With that, She gestured dramatically, summoning the ancient tome, and slapped the red layer, causing 2 attack cards to transform into a blazing fire that shot forth. With a deafening explosion, the flames engulfed the men, incinerating them to ashes, their remains obliterated. Humph, dare to bully us. An couldn't help but feel elated, stowing away the ancient tome and wiping her nose, her face lighting up with an innocent smile. Yet, before she could revel in her victory for 10 seconds, a pair of enormous hands seized her arm firmly. Little girl, how dare a mere low-tier star master like you confront us head-on? You're certainly asking for trouble. The yellow-haired youth gripped her arm tightly, a vile grin spreading across his face. In that instant, he activated a power-enhancing equipment card, his silver gloves gleaming in the sunlight. An immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over her, as if her energy was being sealed away, leaving her utterly feeble, her voice reduced to desperate screams. Let me go, you beasts, though still young. Certain sensitive parts of An's body had begun to develop. The rogues, having descended into lawlessness since the Tree Realm's arrival, were driven by insatiable hunger. They disregarded the fact that she was just a child. Their filthy hands reaching towards her sensitive areas, Ryup the green-haired man suddenly tore at her clothing, exposing her like ripe grapes. The yellow-haired youth beside him buried his stubbly face into the poor An. Meanwhile, after being pushed aside by An, Aru had fled home at a frantic pace, only to be pursued by a massive creature resembling a werewolf. This werewolf was not a true monster, but rather one of the rogues who had transformed using a shape-shifting effect card. He delighted in watching others despair. Therefore he slowed his pace, maintaining a mere meter's distance behind Aru, reveling in the boy's terror. Master, help! Save me, Aru gasped, running until he was utterly breathless, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. Succumbing to the tension and collapsing to the ground. How boring. Ordinary people are just ordinary. The werewolf grabbed the unconscious Aru, drooling with anticipation. Although Aru was not a star master, he had absorbed enough of the Tree Realm's air. Containing a considerable amount of energy, the werewolf had a particular fondness for feasting on such potential blood. Consuming 20 or 30 individuals like Aru would bring him closer to advancement. His eyes gleamed with a sinister light. And with claws like daggers, he lunged towards Aru's neck. Just as he was about to strike, a tattered figure descended from the sky, wielding a sword to sever the werewolf's arm. Humph, I thought it was some wild beast. But it turns out to be a low-tier level 4-star master. The sword-wielding man disdainfully glared at the werewolf and coldly remarked, "How dare you bully a 10-year-old child? Get lost," as his words fell. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, shaking the surrounding trees, causing leaves to flutter down and the earth to stir with dust. Upon witnessing this display, the werewolf yelped in pain, too terrified to act recklessly. The man before him was utterly formidable. The energy radiating from him, the overwhelming presence, was likely unmatched even by the witches of the newly established city. What a joke. If I don't run now, when will I? Though the werewolf is monstrous, it nonetheless understands the wisdom of knowing when to retreat. Not even bothering to retrieve its severed arm, it scurried away in a cowardly flight towards the forest. Humph. Jiang Ming made no attempt to intervene. Instead, he gently lowered himself to grasp Aru's palm, channeling a modicum of his energy into him. This was not to suggest that he was unwilling to eliminate the werewolf, but rather that he was still oblivious to the current circumstances. The newly established city lay perilously close, and an impulsive act of violence could invite unnecessary complications. Moreover, having just traversed several treacherous areas and vanquished numerous zombies and monsters, he felt a weariness settle upon his mind, accompanied by a flicker of compassion for his fellow humans. He had acted with benevolence, yet within these fleeting moments, urgent shouts echoed from afar. "Arwen, Aru, where are you?" The voice drew nearer, and suddenly, a tall middle-aged man leapt from the trees, clutching a jade staff, his eyes brimming with concern. Upon seeing Jiang Ming holding the unconscious Aru, his brow furrowed instantly, and he unleashed a fireball in alarm. With a resounding boom, the sword struck askew, buzzing ominously. Without even a glance, Jiang Ming effortlessly cleaved the roaring flame in twain. "Who are you? What have you done to the two?" Faced with this fierce retaliation, the middle-aged man's complexion turned ashen, and he dared not act recklessly. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent, yet still mustered the courage to shout defiantly. Point 2. Jiang Ming shook his head, his brow slightly knitted. Upon arriving, he had only witnessed the werewolf pursuing Aru. Analyzing the situation before him, it became evident that the middle-aged man shared a close relationship with the child, and there was yet another child, likely already slaughtered by the werewolf. Fortunately, Aru began to stir groggily, trembling and crying out, "Sir, sister, danger." Witnessing the child's terror, Jiang Ming's face darkened, and he silently lamented, "Had I known this would occur, I should have eliminated that scoundrel." The situation suggested that this child might possess crucial knowledge. Without time for explanation, he swiftly scooped up Aru and dashed towards the direction of the werewolf, softly inquiring, "Where's your sister? Point the way. Perhaps there is still hope for her." As a mid-tier star warrior, his speed was astonishing, further augmented by an acceleration card, allowing him to cover 10 meters in an instant. The middle-aged man wished to say something, but upon witnessing the scene, he seemed to understand and hastily followed behind. At last, propelled by a wind-like fury, Jiang Ming arrived at the scene of the incident. Before him knelt Arwen, her entire being in disarray, weeping uncontrollably on the ground, a bright young girl whose spirit had been utterly shattered. The two nonchalant miscreants showed no remorse, spewing vile words from their lips. "Beasts!" Jiang Ming's fury ignited. The height sword in his grasp glimmered with a blood-red hue, radiating a terrifying aura that sent Aru cowering in fear. Such a dreadful presence. Even the ordinary Aru could perceive Jiang Ming's intimidation. How could the two miscreants remain oblivious to his might? The green-haired youth suddenly withdrew a green card from his ancient tome, a sinister expression in his eyes. Natural card. Jiang Ming dared not underestimate the threat, yet he held no fear. A mere low-tier 5-layer star warrior posed no danger to him. With a swift movement, he executed a strike, akin to a dragon surging forth from its lair. Whoosh, crack, like a phantom, the sword flashed like lightning. The height sword had evolved to level 2 during Jiang Ming's perilous journey, acquiring the special effect of windsoar. This not only enhanced his sword's speed, but also granted a chance to generate lightning. At that moment, Jiang Ming's strike triggered the lightning effect. The green-haired youth's hair stood on end, his body convulsing and frothing at the mouth, the natural card slipping from his grasp and landing squarely in Jiang Ming's hands. What a stroke of luck! Upon seeing that card, he felt a surge of astonishment and joy. To his surprise, the natural card was a chain lightning card, the sheer power of which he knew all too well. In a previous life, it had saved him from peril. Now, should the green-haired youth manage to wield it, he might find himself in grave danger. Chapter 32. Punishment of Evil. Part 2. The yellow-haired youth, witnessing his companion fall unconscious in an instant, turned deathly pale. He understood that among the trio of miscreants, the green-haired youth was the strongest. If he could not withstand Jiang Ming's attack, then what hope did he have? He hastily retrieved a card from the ancient tome, bestowing upon himself an acceleration effect and darting away like a nimble cat. Trying to escape, Jiang Ming scoffed, swinging the height sword with a fierce flourish, a sharp green sword light slicing through the air. If he intended to kill, he would leave no potential threat behind. This sword strike infused with his energy was a technique he had inadvertently grasped while navigating through danger. With a thunderous crash, the yellow-haired youth barely had time to defend himself before the sharp sword light obliterated him. In the blink of an eye, only the werewolf remained of the trio of miscreants. Upon encountering Jiang Ming, he had already been paralyzed with fear, fleeing in panic without even a word of farewell to his companions as he dashed towards the newly established city. Arwen, the middle-aged man, finally arrived, late to the scene, and upon seeing the pitiful girl, he embraced her, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably, in an effort to escape the chaos within the city. He had led the two children into the forest, only to find Arwen had fallen victim to a heinous fate. How would this poor child endure the future? The middle-aged man, overwhelmed with emotion, wept as he held the two children, though he was not their father. Having spent so much time together, he had come to regard them as his own. After a lengthy period, he finally calmed his agitated heart, yet Arwen remained in a daze, while the young Aru cried inconsolably, his lips bleeding from biting them in distress. How do we get to the newly established city? Seeing this, Jiang Ming could only sigh helplessly. Inquiring about his destination, he understood that the early days of the Tree World era were marked by lawlessness and chaos. Having witnessed such occurrences far too often in the past, now, he could only offer assistance to this extent. Just head north, and you'll arrive. The middle-aged man shook his head, speaking with a calm demeanor. He recognized that the young man before him was different. Perhaps only the strong could alter the course of this chaotic world. Bidding farewell to the three, Jiang Ming left behind a few food cards and set off alone towards the newly established city. After approximately an hour of travel, he finally reached the edge of the forest, the outline of the castle-like city coming into clearer view, in his previous life. The newly established city had been the first human settlement of the Tree World era, boasting a significant population of star warriors and formidable defenses. In that life, Jiang Ming had made his base in the newly established city, surviving by undertaking quests and hunting monsters. However, he had awakened far too late then, much like the others, failing to seize any advantage. This time, however, he had awakened much earlier and acquired the Height Sword and formidable cards like Ari, which had inadvertently positioned him among the most powerful beings at the inception of the city. Fools, move. Hurry up. A group of bare-chested overseers lashed at a ragtag bunch of youths, their faces devoid of emotion as they cursed viciously. Slaves, witnessing the scene. Jiang Ming's expression darkened considerably. He knew all too well that such a grotesque system of slavery had emerged in his previous life. The powerful star warriors formed various gangs, while the weak, old, and infirm became their subjugated slaves, with any women possessing beauty tragically reduced to objects of exploitation. Before awakening, he had nearly fallen victim to slavery himself. Fortunately, he had managed to awaken as a star warrior and evade that fate. Yet, the experience of nearly being captured as a slave filled him with profound disdain for such abhorrent behavior. Thus, upon witnessing the overseers mercilessly beating the unfortunate slaves, his wrath surged. Without uttering a single word, he clenched several attack cards and hurled them at the overseers. The cards transformed into fireballs, exploding upon impact with seemingly targeted precision. Boom! The ordinary overseers stood no chance against a star warrior's assault. In an instant, the ground was littered with severed limbs and blood, while only one unfortunate overseer lay groaning on the ground. Cursing, "You dare to attack someone from the witch's family? You'll die a terrible death. Whether I will die a terrible death is uncertain, but for now, you shall meet your end." Jiang Ming, possessing the strength of a mid-tier star warrior, was undeterred by his threats, effortlessly severing the man's head with a single stroke of his sword. The young slaves nearby were horrified by the gruesome spectacle, yet they understood the might of the star warrior before them and dared not flee. Otherwise, they might face the same fate as the overseers. "Who will guide me to the newly established city?" Jiang Ming wiped the Height Sword clean and inquired coolly, unfamiliar with this version of the newly established city. He pondered that it would be wise to find a clever guide to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Sir, I will lead you." A small, diminutive boy emerged, waving enthusiastically, his large eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. After all, for ordinary people like him, even if they were saved this time, they would still be unable to escape the fate of oppression in the future. Seeing Jiang Ming's formidable strength, he thought that following him into the city might afford him some protection from the adults who might otherwise bully him. "All right, you shall do." Jiang Ming nodded and continued on his way with the boy. As he journeyed along, the diminutive figure known as Hu Dao, while effusively flattering him, meticulously elaborated on the circumstances of the newly established city. He spoke at length about the Revenge Alliance, the Apollo Squad, and a plethora of renowned star warrior factions, leaving no detail unmentioned, even recounting the infamous courtesans that resided within the city. This. Jiang Ming expressed no dissent. Upon entering the city gates, he handed Hu Dao several bags of bread and ventured alone into the streets. The famed star warrior groups that Hu Dao mentioned were not unfamiliar to him from his previous life. However, this time, the overseer he had slain was affiliated with a witch's faction. Given that he had offended a witch, it was imperative to eradicate the threat entirely. He had no desire to be stabbed in the back at an unexpected moment, leaving him to rue his inaction. After navigating through a street, Jiang Ming quietly approached a large inn, the residence of the witch. From Hu Dao's narration, he learned that the witch was, astonishingly, a man, specifically, a pretty boy. Derogatorily referred to as a gender bender by others, while most would capture adult slaves, the witch had a preference for children, particularly those around 10 years of age. Naturally, such behavior incited the indignation of certain righteous individuals. And even some star warriors had come to confront him. However, after the witch had ruthlessly dispatched several groups of these self-righteous warriors, no one dared to speak against him any longer. After all, righteousness, though significant, pales in comparison to the value of one's own life. At present, Jiang Ming sought confrontation. He had little interest in explaining himself to the gatekeeper. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword and slaughtered 2 men on the spot. Bellowing, "Freak, come out and face your death. What audacious fool dares to make trouble in my establishment?" A voice, booming like thunder, erupted from within the inn, followed by a group of men who burst forth. Leading them was a fair-skinned, middle-aged man, clad in a brocade cheapao, his face heavily adorned with makeup, presenting a thoroughly effeminate appearance. This individual was indeed a pervert. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, his expression revealing distaste. Who else could it be but the witch? What took him aback, however, was the witch's formidable prowess. A cursory glance suggested they were evenly matched. Among the surrounding lackeys were several star warriors, making this direct confrontation quite reckless. For a moment, Jiang Ming refrained from attacking, instead carefully surveying his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, the witch, initially seething with rage upon seeing Jiang Ming, quickly shifted to astonishment. He had not anticipated that the intruder possessed the strength of a mid-tier star warrior. "Little brother, I have no quarrel with you. Let us consider this a misunderstanding. You may leave." Despite his perverse nature, the witch was not a fool. Rather, he was quite shrewd. He understood that the man before him exuded an aura of immense strength, a palpable killing intent that set him apart from the average novice star warrior. It was best not to provoke such a person, for a conflict with him would likely end unfavorably. "A misunderstanding? I shall not elaborate further. Simply release those young slaves, and this matter shall be concluded." Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly, his grip tightening around the height sword and 2 attack cards. His statement was merely a probing remark. It was absurd to expect a slave owner to relinquish his slaves, a clear invitation for the other party to back down, which the witch would certainly refuse. "Who do you think you are, daring to speak so disrespectfully to my lord?" As expected, before the witch could respond, a black-clad star warrior interjected, sneering and scolding him with a decidedly unfriendly demeanor. The witch made no move to restrain his subordinate, his brow furrowing deeply, a glimmer of malevolence flickering in his gaze. Such nuances could not escape Jiang Ming's keen observation, with negotiations having collapsed. He saw no reason to waste words. He swiftly hurled his attack cards. With a resounding thud, the cards transformed into 2 flaming leopards, their blood-red maws ready to devour anything in their path, leaving a trail of dark blood and anguished screams in their wake. "You bastard!" The witch, incensed by the sudden aggression, deftly produced an ancient tome, casting a freeze rain card that swiftly countered the fiery beasts. In an instant, the raging flames were extinguished, leaving only ash in their wake. However, Jiang Ming's preemptive strike had achieved a notable effect. Only 5 star warriors and the witch remained standing, while over a dozen lay lifeless on the ground. This blow had undoubtedly eliminated the lesser foes and sent shockwaves through the remaining adversaries. Nevertheless, Jiang Ming was not naive enough to believe he had gained the upper hand. The witch's ability to utilize a freeze rain card indicated he had more formidable trump cards at his disposal, and the remaining 5 star warriors each boasted a strength exceeding the 7th tier of low-tier star warriors. Thus, he found himself in a precarious situation. "Ali, come forth and stretch your limbs." Jiang Ming summoned the fiery fox, Ali, while the height sword pulsed with energy, ready for action. Squealing, Ali expanded in size, its body glowing crimson, a fierce expression in its eyes, since Jiang Ming traversed the perilous zone. Ali had remained dormant until they approached the newly established city, at which point it awakened, significantly enhancing its strength. Clearly, Jiang Ming summoned Ali for assistance due to the witch's formidable presence and the prowess of the other star warriors. When hunting lions, one must use their full strength. There is no room for regret after the fact. Having learned this lesson through the trials of his past life, Jiang Ming was acutely aware of its significance. While the onlookers remained transfixed on Ali, he executed a dragonfly descends technique, launching himself into the air with a powerful leap, and then angled his sword deftly, descending like a phantom with grace and ease. "Humph, seeking death," the witch sneered, calmly drawing a yellow card from his ancient tome and tossing it forward. The card instantly transformed into a massive white bear, which emerged with a thunderous roar, releasing a torrent of chilling air. With a resounding crash, Jiang Ming felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his agile movements abruptly stifled, and his strength diminished to a mere whisper. In that moment, he found himself ensnared. Perilously outnumbered, fortunately, Ali sprang into action. With a series of sharp cries, it dashed forward, swiftly incapacitating a Star Warrior's weapon with a powerful strike, while a burst of flames forced the witch and his allies to retreat several paces. "What kind of fox is that?" One of the opposing Star Warriors couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief at Ali's ferocity. "Ice polar bear." Jiang Ming recognized the creature before him, his brow furrowing deeply. The ice polar bear, a third-tier mutated beast, was robust and agile, known for its extraordinary freezing abilities. Having adapted to life in frigid climates, Jiang Ming understood that an ordinary ice polar bear posed little threat. However, one that had been trained could unleash devastating freezing techniques rivaling those of fourth-tier beasts. Thus, he found himself wary, a flicker of doubt creeping into his mind, given the witch's formidable strength. It seemed unwise to instigate conflict today. Nonetheless, he was now caught in a predicament, yet he would not succumb to fear. In that case, I shall test just how much strength you possess." Jiang Ming clenched his teeth, his gaze resolute, and affixed a buff card to the height sword. Instantly, the blade radiated a brilliant crimson glow, and with each slash, Jiang Ming appeared like a war deity descending from the heavens. Meanwhile, Ali bared its teeth, flames erupting from its limbs, its gaze fixed intently on the ice polar bear. The bear, appearing to possess a degree of intelligence, recognized Ali's formidable prowess and remained poised. Enveloped in a thick aura of cold, as the two beasts faced off, the witch and his allies were not faring as well. Under the relentless onslaught of Jiang Ming's height sword, 2 Star Warriors had already lost limbs, and 2 others suffered significant injuries. Only the witch, relying on a dark staff, managed to withstand Jiang Ming's furious strikes. However, Jiang Ming was not in a much better position. In truth, he was merely projecting strength. While he wielded the height sword as though it were effortless, his internal energy was rapidly depleting. If he continued for another 2 minutes, he would find himself utterly drained of power. It was clear that Jiang Ming was unwilling to remain in such a precarious situation. With a swift thrust, he forced the witch back, executing a somersault to escape the fray. His face displayed a hint of hesitation as he glanced at Ali and the ice polar bear. At that moment, the ice polar bear could no longer restrain itself and launched a fierce assault. With a deep growl, it summoned frost to encase its powerful paws, striking down towards Ali with ferocity. Ali, however, raised its own claws, demonstrating its cunning by leaping upward, deftly slicing through the descending bear's paw, utilizing the beast's own momentum to land several meters away with a flick of its tail. Ali managed to dissipate much of the impact. At first glance, it appeared Ali had the upper hand. The ice polar bear was not a formidable opponent. Jiang Ming let out a soft sigh. Retrieving a green natural card from his ancient tome, a powerful chain lightning he had acquired from the non-mainstream trio, with his energy nearly exhausted, such a potent natural card was a rare find indeed. Though a tinge of reluctance lingered in his heart, Jiang Ming understood that failure to act now would inevitably plunge him into a perilous and passive predicament. Hell with it, he gritted his teeth, channeling every ounce of his remaining energy into the task at hand. In an instant, the cards danced around him, their green surfaces transforming into a dazzling array of interwoven white lightning, resembling tightly coiled silver serpents that crackled with a piercing hum. With a thunderous roar, the unleashed lightning ravaged the surroundings. The 5 low-tier Star Warriors were caught unawares, helplessly witnessing the extinguishing of their lives. Although the witch hastily produced a defensive card, it was rendered futile against the all-or-nothing assault of the mid-tier Star Warrior. In a heartbeat, all 6 individuals were reduced to charred remnants, the walls around them marred by countless fissures. Devoid of the witch's energy support, the ice bear found itself increasingly disadvantaged, and in mere moments, was left with its throat torn by Ali. Despite the harrowing nature of this battle, Jiang Ming ultimately emerged victorious. He was utterly drained, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. One more Star Warrior would surely spell his doom. This place was no longer safe. With a fleeting thought, he swiftly turned his gaze towards the Revenge Alliance within the city. Shortly after Jiang Ming's departure, the ground trembled violently, fissures erupting as an ice sculpture emerged, revealing a fair-skinned man in a state of shallow slumber within its depths. Had Jiang Ming been present, he would have been taken aback, for this man was none other than the witch he had just vanquished. With a resounding crash, the ice sculpture shattered into countless fragments, and the witch descended silently, casting a derisive glance at her own remains before murmuring to herself, "Mid-tier star warrior. Haha, the newborn city indeed holds some intrigue. It seems I must pay a visit to the 4 great star warriors." With a delicate gesture, she vanished as if teleported, leaving no trace behind. Oblivious to the witch's feigned demise, Jiang Ming stepped into the grand hall of the Revenge Alliance, a place he had once known intimately in his previous life. "Hello, how may I assist you?" A stunning receptionist, clad in a nurse-like uniform and a miniskirt, swayed her alabaster thighs enticingly. "I wish to undertake a mission. Could you guide me on how to proceed?" Jiang Ming replied, maintaining a calm smile. He was acutely aware that the receptionists of the Revenge Alliance, while ostensibly serving as guides, were in fact the backbone of the organization. They relished this life. After all, in the Tree Realm era, a woman without strength could only survive by relying on the protection of the powerful. Thus, Jiang Ming saw no point in attempting to alter the status quo. His sole aim in accepting a mission was to accrue sufficient prestige within the Revenge Alliance, leveraging its formidable network to swiftly locate Gong Xueqing and her companions. "Sir, as this is your first visit to the Revenge Alliance, you will need to undergo an energy assessment by the evaluation team. They are located on the 2nd floor. You may proceed there now or come back later," the receptionist cheerfully informed him, her gaze already shifting to the next patron. "Thank you." Jiang Ming nodded and ascended the stairs without hesitation. The 2nd floor was expansive yet sparsely populated, with only a solitary testing station amidst a queue of individuals. Clearly, since the advent of the Tree Realm, those possessing the potential of Star Warriors had predominantly awakened, having been recruited by the Revenge Alliance. Consequently, the remaining Star Warriors were of inferior quality, unworthy of the Alliance's attention. Jiang Ming remained silent, patiently waiting at the end of the line. After what felt like an eternity, he was finally summoned. "Sir, simply place your hand on the metallic sphere," the receptionist explained with a smile. The testing apparatus resembled those previously used in the military, featuring a screen approximately 15 inches in size, entirely black. However, Jiang Ming was aware that, after extensive enhancements over time, its functionality had significantly expanded. Indeed, as he made contact with the metallic sphere, he did not experience the bizarre explosion that had occurred during Gong Xueqing's assessment. Instead, the screen displayed rapidly escalating numbers, ultimately culminating in. Jiang Ming merely smiled at this outcome. Remaining silent, he understood that such an anomaly indicated that his mid-tier Star Warrior capabilities had exceeded the device's parameters. Conversely, the receptionist was left dumbfounded. This was the first time she had witnessed such a phenomenon since taking on the testing role. After a prolonged pause, she hesitantly said, "Sir, I apologize. There may be a bug in this test. I will inform my supervisor immediately. Please hold on." With a deep bow, she hurriedly retreated to the back office. "Are you saying that someone has reached an unknown level or exceeded the testing apparatus's limits?" A middle-aged man in a suit queried, his brow furrowed in concern. He was exceptionally robust, his muscles bulging beneath his skin, which bore a healthy bronze hue, and his deep-set eyes exuded an air of regal authority. "Indeed, sir. He is currently awaiting you at the front desk. Bring him in. I wish to meet him personally," the middle-aged man exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Moments later, Jiang Ming was escorted to the back, where he encountered the approaching figure of the middle-aged man. "Indeed. Haha. Greetings, I am Wang Bo, the Grand Overseer of the Revenge Alliance. Welcome to our organization." Upon seeing Jiang Ming, Wang Bo heartily clapped him on the shoulder. "Impressive. You have attained mid-tier Star Warrior status. The Grand Overseer of the Revenge Alliance." Jiang Ming's smile faltered slightly, his heart racing in astonishment. He had heard tales of Wang Bo's heroic deeds in his previous life. To him, Wang Bo had been a legend, a figure of immense power that seemed unattainable. Now, he found himself in the extraordinary position of being personally received by him, an experience that was nothing short of surreal. "Greetings, Grand Overseer. My name is Jiang Ming, and I once held a significant position within the military. I have just arrived at the Alliance today and hope to receive your guidance." After a brief hesitation, Jiang Ming confidently presented the fabricated identity he had prepared. "Haha, regardless of your past, you are now a member of the Revenge Alliance." Wang Bo boomed, his laughter echoing without concern for Jiang Ming's concealed truths. "What a remarkable tactic. Jiang Ming recognized the glaring flaws in his fabricated narrative. It was impossible to deceive Wang Bo's keen gaze. Yet, as one of the leaders of the Revenge Alliance, Wang Bo exhibited a commendable demeanor, eager to win Jiang Ming over. "Well then, I shall address you as Brother Wang," Jiang Ming replied, embracing the moment. "Having just arrived at the Alliance, I wish to undertake a mission to get my bearings. Could you recommend one?" Very well." Wang Bo pondered for a moment before responding with a grin. "Currently, most tasks are assigned to low-tier Star Warriors. And there are indeed no missions suited for mid-tier Star Warriors. How about this? You can start with a few sea-level missions to build your reputation, and then I will introduce you to the boss for special tasks within the Alliance." "That sounds good. I shall proceed to accept a mission now." Jiang Ming nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood that without any accomplishments, Wang Bo would never fully trust him. After all, admiration was one thing, but trust entailed a degree of risk. However, with Wang Bo's endorsement, his reputation would undoubtedly soar. Within the Star Warrior Hall, no one had ever encountered Jiang Ming. But the mere fact that he had been received by the Grand Overseer signified that this young man was no ordinary individual. Whispers began to circulate, and a few audacious souls even approached him in hopes of forging connections. Jiang Ming, however, was disinterested in such interactions. After a cursory glance around the hall, he discerned that most present were ordinary Star Warriors, unworthy of his time and effort. "Are you certain you wish to accept a B-level mission?" the receptionist inquired. Visibly taken aback by Jiang Ming's choice, it was widely understood that the Revenge Alliance used missions to gauge a Star Warrior's capabilities. Typically, Star Warriors undertook D-level tasks, while A-level missions were designed for novices. C-level tasks required teamwork. As for B-level missions, only a select few elite Star Warriors dared to undertake them, with A-level and S-level missions being entirely off-limits. Thus, the receptionist's astonishment was palpable, mingled with skeptical glances akin to those reserved for the deceased. "Yes, B-level. This task of collecting the horns of elite rhinoceroses offers a commendable reward. I shall take it." Jiang Ming perused the task board and found himself intrigued by the mission to gather 20 elite rhinoceros horns, promptly accepting it. "Haha, this fool dares to take on the elite rhinoceros horn task. He's courting death," a scar-faced Star Warrior scoffed, leading the mocking laughter of those nearby. What a stroke of luck he must have had to gain an audience with the Grand Overseer, yet here he is. A mere rookie, provoking elite rhinoceroses. He must truly be tired of living. "Kid, you should go drink some more milk for a few years." The entire hall cast doubt upon Jiang Ming's decision. For elite rhinoceroses were fourth-tier mutated creatures that traveled in packs. Any Star Warrior attempting to collect their horns would undoubtedly face a swarm of attacks. The designation of this task as B-level was due to the elite rhinoceros being a fourth-tier creature, rendering its difficulty nearly equivalent to an A-level mission. Nevertheless, Jiang Ming had his own motives for undertaking this task. He possessed the sword of Hitler as an offensive weapon, yet lacked adequate defensive gear. The reward for collecting the elite rhinoceros horns included a set of armor, which held significant importance for him. Moreover, Jiang Ming possessed the experience from his previous life, enabling him to adeptly confront the elite rhinoceros, which emboldened him to accept this daunting task. Although the receptionist harbored little hope for the young man before her, she nonetheless proceeded with the formalities, bestowing upon him the emblem of the Revenge Alliance. However, as Jiang Ming was about to depart, she could not help but display a hint of regret on her face. She was acutely aware of the fate that awaited such an overconfident novice. It seemed unlikely that she would have the opportunity to see Jiang Ming again to fulfill this task. Upon exiting the Revenge Alliance, Jiang Ming strolled around the city, marveling at the transformation of Newborn City. It appeared that much had indeed changed since his rebirth, and his previous life. The chaos within Newborn City persisted until he ascended to the rank of Star Warrior, with lamentable refugees scattered everywhere. In stark contrast, order had vastly improved this time, with the emergence of Star Warrior patrols and refugees being integrated into various powerful factions. After navigating through a couple of streets, he arrived at a trading guild, which, fortunately, still bore the same opulent marble structure as in his past life, complete with 2 lower-tier Star Warriors stationed at the entrance as guards. Jiang Ming confidently presented the emblem of the Revenge Alliance and strode into the guild. The hall was abuzz with activity, bustling with even more individuals than he had encountered previously in the Star Warrior Hall. To his surprise, numerous Star Warriors and merchants had set up stalls, showcasing their wares. During the era of the Tree Realm, trade was predominantly conducted through bartering, especially during the initial scarcity of food, where a mere bag of bread could be exchanged for a firearm. However, due to the presence of several formidable factions, Newborn City had begun to circulate a form of currency, albeit in the form of runes. These runes were essential for synthesizing nearly all types of food, thus garnering universal acceptance. Having spent 3 arduous years in his previous life, Jiang Ming was well aware of this development. Therefore, while using the Hella Magic Box to synthesize runes, he had deliberately retained a substantial quantity of currency runes. Undoubtedly, by previous standards, he was now a veritable tycoon. Brother, this rune of mine is truly remarkable. At present, it only requires 50 currency runes. Miss this chance, and there won't be another, boasted a scruffy man as he pulled the attention of a tall passerby. Yet, his asking price was exorbitant, and few paid him any heed. After all, 50 currency runes could procure a plethora of items, and no one was willing to trade for an unknown entity. Intrigued by the commotion, Jiang Ming leaned in closer, grinning as he inquired, "Brother, what kind of rune is that?" "This, I truly do not know," sighed the scruffy man, responding earnestly. "I acquired it during a mission, but curiously, no matter how I examine it, I cannot discern its nature. The more enigmatic it is, the more I believe it to be a powerful rune. Yet, I am not a rune master, and it holds no value to me, hence my desire to exchange it for currency runes." "Oh, brother, might I take a look at it?" Jiang Ming's interest intensified, and he spoke with sincerity. "All right, but you can only examine it for a brief moment before returning it to me." The scruffy man glanced at the young man before him, handing over the rune, still harboring a flicker of hope that perhaps this individual would recognize its worth and a transaction might ensue. Chapter 36. The culling of the rhinoceros upon receiving the rune. Jiang Ming was utterly astonished. No1 was more familiar with this rune than he. The identical material, the same intricate patterns, and even the energy it radiated were all unmistakably alike. This very rune was the one that had granted him rebirth following his demise. Rune. However, the current Star Warriors were too weak to comprehend the significance of such runes. Yet, Jiang Ming knew that if powerful weapons, armor, or certain creatures from the era of the Tree Realm were imbued with such runes, they could undergo transformative changes. Of course, the underlying principles of these runes remained a mystery to all. At that moment, Jiang Ming was filled with exhilaration, though his countenance betrayed a facade of confusion. After a moment's contemplation, he returned the rune to the scruffy man, feigning indifference as he sighed deeply. "Alas, brother, it's not that I lack the will to assist you, but I truly have no idea what use this rune might serve. If you are willing to part with it for 10 currency runes, I shall take it, and we can consider ourselves friends." Upon hearing this, the scruffy man's brow furrowed as he weighed his options. Shaking his head and sighing, Jiang Ming, of course, perceived the internal struggle he was grappling with. His earlier composure was a strategic move to prevent the scruffy man from raising his asking price. Judging by the appearance of the rune, it could easily be valued at 50 currency runes. However, without anyone discerning its actual worth, an inflated price would likely deter potential buyers. Retaining it served no purpose. So it would be wiser to dispose of it. This bargain is truly a stroke of luck for me. Having reasoned this out, Jiang Ming maintained a steady gaze on the scruffy man, adopting an expression that suggested he would miss out on a golden opportunity if he failed to make a decision. Finally, after a few agonizing minutes, the scruffy man gritted his teeth and, with palpable reluctance, said, "Fine, 10 it is. Take it, brother. Let us consider it a friendship between Ma Han-san and yourself." "Thank you, brother Ma." Jiang Ming, having secured a favorable deal, was gracious in his response, exchanging payment for the item with a hearty demeanor. After concluding the transaction, he further explored the hall, purchasing several commonly used runes before exiting the guild, thoroughly satisfied. Although the second floor housed an even grander trading event, his current reputation did not permit him entry. Nevertheless, having acquired rune, what more could he possibly desire? With all preparations in place, Jiang Ming made his way to the overgrown fields in the northern part of the city, where lush pastures thrived and numerous elite rhinoceroses roamed. Generally, elite rhinoceroses exhibited a relatively docile temperament. If left undisturbed, they were disinclined to pay heed to passers-by. However, should anyone dare to threaten their horns, they would be met with the merciless trampling of the rhinoceros herd. Naturally, Jiang Ming was not foolish enough to confront the elite rhinoceroses directly. After all, Even a solitary elite rhinoceros was a formidable fourth-tier mutated creature, possessing immense strength, seated on the ground. He reflected upon the habits of elite rhinoceroses. These beings were inherently herbivorous, though on rare occasions, they indulged in flesh. Little was known about their preference for a mutated fish known as the agate fish. Agate fish, a first-tier creature, lacked offensive capabilities but boasted delectable sweet flesh that contained powerful anesthetic properties, capable of incapacitating even a bull. Originally among the weakest creatures, one had to be cautious, for during thunderstorms, agate fish had a slight chance of evolving into the tempestuous agate dragon. Perhaps, only when they ventured to feast upon the agate fish would he find his opportunity to strike. After much contemplation, Jiang Ming settled upon this strategy. In his previous life, he had been part of a small team tasked with a mission, only to encounter a herd of elite rhinoceroses foraging by the river. After consuming agate fish, the rhinoceroses had succumbed to deep slumber by the riverbank, undoubtedly due to the anesthetic effects. However, as fourth-tier creatures, elite rhinoceroses possessed defensive measures. At that time, two of the most robust rhinoceroses had been stationed nearby as sentries, serving as an effective safeguard. Nevertheless, Jiang Ming felt confident that his chances of success were high, especially with Ali and the fiery monkeys by his side, both of whom were exceptionally agile creatures. Avoiding direct confrontation with the elite rhinoceroses, it would be relatively easy to divert or escape them. Thus, he remained patient, biding his time until the opportune moment arrived. Eventually, on a stormy day, a herd of elite rhinoceroses made their way to the nearby riverbank, anticipating this moment with growing excitement. Jiang Ming followed closely behind. Sure enough, after 20 minutes, the elite rhinoceroses reached the riverbank and began their foraging. Utilizing their prominent, sharp horns, they unleashed bolts of lightning upon the water's surface. Boom! Under the electric shock of a fourth-tier creature, the first-tier agate fish were utterly defenseless, rendered unconscious and floating to the surface, while the elite rhinoceroses savored their feast. Half an hour later, having gorged themselves, over 20 elite rhinoceroses succumbed to slumber under the anesthetic effects of the fish. Only 4 robust rhinoceroses remained vigilant, patrolling the area. Jiang Ming recognized that his opportunity had finally arrived. However, an unexpected twist lay in the presence of 4 elite rhinoceroses, meaning he would have to contend with one while Ali and the fiery monkeys diverted the other 3, leaving him with a lingering risk. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that if he did not act now, he might not have another chance. Moreover, the task was time-sensitive, having lingered in the overgrown fields for nearly a month. He had only half a month remaining. He could not be certain that the elite rhinoceroses would return to feast upon the agate fish within that time frame. Therefore, action was imperative. With a determined breath, he swiftly summoned Ali and the 2 fiery monkeys, whispering, "You need only distract 3 of them. There's no need to engage in combat. I will handle the last one." The 3 exotic beasts nodded in agreement, fully understanding their master's intentions after having accompanied him for some time. In no time, everything unfolded according to Jiang Ming's carefully crafted plan. Ali took the lead, effortlessly luring away the strongest of the rhinoceroses, followed closely by the male fiery monkey diverting the second, while the female fiery monkey drew away the third. Finally, Jiang Ming stood alone to face the last elite rhinoceros. He exhibited not a trace of hesitation, effortlessly wielding the sword of Hitler augmented with an attack card, executing a swift strike akin to a nimble cat pouncing on its prey. The blade gleamed with a sharp radiance, its ringing resonating like a distant hum. As he moved with the swiftness of lightning, the cumbersome rhinoceros had no time to evade, yet wisely enveloped itself in a layer of lightning shield. With a low growl, it unleashed a crackling orange glow enveloping its form. How astute! Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, retracting the sword that had been poised to thrust forward. He understood all too well that the lightning shield was not merely a defensive enhancement. A reckless attack could very well leave him paralyzed by an electric shock, plunging him into dire straits. In that moment, with no viable solution at hand, he relied solely on his speed to engage in a cat-and-mouse game with the rhinoceros. Boom! Torrents of rain cascaded from the heavens as if the sky itself had collapsed, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and lightning, a bolt as thick as a water barrel striking the river's surface. Chapter 37. The crying pupa beast. The river surged tumultuously under the impetus of the lightning, resembling the resounding beat of a colossal drum, as the floating agate fish shimmered with a golden brilliance. Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar erupted from the river. One agate fish, imbued with a yellow glow, expanded in size and leapt into the air, reaching a height of approximately 100 meters. Boom! The light radiated fiercely, shaking the very earth. Under the baptism of lightning, that extraordinary agate fish evolved, transforming into a resplendent agate dragon that spiraled within the dark clouds. Damn it! An agate dragon. Jiang Ming felt a wave of regret wash over him, his complexion paling. He had been preoccupied with strategizing against the rhinoceros and had overlooked the potential evolution of the agate fish, which he deemed improbable. This predicament was indeed life-threatening. The rhinoceros, having noticed the transformation, did not waver as it assumed the role of protector for its companions, shooting forth a fierce bolt of lightning without hesitation. With a thunderous explosion, the lightning engulfed the agate dragon, its brilliance intensifying. Strangely, the agate dragon appeared to feel no pain. Rather, it seemed to revel in the chaos, tumbling joyfully. An electric affinity. Jiang Ming's face grew even grimmer. He was acutely aware that as a dragon-type creature, it possessed a certain immunity to energy attacks, potentially even enhancing its power. For instance, the red dragon thrived in flames, while the blue dragon was undeterred by the cold. However, the agate dragon was utterly unaffected by lightning, perhaps even benefiting from it. This was a stark contrast to the pre-evolution agate fish, which had been fearful of everything save for the effects of anesthesia and was practically useless. If the agate dragon was immune to electricity, the stakes had changed drastically. It was common knowledge that lightning was one of the most lethal forms of energy. Under these circumstances, Jiang Ming realized he must abandon his plan. Though he felt a pang of regret, he was not foolish enough to engage a dragon in direct confrontation. He understood well the wisdom of preserving one's strength for future endeavors. Thus, without hesitation, he bolted away like a streak of oil. Roar! The agate dragon, incensed by the rhinoceros' attack on its kin, unleashed a furious roar, releasing a torrent of lightning that cascaded down with the pouring rain. Faced with such a terrifying barrage, the rhinoceros could only emit a mournful cry before being reduced to charred remains. Likewise, the slumbering herd of rhinoceroses met the same fate, struck down by the lightning. However, the lightning was not solely directed at the rhinoceros. In that instant, dozens of bolts, like wolves baring their fangs, relentlessly pursued Jiang Ming's figure. Alarmed, Jiang Ming sensed the impending danger. But no matter how swiftly he reacted, he could not outpace the lightning. In that critical moment, he hastily deployed a defense card. With a resounding crash, a vivid red shield was enveloped in a layer of golden light, while it held firm against the lightning. He found himself immobilized. At that crucial juncture, he was paralyzed by the electric shock. Panic surged within him, myriad thoughts flooding his mind. Jiang Ming was unwilling to resign himself to fate, yet under the paralysis effect, movement was impossible for at least a minute. He could only watch helplessly as the agate dragon descended from above. Roar! The agate dragon bellowed with excitement, seemingly elated by its transformation from a victim of slaughter to a triumphant victor, its joy radiating from deep within. The next instant, its massive tail swung with a force that carried thousands of pounds. With a dull thud, Jiang Ming was sent plummeting like a kite severed from its string, the protective shield reduced to fragments. Fortunately, he had expended much of the shield's energy to fend off the lightning earlier, which spared him from being crushed by the force of the blow. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise. Struggling to rise, he found himself battered and bruised, teetering on the brink of death. What to do? Damn it! Am I to perish like this? Despair filled Jiang Ming's heart. Frantically, he rummaged through his ancient tome, uncertain of which card to invoke in such dire circumstances. Now, severely injured and with all his monster cards deployed, what was he to do? Wait, there is still one card. With a surge of determination, he resolutely produced the yellow card and tossed it to the ground. With a thunderous crash, a large creature emerged, resembling a rotund, gray and white penguin, its limbs joyfully patting the ground. A delightful monster known as the crying pupa beast. Often derided as a mere food bucket, upon its summoning, it began to complain vocally, seemingly reproaching its master for neglecting it, only being called forth during a crisis. Meanwhile, the agate dragon, upon seeing this chubby crying pupa beast, let out a furious roar, unleashing another bolt of lightning with the intent to obliterate it. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The crying pupa beast, moving at a leisurely pace, expelled white spores from its body, which, upon contact with the lightning, rendered it utterly ineffective. vanishing without a trace. Jiang Ming was astounded. He had never heard of such a creature, nor witnessed such a capability. Similarly, the agate dragon, realizing its casual attack had no effect, was infuriated, its roar shaking the air, followed by a barrage of lightning bolts that were far more formidable than those previously unleashed upon the rhinoceros. Jiang Ming's complexion drained of color at the sight of such terrifying lightning. Now, severely injured, he found moving to evade impossible. He could only rely on the crying pupa beast's nullification ability. Apu. The crying pupa beast, finally unleashed, was determined to showcase its prowess. Faced with the terrifying barrage of lightning, it remained unfazed, instead excitedly releasing an even greater quantity of its spore balls. Boom! The lightning struck the spore balls, the sound of collision deafening, yet, just like before, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Incredible! Witnessing such formidable nullification, Jiang Ming's heart soared with elation. He had previously considered abandoning the crying pupa beast, but gratitude filled him for having reluctantly brought it along out of pity. This time, without it, he would surely have perished. It seemed he ought to pay more attention to unassuming monsters in the future. Nodding, he reflected deeply on this experience, not to mention the crying pupa beast. Even the agate dragon, which had evolved from the agate fish, was an extraordinarily mysterious entity. At this moment, the agate dragon, realizing its lightning attacks were futile against the plump, penguin-like creature, let out a final roar. Swinging its massive tail with ferocity, Chapter 38, Team Apollo Boom. The colossal tail struck a golden barrier, producing a deafening sound yet inflicting no damage whatsoever. The crying pupa beast's hefty form manifested a robust energy shield, seemingly infused with myriad energies, including traces of lightning. Remarkably, the crying pupa beast had utilized the previously nullified lightning to form a lightning shield. Bang, a single strike. Bang bang, a second strike. Bang bang bang, a 10th strike. The agate dragon unleashed a flurry of blows, yet the shield remained unyielding. Frustrated, it expelled another surge of potent lightning, which was similarly nullified by the crying pupa beast's spore balls. The shield appeared to expand even further. The crying pupa beast not only displayed formidable defense, but also had the ability to enhance its shield using the nullified lightning. Jiang Ming could no longer remain composed. He felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the chubby creature. Alas, apart from its impenetrable defense, the crying pupa beast lay flat on the ground, incessantly whining, lacking any offensive capabilities. Finally, the agate dragon grew weary of this inedible morsel, leaping into the sky with a furious roar. That was close. Jiang Ming let out a deep sigh, his taut nerves finally relaxing. This time, they had escaped a grave danger, thanks to the crying pupa beast. After a brief respite, he began to scavenge the battlefield, collecting nearly 30 pieces of rhinoceros horn from the fallen beasts. Once he completed his task, Jiang Ming eagerly returned to New Life City to report his mission to the Revenge Alliance. What? You say you have completed this task? The receptionist stared at Jiang Ming in disbelief, exclaiming loudly. The mission to collect rhinoceros horns had been assigned nearly a month ago, and she had assumed this young man had perished under the wrath of the rhinoceros. She had encountered too many people like Jiang Ming who were utterly unaware of their own limitations. Undoubtedly, the receptionist had long forgotten where to stash him away. The receptionist's panicked cries attracted a crowd of star warriors, and a few sharp-eyed individuals even recalled that Jiang Ming had previously undertaken a B-level mission, astonished to see him return alive to hand over the task. In no time, the hall was abuzz with excitement and speculation, all centered around the astonishing young man before them. Here are 20 pieces of exquisite rhinoceros horn. Jiang Ming had no time to concern himself with the astonished gazes of others. After calmly transferring the task, he began to inspect his rewards. The red demon armor, in pristine condition, was at level 0, with no special effects. This armor, forged in the depths of hellish lava through a process of searing flames and lightning, granted its wearer immunity to fire and high temperatures. It was an armor that could evolve within the fire element. Jiang Ming's heart swelled with joy, although this defense card had average base attributes. Its resistance to flames was exceptionally high, and it was a piece of equipment that could grow. In other words, its potential was immense. However, in such a public space, he wished to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Thus, he quickly stowed the card after a brief glance at its description and exited the hall without looking back. Follow him, I'll report to the boss, a scar-faced man whispered to his companion. A bespectacled fellow, gesturing for him to follow as he hastened in another direction. The bespectacled man adjusted his fallen glasses, a sly smile creeping across his lips as he retrieved a size reduction card. With a muffled pop, he shrank to the size of an ant, yet his speed remained remarkably swift. In no time, he caught up to the leisurely pace of Jiang Ming, after walking for about 15 minutes. Jiang Ming suddenly turned around warily, but found nothing amiss, letting out a sigh before continuing on his way. This kid is quite alert, but with my reduced size, how could he possibly notice me? The bespectacled man chuckled, unfazed by Jiang Ming's vigilance. Before the tree realm descended, he was a well-known street thief, adept at evading pursuers. Now, with the size reduction card, he was even less likely to be discovered. Jiang Ming continued forward for a while before abruptly quickening his pace towards a northern alleyway, clearly disrupting the rhythm of the bespectacled man. He hastily pulled out an acceleration card and darted after him. Where did he go, despite his speed? Once he turned into the alley, Jiang Ming's figure vanished from sight. An ominous feeling crept into his heart, prompting him to take several steps back before abruptly turning to flee. It's too late to run. How could Jiang Ming allow him to escape? With a swift motion, he snatched the bespectacled man down to the ground with his hand. Spare me, he whimpered, his voice barely a whisper. Thoroughly terrified, Big brother, I mean no harm. Why are you following me? Jiang Ming was intrigued by how he had acquired the size reduction card and did not rush to eliminate him. I am from the Apollo squad. The bespectacled man, regaining his composure, acknowledged the strength of the young man before him and spoke earnestly. The Apollo squad. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Ming paused in surprise. In his previous life, he had indeed heard of the Apollo squad. After all, the dragon-slaying squad was renowned. Rumors circulated that their dream was to eradicate all dragon monsters and stand atop the strongest in the world. Moreover, they had indeed achieved this. It was said that during a major battle, they had slain a 7th-tier dragon through teamwork. But why would the Apollo squad seek him out this time? Jiang Ming, perplexed, feigned displeasure and coldly remarked, I am not acquainted with your Apollo squad. But surely you must have a valid reason for disturbing me. I wouldn't mind turning you in as a spy to the Vengeance Alliance. Perhaps they would find you of interest. The bespectacled man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile as he replied, Brother, you misunderstand. We mean you no harm. We wish to invite you to join us. Join you? Yes. Our leader noticed you during your last task and mentioned that you are among the top few experts in Newborn City. He asked me to invite you to join the Apollo squad. You may know that while we may not be as large as the Vengeance Alliance, our strength in secret is still formidable. Oh, after hearing this, Jiang Ming nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin. The persuasive words of the bespectacled man were indeed compelling. However, Jiang Ming pondered another question. Logically, he had been cautious. How did the leader of the Apollo squad come to know about him? Could it be Wang Bo? That seemed unlikely. Perhaps meeting with them could provide more insight. It was possible he was being targeted by some force, which would be troublesome. Jiang Ming paced back and forth, contemplating a potential connection. He sensed a hidden force watching over him. Chapter 39. Departure. Slaying dragons. An hour later, Jiang Ming left the city and accompanied the bespectacled man to their base. Before him stood an unremarkable little house, or rather, a dilapidated temple. The bricks and tiles on the outside had crumbled away, and the large paper-covered windows appeared as if they would collapse with a mere gust of wind. The Apollo squad resided in such a place? Jiang Ming felt a pang of disappointment. This dwelling was far from what he had imagined. He could not fathom how a renowned dragon-slaying squad would settle for such a shabby base in Newborn City. Haha, brother Jiang Ming, welcome to our Apollo squad. As soon as he stepped inside, a burly man in white approached him with a hearty embrace. His body was adorned with bulging muscles, and an impressive mustache adorned his face. Clad in a crisp white Zhongshan suit, exuding gentlemanly grace, the Apollo squad was indeed formidable. Jiang Ming was taken aback by this man's presence, not to mention the Star Warrior beside him, who was at the 9th tier of low-level Star Warriors. This man possessed mid-tier Star Warrior strength, nearly on par with him and Wang Bo of the Vengeance Alliance. This is our Apollo squad's captain, Li Leijin. This is Scarface Wang Hai, known as Little Dagger. The bespectacled man wasted no time in introducing his teammates to Jiang Ming. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Jiang Ming nodded slightly and calmly requested, May I have a word with Captain Li? I have some questions. Oh, Li Leijin scrutinized him for a moment. gesturing for his comrades to step out while frowning slightly. Ask away. I shall divulge what I can. Very well. I want to beat around the bush. Did you send someone to keep an eye on me? I don't believe you intended to invite me from the start. How did you obtain my information? Jiang Ming, maintaining his composure, posed his inquiries directly. Since they sought to recruit him, it was necessary to clarify this matter before considering joining. You are indeed sharp, to be honest. I initially did not intend to recruit you, but rather to eliminate you. Your information was relayed to the 4 major Star Warriors by a masked individual, and I acquired it through special channels. This masked individual claimed you possess unique items, which is why we considered eliminating you for the sake of plunder. However, I have since changed my mind. Lasian seemed prepared for this question and spoke the truth without hesitation. Why the change of heart? I need a skilled individual to assist us with a particular task. Since you managed to complete a B-level mission and return unscathed, you fit this criterion. Oh, what task? Jiang Ming inquired calmly, his brow furrowing slightly. There must be something amiss for the Apollo squad to change their minds about him. Slaying dragons. Lasian's voice was low yet laced with palpable excitement. Slaying dragons. The mere mention of those 2 words made Jiang Ming instantly grasp his intent. Clearly, the Apollo squad had received news of dragons' emergence from some source. As a squad that had long admired the dragon-slaying endeavor, they would not let this opportunity slip by. In the early days of the Tree Realm, most warriors were of low tier, which is why they sought him out. However, Jiang Ming did not immediately express his opinion. He paced back and forth for a while, finally sighing and stating, I can assist you in slaying dragons, but you must provide me with dragon's blood. Furthermore, I will collaborate with you, but will not join the Apollo squad. I do not wish for you to disclose this matter to anyone, especially the Vengeance Alliance. All right, no problem. Lasian nodded in agreement. Responding promptly, he had anticipated that Jiang Ming would not join the Apollo squad, and this arrangement was indeed the best solution. Ultimately, the most crucial element, the dragon's heart, was his. And other conditions were of lesser significance. Little did he know, Jiang Ming's need for dragon's blood was driven by his own motives. In his previous life, he had heard a rumor that dragon's blood could be used to enhance equipment. Moreover, equipment imbued with dragon's blood would possess extraordinary sharpness. In the early days of the Tree Realm, such secrets were certainly not known to others. After agreeing upon a time and place to meet, Jiang Ming took his leave. That moment, Lasian revealed a sinister expression and said with a fierce tone, once the dragon is slain, who will ultimately claim its blood remains a matter of contention. 3 days later, outside the western edge of the city, 4 figures clad in white awaited something before a dirt slope. After a considerable amount of time, a silhouette finally emerged from the distance. You are late, Lasian said coldly, his displeasure evident on his face. Jiang Ming glanced at the 4 individuals, recognizing Lasian, the short dagger wielder, the lecherous, bespectacled man, and a woman he had not encountered before. This woman was tall and graceful, her delicate features adorned with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. Upon seeing Jiang Ming, she warmly greeted him. Hello, I am Wang Yan. I heard from the boss that a renowned expert would be joining us. And you must be Jiang Ming. Indeed, Jiang Ming replied with a smile, nodding without further elaboration. In the past 3 days, he had conducted some preliminary investigations regarding the dragon-slaying mission, only to discover that the act of slaying a dragon was considered taboo. It was said that a certain influential figure had issued a decree in the newborn city, forbidding anyone from harboring intentions against dragons. Otherwise, they would face relentless persecution. The Apollo squad had chosen to hide in the wilderness precisely to avoid drawing the ire of this powerful individual. As their situation would become exceedingly precarious, as for the identity of this influential figure, it was common knowledge that ordinary people could not ascertain it. Since the issuance of this decree, major factions such as the Revenge Alliance had tacitly accepted the situation, with no one daring to provoke this formidable figure. However, that was not Jiang Ming's primary concern. What truly troubled him was whether he and his companions could successfully slay a dragon. After all, facing extraordinarily powerful beings like the red and blue dragons was tantamount to courting death. It was evident that the Apollo squad's target could only be the Earth Dragon, a mutated pseudo-dragon. The Earth Dragon, a level 5 mutated creature, was adept at controlling the Earth. It was said to have once been a type of lizard inhabiting the desert, possessing dragon blood. Following the arrival of the Tree Realm, they had evolved into Earth Dragons. Boss, now that everyone is here, "Let us set forth," the lecherous, bespectacled man suggested, his eyes filled with fervor. He had long yearned to engage with the legendary dragons. "All right, let us depart and slay the dragon." A few hours later, the group arrived at the desolate expanse west of the city. Before them lay an endless desert, and in an instant, a fierce wind swept through, sending sand particles swirling, obscuring the sky. Waves of sand surged forward as if an invisible giant hand were peeling back the layers of the desert. Jiang Ming fixed his gaze upon the shifting sand dunes, his expression suddenly changing. Chapter 40. Corrosive sand worms. The sand beneath them writhed and rolled like countless waves in the ocean, drawing perilously close to Jiang Ming and his companions, now only mere meters away. Undoubtedly, something lurked beneath the sand. Lurks also noticed the anomaly in the sand, his expression altering as his gaze grew serious. However, after a brief moment, he casually rummaged through an ancient tome, swiftly extracting an indigo card and shaking it forth. With a resounding thud, a pitch-black hooked scythe spear materialized, measuring approximately 7 feet 2 inches in length, with the spearhead occupying 8 inches. The spearhead was sharp, and its lower portion featured sideward protruding barbs. Curving inward, the shaft was 6 feet long, with a diameter of 4 inches, crafted from wood, and the tail end bore an iron ferrule measuring 4 inches. What? Jiang Ming intended to act, but was momentarily taken aback by the spear's presence. This hooked scythe spear was evidently no ordinary weapon. It emanated an astonishing energy, capable of penetrating even a dragon's hide. "Ants dare to be arrogant. Taste my black scythe spear," Lurks scoffed, gripping the spear's handle and thrusting it forward. Unleashing a striking spear wave, a technique from the renowned Li family's martial arts. It was worth noting that Lurks hailed from a lineage of martial artists during the Tree Realm's arrival. The reward card he received upon becoming a star warrior was this black scythe spear, making it the cornerstone of his existence. Thus, its power now burgeoned, executed with unparalleled precision. Indeed, under the influence of his energy, the spear wave transformed into a column of light as wide as a bowl, piercing through the creature concealed beneath the sand, splattering filthy green liquid like a rain shower upon the ground. Yet, to their astonishment, the moment this liquid came into contact with the sand, it corroded and dissipated, emitting plumes of dark smoke. Corrosive sandworms. Jiang Ming, having perused numerous related texts in his previous life, instantly identified the creature before him. Corrosive sandworms, classified as level 3 mutated beings, typically thrived in the desert. They relished torturing their prey using their secretions, whether saliva or blood, both possessing exceedingly corrosive properties. This beast is not alone. The Apollo Squad, aptly named the Dragon-Slaying Squad, armed themselves to the teeth the instant battle commenced. The lecherous, bespectacled man, upon witnessing Lurks' movement, donned a special pair of goggles, revealing that beneath the sand lay dozens, if not nearly 100, of corrosive sandworms. This was no trivial matter. 1 or 2 corrosive sandworms were manageable, but if there truly were close to 100, retreat would be the only viable option. The Apollo Squad had not honed their teamwork overnight. The lecherous, bespectacled man excelled in reconnaissance and tracking, given his discovery through the goggles of nearly 100 corrosive sandworms. It was indeed accurate. In that moment, Lurks decisively called out, "Let us split into 2 teams and flee in opposite directions," regrouping at the green oasis. Swiftly, the 5 members divided into 2 teams and darted off in opposite directions. Jiang Ming partnered with Wang Yan, while Lurks, the short dagger wielder, and the lecherous, bespectacled man formed the other group. Overall, their strengths were relatively balanced. Naturally, the corrosive sandworms would not permit their escape. Over 100 of them surged forth like tumultuous waves. Creatures uniquely adapted to the desert, their speed remained unaffected by the harsh conditions. Before long, they were merely meters away from Jiang Ming and Wang Yan. "Quick, hold on to me." Upon seeing the relentless pursuit of the corrosive sandworms, Wang Yan furrowed her brows and suddenly bit her lip, uttering the words, "What?" Jiang Ming was momentarily taken aback, nearly stumbling. "Hurry, there's no time." With the corrosive sandworms merely 2 meters away, Wang Yan called out, summoning the ancient tome, her jade hand gently caressing it. An indigo card suddenly flew forth. With a resounding thud, a flash of white light transformed the card into a large, gossamer-like garment, enveloping the 2 of them completely, leaving no gaps. The corrosive sandworms spat out their filthy saliva, yet upon contacting the fabric, it slid off as if touching a smooth surface, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Jiang Ming held Wang Yan's slender waist, their bodies pressed tightly against her fair back. The faint, elegant fragrance of her body wafted into his senses, intoxicating him, coupled with the fullness of her figure. It provoked an involuntary physiological reaction, causing a certain part of him to rise. Ah! Wang Yan's face flushed crimson, letting out an involuntary exclamation. Yet, even so, she did not push Jiang Ming away. For outside lurked the ferocious swarm of corrosive sandworms. And this awkward situation had been inadvertently created. "I apologize, can you move?" Jiang Ming asked sheepishly in a low voice. "No, I cannot." As the man whispered softly in her ear, Wang Yan felt her heart race like a startled deer. Her voice trembling slightly, "I have a way to escape, but it may be somewhat indecent. You don't mind, do you?" "No. I don't mind." With those words, Jiang Ming embraced her more recklessly, suddenly rolling to the side. Gulyalu. He held onto the beautiful girl, rolling swiftly. The two of them moved as if engaged in some form of peculiar exercise, exuding an aura of intimacy. However, Jiang Ming had made the correct judgment. Once Wang Yan activated this card, she could not move. Otherwise, the formidable defensive effect would diminish, but those who touched her could share in the protection and perform basic movements. The speed of their rolling was not rapid, and beneath the protection of the immense garment, it felt akin to rolling on a waterbed. With the momentum of their movement, the approaching corrosive sandworms were shed layer by layer and flung far away. Even if they attempted to pounce again, the number willing to pursue dwindled. An hour later, only 2 corrosive sandworms remained in relentless pursuit. Through the translucent garment, Jiang Ming knew it was time for him to take action. With a cold smile, he gently pushed Wang Yan aside. He then summoned the ancient tome, swiftly drawing the hit sword. Crack, crack, the sword sliced through the air, the blade flickering, executing a crescent-shaped white light, a technique known as crescent howl. It was evident that Jiang Ming infused this move with considerable energy. Under his influence, the hit sword appeared to trigger the effect of wind surge, causing the 2 corrosive sandworms to be struck by the blade's back and instantly enter a state of paralysis. "Go, incinerate them," Jiang Ming commanded, sending forth the fiery explosive monkey towards the corrosive sandworms. Whoosh! The flames roared forth like a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open. The explosive monkey, brimming with vitality, understood his intent perfectly. Since the weapon would produce highly corrosive green blood upon striking, incinerating them to ashes with intense flames would be foolproof. Indeed, under the merciless blaze, the 2 corrosive sandworms were reduced to ashes. Witnessing Jiang Ming's series of adept maneuvers, Wang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, pondering to herself, if he were to compete with the boss, perhaps the outcome would truly be uncertain. Chapter 41. Mirage in the Desert. The equipment card you used is quite extraordinary. Jiang Ming was quite intrigued by the gossamer fabric of the garment, his fingers lightly grazing its surface, and instantly a wealth of information flooded his mind. This diaphanous attire, favored by unmarried princesses, was opulent and elegant, capable of altering its size at will. While its defensive capabilities were modest, it possessed an extraordinary smoothness, impervious to tarnish by any substance. How fascinating! The Apollo team truly possessed remarkable talents. Jiang Ming smirked subtly, aware of the garment's unique properties. Aside from the drawback that its wearer could not move, it approached an invincible form of defense. The two did not linger long, setting their course towards the shallow oasis. The journey was largely uneventful, save for the swirling sands that enveloped them, devoid of any other monstrous encounters. Perhaps the preceding awkwardness had fostered a closer bond between them. Wang Yan frequently inquired about Jiang Ming's past, and he reciprocated with candor, withholding nothing save for the details of his rebirth and the tribulations following the arrival of the tree realm. "That girl must be blind. If I had a boyfriend as considerate as you, I would never let go, even in death," Wang Yan exclaimed, her fists clenched in righteous indignation after hearing about Jiang Ming's romantic history. "Alas, it is all in the past," Jiang Ming sighed, shaking his head. He had long ceased to be perturbed by the reality of Li Si. Rather, he found it hard to let go of the benevolent Gong Shu etching and the enigmatic woman in red. When the topic of romance arose, they fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, Wang Yan halted, grasping Jiang Ming's arm and exclaiming, "Do you see that? There's a town over there. How bustling it is." From their vantage point, They beheld a town of Arabic architecture nestled deeper within the sands, bustling with the comings and goings of merchants and the loud calls of street vendors. But wait, this town isn't marked on the map. Jiang Ming remarked, pulling out his map only to be taken aback. His map bore no indication of such a town, nor did Wang Yan's. Yet, there it was, undeniably present. The situation struck him as peculiar. Ordinarily, one might expect a mirage in the desert due to light refraction, yet there was no town nearby, and even if there were, it could not possibly be this vibrant. After all, during the era of the Tree Realm, aside from the newborn city, he had never heard of another place so prosperous. Something was amiss. Jiang Ming, wary of the situation, gently urged Wang Yan, "I sense something unusual there. Let us observe for a while before deciding whether to approach." Wang Yan pouted at his alarm, reluctant yet refraining from voicing her disagreement. The town continued its lively bustle, and they could see numerous travelers engaging in trade for camels, provisions, and water, with the sounds of haggling ringing in the air. This must be a special mirage. Look, they are still using currency to exchange goods. It clearly depicts a scene from before the Tree Realm's arrival. After observing for a considerable time, Jiang Ming began to comprehend. The town before them was indeed a unique mirage, though the sounds and sights felt incredibly real. The time depicted was undoubtedly from an era prior to the Tree Realm's arrival. As for whether this mirage had existed before or was a consequence of the Tree Realm's emergence, no one could say. At that moment, he found himself captivated by a woman whose presence drew his attention, his brows knitting in concern. She was an enchanting figure, clad in immaculate white, with a stunning physique and a delicate beauty. Her eyes were partially closed, and a faint trace of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth, accompanied by a subtle smile. That visage seemed so familiar. Could it be the corpse mother? He recognized her identity, recalling the terrifying skeleton from the 007 ranch. The harrowing memory surged back, sending a chill down his spine, and he wore a troubled expression. What was she doing here? Moreover, had she not only appeared on Earth after the arrival of the Tree Realm? Jiang Ming was perplexed. How could a being from the Tree Realm manifest on Earth before its arrival? She appeared anxious, seemingly awaiting someone. Who could a being from the Tree Realm be waiting for? What was truly happening? He remained silent, his face betraying a serious demeanor. Observing his unusual expression, Wang Yan realized he had discerned something significant. She opened her mouth to inquire, but swallowed her words. Shaking her head and muttering to herself, what could he possibly have seen? Does he recognize someone there? Approximately 10 minutes later, a sudden whirlwind swept through the town, carrying a deluge of sand that obscured vision. At that moment, a caravan of merchants arrived, a multitude of veiled Arabs riding towering camels laden with wooden crates, led by a figure whose face remained obscured. "The goods have arrived. You must be satisfied now." The leader spoke in Chinese, his accent unmistakably authentic, suggesting he was likely of Chinese descent. The plan has been delayed by nearly half a century. What satisfaction could I possibly derive from this? And you've brought so many people. Surely there are ulterior motives at play. The corpse mother scoffed, her facade of civility shattered. How could I stand idly by while you establish a ranch? The leader sighed, speaking slowly. However, I have no desire to be at odds with the Dragon clan. If you abandon the 007 ranch plan, I shall let you off the hook. 007 ranch. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming leaped to his feet, exhilaration coursing through him. It couldn't be a coincidence. The 007 ranch was where he had once resided, the domain of that enigmatic rancher, the very source of the undead. The Lada Mother Tree. This mirage was intricately linked to the origins of the 007 ranch. Though he was uncertain of the time frame, whether it was long past or recent, there was undoubtedly a sinister conspiracy at play. Indeed, upon hearing the veiled threat, the corpse mother did not react with anger, but instead laughed. Even if I do not initiate the ranch plan, others will take my place. Your words, however, have irked me. You shall pay the price. As her words echoed, she flicked her sleeve, and 6 pillars of light as thick as bowls shot forth. Boom. The explosions were deafening, sand and debris flying in all directions, and the ground was littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. In that instant, the town erupted into chaos, filled with cries, screams, and wails. Yet, the leader and his entourage remained unharmed, surrounded by a massive yellow shield. Using cards, the leader bellowed, gesturing with his hands. Bang, bang, simultaneously. the Arab merchants summoned ancient tomes, revealing themselves to be star warriors. No, this cannot be. Jiang Ming was beside himself with disbelief. The presence of so many star warriors and ancient tomes could not be mistaken. Yet how could they appear before the arrival of the tree realm? They were all star warriors, wielding formidable cards. Wang Yan, witnessing the scene, covered her mouth in shock. Chapter 42. The Shallow Natives. The leader drew forth a green card and hurled it at the corpse mother. Instantly, the sky filled with an overwhelming onslaught of meteors, descending with astonishing velocity. Boom! The meteors fell, and the once thriving town was obliterated, while the other Arabs, seemingly aware of the impending devastation, deployed their defensive cards. Thick smoke billowed, and the ground was engulfed in flames, transforming the former bustling town into a desolate wasteland. Jiang Ming was taken aback by the card displayed. The meteor shower. The meteor shower was an exceptionally rare natural card. Its power immense enough to annihilate an entire city. How could the leader possess such formidable strength even before the arrival of the tree realm? Who was he, as the leader unleashed the meteor shower? The corpse mother remained unscathed, her fragile form enveloped in a crimson shield, rendering the meteors to naught, unable to inflict any damage. You dare to employ such a tactic? Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The corpse mother declared coldly, manifesting a blue card in her palm before casting it into the air. In an instant, the sky was shrouded in a dense pink fog, obscuring all visibility. Jiang Ming and Wang Yan could not discern what transpired within. Yet they were horrified by the anguished screams that pierced the air. Just kill me. The sounds of torment were unbearable, but as the eerie fog dissipated, the mirage vanished without a trace. A fierce wind swept through, scattering sand and dust as if the town had never existed. Who were they, and why had they become star warriors before the tree realm's arrival, possessing such formidable powers? Jiang Ming stroked his chin, endeavoring to piece together the preceding events. The occurrences in the town contained a plethora of information, at the very least indicating one thing: Earth had long been home to star warriors. And beings like the corpse mother had existed here for ages. They were both embroiled in a conspiracy, perhaps to establish bases like the 007 Ranch, yet the leader and his star warriors had suddenly reversed their stance. Clashing with the corpse mother and her extraterrestrial kin, perhaps the pyramids, the Maya prophecies, and other unsolved enigmas on Earth were intertwined with extraterrestrial influences, possibly established as bases by them. Lost in thought, Jiang Ming's back was drenched in sweat. These bizarre notions flooded his mind, leading him to speculate on the possible connections. What perplexed him most was how the Star Warriors had come to be before the Tree Realm's arrival. When did this mysterious power first manifest? There were no answers, though one individual might hold the key to the truth. Yet, even if she revealed the reality to him, what good would it do? Without absolute power, dealing with extraterrestrial beings and unknown Star Warriors was tantamount to courting death. Jiang Ming abruptly stood, a resolute glint in his eyes, his yearning for strength intensifying. Wang Yan gazed intently at the man before her. It seemed she discerned something, her cheeks flushing slightly as she murmured to herself, "His serious demeanor is quite charming." The two did not linger, hastening their pace. After approximately an hour, they finally arrived at the shallow oasis. Before them lay an expanse of crystal-clear waters, surrounded by lush greenery, with numerous cacti and other desert flora lining the shore. The cheerful chirping of small creatures could even be heard. Clearly, this was a paradise, an untainted haven untouched by the pollution of the tree realm. Jiang Ming initially felt a surge of joy, but his brow soon furrowed as he pondered. Something feels amiss. The manifestation of the tree realm should have global repercussions. The creatures here remain unchanged. There must be something extraordinary at play. However, since they had already arrived, he resolved to make the best of it. Unable to fathom the situation, he sat down on the grass, closing his eyes to rest. Legion and the others had yet to reach the oasis, and even Wang Yan's attempts to contact them with a special communicator yielded nothing but static. Do not worry. Given Legion's strength, he is unlikely to encounter any mishaps under normal circumstances. Perhaps it is merely a consequence of the magnetic field, Jiang Ming said slowly, feeling no concern for the formidable Legion. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's anxious heart eased somewhat, and she too settled onto the grass, producing a blue card from an ancient tome. With a soft pop, the card transformed into a silver jade flute, which she delicately lifted to her lips. The melodious notes flowed forth, harmonious and serene. tranquil and distant, like a babbling brook, crisp and clear, gently lilting, reminiscent of a pastoral scene, devoid of ostentation, fresh and natural, akin to the clamorous sounds of the heavens woven into a vibrant tapestry. A silent animated scroll, a refreshing and ethereal melody, as the enchanting tunes filled his heart. Jiang Ming felt as though his spirit had been cleansed by pure water, becoming increasingly lucid. Wang Yan, too, found her restless heart calmed considerably. The elegant and soothing flute music enveloped them like a verdant ocean, each note creating ripples that undulated like the curves of the sea. Suddenly, in that moment of harmony, their tranquility was shattered by a sudden attack. Countless arrows rained down from above, accompanied by a group of indigenous people descending from the sky. The forefront was a tall, gaunt man with iron rings piercing his lips, his body nearly bare save for crucial areas. Upon spotting Jiang Ming and Wang Yan, who had formed a protective barrier, he coldly declared, "Outsiders, you have been tainted. Before you lie two choices. One is death at our hands. The other is to surrender and follow us into the Holy Land to accept the cleansing of the Lord of the Underworld." The Lord of the Underworld, Jiang Ming was taken aback upon seeing these people. He sensed no energy fluctuations emanating from them, yet his instincts warned him of their danger. Engaging them could lead to unpredictable outcomes. But who was this Lord of the Underworld? Hades. The thought of mythological figures made him chuckle inwardly. Nevertheless, since there was still room for negotiation, he resolved not to engage. Coming to this conclusion, Jiang Ming grasped Wang Yan, who was ready to strike, and said calmly, "Let us surrender. Please do not resort to violence." The gaunt men nodded, gesturing for them to be escorted to the Holy Land. Soon, the natives bound their wrists with a rope-like substance. Leading them along, Jiang Ming attempted to channel his energy but found it constrained at his wrists as if something were choking him, rendering him unable to summon any power. Indeed, these natives had their methods. Fortunate he had refrained from attacking earlier, as he still held a card close to his chest. The natives seemed well acquainted with the Star Warriors, and the mention of the Lord of the Underworld made him uneasy. Perhaps the shallow oasis was a creation of the Lord of the Underworld. For now, he could only proceed cautiously. Chapter 43. The passage to the underworld. Jiang Ming and Wang Yan followed their captors to the indigenous tribe. Before them stood nearly 100 natives, comprising people of all ages, while several elderly individuals wore strange masks that resembled the demons of hell. "Chief, these are the contaminated outsiders." The tall man who had led them bowed to an elder and respectfully stated, "Bark, I have received the Lord of the Underworld's decree. You are to take them to the Holy Land for purification." The chief's voice sounded somewhat hoarse, as if he had just recovered from a grave illness. Upon seeing the chief, Jiang Ming's brow furrowed. The chief appeared frail, yet an inexplicable aura emanated from him, sending shivers down Jiang Ming's spine. Clearly, a direct confrontation would yield certain defeat. Perhaps answers awaited them after meeting the Lord of the Underworld. Half an hour later, Jiang Ming and Wang Yan followed Bark as he led them around the back of the tribe. Along the way, they encountered dense forests, the sounds of birds and beasts dwindling until they were left in eerie silence. Alarmingly, the previously verdant grasslands had transformed into a dark expanse, with trees reduced to bare branches, devoid of life. "Outsiders, you must walk this path until the end, where you shall meet the Lord of the Underworld. Remember, do not even think of escaping, and certainly do not look back. Otherwise, you shall face the Lord of the Underworld's severe punishment," Bark instructed, releasing the bindings on their wrists. The warning against looking back struck a familiar chord in Jiang Ming's memory. He grasped Wang Yan's hand, cautiously proceeding along the solitary path, his brow furrowed as he recalled a tale from Greek mythology that bore similarities to Bark's words. It was said that Orpheus ventured into the underworld to resurrect his wife, using his enchanting music to move the Lord of the Underworld. The Lord, touched by Orpheus's plight, granted his request, but imposed one condition: Orpheus must not look back at her until they had exited the underworld, or she would be lost to him forever. Orpheus joyfully accepted the Lord's terms and led his beloved wife on the path home. They traversed the shadowy valley and crossed the river of the dead. The atmosphere increasingly ominous. At last, light broke through at the exit, and in his joy, Orpheus turned to embrace his wife, only to find her transformed into stone. Heartbroken, he remained in the underworld, forever playing his music for the statue of his beloved. What a tragic tale, Wang Yan lamented, her heart filled with empathy for sorrowful stories. Tears streamed down her face as she listened to Jiang Ming's recounting. Upon finishing the story, Jiang Ming shook his head with a sigh, adding, "Yet, I have always harbored doubts. Did Orpheus truly see the exit? Perhaps it was all a trap set by the Lord of the Underworld." A trap? Wang Yan was perplexed. Why would the Lord of the Underworld ensnare mortals? Indeed, the Lord of the Underworld could have crafted a false exit to keep the deeply devoted Orpheus trapped in the underworld, allowing him to perpetually hear Orpheus's enchanting melodies. This not only secured a favor from him, but also ensured Orpheus would willingly remain. Jiang Ming slowly articulated his bold hypothesis. He had encountered many versions of Orpheus's story, yet they all shared a common thread. Orpheus ultimately failed to resurrect his wife. In truth, life and death are natural phenomena. And Orpheus's desire to defy nature to bring his wife back was a violation of its laws. As the Lord of the Underworld, how could he be unaware of this truth? Thus, everything was an illusion. And the Lord's actions were laced with insidious intent. This, in turn, better explained the reality of the exit Orpheus perceived. "Have you noticed? Our situation bears a striking resemblance to Orpheus's tale," Jiang Ming stated gravely. "Therefore, we must not look back, no matter what happens." Wang Yan nodded, following Jiang Ming as they pressed on. Strangely, while the path appeared to lead to a clear endpoint, they seemed unable to reach it. Moreover, as they ventured deeper, the surrounding temperature dropped, nearing freezing point. The cold air was almost unbearable for the Star Warriors. Jiang Ming felt goosebumps rise across his body, his breath visible in the frigid air. Yet, turning back was not an option. He did not wish to fulfill Orpheus's tragic fate. With no alternative, he embraced Wang Yan tightly, the two of them leaning against each other as they trudged forward. Barely managing to endure, after walking for another 10 minutes, strange sounds suddenly echoed around them, melancholic sighs reminiscent of a woman's lament, interspersed with frantic moans and piercing screams. Jiang Ming's heart raced at the unsettling noises. And Wang Yan, being a woman, was even more terrified. She nearly turned back, but Jiang Ming held her firmly, preventing any mishap. "It's all right. It's all just an illusion. Have you forgotten that there was nothing here before we stepped onto the path?" Jiang Ming spoke softly, his gaze resolute. This was also a reminder to himself that all of this was merely a test from the Lord of the Underworld. As long as they did not look back, nothing would happen. However, in the next moment, something even more bizarre and terrifying occurred. As they continued down the path, Jiang Ming felt a hand brushing against his back, a soft, elastic touch that moved from his shoulder to his cheek, sending chills of fright coursing through him. The sensation was so vivid, each step felt increasingly burdened as if something were tugging at his thighs. The sounds of weeping grew clearer in his ears, threatening to shatter his mental composure. I can't hold on any longer." Wang Yan's voice trembled, her hands frantically brushing her face. She felt fear mingled with curiosity, a pressure building in her chest that yearned for release. "No, we absolutely must not look back." Jiang Ming was drenched in sweat, disregarding the distinctions between genders as his cheek pressed against the dazed Wang Yan. One hand cradled the side of her face, while he trudged forward with great difficulty, periodically murmuring that this was merely an illusion. If it sought to entice him to turn back, it indicated that avoiding such a turn would allow him to evade misfortune. To turn around would undoubtedly precipitate something dreadful. After a considerable duration, the scene along the narrow path transformed dramatically. Blood-red rivers of death surrounded them, with countless heads emerging from its depths, emitting anguished moans, cries, and pleas, recounting the tragedies of their former lives. Among these sounds, the heart-wrenching wails of infants echoed from behind, sending chills down one's spine and intensifying the sense of despair. Yet, Jiang Ming refused to look back. He understood that pity would only lead to the futility of all their efforts. On this path, reminiscent of a passage to the underworld, only those devoid of compassion could reach its end. Finally, at the terminus, a voice imbued with magnetism resonated. "Congratulations, you have passed the trial of the Underworld Passage." Chapter 44, The King of the Underworld. Trial? Jiang Ming exhaled deeply, feeling a slight loosening of tension. Yet he did not dare to become overly complacent. Clearly, this underworld passage was an obstacle set by the King of the Underworld. The reasons for it remained a mystery, perhaps only to be unveiled upon meeting him. As the magnetic voice faded, the vivid illusions dissipated instantly, and the terrifying sounds and eerie arms vanished without a trace. Before them lay a cavern, illuminated solely by the ethereal flames of the underworld. Amidst an expanse of darkness, however, having arrived at this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Jiang Ming and Wang Yan entered the cave, taking their time to rest at the entrance before cautiously proceeding. The ethereal flames emitted a faint green glow, piercing through the cave's somber ambience, while a chilling breeze seemed to waft from the depths, causing involuntary shivers. Could this truly be the underworld? Jiang Ming pondered. If the king of the underworld existed, it suggested the presence of other mythological figures. Why, then, did they not intervene to prevent the emergence of the tree realm? Why did they not rescue the beings teetering on the brink of death? These answers remained elusive, perhaps only to be revealed after encountering the king of the underworld. With a heart full of trepidation, the duo advanced along the path until they reached the cavern's end. There, a colossal iron door obstructed their path, adorned with ancient carvings that had withstood the test of time. Above the door, the words "Holy Sanctuary" were deeply etched into the wall. If anything seems amiss, we must flee at once, Jiang Ming cautioned Wang Yan, preparing to push open the iron door. However, the door appeared to possess an immense weight, resisting even his considerable strength as an intermediate star warrior, which struck him as peculiar. This is abnormal. Jiang Ming's face flushed with exertion, panting heavily as he found himself utterly powerless against the door. After a moment of silence, Wang Yan, her brows slightly unfurrowed, suggested, "Why not channel some energy or employ an attack card to enhance your strength?" Jiang Ming nodded and, with a decisive motion, summoned an ancient tome, subsequently affixing an attack card to his arm. Instantly, a rich red light enveloped his arm, emitting a faint crackling sound. With a mighty shout, Jiang Ming thrust both hands forward. Boom! The iron door swung open the moment his fingers made contact, completely shedding its earlier oppressive weight. Something is amiss. Was this place anticipating our arrival? As the door opened, Jiang Ming felt no joy, but instead furrowed his brow, analyzing the implications. This iron door seemed designed to assess whether one was a star warrior. Why would the mythological figure of the king of the underworld seek out star warriors? There must be some special purpose behind it. Yet, he was acutely aware that retreating was no longer an option. They could only advance and adapt to whatever awaited them. Beyond the door lay a lavish palace, its floor paved with translucent white crystals, while the walls gleamed with a layer of radiant gold paint, adorned with splendid, colorful lamps every few meters. Everything here was opulently extravagant, a stark contrast to the cave's foreboding atmosphere. As Jiang Ming and Wang Yan progressed further, they beheld a throne intricately carved with dragon motifs, upon which sat a figure clad in white robes. This individual was shrouded in shadow, rendering their features indistinguishable, holding a gray scepter, exuding an imperial majesty that towered above all. Thud! The white-robed monarch displayed no surprise at the sight of Jiang Ming and Wang Yan. With a gentle tap of the gray scepter upon the ground, a thunderous resonance filled the air. Instantly, the seemingly empty palace was populated by numerous figures, some adorned in resplendent robes, others clad in golden armor, while many more donned white or black masks. "You're the outsiders." The white-robed king's voice, though not loud, reverberated throughout the hall, plunging the atmosphere into a profound silence. "You truly are the king of the underworld?" Jiang Ming did not respond, instead furrowing his brow further with confusion. He was astonished. How could a ruler from the realm of the dead radiate the essence of the living? Moreover, the aura emanating from the individuals in the hall distinctly indicated they possessed formidable power. They were all star warriors. "If you prefer, you may refer to me as such." The white-robed monarch spoke nonchalantly. "Now that you have arrived at the holy sanctuary, you cannot leave." "What?" Wang Yan exclaimed, her voice rising in alarm as she hastily summoned the ancient tome. "This is outrageous." Two guards in resplendent attire advanced menacingly, their oppressive presence causing Wang Yan to collapse to the ground, while Jiang Ming struggled to breathe. "My lord, aside from these two, there are 3 newcomers. How should we manage them?" An elderly figure clad in golden armor inquired respectfully. Strangely, he exhibited no discernible energy fluctuations, yet Jiang Ming sensed he was even more terrifying than the armored guards. 5 have entered. This is indeed troubling. Let them compete for the palace, retain 2, and send the 3 who fail to the underworld passage. With those words, the white-robed king vanished in an instant, following his departure. 4 masked figures approached, seizing the arms of Jiang Ming and Wang Yan, and in a swift leap, they ascended. Whoosh! Jiang Ming was momentarily blinded, his mind clouded, and when clarity returned, he found himself in an unknown chamber. The room bore a resemblance to a prison, featuring only a bed, while the rest were stark black walls, with a securely locked iron door. Through a small window in the door, Jiang Ming could see two masked figures standing guard outside. Undoubtedly, escaping through the door was highly improbable. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, pacing with his hands clasped behind his back, contemplating the situation. From the opulent palace to this prison, he was rendered utterly defenseless. Even assessing his strength was futile. This implied that the abilities of everyone in the holy sanctuary likely far surpassed his own. Yet, it was perplexing. If their powers eclipsed his so significantly, why not simply end his life and be done with it? Why leave him alive? Furthermore, the notion of competing for the palace hinted at a duel. Wang Yan was already lost to him, while the other three were likely the disconnected Li Leijin and his companions. Were they to engage in mutual annihilation, with the victor compelled to assist in tasks that others could not accomplish? As Jiang Ming contemplated, a bold hypothesis took shape in his mind. The holy sanctuary might harbor some taboo, preventing the king of the underworld and his ilk from departing. Their objective could be to breach this taboo, thereby securing their release. As for how Jiang Ming and the others found themselves inadvertently ensnared in the holy sanctuary, they were likely being evaluated. Only a suitably powerful puppet could significantly enhance the probability of violating the taboo. However, after aiding in their liberation, would they be silenced to eliminate any loose ends? That, he could not ascertain. You're new here, aren't you? Just as Jiang Ming fell into deep contemplation, a voice laced with mockery resonated from the entrance. Chapter 45. Trapped in Captivity. Peering through the crack. Jiang Ming beheld a youthful figure with a fair complexion, squinting mischievously as he greeted him with a grin. Approaching the cell door, the youth unexpectedly hurled himself against it with considerable force. Startled, Jiang Ming attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Yet, the situation unfolded in an unexpected manner. Upon colliding with the door, the fair youth passed right through it, his entire body crossing the threshold without the slightest harm. What manner of ability is this? With the experience of his previous life, Jiang Ming had encountered many wonders, yet this ability to phase through walls was unprecedented. Clearly, this individual was anything but ordinary. Impressive. You possess the strength of an intermediate star warrior. You just might survive the palace competition, the fair youth remarked, maintaining his unruffled demeanor, as though discussing a trivial matter. Who are you? Are you also in league with the king of the underworld? Jiang Ming inquired, his expression grave, his eyes betraying the seriousness of the situation. The fair youth exhibited no discernible energy fluctuations, appearing no different from an ordinary person. Yet the abilities he had just demonstrated were far from typical. It was evident he was concealing his true strength. I am Loki, another star warrior ensnared within the holy sanctuary, he replied casually, the king of the underworld. That fellow is said to be an entity even more formidable than the legendary king. With your ability to phase through walls, why remain here? Jiang Ming queried, puzzled. For if Loki could traverse walls, it stood to reason that he ought to be freed. You think the defenses consist solely of this prison? Loki chuckled softly, continuing, I've attempted to escape 11 times, and each time ended in failure, resulting in the deaths of my companions captured alongside me. Thus, escape has become an impossibility. The only path to survival lies through the ritual of the competition. What exactly is this competition? It seems you are unaware. The competition is a ceremony held at intervals, during which that individual determines the fates of the participants through games and contests. The survivors are subsequently imprisoned until they are selected once more to partake in the competition, allowing them to venture outside. Are you suggesting that we are essentially incarcerated? Jiang Ming cast a silent glance at him, then sighed. How many times have you participated? Me? Countless times. That individual is gathering a total of 49 participants to undertake a certain task. As for what that task entails, I cannot say. Loki smiled enigmatically, choosing not to elaborate, and only turned back at the door to add, this time, 5 will compete, but only 2 will survive. However, I have high hopes for you. Don't perish. With that, he vanished through the bars, chuckling to himself. After hearing this, Jiang Ming fell into deep contemplation, troubled by his predicament. From Loki's words, it appeared that escaping this place would be a formidable challenge. Moreover, this so-called competition serves as a means of selection. What could be the true intent of the Lord of the Underworld? Loki claimed that this individual possesses power surpassing that of the legendary Lord of the Underworld. What could that possibly mean? Another question lingered in Jiang Ming's mind. Why was Loki aware of the Lord of the Underworld's strength? And what was his motive in dealing with him? Perhaps only the moment of the competition would reveal the answers. With that in mind, it would be prudent to prepare oneself for the best possible condition. Resolving to this, Jiang Ming seated himself cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. After approximately 2 hours, the clanging of the cell door echoed. The newcomer was a rotund man, his body jiggling with every step, carrying an open black wooden box containing 5 identical wooden tokens. Number 42. It is your turn to select a token and choose your competition partner. May fortune favor you. One of these tokens is blank, and if you draw it, you will have to face 2 opponents. The rotund man chuckled, seemingly relishing this cruel fate. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, opting to remain silent as he scrutinized the tokens. Although he yearned to overpower the rotund man and evade the selection, upon examination, he discovered that the man was a star warrior, and a high-ranking one at that. Thus, he had no choice but to comply with the rules. The 5 wooden tokens appeared utterly indistinguishable. Even a star warrior's keen eyesight could discern no difference. With no other option, Jiang Ming randomly selected the first token and turned it over, revealing the number 43 inscribed upon it. Young lad, you are fortunate indeed. Number 43 is associated with that beauty, though her strength may be lacking. Sharing the journey to the underworld with a beauty is not too shabby. The rotund man patted Jiang Ming on the shoulder and departed with a grin. A beauty, Wang Yan? Jiang Ming exhaled deeply. Among the 5, his Enlilasian strengths were comparable, while Wang Yan was slightly weaker, and the other 2 were significantly inferior. This draw seemed to favor him. However, was the situation truly so straightforward? When he emerged from his cell and encountered the others, he was taken aback. Indeed, he was paired with Wang Yan. But the other 3 included none other than Lilasian, with the other 2 being neither the lecherous bespectacled man nor the petite blade wielder. Closest to Lilasian was a British gentleman clad in a tailcoat, sporting golden-rimmed spectacles, exuding an aura of energy indicative of a mid-tier star warrior. The other resembled a surgeon, possessing an ordinary appearance, yet radiating an intimidating presence suggestive of high-tier star warrior status. Who were these 2? Where had the petite blade wielder and the lecherous bespectacled man gone? Jiang Ming's brow furrowed, anxiety mounting within him. Logically, if Lilasian was present, he would not abandon his companions. Something must have transpired along the way, and these 2 individuals could very well be the source of the disturbance. Currently, the odds were stacked against him, as he found himself among the weakest of the group. Should a life-or-death struggle ensue, he and Wang Yan would be in the most perilous position. Boss, where have the petite blade wielder and the others gone? Wang Yan, upon seeing her familiar captain, felt a surge of joy, yet unease lingered in her heart. After all, they had faced life and death together, and now only one remained, leaving the possibility of misfortune hanging in the air. Ugh, they betrayed the Apollo team and fled on their OWN. Lilasian's face darkened, his tone icy. Impossible. The lecherous bespectacled man might do that, but the petite blade wielder would never betray Apollo. Boss, what exactly happened? Upon hearing these words, Wang Yan's expression shifted from shock to seriousness. Is there any point in discussing this? We do not know who will live or die. Lilasian appeared increasingly disinterested in the topic, his countenance growing darker. Chapter 46. The White Quantum. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan clenched her fists in anger. Utterly unprepared for the revelation that the captain she had always relied upon could be such a person, Jiang Ming's expression also shifted, gripping Wang Yan's arm and fixing a steely gaze upon Lilasian, who returned the glare with narrowed eyes, his face contorted in a menacing scowl. The atmosphere thickened with tension, the conflict between them on the brink of igniting. What are you 2 doing? Are you tired of living? One of the judges, a brocade-clad warrior, bellowed, a tremendous pressure enveloping the space. In that instant, Jiang Ming felt a pang of anxiety in his chest, deterred from making any reckless moves. Another slightly portly elder clad in golden armor chuckled. Youngsters, don't be impulsive. There will be opportunities for you to fight later. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, golden light swirling around his arm, casting a large halo over the 5 individuals present. In the blink of an eye, the radiance shot skyward, coalescing into a swirling orb of multicolored light suspended in the air. Where's this? Jiang Ming rubbed his painfully throbbing head, regaining consciousness to find a stunning woman, Wang Yan, slumbering beside him. All around was a blinding white expanse, extending endlessly, an eerie vastness. He hastily woke Wang Yan, intending to discuss their predicament when suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed from above. You must collect white quantum to reconstruct energy. In 3 hours, you will engage in a life-and-death battle in the arena against 2 other teams. White quantum? What is that? Wait, why do I feel completely devoid of energy? Jiang Ming was taken aback. Discovering his body devoid of any power, this moment, apart from possessing a physique slightly stronger than average, he felt no trace of energy. Even his ancient tome failed to respond. What is white quantum? How are we supposed to find it? Wang Yan shouted at the sky, but no one answered. Frustrated, she cursed several times, yet still received no response. Don't panic, I suspect this is a form of the competition. Since we have no idea how to proceed, others are likely in the same predicament, Jiang Ming said, furrowing his brow as he grasped her arm calmly. So what do we do? Wang Yan, hearing her companion's words, nodded, her excitement calming a fraction. Let's explore the surroundings. Perhaps we will make some discoveries. However, after approximately half an hour of wandering, they found nothing but the monotonous white void, devoid of any change or life. Jiang Ming, what should we do now? Wang Yan could not help but feel anxious. Let's take a break. I need to think. With that, Jiang Ming seated himself at a distance, resting his chin in his hand, contemplating their course of action. Since we are tasked with finding white quantum, it must be traceable. Otherwise, this competition would lack purpose. The peculiar aspect is that we have lost our basic powers as Star Warriors. And even the ancient tome will not respond. Absently, he rose, pacing with his hands clasped behind his back, occasionally stopping to sigh, then sitting again with his eyes shut tight. Wait, suddenly, Jiang Ming leaped to his feet. A flash of inspiration striking him. The ancient tome. Could the white quantum be the ancient tome? He reevaluated his thoughts, and was astonished to discover the connection. Without the ancient tome, they were instructed to seek out something called white quantum. Since they would collect it before engaging in battle, it was evident that white quantum was something that could enhance their abilities. For someone like him, who had once been a Star Warrior, nothing could be more direct in terms of combat power than the ancient tome. Wang Yan, I believe I have a lead. Jiang Ming then shared his hypothesis with Wang Yan, before gently inquiring. Do you know the origin of Star Warriors? The atmospheric effects caused by the arrival of the tree realm led to evolution. Wang Yan's explanation aligned with the common theory, as she was one of the core members of the Apollo team and well-versed in the subject. That is only one aspect. There must also be light involved. The radiance from the tree palace's arrival was the catalyst for the anomalies. Jiang Ming shook his head, expressing his perspective during the first year of the tree realm. Everyone assumed that atmospheric effects caused human evolution, but by the second year, Dr. Li from the military devised an anomalous light through a special photosynthesis process, enabling many ordinary individuals to transform directly into Star Warriors. This suggests that the anomalous light from the tree palace is the primary factor in human evolution, while the atmosphere only plays a minor role. So what do we do now? Wang Yan still could not grasp Jiang Ming's intentions. It's simple. We lie down and sleep, Jiang Ming explained. Do you not feel that this place, shrouded in a pale mist, bears no distinction from pure white light? Indeed. Wang Yan nodded in agreement, preparing to lay down on the ground to sleep. However, Jiang Ming stopped her and continued, not just any ordinary sleep, it must be sleep without clothing. Without clothing? Wang Yan queried, her face flushing slightly. Yes. Only through the contact of skin with the ground can one achieve the utmost absorption, Jiang Ming asserted solemnly, extending a finger for emphasis. This, Wang Yan pondered for a moment before responding, her cheeks aflame. If I sleep without clothing, you mustn't peek. As soon as the words left her lips, her face turned crimson, and she scurried to the other side. It dawned on Jiang Ming that speaking to a woman in such a manner was indeed somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. He stuck out his tongue and began to shed his garments. Sure enough, once he lay on the ground, he felt a flow of energy surging into his body. Were there anyone present to observe closely, they would have seen countless tiny white spheres enveloping their forms. However, with their eyes tightly shut, neither Jiang Ming nor Wang Yan was aware of their surroundings. That moment, they lay at a distance from each other, quietly resting, yet the thought of the impending battle made it impossible for them to drift into a deep slumber. Approximately an hour later, a faint, elegant fragrance of orchids wafted through the air. easing the tension in their minds, and inadvertently, Jiang Ming opened his eyes. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback. Before him lay pristine skin, with two perfectly rounded buds resembling purple grapes, and a flawless silhouette curving gracefully. Wang Yan had unwittingly nestled beside him, completely unclothed. "You, lecher." Wang Yan was startled awake by his exclamation and swiftly delivered a sharp slap. Slap. The resounding smack echoed, but Jiang Ming dared not retaliate. Instead, he quickly turned away. After a prolonged silence, he gently remarked, "I am not what you think. It appears you came over on your own accord. Did you not?" "I do not know." Wang Yan's face turned as red as an apple. As if she had grasped something, covering her face with her hands. Something is amiss. A sudden realization struck Jiang Ming, and he bit his finger, smearing it on the ground. Instantly, a small cluster of red appeared on the pale surface. Strangely, this small splotch of blood began to spiral toward them. "What is this?" Jiang Ming bit his lower lip, his brow furrowed, and his expression shifted to one of acute anxiety. The small cluster of blood swirled for a moment before tracing a large circle around them. And then, with a whoosh, it rose up to form a blood-red barrier. "What have you done?" Wang Yan's face was a canvas of disbelief as she struggled to comprehend the bizarre scene unfolding before her. Yet, the reality of the situation was undeniable. She reached out to touch the blood-red barrier, feeling an intense heat, akin to the touch of flames. Jiang Ming was equally baffled as to why such an occurrence transpired. Initially, he had merely surmised that the white quantum possessed a certain vitality, hence his decision to let his blood touch the ground. However, the emergence of this blood-red barrier had clearly exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, he remained calm, inhaling deeply, gently closing his eyes, and lifting his finger to prod the blood-red barrier. With a crash, the blood-red barrier collapsed, shattering the entire pale space into countless fragments. The fragments gradually faded into nothingness, and Jiang Ming and Wang Yan found themselves engulfed in darkness. As time passed, the surrounding void slowly illuminated with glimmers of light, as myriad stars coalesced into countless galaxies. Soon, the center of the galaxy began to contract, collapse, and explode, giving birth to a massive black hole. The black hole possessed immense gravitational pull, rendering countless stars, rays, and even beams of light incapable of escaping its clutches. This is the universe. This is indeed the origin and evolution of the cosmos. Jiang Ming felt as though he were watching a documentary, as a once void world gradually emerged from darkness into light, revealing various celestial bodies. Yet, this was unlike anything he had encountered in geography or astronomy classes. He sensed a profound power, a force that ignited his very blood. "Jiang Ming, are you still there?" Women often harbor a fear of strange environments, especially those tinged with darkness, and Wang Yan was no exception. At this moment, she disregarded her shyness, pressing her back against Jiang Ming's, their arms entwined in an undeniably intimate fashion. "Do not worry. I feel the energy within me gradually restoring, even on the rise." "Do you not sense it?" Jiang Ming gently inquired, noticing the changes within himself. "Yes, it's quite strange. I feel it too." "Oh, what is that?" "A battleship," Jiang Ming responded, spotting peculiar objects emerging in the cosmos, resembling rhinoceroses, composed entirely of metallic materials, shimmering in the dark expanse, akin to a starship from a science fiction film. With the appearance of one battleship, hundreds more followed suit, with the leading vessel being 3 times larger than the others. At that moment, another class of entities materialized in the cosmos. These beings resembled skeletons, pitch black with hollow, sunken eyes radiating a chilling aura. The corpse mother. Jiang Ming instantly recognized the skeletal form. These skeletons were eerily similar to the evolved corpse mother he had encountered before, albeit significantly larger. As the skeletons floated in the universe, beams of blue light as thick as bowls erupted from their desiccated eyes. Likewise, the rhinoceros battleships unleashed a barrage of lasers. Boom! The deafening sound of explosions resonated as both sides unleashed their firepower with reckless abandon. As the battle raged on, countless battleships were obliterated, leaving trails of fire and debris scattered throughout. Strangely, not a single skeleton was lost. After approximately 2 minutes, only the largest flagship of the rhinoceros fleet remained. At that moment, hundreds of skeletons surrounded it, extending their arms, unleashing a tight web of yellow light in a diamond pattern, weaving a net like that of a spider. Suddenly, a colossal blue beam erupted. With a thunderous roar, Both the skeletons and the flagship vanished within the blue radiance, and the universe fell into silence, as if the war had never transpired. What does this signify? Jiang Ming snapped back to reality. Realizing that his energy had fully restored and even surpassed its previous limits, reaching the second tier of the intermediate Star Warrior rank. Yet, the significance of all this perplexed him, for reasons unknown. Jiang Ming felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, as if it were hinting at something, particularly a peculiar connection to himself. Clearly, sharing this with Wang Yan would be futile. He preferred to keep the matter of his rebirth to himself. Thus, he merely furrowed his brow without voicing his concerns. Wang Yan, on the other hand, perceived it as akin to watching a film or documentary, failing to discern anything extraordinary. Number 42 and number 43 are missing. What the hell? A voice of fury erupted, mingled with the cacophony of chattering discussions. The universe before them seemed to tremble under the influence of this uproar, rising and falling like tumultuous waves. Bang! Finally, the universe could no longer sustain itself, fracturing into shards of nothingness. At that moment, Jiang Ming discovered that he and Wang Yan had returned to the gathering place. Naturally, their clothing was intact as before. Everything that had transpired felt like a dream. Yet, Jiang Ming firmly believed it was not a dream. It was indeed reality. His strength had genuinely increased, reaching the second tier of the intermediate Star Warrior rank. In front of him, besides the judges clad in brocade and the elderly man in golden armor, stood Li Leijin and the other three. Strangely, however, their powers had evidently diminished. Li Leijin and the Englishman had regressed to the low-level Star Warrior rank, while the Star Warrior resembling a surgeon had inexplicably dropped to the first tier of the intermediate Star Warrior rank. Undoubtedly, among the five, Jiang Ming and Wang Yan formed the most formidable duo. Surpassing the judges' expectations, they regarded Jiang Ming and Wang Yan with astonished expressions, but refrained from speaking further, raising their arms instead. Boom! Following the sound of a rumble, a cacophony of noise filled the air. In an instant, the surroundings transformed dramatically, and the gathering place morphed into an arena. On the stands, approximately 30 spectators had gathered, with Loki at the forefront, shouting in excitement, "Haha, the newcomer. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Kid, you won't die," Loki exclaimed in a flamboyant tone, nearly rushing over to embrace Jiang Ming. However, he ultimately restrained himself to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. "Excellent, you have all passed the first phase of the competition. Now, this stage is a fight to the death. Only two shall survive. For glory, let the battle commence." The brocade-clad judge raised his arms, letting out a triumphant roar. This incitement immediately sparked a fervent response from the audience. As cheers of excitement reverberated, shaking the very heavens, their echoes resounding throughout the vast arena. Jiang Ming, however, would not allow the fervor to cloud his judgment. At present, he held Wang Yan's right hand, positioning himself to the right. His gaze fixed intently on the three opponents, contemplating strategies for their impending confrontation. After hearing this, the surgeon nodded repeatedly, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Ming and his companion. His eyes bore a hostile glare towards Jiang Ming, while they were filled with an unsettling lewdness when directed at Wang Yan. The sensitivity of the Star Warrior surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and Wang Yan quickly sensed that lascivious gaze. Without hesitation, she summoned an ancient tome, drawing forth an orange card with a swift motion. With a dull thud, the card vanished, and the gravity in the arena suddenly intensified, as if one were burdened with hundreds of pounds. Jiang Ming was taken aback. This gravity card affected both allies and foes alike. Her application of it suggested she intended to summon a cumbersome creature to prevent her opponent from evading. Just as he surmised, Wang Yan followed the gravity effect with a yellow card. With a whoosh, an orange-hued earth giant materialized. Towering at 3 meters, this behemoth was composed entirely of earth, resembling a mass of sinewy muscle. Imposing and formidable, the earth giant lifted its massive foot and brought it down. Deep imprints appeared on the ground with each step. Undoubtedly, the giant's strength and defense were unparalleled, and its agility matched that of any ordinary being. As a creature of the earth, it was minimally affected by the gravity's adverse effects. Therefore, the combination of Wang Yan's two cards maximized the earth giant's prowess. However, Li Leijin, who had once fought alongside her, was thoroughly familiar with her attack patterns and could easily discern her current state of vulnerability. He let out a cold snort, gesturing with the ancient tome as he grasped a green card in his palm. shouting a command. Suddenly, the solid ground transformed into 4 quagmires of quicksand. The simple-minded earth giant, with its powerful limbs, showed no hesitation in stepping into the quicksand directly in front of it, leading to predictable consequences. Despite its immense strength, the giant was unable to extricate itself. The more it struggled, the quicker it sank into the mire. Within merely 20 seconds, the earth giant was completely engulfed in the quicksand. Following this exchange, Wang Yan, as the attacker, maintained her composure, yet the energy she expended was considerable, for summoning the earth giant was akin to conjuring a Tier 3 creature, which typically drained at least a third of an ordinary low-tier Star Warrior's energy. "I will deal with Wang Yan. You all hold off that man." Li Leijin, a member of the Apollo squad, was acutely aware of Wang Yan's strength and techniques, easily recognizing her current state of weakness. With his eyes half closed, he summoned an acceleration card. He then flung his black spear, propelling himself forward with a swift push off the ground. In an instant, myriad phantoms sprang to life, surrounding Wang Yan with the ferocity of wind and thunder. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming stood expressionless before the surgeon and the Englishman, not moving an inch. The 2 surgeons remained equally impassive, stationed firmly in both the front and back. Clearly, both sides recognized that the other was not to be trifled with. Any misstep could reveal a fatal flaw. Yet, while Jiang Ming appeared calm on the surface, his mind was anything but. From the corner of his eye, he observed Wang Yan struggling to maintain her fragile defense against the relentless onslaught of Li Leijin's gunfire. The latter, amidst his furious attacks, cackled madly while manipulating the ancient tome to draw out an orange effect card. Sticky, the card was tossed lightly onto the surface of Wang Yan's gossamer garment, morphing into a viscous yellow substance. Li Leijin then lunged forward, aiming his gun at the sticky mass. With a loud smack, the gun's tip remained intact, affixing itself to the gooey substance, and as the barrel pressed against it, the gun's tip tore through, creating a gaping half-foot-deep wound. The gleaming tip of the gun nearly grazed Wang Yan's delicate face, narrowly avoiding marring her exquisite features. Although Wang Yan remained uninjured, she was visibly shaken, her complexion pale and beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. After all, if such a defensive garment as the gossamer was breached by Li Leijin's assault, she was left entirely on the defensive. Witnessing all of this, Jiang Ming understood that they could no longer afford to remain stalemated. If Wang Yan were to fall, he would find himself facing 3 opponents, with no chance of survival. In that moment, he resolved to strike. With determination, Jiang Ming gestured towards the ancient tome, drawing forth a yellow creature card. In rapid succession, he summoned Ali and 2 fiery monkeys, then brandished the sword of Cheetah. Shouting loudly as he executed a decisive strike towards the surgeon, Ali and the fiery monkeys appeared. They inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the Englishman. However, the Englishman, once a formidable mid-tier Star Warrior, was well-versed in combat experience. Faced with the 3 rapidly approaching fireballs, he remained unfazed, sneering as he retrieved 2 cards from under his arm, one orange, the other blue. He cast the blue card, which transformed into a 2-meter-high ice wall, then hurled the orange card into the fray. With a crackling sound, a faint chill emanated from around the crystalline ice wall. Undoubtedly, the orange card enhanced the freezing capabilities of the ice wall. Indeed, upon impact, the fireballs merely produced a thunderous noise, dissipating as if a cow had plunged into the sea, encased in ice that clung to the wall. The surgeon, unfazed by Jiang Ming's ferocious assault, remained composed as he drew 2 gleaming surgical knives and scissors from his waist. With a sweeping motion, he maneuvered the scissors to catch the sword of Cheetah, delivering a powerful strike with the knife against the blade. With a resounding crash, the sword vibrated, nearly slipping from Jiang Ming's grasp as he leapt back to evade the subsequent blow. Nonetheless, he felt a painful jolt in his hand, blood seeping from his palm. This man's strength is formidable. Jiang Ming scrutinized the surgeon anew, his brow furrowing as he mused. This individual appears to be a refined doctor, yet he is clearly adept in swordsmanship or martial arts. I cannot gain the upper hand in this contest of skill. It seems I must enhance my strength to suppress him. Chapter 49. Arena Battle 2. With a sudden resolve, Jiang Ming grasped the ancient tome and swiftly retrieved an attack card. In an instant, the card manifested as a vibrant red light, coiling around his arm like a venomous snake. Simultaneously, he drew an indigo card and infused it with energy. Ding, ding. The card transformed into a robust red armor. Enveloping his entire body, coupled with the glimmering sword of Cheetah in his hand, Jiang Ming resembled a blood-soaked warrior from the depths of hell, roaring as he charged forward, swinging his arm in a powerful slash. This is not good. The surgeon recognized the danger of the impending strike and dared not confront head-on. Startled, he quickly activated the indigo card and pressed it against his legs, with a muffled thud. The card morphed into a pair of exquisitely crafted tiger-striped boots, extending to his thighs, subtly radiating a crystalline green light. With a light step, the surgeon surged forward as if propelled by the wind, deftly evading the fierce slash that came his way, landing 2 meters away. While this appeared to happen slowly, it was, in fact, a matter of mere instants. Jiang Ming noted that these tiger-striped boots were a type of equipment card designed to hasten movement, posing a significant challenge. Yet, with no turning back, he realized that if he did not swiftly subdue the surgeon, time would run out, and Wang Yan would undoubtedly falter. Left with no choice, he activated 3 attack cards simultaneously, channeling them into his arm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 razor-sharp sword lights surged forth like flames drawn to moths, striking with lightning speed. Haha, my flying cloud tiger-striped boots are no ordinary footwear, the surgeon scoffed, standing his ground without flinching. Just as the sword lights were about to make contact, an astonishing scene unfolded. Slap! The surgeon did not budge an inch. The flying cloud tiger-striped boots activated autonomously, darting aside at the last possible moment, barely avoiding the lethal strike. An automatic defense system. Jiang Ming's heart sank as he realized the implications. The automatic defense system is a unique feature of certain equipment cards. In dire situations, these cards would instinctively activate a defensive state, some enhancing the hardness of armor, while others, like the flying cloud tiger-striped boots, would automatically evade attacks. Clearly, this mechanism surpassed human instinctive reflexes by far. After all, no matter how quick the human nervous system may be, it pales in comparison to the sensitivity of machinery. At this moment, Jiang Ming felt a surge of urgency, with his energy reserve significantly depleted. Using 3 or 4 attack cards in rapid succession was taxing, even for a mid-tier star warrior. Meanwhile, Ali and the 2 fiery monkeys faced a similar plight. They gained no advantage, as their fire breath was entirely thwarted by the sturdy ice wall. The Englishman, a master of defense, was acutely aware of the slim chances he had to conquer the 3 beasts before him after being reduced to a low-tier star warrior. Thus, he resolutely focused solely on defense, willing to expend all his energy to fortify his ice-based defenses, as long as he could hold out until Lilasian settled the outcome on his end. Victory would surely be within his grasp. The battles on both sides had reached a stalemate, a situation that posed great danger for Wang Yan. Lilasian was acutely aware of Wang Yan's formidable prowess. His black silk spear was wielded without mercy. The shadow of the spear loomed heavily, its might akin to a rampaging beast. Ultimately, after Lilasian unleashed the dragon soars, Skyfall's technique from the 48 styles of the Li family spear technique, Wang Yan stumbled, the spear piercing through her left shoulder. As it tore through, blood mingled with flesh erupted like a fountain. Oh, you malicious man, are you truly so intent on destroying beauty? Loki, watching from the sidelines, could no longer bear it. He flicked his fingers forward, propelling a yellow beam of light as thick as a bowl that shot forth like an arrow. With a thunderous bang, the yellow beam collided with the spear shaft, causing Lilasian to feel as though he had been electrocuted. His hair stood on end and his body spasmed, causing him to drop the black silk spear, abandoning his next thrust. Loki, what are you doing? The elderly man in golden armor roared, glaring fiercely at Loki, yet refraining from further action. Nevertheless, under the weight of that furious admonition, Loki chose not to intervene any further. After all, excessive interference in the contest of the Underworld King would surely invite severe repercussions. From the perspective of the battlefield, it was evident that Wang Yan was at her wit's end. While Jiang Ming was unable to extricate himself, there was no doubt that if the battle continued, Jiang Ming's side would inevitably face defeat. Alas, what a pity. Loki shook his head and turned to leave. That moment, however, a bizarre scene unfolded. Jiang Ming, after executing a move called Moonlight and Stars, unexpectedly pivoted and, like a bolt of lightning, charged towards Lilasian, thrusting fiercely from behind. Bang! Lilasian, true to his martial arts lineage, was exceptionally sensitive to impending danger, just as he was about to thrust towards Wang Yan. He swiftly pivoted to block the lethal strike aimed at his back, perfectly intercepting the perilous blow. However, Jiang Ming's surprise attack was immensely powerful, causing Li Leijin to be toppled to the ground. "Can you still hold on?" Jiang Ming inquired softly, extending a hand to support the blood-soaked Wang Yan. I can't go on." Wang Yan gasped for breath, shaking her head after a prolonged struggle, having been pierced in the left shoulder by Li Leijin's spear. She had sustained multiple lacerations across her legs, abdomen, and back. Although these wounds were not fatal, the excessive blood loss had left her vision blurred and her mind somewhat foggy. Had Jiang Ming not intervened in time, she would have perished beneath Li Leijin's spear. "It's all right, we fight side by side. Hand me the card, and Ollie, you distract the surgeon." Jiang Ming's gaze was resolute as he grasped Wang Yan's arm, sword in hand, looking at Li Leijin as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of Jiang Ming, Li Leijin could not help but shiver. A premonition gripped him, foretelling that he might indeed meet his end at the hands of this young man. As the captain of the Apollo team, he had survived numerous battles, and the instinct to fight had always played a crucial role. Without such an instinct, he would have met his demise countless times already. Thus, Li Leijin did not hesitate, bellowing, "Surgeon, finish this fight quickly. I cannot hold on for much longer." "Good to know," Jiang Ming replied with a sinister smile, unexpectedly stowing away the crimson armor and drawing an attack card to affix to the hit sword. Strangely, the glow emanating from just a single attack card was more intense than that of 3 combined earlier. Chapter 50. The Shattered Beauty. Indeed, when concentration is directed solely towards attack, the energy absorbed is far greater. Sighing, Jiang Ming gradually closed the distance to Li Leijin, the hit sword poised to strike. Bang! The swung sword was halted by the spear, allowing Li Leijin to leap back a meter, his eyes brimmed with determination, dispelling the earlier panic and confusion. After all, his rise to the captaincy was grounded in exceptional courage and insight. To hesitate out of fear would be a path leading to certain death. Though his strength had dwindled to that of a low-tier stellar warrior, he could barely withstand the full force of a mid-tier stellar warrior's attack thanks to the might of the black silk spear, which allowed him to hold his ground, albeit precariously. Yet relying on external means could not sustain him for long. After several exchanges, Li Leijin found himself entirely on the defensive. Fortunately, coming from a martial arts lineage, he possessed a certain level of understanding and knowledge regarding various forms of combat. Thus, relying on his martial arts foundation, he managed to avoid a life-threatening situation. Meanwhile, Ali faced off against the surgeon, transitioning from an aggressive attack stance into one of evasion and defense. The surgeon, a former high-tier stellar warrior, was rich in combat experience, initially adopting a defensive position to gauge Ali's attacking patterns. He then employed the speed of the flying cloud tiger skin boots, using a surgical knife and scissors to frequently circle behind Ali for surprise attacks, forcing her into a state of constant evasion. In a matter of moments, Ali found herself in dire straits, suffering a significant gash to her back from the surgical knife, blood gushing forth. Undoubtedly, the surgeon's actions incited Ali's fury. Suddenly, her form transformed from silvery white to a deep crimson. Shrieking in a high-pitched tone, her eyes filled with blood veins, from which a beam of red light shot forth. Illusion. The surgeon's expression shifted drastically. He realized it was too late to evade. He was too close to Ali, unable to match the speed of the red light's emission. Though the flying cloud tiger skin boots possessed an automatic defense feature, Ali's red light was an illusion, not a tangible attack. Clearly, this inadvertently countered the automatic defense system. With a muffled thud, the surgeon was struck in the abdomen by the red light, and as darkness enveloped him, he found himself in a hospital, one he had once worked in. "Dr. Ling, what's wrong?" "There's an emergency patient in room 29. You must hurry." A beautiful nurse gently nudged the dazed surgeon, concerned for his well-being. "Oh, it's nothing." The surgeon regained his senses, his eyes misty at the sight of the lovely girl. He longed to speak, but held his tongue. Watching the nurse walk away, his thoughts drifted back to that unforgettable day. She was the nurse who had started working at the hospital the same year he did, a kindred spirit with whom he shared a deep connection. Regrettably, the beautiful nurse already had a boyfriend, and the surgeon could only bury his feelings deep within, too afraid to confess. Likewise, the nurse might have sensed his affections, but Constrained by ethical considerations, ultimately did not accept his feelings. Their relationship remained delicately balanced, neither daring to break the unspoken barrier. Yet the surgeon knew that if given the chance, he would have chosen to die alongside her on that fateful day. Alas, everything was beyond his control. As time passed, the tree realm descended. Countless infectious corpse insects ravaged the land like a devastating flood, and the hospital's morgue began to fill with bloodthirsty zombies. Soon, patients, doctors, and nurses alike fell victim to the infection, transforming the hospital into a terrifying hell on earth. That time, his powers had yet to awaken. As a man, and one who loved her deeply, he could only lead her in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, events often spiraled towards the worst outcome. The scent of the living attracted countless zombies, and after a frantic escape, they found themselves trapped in a patient room. He faintly recalled her gentle gaze. That breathtaking smile. "Dr. Ling, do you love me?" the nurse asked softly, cupping his chin. The surgeon hesitated for what felt like an eternity, unable to voice his feelings. Perhaps the years of suppressing his emotions had rendered him incapable of confessing. "Fool, I know even without you saying it." The nurse chuckled at his expression, pressing her finger to his lips, sighing. "Alas, it's too late for everything. You must live on. Live well. What are you doing?" The surgeon seemed to realize something and hurriedly reached for the nurse. But in that instant, a syringe was plunged into his arm, murky liquid coursing into his muscles. Sleeping pills, a copious amount of potent sleeping pills. His eyelids grew heavy, and he felt an overwhelming fatigue as he collapsed to the ground. "You must survive." The nurse swiftly locked him in a cabinet, then dashed out the door without hesitation. "No, I cannot lose her." Watching her retreating figure, the surgeon went mad, rushing forward to grasp her shoulders, shouting, "I love you. Come with me, you." The nurse was initially taken aback, but tears soon streamed down her face as she resolutely nodded, rushing into his arms. That moment, she finally decided to accept him. Casting aside the foolish constraints of ethics, in no time, they journeyed to an unknown city, entering the sacred bond of marriage. However, marriage was not as blissful as they had imagined. Initially, they lived sweetly together. But a trivial matter led to an irreconcilable feud, culminating in their decision to separate. Time flew by, and 3 years slipped away in the blink of an eye. On the day of their 3rd wedding anniversary, the surgeon resolved to reconcile with his wife. "Drink this cup, and I will forgive you," she said softly, extending the glass towards him. Without hesitation, he downed it, only to be struck dumb at that very moment. No, it's poisoned." He went into a frenzy. In the apocalypse, she would have given her life for him, yet in the mundane reality, she had poisoned her husband with her own hands. No, this isn't real. It's all an illusion. The surgeon seemed to grasp his familiar surgical knife and scissors, tearing through the illusion with a sudden ferocity. Crack! The realm of illusion shattered into countless fragments, and the red fox before me collapsed to the ground. Utterly drained of energy, not far away, both sides remained locked in a fierce struggle. However, the young man supporting the woman bore an uncanny resemblance to myself. What a scoundrel I am! How could I have fallen to such a state? The surgeon howled at the heavens, cradling his head in his hands. After a moment, he suddenly erupted into a strange laughter. Chapter 51. A sudden betrayal. Splendid. Surgeon, quickly, let us slay him together. Upon seeing the approaching surgeon, Lilasian's despairing gaze transformed into one of ecstatic delight. He had been meticulously on the defensive, but in that instant, he shifted to attack. "This is bad." Ollie has faltered, noticing the unconscious Ollie in the distance. Jiang Ming frowned deeply. He understood well that Ali's illusionary prowess was exceptionally formidable, capable of creating vivid illusions, cleansing souls, and even manipulating time and space. Alas, this technique bore a fatal flaw at present. Every time Ali employed the illusion, he would succumb to unconsciousness. It would take at least 3 days for him to awaken. Fully aware of the surgeon's formidable skills, Jiang Ming dared not be careless. He quickly leaped back, summoning an ancient tome to re-equip the red magic armor. As for Wang Yan, she had succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss, and Jiang Ming hoisted her onto his back. "Haha, if we kill him, we shall be victorious." As the surgeon drew closer, Lilasian laughed maniacally. Ever since clashing with Jiang Ming, he had remained in a state of defensive suppression. Now, he could no longer contain the viciousness that lurked beneath his facade. However, the moment the surgeon approached, the unexpected transpired. A glint of cold steel flashed, and the icy surgical scalpel pierced Lasian's heart, hot blood gushing forth in torrents. Lasian was left dumbfounded by this sudden betrayal. He could not comprehend why the surgeon would strike against him, yet, in the final moments of his life, he seemed to grasp something and laughed uproariously. Retribution. Naked retribution. To survive, he had betrayed his comrades, leaving them stranded in the desert. Now, it was his turn to be forsaken by another. Jiang Ming, witnessing the scene, was equally astonished, unable to fathom the surgeon's motives. We'll discuss the situation later. First, we must deal with the British. The surgeon offered no explanation, merely casting a fleeting glance at the unconscious Wang Yan. No, you treacherous doctor, you have violated our pact. Loki, who had intended to depart, continued to watch the duel with a smile upon seeing Jiang Ming's counterattack. However, upon witnessing the surgeon's betrayal, he suddenly erupted into a frenzied roar. Yet, the surgeon paid him no heed, quietly advancing toward the British. What is happening? What's wrong with Loki? Jiang Ming was perplexed as to why Loki had lost control. In his recollection, Loki was a whimsical jester, yet in that moment, he resembled a wolf baring its fangs. With the surgeon's assistance, the British, possessing only low-tier star warrior strength, were swiftly defeated, even in his final moments. The British warrior could not comprehend why the surgeon would aid his enemies. Had the initial agreement become void, undoubtedly, no one would waste words explaining themselves to a dying man. That moment, Jiang Ming remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the surgeon. Young man, do not be anxious. I harbor no ulterior motives, merely a desire for your survival. The surgeon appeared relaxed in the face of Jiang Ming's wary scrutiny. Why, because of her, pointing at the unconscious Wang Yan. The surgeon sighed. She bears an uncanny resemblance to my deceased beloved. You see, through your fox, I have regained my sense of self. Thank you, beloved? What do you mean? I do not understand. Jiang Ming remained perplexed. You need not understand. I had no intention of explaining anything to you. Very well, in the competition, only two may survive, so both you and she must live on. The surgeon shook his head, then tightened his grip on the scalpel, drawing it forcefully across his neck. The scalpel fell, blood staining the arena crimson. Jiang Ming rushed to intervene but was far too late. Why? Why would you do this? Huff, huff, you must be cautious. Loki, in his dying breaths, the surgeon implored this final warning before sinking into eternal slumber. Loki. Jiang Ming's expression turned grave as he searched for Loki below, but found no trace of him. That moment, the golden-armored elder and the guards in brocade stepped onto the stage. Young man, your strength is commendable, but your fortune is even greater. Regardless, you have passed the competition. Now accept the Emperor's blessing. As the elder's words fell, a resplendent golden light cascaded from the heavens, enveloping Jiang Ming and his companion. How delightful! Jiang Ming felt a warm, gentle wave of heat washing over him, gradually loosening the tension in his body. After a moment, an overwhelming drowsiness surged within him, and he succumbed to slumber. So fatigued, his body felt utterly drained, and he could scarcely lift his arms. Jiang Ming opened his bleary eyes. Awakening from slumber, before him lay the same prison cell he had inhabited before. Aside from the bed, nothing had changed. What has become of her? His first thought upon waking was of Wang Yan, who had lost consciousness from blood loss in the arena, her stubborn visage still vivid in his mind. Yet, now he found himself confined here, with no one outside, leaving her fate shrouded in uncertainty. You're awake. Suddenly, a familiar, whimsical voice echoed in his ears. A fair-skinned man emerged from the wall, grinning at Jiang Ming. It was Loki. Could you at least knock before entering? Jiang Ming frowned, a look of irritation crossing his face. I've moved next door to you. I can come over whenever I please. You wouldn't deny me a warm welcome, would you? Loki disregarded Jiang Ming's displeasure, lightly patting his shoulder with a grin. Of course not, Jiang Ming replied helplessly, fully aware that even if he expressed reluctance, Loki would not heed his words. After all, Loki's terrifying strength was something he could not contend with. Don't be so glum. Come, let us discuss something joyous. Loki maintained his ever-thick-skinned smile. What is it? Your girl has awakened, and her strength has surged remarkably. She even defeated the Black Guard, and has now been bestowed the title of White Guard. Loki raised his left index finger, brimming with pride, as if he himself had vanquished the Black Guard. The Black Guard, Those are the masked figures in black clothing that you have encountered, the black-clad masked men. Hearing this, Jiang Ming recalled them and was taken aback. The masked figures had been the ones escorting him, and he had specifically observed their strength. Those individuals were utterly unfathomable. Even two of himself would not be their match. How could Wang Yan possibly defeat the Black Guard? This is too strange. Chapter 52. A dreadful speculation, but how could Wang Yan possibly defeat the Black Guard? This is too strange. Jiang Ming rubbed his chin. Deep in thought, shaking his head in disbelief, Wang Yan's strength was inferior to his own. To reach such heights in such a short time would require external assistance. Yet, in this sacred place, who would assist her? Haha, stop your wild speculations. Let me take you for a stroll. Without waiting for a response, Loki seized his arm and abruptly charged at the iron door. That moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. Jiang Ming discovered that his body, like Loki's, passed right through the iron door as though it had never existed. What is happening? Jiang Ming was certain he lacked such abilities. How had Loki granted this to him? He examined his body, finding nothing amiss. Loki, what have you done? How can I pass through the iron door? He pondered for a moment, but found no answers. He could only inquire Loki for the truth. Haha, it's a secret. Loki smirked mysteriously, gripping his arm and suddenly vanishing into thin air. Thud. Jiang Ming felt his mind cloud over, and when he regained his senses, he found himself no longer in the prison. Surrounding him was an exceptionally spacious plaza, with rows of black-clad masked figures on one side and white-clad masked figures on the other, while the center resembled a fighting arena on the platform. Two white-clad masked figures were engaged in a duel. One wielded a 9-ring steel knife, while the other was draped in a thin, translucent garment. Light gauze. Jiang Ming recognized the attire. It was the card equipment Wang Yan had utilized. And without a doubt, this person was Wang Yan. He observed her stern countenance, fixated on her opponent, seemingly indifferent to the audience's reactions. That moment, aside from the light gauze she wore. She positioned her jade-like hand into a lotus shape and thrust it forward. Pfft. A crisp sound akin to a martial arts novel's finger-flicking technique emanated from her index finger, releasing a burst of white light. The light orb traveled at incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the 9-ring steel knife. The white-clad warrior staggered, inwardly cursing, as the knife slipped from his grasp with a resounding thud. Victory for number 43. The golden-armored elder appeared like a specter, announcing the result with a booming voice, bestowing a medal resembling a gold plate upon Wang Yan. Wang Yan, however, knelt upon one knee, receiving the medal with utmost reverence, silently murmuring something. A crisp sound echoed once more. The gold medal suddenly trembled, transforming into a brilliant beam of golden light that surged into Wang Yan's brow. That fleeting moment of receiving the divine illumination, an air of cold indifference emanated from her, causing Jiang Ming to involuntarily shudder. After the baptism, Wang Yan gracefully descended from the stage and swiftly approached Jiang Ming with evident joy. Jiang Ming, you've come too. Jiang Ming nodded, scrutinizing her for a while, utterly unable to discern her strength, which filled him with immense surprise. He pondered what extraordinary opportunity she must have encountered for her power to escalate to such heights. There must be some hidden truth behind it. What are you staring at? There's nothing unusual on my face. Wang Yan pouted shyly, noticing his unwavering gaze. Let us talk once we leave this place. Jiang Ming regained his composure and took her hand, leading her toward the opposite side of the square, with Loki cheerfully trailing behind them. All right, are you curious about how my strength has surged so rapidly? Wang Yan smiled mysteriously, as if she could see through Jiang Ming's inner doubts. Jiang Ming nodded and replied calmly, indeed, I only remember you fainting from blood loss, and I have no idea what happened afterward. I received the blessings of my lord, which bestowed upon me such formidable power. Wang Yan clasped her hands together in a gesture of gratitude, her eyes shimmering with a hint of fervor. My lord? Yes, that would be lord of the underworld. During my unconsciousness, he dispelled the darkness and granted me the sacred light, allowing me to be reborn. Wang Yan resembled a devout follower, respectfully performing a religious gesture of worship. Something feels amiss. How did she become a follower of the Lord of the Underworld? Observing Wang Yan's demeanor, Jiang Ming furrowed his brow and ceased to speak. After a while, Wang Yan broke the silence, gazing at Jiang Ming as if he were a monster, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh, haven't you received the Lord of the Underworld's baptism?" Baptism. Jiang Ming shook his head, as if he comprehended something yet chose not to articulate it. Undoubtedly, Wang Yan had encountered the Lord of the Underworld's baptism during her unconsciousness, and had since become a fervent believer. Haha, I see now. It must be that your strength is so formidable that the Lord of the Underworld wishes to conduct a special baptism on you. You are incredibly fortunate. Wang Yan's brows knitted together. Then she clapped her hands in delight. Jiang Ming found amusement in her misunderstanding, appreciating the absence of the need for him to concoct some excuse to deflect her inquiries. Thus, he tacitly acknowledged the matter and concocted an excuse for Loki to take him home. Loki, you should know what's going on, right? Upon returning to the prison with the same method, Jiang Ming suddenly asked seriously, "Are you referring to that fellow's baptism?" In response to the question, Loki continued to smile cheerfully, saying, "Only those with weak wills can successfully undergo the baptism. For you, that fellow's methods would be ineffective. Moreover, you are a rather unique existence." "What do you mean?" Hee. "I cannot divulge much, but I can only hint at one thing. Have you ever died?" Loki raised a finger to signal silence, his voice barely above a whisper. "You." Jiang Ming was taken aback, his eyes reflecting a mix of bewilderment and a hint of ferocity, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. "Well, I shall take my leave now." Hee, your expression is still quite amusing." Loki's eyes narrowed slightly as he playfully tapped his chin, then transformed into a burst of light, passing through the wall. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming remained in a daze, his mind inundated with countless questions. How did Loki know about his rebirth? What was his true identity? And what of the Lord of the Underworld? Why had he chosen to absorb Wang Yan as a disciple? What exactly was the Sacred Land? He could not fathom the purpose of the Sacred Land's existence, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping him. This feeling was eerily reminiscent of his experience at the Rada Mother Tree. Yes, it was just like the Rada Mother Tree. Suddenly, a terrifying hypothesis surged through his mind. The Sacred Land was a ranch, akin to the 007 ranch mentioned by the Corpse Mother. A sort of colony established by extraterrestrials on Earth. They controlled humanity through brainwashing and dueling. Yet, what was their ultimate goal in doing so? Chapter 53. Escape from the Pursuit of the Spectre. Part 1. Jiang Ming was left perplexed, pondering why the Lord of the Underworld did not, like the Rada Mother Tree of the 007 ranch, utilize special plants to reshape beings. What was the true significance of spreading this religion? Furthermore, Loki was undoubtedly not an ordinary human. Given his peculiar strength and extensive knowledge, he might be intimately familiar with the Sacred Land. Could he be in league with the Lord of the Underworld, perhaps even a ranch owner? The thought sent a chill down Jiang Ming's spine, as this deduction seemed the most plausible. If Loki were indeed a ranch owner, it would explain his ability to come and go freely within the Sacred Land. His anger at the surgeon's betrayal could stem from his understanding of the rules governing this realm. Everyone was bound to adhere to the regulations of the Sacred Land, and the surgeon's actions clearly violated some agreement between them. Breaking free from the Lord of the Underworld's mental control would lead one to certain death. It could even be said that had the surgeon not taken his own life, Loki would have eliminated him. As for controlling Wang Yan, it was likely a means to an end for himself. Loki and his associates must have seen Wang Yan as a potential romantic interest, seeking to manipulate Jiang Ming through her. One thing puzzled him. Why did they place such great importance on him? Jiang Ming shook his head, unable to comprehend what about him, aside from his rebirth, could warrant such attention. Loki acted as though he sought a bond of brotherhood, implying he had some ulterior motive. After sorting through his thoughts, Jiang Ming sighed deeply. He was not in a hurry to reveal his hand, for his strength was still too weak. Recklessly voicing his thoughts could attract perilous consequences. For now, it was prudent to maintain an air of ignorance and focus on enhancing his abilities before making any plans. However, the unfolding events were increasingly beyond his expectations. 2 days later, Jiang Ming was once again brought out of the prison. This time, the adversary he faced was none other than Wang Yan, who had succumbed to the Lord of the Underworld's mental control. Why are you still so weak? No wonder the Lord of the Underworld wishes to conduct a competition. Wang Yan pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Wang Yan, do you truly intend to stand against me? Jiang Ming sighed, realizing that the Lord of the Underworld was becoming impatient with him. Using Wang Yan as a means to threaten and test him was indeed a clever strategy. The Lord's command is paramount. Though I am reluctant, I have no choice but to comply. Wang Yan furrowed her brows and declared sternly, exuding an air of undeniable authority. In her eyes, the Lord of the Underworld's supremacy overshadowed all. And even Jiang Ming was not exempt from this truth. Alas, Jiang Ming shook his head in resignation and quietly moved to the side. At that moment, an elderly man clad in golden armor positioned himself between them. Grasping the black and white pieces of the yin-yang chess set, gesturing grandly with his hands as he proclaimed, "Black and white Tai Chi fish, yin and yang determined, heaven and earth extinguished, in an instant." The two banners emitted dazzling black and white luminescence, intertwining tightly, resembling a colossal Tai Chi diagram. This diagram occupied the realm of heaven and earth, spinning from west to east, and then transforming into a cluster of ethereal light. Boom! The Tai Chi diagram exploded, scattering fragmented ripples that permeated the entire venue. Jiang Ming felt a momentary disorientation. The surroundings morphed, revealing countless passers-by. This is, when he regained his senses. Jiang Ming found himself ensconced in a confined room, adorned with murals, cabinets, tables, beds, and an array of books. Strangely, a yellow box resembling a health bar from a video game appeared above his head, with a grotesque specter gnawing at the bar. Such a familiar scene. His thoughts drifted back to the past. This was the most popular game at the time, Escape from the Pursuit of the Spectre. The rules of this game were aptly named, involving collecting sufficient items within a confined space to defeat the malevolent spirit. Failure to do so would result in death once the spectre had depleted the health bar. Now, however, the characters from the computer game had morphed into himself, and should he fail to collect all the items, he would be the one to perish. As a seasoned player, Jiang Ming understood all too well that as more items were collected, the specter's gnawing speed would increase. In such moments of heightened tension, finding items became increasingly challenging, often leading players to the brink of failure. Undoubtedly, this was a test of intellect and composure. Due to your energy value being lower than Wang Yan's, you possess a health value of 20 points. The timer starts now. The voice of the golden-armored elder rang out, providing a brief explanation of the game. Fortunately, Jiang Ming was familiar with Escape from the Pursuit of the Spectre, or else he would have wasted precious time deciphering the rules, putting him at an even greater disadvantage. Holding his chin, Jiang Ming refrained from hastily commencing the game, instead feeling a twinge of curiosity on the surface. His lower health value compared to Wang Yan seemed to place him at a considerable disadvantage. Yet, in reality, his judgment and familiarity with the game surpassed Wang Yan's. Choosing an intellectual game for this competition favored him. Perhaps there were other motives at play. For now, the priority was to find a way to escape the specter's pursuit, and he could only inquire about the reasons later with Loki. Jiang Ming shook his head and meticulously examined the room. He attempted to use the energy value of a star knight for detection, only to find himself no different from an ordinary person, forced to analyze gradually. The room was in disarray, and on the table, two books lay stacked atop one another, seemingly the best choice for the first clue. Indeed, as he picked up one of the hardcover yellow books titled The Beginning of the Brave, a red card fell out as he casually flipped through its pages. The card depicted a sword wielded by a woman clad in a bikini, astonishingly illustrated with a muscular physique, resembling a strong woman. A sword and a strong woman. Jiang Ming was perplexed by the underlying meaning, furrowing his brow as he paced back and forth at a loss. After all, if he could not unravel the mystery, he would never uncover the subsequent clues. Moreover, even if he stumbled upon a clue or tool through random searching, failure to follow the established process could either result in an eternal inability to find the ultimate tool or trigger malicious judgments from the game, automatically deeming the player as cheating. A sword, a strong woman, the game of the brave. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Jiang Ming joyfully grabbed the blanket on his bed and tore it apart. Rip! The blanket was ripped open, revealing a new card mixed with cotton. Haha, just as I thought. A triumphant smile crept onto his lips as he deciphered the meaning. The strong woman was merely a ruse. The key to this clue lay in the title of the book. Since it referred to the brave, one ought not to be afraid. In childhood, when anyone was frightened, they loved to burrow under the covers. The sword on the card symbolized breaking away from fear, and only by tearing apart the protective blanket could one emerge from the shadows of fear. Chapter 54. Escaping the Pursuit of the Ghost, Part 2. He grasped the second white card, which illustrated a closed spray bottle, alongside a blue key. Undoubtedly, the key within was a vital tool. Jiang Ming quickly located the spray bottle atop the cabinet and forcefully hurled it to the ground. Crack! The spray bottle shattered into several pieces, revealing a blue key. The key was entirely blue, not particularly large, and the only place in the room where the key could be used was the locked third drawer of the table. Jiang Ming cautiously inserted the blue key into the drawer's keyhole and gently turned it to the left. Click. The key fit perfectly. Inside lay a glow-in-the-dark flashlight with no further clues. What use is this? Jiang Ming picked up the flashlight only to discover it lacked batteries. The flashlight's purpose remained unclear, but its absence of batteries indicated its significance as a crucial tool. At present, the trail of clues had run cold. Where could he find batteries? He stroked his chin, scanning the items strewn across the table. Books, an alarm clock, earplugs, a pen, white paper. Apart from these, there was nothing else. Clearly, these held no substantive connection to batteries. Jiang Ming could only set this aside for now and opened the cabinet, where several flat wooden shelves lay, the most conspicuous being a black box quietly resting on one of the layers. Upon retrieving the black box, he discovered it was a locked box. This indicated that it concealed vital clues, and unlocking it would yield significant information. However, the box's combination was unknown, and with the flashlight lacking batteries, he found himself back at square one, furrowing his brow. Jiang Ming opened all the remaining drawers, but found no discoveries. In desperation, he turned his gaze to the trash bin on the floor. It was an ordinary bin, lined with a black plastic bag, containing only a pile of dust and no other refuse. Could there be something hidden within this dust? Jiang Ming held his chin, carefully pouring the dust from the plastic bag onto the white paper. At that moment, an eerie scene unfolded. The previously chaotic dust aligned itself neatly upon contact with the paper, forming the numbers 507897. Undoubtedly, these were the combination to the locked box. Jiang Ming, filled with excitement, pressed the combination to unlock the box, which contained a pair of batteries, but nothing else. So simple. He inserted the batteries into the flashlight, gently flicking the switch, and a refreshing blue light burst forth. At this moment, his life bar had already been devoured halfway by the ghost. Moreover, the instant the flashlight was activated, the ghost seemed to grow more agitated, its consumption rate doubling. Witnessing this anomaly, Jiang Ming felt a mix of alarm and delight. An accelerated consumption rate indicated they were nearing the discovery of the ultimate tool. Yet the danger had also significantly escalated. As a seasoned player, Jiang Ming naturally did not panic. He took a deep breath and meticulously scanned every corner of the room with the flashlight's beam. However, apart from the blue glow, there was no other reaction. Could it be that he was using it incorrectly? Jiang Ming stroked his chin, reevaluating the items and earlier clues. The initial card was titled The Beginning of the Brave, featuring the illustration of the sword-wielding strong woman. Following the card's hint from the blanket, he had broken the spray bottle to find the drawer key, subsequently acquiring the blue key to discover the flashlight without batteries. Within the cabinet, he had found the black locked box, and to obtain the combination, he poured the dust from the trash bin onto the paper, revealing the code. He unlocked the box, retrieved the batteries, and installed them into the flashlight, but now he had hit a dead end. Everything seemed logical, yet perhaps something had gone awry right from the start. Jiang Ming scrutinized this card, still unable to discern any significance, so he impulsively waved the card in a gesture. Wait, could it be? He seemed to have realized something, hastily waving the card again in search of that fleeting inspiration. Whoosh, once. Whoosh whoosh, twice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 10 times, after a flurry of movements, with the ghost merely 5 life points away from devouring his entire life bar. Jiang Ming appeared oblivious, his brow furrowed as he focused intently on the card. Beautiful gestures, a homophone for mural. Jiang Ming suddenly understood, directing the flashlight's beam toward the wall mural. The wall displayed a common landscape painting, with a clear stream gently flowing around the great mountains, which were adorned with lush greenery. However, under the flashlight's glow, the stream sparkled brilliantly, appearing extraordinarily radiant. Undoubtedly, something special was concealed within the mural. Standing atop the table, he abruptly tore open the flowing water section, revealing a warm, colorful light bathing the room, soft and comforting like a mother's gentle hands. The ghostly apparition let out a wail as it disintegrated under the radiant light. At that moment, Jiang Ming exhaled deeply, his heartbeat returning to normal. That was close. After such a tumultuous ordeal, he was left with merely 1 life point. Had Jiang Ming not made the right judgment, he would have faced a game over due to his life bar hitting 0. With the ghost vanquished, The game was effectively completed. Soon, a beam of white light shot down from the ceiling, enveloping the entire room, and as Jiang Ming felt the warmth of the light, his head grew heavy, and he fainted. Haha, you certainly did not disappoint me. The familiar sardonic voice belonged to Loki. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in the spacious competition arena, where everyone was present except for Wang Yan, who was trapped in the game, while Loki observed him closely. Can you tell me why the game is about escaping the ghost's pursuit? What happened to Wang Yan? Jiang Ming inquired softly. Haha, how would I know? Don't worry, your old acquaintance will be out soon, Loki replied with a mysterious smile, offering no further explanation. Indeed, merely 5 minutes later, a beam of white light descended from the sky, revealing a white silhouette. Wang Yan. She bore no injuries, but her face was exceptionally pale, appearing quite weak. Wang Weisher, as a white guard, you failed to pass the trial. If it were not for the great mercy of the Lord of the Underworld, you would have been unable to return. However, while death penalties can be evaded, living penalties cannot. The elder in golden armor waved his hand coldly, stating, you may now step back and await the Lord of the Underworld's judgment. Thank you, Lord of the Underworld, for your mercy. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan hurriedly bowed in gratitude for the Lord of the Underworld's grace. Flusteredly retreating, Jiang Ming observed the spectacle with a stoic expression, though inwardly he mused, the competition arena does not kill the opposing party. It seems the Lord of the Underworld harbors other intentions toward me. Indeed, the elder in golden armor squinted his eyes into slits, approaching with a beaming countenance, jovially proclaiming, congratulations, you shall receive the personal baptism of the Lord of the Underworld, a most supreme honor. Chapter 55, The True Form of the Lord of the Underworld. The baptism of the Lord of the Underworld. Jiang Ming was taken aback. This was no trivial matter. The Lord of the Underworld's descent for a baptism signified that serious business was at hand. If he refused, the guards here alone could tear him to shreds, not to mention Loki, the elder in golden armor, and numerous other experts. Undoubtedly, there was no choice but to accept. However, would accepting the Lord of the Underworld's baptism have any repercussions, such as being brainwashed like Wang Yan? This was something he wished to avoid. He remained silent, his brow furrowed, casting an unintentional glance at Loki. That moment, Loki's expression seemed to shift to seriousness. Devoid of his usual playful demeanor and nonchalant attitude, did the baptism of the Lord of the Underworld occur without their prior consultation? Jiang Ming's gaze sharpened, quickly identifying the crux of the issue. A faint smile gracing his lips, it appeared that the Lord of the Underworld and Loki were not entirely aligned. Loki's apparent closeness to him held a special purpose, while the Lord of the Underworld was no simple character either. One approached openly, while the other wielded both favors and threats. Perhaps, I can take a gamble. The benefits of the Lord of the Underworld's baptism would undoubtedly outweigh the drawbacks, Jiang Ming thought to himself. At present, what he desperately requires is strength. Even if the Underworld Lord's baptism poses issues, without the support of power, leaving this place would be nothing more than a fanciful dream, utterly nonsensical. Comprehending all of this, he imitated Wang Yan's courteous demeanor and respectfully said, thank you for your generous endowment, my Lord Underworld. I shall devote myself entirely to your service and will not disappoint your high expectations. Very well. Follow me, the elderly man in golden armor replied, noticing the earlier distress etched on his face, which had led him to believe that a refusal was imminent. The old man's countenance brightened at the youth's newfound understanding. He gestured with his hand, stepping forward to guide Jiang Ming, only to be obstructed by Loki. Jiang Ming, think carefully. Once you undergo the Underworld Lord's baptism, there will be no turning back. Do you wish to make an enemy of me? Loki's usual warmth dissipated, replaced by a chilling threat. Had it not been for the presence of the elderly man and other formidable figures, he would have considered resorting to violence. I apologize. While I have a good relationship with you, my desire for power outweighs it, Jiang Ming replied, shaking his head and following the elderly man in golden armor without a backward glance. Their journey was characterized by sparse conversation, limited to trivial matters. Nonetheless, the elderly man held a favorable impression of the young man, speaking in a notably amiable tone. After all, he had encountered many strong individuals, and it was exceedingly rare for someone to emerge unscathed from the palace's trials twice. Now that the latter was poised to accept the Underworld Lord's favor, he was aligned with this same faction. Given the Underworld Lord's regard for this individual, his status would undoubtedly surpass the old man's in the future. Therefore, fostering a good relationship would yield only benefits. The elderly man guided him to a modest chamber, appearing quite ordinary at first glance, with walls made of brick and earth, a faded redwood door, and some chipped blue tiles on the eaves. However, what was surprising was the presence of two youthful guards clad in polished armor at the entrance, their armor mirroring that of the elderly man, but even more dazzling and resplendent. At a glance, Jiang Ming felt as though he were gazing upon golden saints from a comic book. He the one the Underworld Lord seeks, one of the guards on the left spoke. His voice rich and magnetic. Yes, what of it? Do you have objections? The elderly man in golden armor noticed the two blocking the entrance and his expression hardened, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. A mere waste. I cannot fathom why the Underworld Lord values him, the other guard retorted, unperturbed by the old man's demeanor. How dare you? Jin Tong, if you do not stand aside, I will not hesitate to take action. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's expression darkened considerably as he raised his right hand, poised to strike. Take action? Old man, do you truly wish to exploit your age? The guard named Jin Tong snapped back, his expression shifting dramatically as a sphere of multicolored light coalesced in his hand, signaling an imminent clash. Stop! A thunderous voice suddenly resonated from within the room, shaking the walls violently. This. The elderly man and the two guards knelt, refraining from further provocation. Let him in. You shall guard the entrance. No one is to approach. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. The voice from within turned hoarse, akin to that of an elderly man. Yet, the oppressive aura of royalty lingered, causing Jiang Ming's heart to race. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the redwood door creaked shut behind him. Jiang Ming attempted to glance back, only to find that the door had vanished entirely. It was as if he had entered another realm, surrounded by an overwhelming darkness, with only faint glimmers of light flickering in the corners, barely illuminating his surroundings. You have arrived. The voice was reminiscent of the thunderous tone from before. As a figure cloaked in black materialized like a specter, this individual was swathed entirely in black, with their head and limbs concealed, and their face shrouded in shadow, resembling a disciple of a devil. Are you the Underworld Lord? Jiang Ming gasped, astonished, grappling with confusion. If this person was indeed the Underworld Lord, then who had he seen earlier in the Grand Hall? Indeed, I am the Underworld Lord. What you encountered previously were merely my avatars. Whether it was the sovereign in the Grand Hall or the chieftain of the indigenous tribe, they were all manifestations of myself, the Underworld Lord replied nonchalantly, his voice shifting to an eerie, aged rasp. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming was understandably filled with terror. Did divine beings truly exist in this world? I am aware of your concerns. Alter everything. I must find you and bestow upon you power. The Underworld Lord's voice reverted back to its thunderous resonance. What do you mean? You need not comprehend. You simply have to agree to acquire all the capabilities of the Hera magic box. What? At this revelation, Jiang Ming felt as though struck by lightning, momentarily rendered speechless. The Hera magic box. The Underworld Lord was aware of the Hera magic box. Jiang Ming was certain that apart from himself, the Underworld Lord was the first to know of its existence within him. How did he come to know? What were his intentions? At that moment, a whirlwind of thoughts surged within him, contemplating rebellion yet more inclined to flee. Though he found himself rooted in place, you must choose to agree or disagree. If you agree, I will grant you power, allowing Wang Yan to accompany you back to the tree realm, but you must obtain all the capabilities of the Hera magic box. If you disagree, you will perish here, the Underworld Lord stated coldly, emanating a chilling, ghostly aura that sent shivers down Jiang Ming's spine. Very well, I agree. Jiang Ming snapped back to reality and responded without hesitation. Given the circumstances, he had no choice. Agreeing might lead to unforeseen opportunities in the future. If I were you, I would make this same choice, the Underworld Lord rasped. He then rolled up his inky sleeves, revealing a dark, swirling mass, which he extended towards Jiang Ming. What is this? Jiang Ming grasped the mass, feeling its substantial weight, akin to a burden of 10 or so pounds. Consume it, and you shall gain the power best suited to you. The Underworld Lord offered no explanation as to what it was. A pair of blood-red eyes glimmered within the shadowy visage, evoking a sense of dread that compelled one to avert their gaze. At this juncture, Choosing was no longer an option. Jiang Ming swallowed the dark mass. Upon entry, it bore a hint of bitterness, then became flavorless. Once within, a wave of sweetness emerged, strikingly peculiar, though the taste was odd. Jiang Ming soon discovered another astonishing phenomenon. His mind felt clearer, his senses sharpened, allowing him to perceive the immense energy radiating from the underworld lord. Very well, you may exit now, remember. You must not disclose any of this to anyone. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. The underworld lord waved his hand, and a dim red light poured forth from his sleeve. As the red light enveloped him, Jiang Ming observed his body gradually fading from foot to head. Was this the conclusion? Clearly dissatisfied, Jiang Ming felt that merely enhancing his senses and perception was far beneath his initial expectations, which had been soaring, since his strength had not increased. He resolved to seek out any useful information instead. As he departed, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to call out, "What exactly is Loki's identity? Is he connected to you in any way, Loki?" The underworld lord paused before responding in a hoarse tone. "He is me, and I am him, yet he is not my avatar. As for the farm owner, you shall discover that in due time." Listening to the ambiguous response, Jiang Ming vanished in a state of utter frustration. "Good luck. I firmly believe you will change everything," the underworld lord proclaimed confidently after Jiang Ming's disappearance. However, Jiang Ming remained oblivious to this blessing. When he regained his senses, Jiang Ming found himself pressed against two soft entities, faintly inhaling the delicate fragrance of orchids. A certain part of him was somewhat unruly. Accompanied by a soft gasp, a blushing young woman abruptly pushed him away. "You, Wang Yan," Jiang Ming stumbled, finally becoming aware. The woman before him was indeed Wang Yan, clad in nothing but a sheer veil that revealed her porcelain skin and perfect curves. The critical portions, along with her blushing, shy demeanor, rendered her an undeniable enchantress, eliciting primal urges in any male onlooker. I am here on the underworld lord's orders, to serve you," she stammered, her cheeks aflame as she turned her head away. Previously, she had been revered as a goddess in the Apollo team. But now, finding herself in such a compromising position with Jiang Ming filled her with a mix of annoyance and delight. "That's unnecessary. Please get dressed, and we shall return together." Jiang Ming fought to suppress the raw impulse surging within him. Adopting a facade of propriety while secretly contemplating, "You cunning underworld lord, fearing I might renege, have sent a woman to control me, employing both threats and rewards. I, Jiang Ming, am not easily swayed, after all." No one could ascertain whether the underworld lord had manipulated Wang Yan in any way. Should they become intimate, he might fall prey to some form of mental control. If that were the case, he would be truly ensnared in a web of tenderness. Jiang Ming had no intention of risking his life. He could only strive to act as a virtuous gentleman. Present, the underworld lord demanded the activation of all the functions of the Hera magic box. However, as the Hera magic box was a unique artifact within the tree realm, he had no clue as to how to unlock its capabilities. This matter would have to wait for another day. Once Wang Yan had donned her attire, she gratefully followed Jiang Ming back to the Grand Hall. The Grand Hall remains adorned as it was before, resplendent and opulent in its gilded splendor. Flanking the sides are the white guards and black guards, the brocade-clad soldiers, alongside elderly figures clad in golden armor. Seated upon the throne is the regal figure in white robes, wielding a gray scepter, the very embodiment of the king of the underworld. "You may depart now. Remember, do not reveal the sanctity of this place to anyone. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear," the king of the underworld solemnly warns once more, then gestures for the black guards to escort Jiang Ming and his companion out. That moment, Jiang Ming perceives a flicker before his eyes as the two black guards leading them suddenly collapse, unconscious. A white figure gradually materializes, with fair skin and a smile that squints into a line. It is Loki. "Loki, you're exceedingly audacious," the elder in golden armor exclaims with fury upon witnessing this spectacle, raising his right hand to condense a mass of energy, its power astonishing. He then thrusts it forward, the energy orb shooting forth like a lightning-struck serpent. Yet, Loki remains unperturbed, allowing the energy to approach him, a cold smile gracing his lips. When the orb reaches him, it detonates, but an extraordinary scene unfolds. The energy disperses, resembling ripples on a disturbed surface of yellowish-white water, while Loki appears utterly unharmed. With a slight wave of his hand, The orb vanishes as if it had never existed. Loki, are you truly prepared to strike? The voice of the king of the underworld resonates deeply, and if one could see his face at that moment, it would surely be shrouded in a misty pallor. Humph, you are not worthy to engage me. Loki's demeanor shifts, abandoning his previous levity as he glides towards Jiang Ming with a ghostly swiftness, his tone icy. Have you seen him? Indeed, Jiang Ming's expression grows grave, though he had anticipated this development. A sense of trepidation lingers. After all, he had previously received Loki's warning against accepting the king of the underworld's baptism, which he had defiantly rejected, opting instead for the king's blessing. Now, it was certain that Loki would not let this transgression go unpunished. Very well, very well. A flicker of malice crosses Loki's fair visage as he suddenly opens his eyes wide, a crimson glimmer darting forth like a moth to a flame. What is this? Jiang Ming gasps in shock, realizing that such mental assaults are beyond his current capacity to evade. The blood-red light flashes, and his mind is beset by bizarre afterimages, plunging him into a state of dizziness and stupor. Loki, you have gone too far. The king of the underworld points his gray scepter at Jiang Ming, unleashing a wave of grayish-blue energy from it. Boom. The energy wave strikes Jiang Ming, akin to colliding with a dense protective shield. Producing a tremendous sound yet being deflected, in an instant, a translucent barrier emanates from Jiang Ming, his gaze sharpening as if untouched by Loki's sinister ploy. Indeed, he has bestowed upon you the heart of the king. Loki roars, disregarding Jiang Ming entirely as he races towards the hall's entrance. Chapter 57. The Valley of Dragons whisper this time. Jiang Ming and his companion leave the sacred domain with remarkable ease. Devoid of the strangeness they experienced upon arrival, they navigate around the river and soon find themselves within the territory of the indigenous people. Before even entering the tribal settlement, they catch sight of familiar faces, including Buck and several others among the natives. Greetings, revered one. Buck bows deeply upon seeing Wang Yan, speaking with utmost reverence. The others follow suit, mirroring his respect. Rise and lead us to the chieftain, Wang Yan replies, her tone cool and commanding. As a devoted follower of the king of the underworld, her status as a white guard places her among the revered figures of the indigenous people. Buck hesitates momentarily before kneeling and imploring, I beseech you, revered one, to save our chieftain and deliver the suffering Wu Ming tribe from their plight. What has transpired? Speak slowly, Jiang Ming inquires, noticing the sorrowful expressions and fresh tears on Buck and the others. The chieftain has ventured into the Valley of Dragons Whisper, one of the natives exclaims. The Valley of Dragons Whisper? A few days prior, a horde of earth dragons attacked our tribe, abducting many women. Buck continues, his face contorted in anger. The chieftain, in his valor, took a few brave warriors to reclaim those captured. Are you suggesting that the earth dragons abducted the women? That seems improbable. Why would such beasts behave so? Jiang Ming questions. Indeed, we too found it strange. We are not fearful of ordinary earth dragons, but that day, a dragon king accompanied them. Under its command, the earth dragons fought with unmatched ferocity, overwhelming our warriors and resulting in heavy casualties within our tribe. To make matters worse, the chieftain was absent at that crucial moment. Buck recounts, his words painting a vivid picture of the gruesome scene, his eyes burning with rage at the thought of the beasts slaughtering his kin and abducting their women. The Dragon King, Jiang Ming's expression remains composed, yet his heart is in turmoil. If the Dragon King truly appeared, such bizarre behavior would indeed be plausible. In his previous life, he had heard tales of various kings among the beasts, each far surpassing their kin in might. As a first-tier biological king, their power reached levels of fourth- or fifth-tier beings, coupled with exceptional intelligence and the ability to inspire their kind. There have even been horrific accounts of a king leading its kindred to ravage cities in vengeance for its kin. Fortunately, such kings are exceedingly rare, emerging only once in hundreds of monsters. Otherwise, during the Age of the Trees, humanity would have long been extinguished by these beasts. Now, the indigenous people face the Dragon King, a being of at least 7th-tier strength. It would be unwise to wade into such treacherous waters. Yet, as a white guard, Wang Yan truly considers herself a part of the king of the underworld's followers. Fervently clamoring to rescue the chieftain and exact vengeance upon the Dragon King for the Wu Ming tribe, Wang Yan, it is unnecessary for us to take such risks. Have you forgotten how they once treated us? Jiang Ming quietly pulls her aside, voicing his reluctance to join her reckless endeavor. How can you say that? As followers of the king of the underworld, we cannot stand idly by in the face of death. Wang Yan shouts, her fists clenched in agitation, embodying a fervent zealot, completely disregarding the dangers. Her exclamation draws scornful and furious glances from the natives, leaving Jiang Ming feeling trapped in a precarious situation. After a moment, he feigns righteousness, declaring, I was merely jesting earlier. We cannot allow those beasts to escape retribution. We must avenge our fallen brethren. Buck, let us unite to rescue our brave chieftain. I believe that courage will prevail. His words, though grandiloquent, conceal his ulterior motive. Should the indigenous warriors slay some earth dragons, they would acquire dragon blood, but if they encountered insurmountable challenges, such as facing the Dragon King, he would not hesitate to flee. Indeed, the indigenous people, unaccustomed to the subtleties of his malicious intent, perceive him as a benevolent envoy of the king of the underworld, and they enthusiastically rally to his words. Soon, they assemble a formidable group of 10. Embarking towards the Valley of Dragon's Whisper, the arrangement of their numbers is entirely Jiang Ming's design. Earth dragons, being high-tier monsters, require a capable and agile team rather than a haphazard assortment of fighters. Not only are they exceptionally powerful, but a smaller, skilled group can evade danger more effectively. The team travels eastward along the path, finally arriving at the Valley of Dragon's Whisper as night descends. By then, darkness has enveloped the land, and the weary adventurers find themselves fatigued. Although they encounter no formidable beasts along the way, the exertion in dealing with various creatures has taken its toll. Thus, Jiang Ming suggests they rest for the night and continue their journey come dawn. The cool moon hangs low among the treetops, a gentle evening breeze rustling the leaves as they cascade to the ground. The earth succumbing to slumber. Occasionally, a spectral will-o'-the-wisp floats through the woods, casting an eerie aura in the night. Buck, are you still awake? Jiang Ming approaches a shadowy figure beneath a tree at My lord. The Valley of Dragon's Whisper is an exceedingly perilous place. I must remain vigilant to guard against beastly attacks, Buck responds, his chest thumping with excitement. Perilous? Jiang Ming nods, intrigued. What dangers lurk in the Valley of Dragon's Whisper, my lord? The Valley of Dragon's Whisper is a sanctuary for dragonkind. It is said that the area is vast, divided into territories by various dragon clans, each possessing its own domain. Earth dragons, being pseudo-dragons, while not as formidable as true dragons, possess remarkable reproductive capabilities and have established their own territory within the valley. We currently stand at the periphery of the valley, which lies within the Earth Dragon's domain. Under normal circumstances, the mightiest dragons disdain encroaching upon the outskirts, but should unexpected events arise, we could find ourselves in grave danger. Buck speaks animatedly, his excitement palpable. These tales have been passed down through the Wu Ming tribe for generations, yet he has never visited the Valley of Dragon's Whisper. Now, seizing the opportunity to rescue others, he views this as an act of valor, destined to be celebrated as a heroic tale within the tribe. Jiang Ming can only smile helplessly at this fervor. He particularly despised being regarded as a hero, especially after the harrowing experience of the Crimson Dragon Crisis, which had made him acutely aware of the burdens that accompanied such a title. After all, heroes are often destined for an early demise. Who would willingly seek such a fate but a fool with a head kicked by a donkey? Moreover, the most perilous creature within the Valley of Dragon Shadows was not a dragon, but a deathly entity known as the Dragon Ghost. At this juncture, Buck abruptly halted, his expression grave. Something was amiss. Even he sensed a disturbance, and after augmenting his senses, Jiang Ming discerned the irregularities around him. Chapter 58. Dragon Ghost. The night remained eerily desolate, with the evening breeze having stilled, enveloping the surroundings in an uncanny silence, tinged with an unsettling restlessness. In the distance, a flicker of dim blue light seemed to dart by, followed closely by a dark cloud drifting across the sky, unleashing a bone-chilling howl. Buck, be cautious. That entity is no ordinary creature. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the ominous cloud. The mass grew denser and larger, resembling a colossal aircraft carrier, its apex shimmering with a ruby-like radiance. The Dragon Ghost, my lord, that is indeed the Dragon Ghost, although Buck had never witnessed the Dragon Ghost in its true form. The lore passed down within his clan contained vivid descriptions. The Dragon Ghost is a manifestation of the collective memories, curses, and grievances of countless deceased dragons, coalescing into a formidable deathly entity. They are immense, pitch-black beings that relish in devouring the souls of passers-by under the cover of night, transforming the dead into puppets. After millennia of soul consumption, even deities find them exceedingly ominous and must steer clear. Who are you? Why do you disturb my eternal slumber? I demand. Souls. The cloud descended from the heavens, casting a shadow resembling a great dragon, its maw uttering cryptic and sinister words. Strike first, Jiang Ming. Disinterested in explanations, concentrated his energy and noticed something peculiar. Traditionally, ancient tomes required release to utilize cards, yet this time, an image of the tome manifested deep within his consciousness, allowing him to effortlessly grasp the sword of hit. Could it be that the underworld king's heart possessed such an application? Undoubtedly, the ability to employ cards solely through will, without the need to physically wield the tome, proved exceedingly advantageous in combat. For that fleeting moment of summoning could be crucial to survival. However, Jiang Ming had no time to revel in this discovery. Grasping the sword of hit, he swiftly empowered it with an attack card. And with his arm radiating a rich crimson glow, he executed a graceful strike reminiscent of a celestial being pointing the way. A thunderous crash ensued. The sharp blade of light pierced through the inky dragon's shadow, severing the towering ancient trees behind it. Yet, the dragon ghost appeared utterly unscathed. After being cleaved in two, it eerily rejoined within a second. Haha, it cackled mockingly, its dark visage illuminated by a pair of blood-red eyes, unleashing a shadowy beam of crimson light. This is bad. As Jiang Ming realized the peril, he found himself and Buck enveloped in an abyss of darkness. My lord, you should not have acted so recklessly. We ought to awaken Lord Whiteguard before proceeding. Buck suddenly gripped Jiang Ming's clothing, veins bulging on his forehead. Humph, what can that coward do? Jiang Ming retorted angrily, pushing Buck aside and delivering a swift strike. Crack, Buck evaded swiftly, yet a deep gash marred his chest, blood gushing forth. You bastard! How dare you harm me? Buck's fury intensified, his eyes bloodshot, and with a sweeping motion of his massive hand, he conjured a gargantuan chain ball and hurled it towards Jiang Ming. Bang! Jiang Ming blocked the heavy iron sphere with his sword, yet the force propelled him 5 meters away. He raised the sword of hit, preparing to unleash 3 successive strikes, when suddenly he halted. Something was amiss. Why am I clashing with Buck to the death? This darkness is peculiar. It amplifies negative emotions. I do not wish to engage in curses, yet it is compelling me into madness. He swiftly closed his eyes, a tranquil stream of clarity washing over him, calming his frayed nerves. However, in that fleeting moment, a dark sphere shot towards him like a missile, leaving no time to evade. It collided with his chest, sending a spray of blood forth as Jiang Ming plummeted like a severed kite. Fortunately, amidst the dire predicament, he summoned the red demon armor, which saved him from being obliterated by the impact. Otherwise, under such a terrifying force, his demise would have been inevitable. Yet, Buck's assault persisted. The indigenous warrior bellowed, his movement swift as a shooting star, resembling a war god from the underworld as he approached Jiang Ming. Launching another chain ball, with a resounding boom, the sword of hit, fueled by energy, unleashed a wind blade infused with lightning, generating ripples across the dark expanse like a tranquil water surface disturbed. Both combatants were thrown apart by the energy shockwave. That was close. Jiang Ming managed to catch his breath, still haunted by the earlier peril. Had he not possessed the underworld king's heart, maintaining his composure in the face of imminent doom, he would have succumbed beneath the chain ball. You are formidable, unaffected by the dark realm. The dragon ghost's voice resembled that of a dying elder, rasping with astonishment at the failure of its tried-and-true tactics, mistakenly believing Jiang Ming's mental fortitude had reached its zenith. Clearly, it could not perceive that Jiang Ming's survival was due to the heart of kings. However, in that moment, Jiang Ming was preoccupied with evading the frenzied Buck while devising an escape from the dark realm. Enduring several of Buck's relentless assaults, yet, he had channeled all his energy into the red demon armor and donned the cloud-soaring tiger skin boots. Thus, though he was pursued in a desperate state, he did not face mortal danger. After about 2 to 3 minutes of evasion, a spark of brilliance ignited within Jiang Ming's mind, finally presenting him with a strategy. Gritting his teeth, he released Ollie. Since the dragon ghost excelled in negative mental assaults, perhaps Ollie could counteract its effects. He gestured to Ollie to employ a mental attack and began to dance lightly, maneuvering around the now completely deranged Buck. Upon being released, Ollie squeaked with excitement, clapping its tiny paws together. With its eyes narrowed, it suddenly let out a piercing scream. Instantly, the entire space resonated with a cacophony of deafening buzzing, reverberating through every corner of the darkness. No, no, it is the fire charm fox. The dragon ghost's voice trembled with fear, quaking uncontrollably. Undoubtedly, it was terrified of Ollie's mental prowess. Consequently, a bizarre scene unfolded. Amidst the relentless cries of the fox, the darkness shattered like glass into countless fragments, causing the frenzied buck to scream and lose consciousness. Jiang Ming found himself miraculously unscathed, not suffering a single injury. The Dark Realm, a mental assault. The dragon ghost indeed utilized illusions to erode the mental boundaries of its prey. Once ensnared, the victim would be trapped in the illusion, unable to extricate themselves, ultimately meeting their demise when their mental state collapsed. That moment, Ollie bared its teeth at the dragon ghost, its gaze filled with ferocity and a hint of exhilaration. Chapter 59. Dragon Ghost vs. Fire Charm Fox. You are still immature. Die. The dragon ghost rasped, its dark form swaying in a frenzy, clearly beside itself with rage. In an instant, a chilling wind surged, mingled with the wails of tormented souls. Yet Ollie remained undeterred, its voice still brimming with excitement, as its silvery white form transformed into a colossal red fox. That moment, it sported 9 magnificent tails, its fur vibrant and glistening like flames, its teeth clattering ominously. Simultaneously, it emanated a subtle yet intoxicating fragrance, enchanting all who beheld it. This transformation revealed a completely different visage. Upon witnessing Ollie's metamorphosis, Jiang Ming was taken aback, his brow furrowing in concern. Musing, could it be that the fire charm fox and the dragon ghost are natural adversaries? Perhaps this explains why the dragon ghost is filled with dread at the sight of Ollie and now seeks to eliminate it. Perceiving Ollie's immaturity as an opportunity to strike, undoubtedly, a juvenile Ollie would suffer greatly against the dragon ghost. It could only employ its unique Zen transformation technique. Zen transformation is a secret art unique to the fire charm fox lineage, allowing it to undergo rapid mutation and elevate its power to an extraordinary level. However, once invoked, the fox would remain incredibly weakened for an extended period, potentially never regaining its former strength. Thus, the fire charm fox refrains from using Zen transformation unless in dire situations where survival is paramount. Observing the resolute expression in Ollie's eyes, Jiang Ming steadied himself, resolving to assess the situation before deciding on his course of action. Indeed, transformed into a 9-tailed fox, Ollie roared at the dragon ghost, flames erupting around its form. The vividly red body, illuminated by the blaze, appeared even more radiant, seemingly intent on engulfing the dragon ghost's shadowy figure. Damn it! Zen transformation, illuminated by the brilliant light. The dragon ghost shrank momentarily under its influence, but soon returned to its original form. It howled in fury, its vast shadow morphing into a spiky shape. Leaning forward, it unleashed a barrage of shadowy projectiles like a torrential rain. Squeak! Witnessing this terrifying shadowy downpour, Ollie dared not confront it head-on, leaping to the treetops, darting up and down with the agility of a nimble cat. However, the area of the shadowy deluge was far too expansive for Ollie to evade entirely, and it inevitably sustained some hits. In response, the flames enveloping Ollie blazed even more fiercely, while the shadowy droplets of rain disintegrated into nothingness upon contact with its form. Squeak! The relentless assault from the shadowy droplets provoked Ollie's ire. Its eyes reddened with fury, and the 9 magnificent tails rose defiantly as it inhaled deeply, puffing up its cheeks before unleashing a colossal pillar of fire from its mouth. The eruption of flames was so swift that the dragon ghost had no chance to evade. In desperation, it condensed its form and retaliated with a slender black rod. In an instant, the delicate black rod met the towering fire pillar, alternating between dominance and disadvantage. For a moment, Ollie and the dragon ghost found themselves in a stalemate, neither able to best the other. Engaging in direct confrontation proved futile. It would be far more advantageous to bolster Ollie's capabilities instead. Jiang Ming, stroking his chin in contemplation, remained silent, his mind already formulating a plan. He swiftly produced an orange card and sent it soaring towards Ollie, shouting with fervor, excitement. Instantly, the orange card transformed into a vibrant green light, enveloping the 9-tailed fox entirely. Under the influence of the excitement card, Ollie's fur shone with increased brilliance, as if invigorated by a surge of vitality. Cast aside was the fire pillar as Ollie propelled itself off the ground, leaping towards the dragon ghost with its claws ablaze in a thick layer of flames. The signature move of the fire-charming fox, flame claws, crack. Under the assault of the flame claws, the slender black rod and the surrounding darkness were torn apart as if they were mere rags. In sheer terror, the dragon ghost transformed into a cloud of darkness, drifting into the sky. This grudge, I shall avenge it. The dark cloud gradually dispersed, becoming an overwhelming shroud, obscuring its core. However, with Ollie employing the Zen transformation technique, a strategy that could lead to mutual destruction, how could it allow the dragon ghost to escape? Squeak! It threw back its head and let out a long howl, inhaling deeply. Suddenly, the surrounding area was swept by a tempest, leaves swirling chaotically, dust billowing, and vast clouds being drawn into an unseen vortex. In the blink of an eye, the enormous cloud coalesced into a small black sphere. As Ollie absorbed the cloud, its fur began to darken momentarily before reverting to its original state, maintaining its size but radiating a visible red energy shield. Clearly, Ollie's power had surged beyond measure, and oh no. The small sphere emitted a hoarse wail, trembling uncontrollably, once a proud member of the dragon lineage. It could not accept defeat, and fear of death gnawed at its spirit. Yet, Ollie showed no mercy to its foes. With a nimble leap, it approached the small sphere, swiftly capturing it with its massive claws and swallowing it whole. Howl! After devouring the dragon ghost, Ollie let out a mournful cry, its 9 tails retracting as its form gradually diminished. In the end, it shrank to the size of a fox, its previously juvenile cries now entirely replaced by sorrowful wails. Undoubtedly, the toll of the Zen transformation was significant, yet the energy gained from consuming the dragon ghost far outweighed what was lost. In a remarkable turn of events, Ollie evolved from its juvenile stage to a semi-mature state. However, following the use of the Zen transformation, its spiritual energy remained drained. Thus, after a brief lament, it collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. This moment, Jiang Ming was overwhelmed with joy at his pet's progress and quickly retrieved Ollie. While supporting the unconscious Buck, a smile graced his lips. It was not until the following morning that Buck awoke, completely unscathed, yet astonishingly, he had no recollection of the previous night's encounter with the dragon ghost. Naturally, since Buck had forgotten, Jiang Ming saw no need to clarify, casually attributing it to a bizarre dream of his own making. However, the perceptive Wang Yan caught a glimmer of something in his sly demeanor. She winked at Jiang Ming with a mysterious smile but chose not to confront him directly. The other natives, like Buck, were oblivious to any underlying tension. After a brief regrouping, they proceeded according to the original plan. Following the scant clues left by the chieftain deeper into the Valley of Dragon's Shadow, approximately an hour later, guided by the secret signals, they arrived at a secluded inner valley. The valley, though not vast, about the size of a soccer field, was surrounded by lush grass, devoid of birds or beasts, yet eerie cries echoed throughout, imbuing the entire area with a sinister atmosphere. Is the chieftain truly here? Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, questioning his previous assessment. The ambience here was too ominous. Fraught with hidden dangers, an ordinary person would seldom linger in such a place. As the avatar of the Nether King, the chieftain could not possibly be unaware of the perils. We of the Yuming tribe are not as callous as outsiders. We do not abandon our comrades, one native declared angrily, expressing dissatisfaction with Jiang Ming's inquiry. You overthink it. I merely suspect that the chieftain is not present, and that mark was left by someone else. Jiang Ming retorted with a scoff, voicing his concerns about the evident dangers surrounding them. How can a simple native argue with Jiang Ming? You can only resort to empty retorts, the native huffed defiantly. Insisting, regardless, we must advance to rescue the chieftain. If you're afraid, you may remain here. Jiang Ming chose not to argue further, shaking his head with a smile as he quietly walked behind. Wang Yan, however, felt discontent at the native's remarks, her expression darkening as she nearly exploded with anger. After all, she was on Jiang Ming's side. The native's disdain for him indirectly insulted her, and it was only through Buck's diplomatic intervention that a conflict was averted. Nevertheless, this incident sowed discord within the rescue team. After roughly an hour of trekking, Buck suddenly halted, lowering himself to the ground, his ears pressed firmly against the earth. After a moment, he stood up, his expression grave as he announced, "We are very close to the domain of the Earth Dragons. Everyone, be cautious. With Buck sensing something amiss, Jiang Ming's brow furrowed even tighter as he stated seriously, "We should head northeast. It seems there is someone over there." No sooner had he spoken than he moved in the opposite direction without waiting for others to agree. Naturally, Wang Yan had no objections and followed closely behind. However, the natives were far less accommodating. Particularly the one who had just spoken, who shouted, "This gentleman claims the chieftain is not here, yet now suggests there are others nearby. I believe you are simply afraid. You are nothing but a coward." The words were laden with hostility. The natives revered strength, and while someone like Wang Yan was worthy of respect, Jiang Ming's demonstrated abilities left much to be desired, especially in light of their earlier friction. Soon, whispers and murmurs spread among the natives, casting a shadow over the group's morale. "What do you mean by that?" Wang Yan could no longer contain herself, her brows knitted tightly, her right hand cracking ominously as if ready to strike if he dared to speak further. "You all continue. I shall proceed ahead." Jiang Ming appeared unfazed by the scorn, casually tossing out the remark as he quickened his pace toward the northeast, vanishing into the underbrush in an instant. What is wrong with him? Wang Yan wondered, startled by his haste. Yet, she was too slow to follow, merely shaking her head as she continued onward. There can be no mistake. Jiang Ming, though hasty, sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. The source of this potent energy was none other than Wang Bo, the Grand Commander of the Revenge Alliance. But why would someone of his stature be in the Valley of Dragon's Shadow? Could he be on some special mission? Jiang Ming was well aware that in his previous life, he had heard rumors of certain special tasks within the Revenge Alliance. These missions, while perilous, offered immeasurable rewards. And for the Grand Commander to personally undertake such a task, it was highly likely that it was one of those special missions. Thus, disregarding the perplexed looks from the others, he hastily made his way over. Indeed, as he neared the source of the energy, he spotted a burly middle-aged man, muscles rippling beneath his skin, standing resolutely against 3 earth dragons, wielding a broadsword with unwavering focus. His upper body was bare, motionless, with his bronze skin shimmering faintly with a golden hue. Undoubtedly, the Grand Commander had significantly enhanced his strength during this period, rivaling Jiang Ming's own prowess. "Brother Wang," Jiang Ming called out, leaping forward on his toes. Drawing the sword of hit and 2 attack cards, with his left hand gripping the sword and his right hand swiftly tossing the cards towards the earth dragons, he unleashed a thunderous explosion. The 2 attack cards, while not expending much energy, combined their force to create a powerful wave that sent the 3 earth dragons reeling. Jiang Ming, Wang Bo immediately recognized the young man before him, his face lighting up with joy as he shouted, swinging his broadsword with fervor. Crack! The blade cleaved downwards, unleashing a razor-sharp energy beam that struck true against one of the earth dragons beneath its arm. Under the ferocity of the earth dragon's strike, its hide was torn asunder, and it bled profusely. However, as a member of the pseudo-dragon lineage, it possessed a modicum of self-healing abilities, amidst the earth dragon's cries and roars. Its flesh healed within moments, regenerating new skin. The earth dragon, a 5th-tier mutated creature, was not so easily dispatched. With a jolt of its limbs against the ground, the 3 earth dragons caused a seismic tremor, and 3 gaping chasms surged forth towards Jiang Ming and his companion with astonishing speed. "This is bad," Jiang Ming shouted, swiftly donning his Feiyun tiger skin boots. "I am the face of imminent danger." The boots activated their automatic defense system, deftly tilting to the left and narrowly avoiding the oncoming chasms, although Wang Bo, as the Grand Commander of the Revenge Alliance, lacked Jiang Ming's formidable equipment cards. His combat experience was extensive. With a vigorous sweep of his right arm followed by a bellow, he brought down his blade with a fierce cleave, unleashing a terrifying strike that resembled a mountain crashing down. A thunderous roar erupted. The Guandao lay horizontally, its slash akin to a soaring dragon or a ferocious beast, cleaving the 3 chasms cleanly in 2. What a powerful blow! Jiang Ming recognized the danger of the earth dragon's chasms, having narrowly evaded the attack while Wang Bo had confronted it head-on, utilizing a formidable strike born from concentrated energy. Undoubtedly, Wang Bo's energy reserves were far more profound than they appeared. Indeed, after the strike, Wang Bo's figure swayed, resembling a spiraling azure dragon, his entire being aglow with golden light as he leaped into the air and shouted, "A dragon soars in the sky." The blade's light flickered like a dancing dragon, spewing forth flames in all directions towards the three earth dragons. Chapter 61. The Ancient Amethyst Dragon. Please forgive the delay in updates due to a power outage at home. Boom. Flames erupted like vibrant red flowers, consuming the ground entirely, while the lush greenery was mercilessly engulfed by the inferno. Yet, the three earth dragons survived amidst the flames. Their bodies, enveloped by a thick layer of earthen shield armor, formed the instant the fire touched them. Charred black but unharmed. However, such a fierce attack from Wang Bo inevitably provoked the earth dragons. The three dragons roared in unison, their limbs pounding against the ground. As they trampled, the earth began to crumble. Countless fissures ravaging the terrain. This is not good, Jiang Ming cursed under his breath, stabilizing the edge of the fissure with his Feiyan tiger skin boots while bracing the other side with the hit sword, barely slowing his descent. After all, flight cards were exceedingly rare, and it was impossible for Jiang Ming to synthesize one at this point. In this urgent situation, he had no choice but to manage as best as he could. Wang Bo, too, displayed remarkable acumen, positioning his guandao against his body and swiftly applying a defensive card, leveraging the length of the guandao to effectively mitigate the impact of his descent. The two employed their unique tactics and managed to land safely at the bottom of the fissure. Nevertheless, the friction had caused significant wear on Jiang Ming's Feiyan tiger skin boots and hit sword, rendering them unusable for the foreseeable future. Wang Bo fared even worse. His guandao suffered continuous abrasion during the rapid descent, effectively rendering it completely unusable, unable to maintain even its card form. Brother, we are truly unfortunate, reduced to such a sorry state by three earth dragons, he lamented, discarding the guandao and gazing upward, where the earth dragons were now entirely out of sight. Brother Wang, are you here on a mission? Indeed, I need to collect enough runes to craft dragon scale armor, and such runes can only be obtained from earth dragons. Wang Bo candidly articulated his purpose for being there. It turned out that a remarkably skilled runesmith had joined the Revenge Alliance, claiming he could assist the core Star Warriors in crafting high-level equipment cards, but he lacked the necessary materials. Consequently, Wang Bo resolved to venture into the Dragon's Hollow Valley in search of fortune, as he was in dire need of armor to bolster his defense, having spent 2 days in the valley. He had only managed to collect a single rune material, a testament to his abysmal luck. However, it was only natural that the outer regions of the valley were inhabited solely by earth dragons, resulting in a low probability of rune drops. He dared not venture deeper into the valley, opting instead to linger at the outskirts. Typically, he targeted solitary earth dragons, but this time, 3 had unexpectedly discovered his hiding place, leading to the earlier conflict. To his surprise, the area beneath the valley revealed a hidden paradise. After walking for a while, the duo discovered that the fissure's interior was starkly different from the valley above. They found themselves in an expansive forest, populated by towering trees and fragrant flowers, where the occasional sounds of birds and beasts could be heard. Perhaps this was another territory of dragons, one that favored the embrace of nature. After traversing the serene forest for some time without encountering any mutated creatures, Jiang Ming marveled at the peculiar tranquility. After all, the mutations caused by the tree realm were globally pervasive, making this completely normal place a rare sight. I suspect the dragons inhabiting this area are of a particularly formidable kind, Wang Bo, well-versed as the Grand Commander of the Revenge Alliance, cautioned. Brother, we must proceed with caution. Indeed, Jiang Ming nodded, summoning the hit sword and 2 explosive monkeys, which caused Wang Bo to raise an eyebrow in surprise, silently heightening his respect for Jiang Ming's capabilities and resolving not to antagonize him in the future. After all, possessing formidable card creatures like the explosive monkey was a rarity within the entire alliance. With only that old monster being comparable, the strength of that old monster was, without a doubt, that of a genuine high-tier Star Warrior, significantly surpassing Jiang Ming's prowess. The two continued along the path until they reached the heart of the forest, where they finally encountered an entirely different structure. Before them stood a magnificent crystal cavern, constructed entirely from purple crystals, its facets sharp and glimmering under the sunlight, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Shall we venture inside? Wang Bo proposed with a smile, his robust demeanor belying a keen intellect as the Grand Commander of the Revenge Alliance. Jiang Ming, curious about the creatures that might dwell within, did not voice any objections. Upon entering the crystal cavern, it felt as though they had crossed into another realm. The surroundings expanded strangely, and the crystalline walls above became ethereal, revealing the azure sky. What appeared to be the size of a modest room from the outside now resembled a vast plaza within. Yet, the expanse was utterly empty, devoid of any items or creatures. Jiang Ming and Wang Bo cautiously made their way to the center of the plaza. Sensing that such an unusual crystal cavern could not have formed naturally, the absence of its owner heightened their unease. I suspect some form of cloaking light technique is at play here. Rendering everything invisible to us, Jiang Ming confidently asserted, a testament to the scientific knowledge he had gained during his time with Dr. Allied. As they approached the plaza's center, a sudden burst of fluorescent light erupted. Dazzling and colorful, revealing an object resembling a throne, humans dare disturb my slumber. A thunderous voice resonated, and a man clad in purple robes materialized, seated upon the throne. This individual had a fair complexion and well-defined musculature, gripping the armrests with an imposing aura that compelled Jiang Ming to resist the urge to kneel. Might I inquire who you are? Wang Bo, seasoned in high office, though pale, steadied himself and proclaimed with a clasped fist. Impure energy. It appears humanity has succumbed to subjugation. The purple-robed man disdainfully cast a glance at the two, stating furiously, "What is the situation outside? Clarify it for me. Have extraterrestrials descended? Human subjugation? Extraterrestrials?" Hearing such terms, Jiang Ming was taken aback. Could this individual not be human, but rather a type of dragon that had been slumbering here? From his words, it was evident that he had long been aware of the existence of extraterrestrials. This was no ordinary being. Jiang Ming, unwilling to conceal the truth, promptly recounted the events surrounding the tree realm's emergence, even revealing that the earth had transformed into a paradise for mutated creatures. Absurd. Upon hearing Jiang Ming's account, the purple-robed man erupted in fury, slamming his palm down, his voice rife with rage. "Extraterrestrials, you have indeed forgotten the covenant. How dare you transform my homeland in such a manner? It seems you are intent on declaring war and shall face the wrath of the amethyst dragons." Chapter 62. The Cursed Graveyard. Part 1. Amethyst Dragon. At this point, Jiang Ming was momentarily taken aback. From the purple-robed man's words, it seemed that the ancient dragon lineage had made some accord with extraterrestrials long ago, yet the latter had now unilaterally breached the contract, allowing the tree realm to descend upon Earth and wreak havoc. However, if the dragon lineage was aware of this, why had they not retaliated? Furthermore, what exactly was the amethyst dragon? As he observed the purple-robed man's furious demeanor, Jiang Ming refrained from speaking. That moment, the purple-robed man spoke in a low voice. Extraterrestrials wish to wage war? I shall not stand idly by. Go inform that old fool Wasteland to come to the dragon lineage and find me." Wasteland. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Ming wore a perplexed expression. Logically, having 2 lifetimes of memories, he should have heard of any formidable star warriors, yet he was certain he had never encountered anyone named Wasteland. Nor was he convinced such a surname truly existed. Strangely, Wang Bo unexpectedly responded with a bow. "You know that old monster? I can convey your message to him." Haha, an old monster? How amusing. Upon hearing this, the expression of the man in the purple robe brightened considerably, and he mockingly remarked, "I never expected that the little brat from back then has also become an old monster. I rather like this title." "Might I inquire your name, so that I may convey a message to the old monster?" Wang Bo continued. "Yes, simply tell him that the Amethyst Dragon clan is about to open the Forbidden Gate, and I would like him to join in discussing a significant matter. He will understand," the man in the purple robe said, casually waving his hand and pushing a cube-like box towards Wang Bo, coldly adding, "You, big fellow, go deliver the message, but you must remain here." It was evident that he was referring to Jiang Ming. Upon hearing that the purple-robed man intended to keep him behind, Jiang Ming felt a wave of confusion wash over him, his brow furrowing as he thought, "What does he mean by keeping me here? Could there be something else at play?" Likewise, Wang Bo glanced at Jiang Ming with a puzzled expression, but given the vast disparity in their strengths, he dared not intervene, merely shaking his head as he pressed down on the cube box. With a sharp whoosh, the cube box emitted a beam of white light, and Wang Bo was instantly transformed into a sphere of light, vanishing without a trace. "You intend to keep me here. There must be other matters at hand?" Jiang Ming sighed and asked helplessly. Even if the man had ulterior motives, the gap in their strengths rendered him incapable of any form of resistance. Hehe, you seem to understand well. I never anticipated you to be a reincarnated human from another dimension. You must know something about the future, right? The purple-robed man narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly. He can tell I am reincarnated. Jiang Ming maintained a calm demeanor, but internally he was astounded. How did he perceive that I am a reincarnated individual? I must comprehend this. Otherwise, if such a situation arises again in the future, it could be perilous. With that thought in mind, Jiang Ming shook his head and candidly stated, I am indeed a reincarnated person. However, in my previous life, I was merely an exceedingly ordinary individual, utterly unaware of any circumstances. And I have no idea why I was reincarnated. Really, believe it or not, Jiang Ming shrugged indifferently, for he was merely a pawn in someone else's game. He continued to inquire, how did you discern that I am a reincarnated individual? Hehe, the energy fluctuations emanating from you are unlike those of ordinary people, and I can also detect a peculiar scent within your blood, the purple-robed man replied with a smirk, not pursuing the matter of whether Jiang Ming was lying. Is there any way to conceal my past? Certainly, but why would I provide that for you? The purple-robed man straightened up and slowly approached Jiang Ming, scrutinizing him as if he were a national treasure. If you prefer not to divulge, then so be it. You wouldn't simply ask me about this matter, would you? Jiang Ming was skeptical that the purple-robed man merely wished to inquire about his reincarnation. There must be some ulterior motive for keeping him behind. Indeed, the purple-robed man's eyes widened as he continued. Correct. You are quite astute. I enjoy dealing with intelligent individuals. I have retained you because I need your assistance in a certain task. If you succeed, I shall grant you the deception of the gods. Others will not be able to discern that you are a reincarnated person. What task? Jiang Ming asked, his gaze shifting as he felt a sense of surprise. After all, in the presence of the formidable amethyst dragon, his strength was akin to that of an ant. What could he possibly assist with? Hehe, it's quite simple. You need only help me obtain the statue of a deity. I will handle the rest myself, the purple-robed man said with a sinister smile, his robe swirling dramatically. Whoosh! Jiang Ming felt the world spinning around him, and when he opened his eyes again, everything had changed. The sky was shrouded in chaotic dark clouds, and dense purple lightning snaked through the air like venomous serpents, intertwining ominously. The earth lay desolate and barren, with a chilling wind that pierced to the bone. Where's this? Jiang Ming's expression darkened as he struggled to comprehend the situation. The desolate atmosphere here was far too overwhelming, as if he were no longer in the Dragon's Shadow Valley. The cursed graveyard, the purple-robed man, now clad in purple armor, said gravely, Kid, you should acclimate yourself to this place for now. I shall return in 3 days. Remember, do not even think about provoking the creatures here. Otherwise, not even I can save you. With that, he vanished like a specter amidst the lightning. That moment, Jiang Ming carefully surveyed his surroundings. He found himself standing atop a small hill, with a writhing shadow in the distance. Dark and viscous, faintly shimmering with purple light. What on earth is that? Just a glance sent shivers down Jiang Ming's spine, his hair standing on end, filled with an unsettling sense of dread. Danger. That creature emanates a terrifying aura. Taking a few trembling steps forward, Jiang Ming decided against approaching any closer. He understood well the adage that curiosity killed the cat, especially since the purple-robed man had warned him not to provoke the beings in this place. However, just because he refrains from antagonizing the monster, does that guarantee the monster will not target him? The answer was no. For some inexplicable reason, the writhing shadow seemed to draw closer to him. Could it be? Has it discovered me? At that moment, a profound sense of fear enveloped Jiang Ming. He attempted to move his legs, yet strangely, they felt weak, refusing to budge an inch. What am I to do? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, seemingly offering 100 strategies to cope, but all these schemes were mere illusions in the face of absolute strength. No, I refuse to die here. Jiang Ming felt death looming. Finally propelled by fear to take 3 hurried steps back. Why has that creature distanced itself from me? He noticed something peculiar. It seemed that by retreating 3 steps, the writhing shadow had become significantly farther away. As if it had never approached him at all. Could it be an indiscriminate mental attack? The thought sent a chill through Jiang Ming. Chapter 63, The Cursed Graveyard, Part 2, When a creature's mental power reaches a certain level. It can execute indiscriminate mental attacks. This form of assault is frightful and utterly indefensible, regardless of the enemy's location. As long as the target is locked, a mental attack can be launched. It can even be carried out without targeting. As long as a living being visually identifies the source, they can be subjected to a mental attack. In his previous life, Jiang Ming had encountered a theory in Dr. Li's future warfare regarding indiscriminate mental attacks. At the time, he thought it was mere fantasy, yet he never expected to face a real scenario in the cursed graveyard. Undoubtedly, this writhing shadow far exceeded any imaginable beast. Moreover, was this truly still Earth? The current environment was far too bizarre, with the sky filled with purple lightning and the presence of unknown, terrifying beasts, none of which belonged to Earth. Apu! A sudden cry from the crying pupa beast echoed in his mind. The plump, pseudo-penguin that had been dormant seemed to awaken with excitement. Ever since Jiang Ming had implanted the heart of the king, he had acquired the ability to engage in simple communication with biological cards in the mental realm. This time, the crying pupa beast was conveying a signal of intent. Could there be a connection between this place and the crying pupa beast? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ming summoned the crying pupa beast. Apu! The adorably rotund creature, grayish-white and joyously flapping its limbs on the ground, was none other than the crying pupa beast. As soon as it appeared, it began to chirp excitedly, its voice filled with exuberance. Yet such boisterousness sent a wave of alarm through Jiang Ming. Goodness! This is a zone inhabited by the terrifying writhing shadows. Your reckless behavior is akin to courting death. He felt exasperated and hurriedly subdued the exuberant crying pupa beast. Whispering, settle down. If you don't want to live, don't drag me down with you. Despite Jiang Ming's cautiousness, it was evidently too late. The formidable writhing shadow beast had already sensed the disturbance as soon as the crying pupa beast began to call out. Its dark form quivering slightly, vanishing before Jiang Ming like a bolt of lightning. Upon encountering the sudden appearance of the writhing shadow beast, Jiang Ming couldn't help but cover his mouth, his expression frozen in shock. Before him lay an enormous worm, its body pitch black, countless tentacles crawling along the ground, with two long appendages extending from its head, its blood-red eyes emanating a dim purple glow. This, for reasons unknown. Jiang Ming found himself unable to stop trembling. The power of the bizarre worm before him was overwhelmingly terrifying, a stark contrast to his own insignificance. In comparison, he was akin to an ant before a soaring eagle. Naturally compelled to bow in reverence, a primal fear surged from the depths of his soul. The disparity in levels was insurmountable, rendering resistance futile. This was unlike his previous encounters with figures like Hades or Loki. Although their strengths may have been comparable to the bizarre worm, they concealed their might like cultured gentlemen. If they had unleashed their true power, the guards would have crumbled under the pressure. However, this bizarre worm had no need to restrain its aura. It dominated with sheer force, making hunting its prey exceedingly simple to know. Fear, unrest. This is a certain death. He understood that in moments of danger, maintaining composure was paramount. Yet his body trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes wide with terror, utterly immobilized. Had it not been for the fusion with the heart of the king, he would have likely fainted by now. There was no doubt that reaching this point was the limit of his capability. Resistance and escape in the face of absolute strength were the actions of a fooled, a monstrous worm. Filled with discontent, loomed over its feeble prey, clearly irritated by their futile display of defiance. It roared in fury, thrashing its colossal body, unleashing a swarm of obsidian orbs that swirled like a tempest of locusts, intent on obliterating its victims. Yet, in that very instant, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The crying pupa beast expelled countless spores, and as the dreadful black spheres made contact with them, they detonated in a cacophony of explosions, both vanishing without a trace. What? The spores of the crying pupa beast had perished alongside the black orbs. Jiang Ming gaped in disbelief, having witnessed the formidable power of the spores before. They could neutralize lightning while remaining intact. Yet, astonishingly, the spores could not dispel the black spheres, leading to their mutual destruction. Clearly, both entities resonated with energy waves of the same caliber. Jiang Ming recalled the introduction he had received about the crying pupa beast. It was a creature of light, born from the epoch of the light core explosion, its special effects yet unknown. Could it be that this bizarre worm was a creature of darkness, its existence a nemesis to the crying pupa beast? This sudden deduction startled him. The crying pupa beast, though enigmatic in origin, was likely only a fourth-tier creature, while the grotesque worm before him was undoubtedly a being of at least seventh-tier. To suggest they were archenemies seemed somewhat far-fetched. Yet, as is often the case, events unfolded in wondrous ways. The typically passive crying pupa beast took the initiative to attack this time. It expelled a vast cloud of spores, weaving an enormous net that ensnared its surroundings. Impenetrable and unwavering, the bizarre worm flickered, at times merging with shadows, at others revealing its form. However, no matter how it evaded, it could not escape the tightening grip of the spore net. In mere moments, it found itself ensnared. The net constricted, producing a series of sickening cracks as flesh met flesh. The monstrous worm let out a defiant roar, its immense body shrinking under the relentless assault of the spore net, until it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. That moment, the crying pupa beast, which had previously moved with the sluggishness of a snail, suddenly sprang into action with astonishing speed, darting towards the grotesque worm. With a swift motion, the crying pupa beast devoured the bizarre worm whole, its pale body emanating a soft golden glow, only to expel something shortly thereafter. A dark rune clattered to the ground, shimmering with a faint crimson light. This was the rune. Jiang Ming's heart soared with elation as he hurried to retrieve the rune. He knew that the rune he had previously acquired might have been the key to his resurrection. Its special abilities undeniably formidable. The rune, being of the same tier as the rune, while its functions remained unclear, was undoubtedly a powerful artifact. He eagerly stowed the rune away, a bold plan bubbling to the surface. The purple-robed figure had granted him 3 days. But with the crying pupa beast at his side, why not seize this opportunity to explore the cursed graveyard? Perhaps he might uncover more potent runes like the rune. With this thought, he summoned both the crying pupa beast and the fire monkey. Naturally, Ollie remained in a dormant state following the battle with the dragon demon, rendering it unable to participate. However, before he could take action, a sudden upheaval of gray mist enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 64. The Cursed Graveyard, Part 3. After the mist dissipated, an enormous, shadowy figure emerged, its countless tentacles writhing, and its eyes gleaming with a dim purple light. It was the bizarre worm once more. How could this be? Jiang Ming was taken aback. He had clearly dispatched one of these grotesque worms, yet here it was, resurfacing with alarming speed. Could it be that it had not perished? Reluctantly, Jiang Ming accepted this unsettling truth, as it was the only logical explanation. If it had been present from the beginning, why had it not attacked him then? Perhaps it had concealed itself in darkness to create a duplicate? Such a possibility seemed highly plausible. The bizarre worm might have employed a decoy to evade lethal assaults. This tactic of sacrificing one for the safety of the other had allowed it to survive within the spore net of the crying pupa beast. Presently, the fire monkey trembled, paralyzed with fear, while the crying pupa beast curled into a ball, emitting distressed cries as it released countless spores to form another spore net. Yet this time, it refrained from launching an offensive, instead enveloping itself, Jiang Ming, and the fire monkey within its protective web. The bizarre worm began to stir, its once dim purple gaze now ablaze with a blood-red hue as it lunged at the spore net, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The mist thickened, and the crying pupa beast maintained its defensive stance, while the worm's crimson light could not penetrate the spore net. Clearly, both parties were at an impasse. After a prolonged struggle, the bizarre worm, seemingly defeated, retreated into the shadows. That moment, Jiang Ming exhaled deeply, realizing that this was not a domain in which he could act with impunity. The notion of hunting exotic beasts was now a distant fantasy. After all, his survival was solely due to the crying pupa beast, which was uniquely equipped to counter the bizarre worm's abilities. Had he encountered another creature, his fate would have been sealed. Yet, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Apart from acquiring the rune, Jiang Ming discovered another boon. He had developed a degree of resistance to the indiscriminate psychic attacks of the bizarre worm, likely a result of the harrowing experience that had heightened his mental fortitude. However, with the bizarre worm temporarily absent, presumably in search of reinforcements, it was clear that lingering here posed a grave risk. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth, casting a spell of acceleration upon himself, dashing swiftly in another direction. Although the purple-robed figure had cautioned him against provoking the beasts of this territory, circumstances dictated that he must proceed with caution. What transpired next was beyond his expectations. After departing from the small hill, he endeavored to avoid the bizarre worm's pursuit by sticking to well-lit paths, ultimately arriving beneath a floating castle in the sky. From a distance, the castle was encircled by a ring of dark clouds, radiating a pure white light. Most astonishingly, this was the sole area devoid of the pervasive purple lightning. The castle exuded an aura of tranquility and sanctity. Yet Jiang Ming dared not approach recklessly. He sensed a presence, a dangerous aura that sent shivers down his spine. This instinct had often guided him away from peril in the past, and now, infused with the heart of a king, his intuition was sharper than ever. Thus, he resolved to rest in the uninhabited vicinity of the castle, suppressing the urge to investigate further. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 2 days had elapsed. At last, the once quiet castle stirred with activity. Ding! The resounding chime of the castle's bell echoed, and the long-closed gates creaked open, revealing a procession of tall, handsome men. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to that of ancient Roman warriors. Their broad black cloaks trailing to the ground, towering over 2 meters in height, their deep-set eyes radiating an aura of determination. As they commenced their movements, the cloaks unfurled, revealing a pair of wings as black as ink. With their wings unfurled, they dove towards the ground with the swiftness of lightning. Angels. No, those wings belonged to fallen angels. Jiang Ming quickly dropped to the ground, frozen in place, not daring to make a sound. He understood all too well that should the fallen angels discover him, his life would be forfeit. Fallen angels, akin to their celestial counterparts, wielded terrifying powers. Yet their cunning and malevolence made them far more formidable foes than the loyal angels of faith. The floating castle was undoubtedly their lair. However, the fallen angels paid no heed to the insignificant presence of Jiang Ming, once righteous messengers and defenders of heaven. They had undergone a transformation through countless slaughters in the cursed graveyard, their once pure wings now tainted with darkness. Yet, they remained oblivious to this change. Perhaps this was the very source of the curse that afflicted the graveyard. As the fallen angels descended, they plunged towards the desolate and shadowy earth below. At that moment, an eerie sight unfolded. The previously silent ground erupted with a multitude of spectral beings, ragged skeletons, foul-smelling zombies, and ghastly apparitions. Though these spectral entities were of low rank, the strength emanating from them rivaled that of fifth-tier mutated creatures. The oppressive atmosphere sent chills down Jiang Ming's spine. The battle commenced as the fallen angels wreaked havoc upon the lives of the undead, yet the cursed lands allowed these beings to resurrect almost instantly. The conflict would not cease. The undead showed no fear. Each death only fueled their resolve as they surged forward, brandishing their weapons against the fallen angels. Ultimately, one of the fallen angels found its obsidian wings torn asunder by the blade of a spectral being, awaiting only death as its fate. The cursed graveyard was indeed a place of enigma. It was a realm abandoned by the divine. Jiang Ming was filled with a sense of profound reflection, his once tense nerves gradually acclimating to the atmosphere. Having witnessed the countless deaths and bloodshed, he felt no fear. Now, even if 2 or 3 of those bizarre worms unleashed their psychic assaults upon him, they would bear no effect. Could it be that the purple-robed figure sought to strengthen his resolve, to instill within him an indomitable spirit against fear? Jiang Ming began to grasp the intentions of the purple-robed man. In a world steeped in the bloodshed of cursed graveyards, one cannot help but become numb, weary of the relentless passage of life. Such a mindset is, indeed, essential in the face of horror. Moreover, the destination of the man in the purple robe undoubtedly harbors countless beings that far exceed his own capacity. Only through fearlessness can he achieve the tasks he is determined to undertake. At this moment, the conflict between the fallen angels and the undead creatures nears its conclusion. Clang! The deafening chime of a bell reverberates once more, causing the battle-weary fallen angels to levitate and return towards the castle, while the lifeless bodies of the fallen angels gradually succumb to the desolate, dark earth. It seems as if none of this ever transpired. Chapter 65. The Temple of Karam. On a distant hill, amidst a tumult of purple lightning, a shadow darted forth, crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom, revealing a figure clad in purple robes and armor. Ah, this audacious youth dares to venture away from this place. Fortunate that I have kept a contingency plan. Frowning, he swirled his purple robes and vanished into the distance. Jiang Ming sat cross-legged in meditation, revisiting the earlier carnage, immersing himself in that fearless state of mind. Young man, you possess courage to come to the fallen Cloud City. A figure began to materialize, gradually revealing the face of the man in the purple robe. A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, granting Jiang Ming an elevated regard for his audacity. Fallen Cloud City? Jiang Ming opened his eyes, finding a resonance with the name, as it aptly described the abode of the fallen angels. Shrouded in darkness, indeed, They were once the loyal guardians of heaven. Alas, following the abrupt onset of a temporal storm, they found themselves ensnared in the cursed graveyard, doomed to endlessly repeat their fearless slaughter. In good spirits, the man in the purple robe calmly elucidated the situation before outlining their subsequent plans. We shall now proceed to the Temple of Karam. I will engage the guards there. But you must assist me in retrieving the Karam statue. Engage. With your prowess, you cannot slay the guards. Within the temple, those guardians are immortal. Remember, you have only 3 minutes. Exceed that time, and the Karam statue will retaliate against intruders. After imparting this caution, the man in the purple robe waved his hand, and with a whoosh, Jiang Ming once again felt the world spin, darkness enveloping him. When he regained his senses, everything had transformed. He found himself amidst a dense forest, a distant ancient temple barely visible, evidently the Karam temple mentioned by the man in purple. Before approaching the inner sanctum, do not leave my sight, otherwise your demise is certain. The man in purple warned sternly, leading Jiang Ming to the temple entrance. The temple appeared grand and resplendent, with 4 statues of varying visages standing at the entrance, lifelike and vivid. Ziyuan, the 100-year pact has not yet arrived. What brings you to our temple? Hurry and depart. Before they could step through the grand doors, a thunderous roar erupted from within the hall, startling them into a momentary freeze, sending shivers through their spines. Undoubtedly, this man in purple, Ziyuan, was recognized by the temple's guardians. I have come to reclaim what belongs to our dragon clan, Ziyuan declared coldly, unperturbed. His voice, though soft, carried an air of authority. Ha! You think you can seize the Karam statue? A mocking voice echoed from within. Whether I can retrieve the statue is my concern. Should you obstruct me, do not blame me for being heartless. Insolence. Clearly, the exchange between the 2 parties concluded here. As the 4 statues flanking the temple doors suddenly sprang to life, advancing towards the 2 with graceful steps. However, Ziyuan regarded them with disdain. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured 4 orbs of white crystalline energy, exuding a chilling aura, and flung them forward. Clang, 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 clang. Accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous sounds, 4 ice pillars surged forth, ensnaring the statues before they could evade, rendering them immobile. Without a second glance at the statues, Ziyuan led Jiang Ming into the temple. Upon entering the Temple of Karam, they encountered numerous 5th-tier beasts, yet with Ziyuan's formidable presence, they posed no real threat. With a mere flick of his hand, he dispatched them effortlessly, collecting a bounty of runes in the process. Jiang Ming, not one to let an opportunity slip, eagerly gathered every rune, despite Ziyuan's jests about him scavenging trash. Yet, Jiang Ming remained undeterred. For these runes were all dropped by 5th-tier beasts, and to neglect them would be sheer folly. Thus, as Ziyuan continued to vanquish foes, Jiang Ming diligently collected the spoils of war, until they finally arrived at the location of the Karam statue. Now it is your turn to retrieve the statue. I can only hold the guardians at bay. Remember, you have but 3 minutes, Ziyuan reiterated, his demeanor shifting from calm to serious, muttering incantations as he conjured a shimmering purple longsword. Darting into the inner sanctum, Ziyuan, how dare you assault the statue? Guards, tear him apart. The voice that had previously echoed before the entrance bellowed once more. Shrieking and panicked, the center of the inner sanctum stood a pedestal glimmering with golden light, upon which rested a modest statue. This statue bore no hint of opulence, resembling something fashioned from mere clay. Yet, its unpretentious exterior was clearly a facade. The statue emanated a pulsating energy that quickened the heartbeat, causing Jiang Ming to feel his blood surge and his mind swell. Fortunately, having endured the oppressive presence of formidable beasts in the cursed graveyard, this mental wave posed no significant threat to him. Meanwhile, Ziyuan engaged 2 beasts wielding tridents. These creatures, muscular and towering at 3 meters, bore grotesque visages and glimmered with a faint crimson glow. Ziyuan's movements were swift, leaving a flurry of wounds upon the guardians in the blink of an eye. However, within a mere 0.5 seconds, those wounds astonishingly healed, their movements unimpeded. Jiang Ming refrained from acting hastily. His gaze fixed on the clash between Ziyuan and the guardians. He found himself perplexed as to why Ziyuan opted for mundane physical attacks instead of energy assaults. After all, physical strikes could inflict damage, but would be swiftly mended, rendering prior efforts futile. Little did he realize that it was not Ziyuan's intention to forego energy attacks. Rather, the guardians of the statue were a unique entity. immune to energy damage while simultaneously gaining strength from it, making them exceedingly formidable. Still hesitating, these guardians will only grow stronger, Ziyuan roared. Although he appeared at ease, he alone understood that with each injury inflicted upon the statue's guardians, their power would incrementally increase, particularly their resilience, thereby demanding even greater force to harm them anew. At this juncture, Jiang Ming finally resolved to act. He took slow, deliberate steps towards the statue, his heart pounding as if struck by a hammer. As he drew nearer, the mental pressure intensified, his back slick with sweat, his forehead drenched with cold perspiration. Were it not for his training in the cursed graveyard, he would have succumbed to a state of shock. Tick-tock, time slipped away, and Jiang Ming trembled, his complexion pale as if burdened by 1,000 weights. I refuse to believe it. You are merely an object. How can I not approach you? Chapter 66. The escape from the temple with a determined grit. Jiang Ming clenched his teeth, suppressing the terror within as he resolutely extended his finger towards the statue. Crack! The instant his fingertip brushed against the statue, it felt as if his mind short-circuited, plunging him into an abyss of darkness, followed by a terrifying roar echoing in his ears. Foolish human, what have you done? I am unharmed. Jiang Ming gazed at the statue in his grasp. It had transformed into the visage of an indigenous figure. Its sunken eyes seemingly locked onto him, evoking a sense of deja vu. I recognize this face. He found himself lost in thought, as if a force were beckoning him. Run! The roar of Ziyuan jolted Jiang Ming from his stupor. At that moment, 3 beams of vibrant light shot forth from within the hall towards Ziyuan and the 2 temple guardians, and under the illumination, they vanished without a trace. Suddenly, in the inner sanctum, only Jiang Ming remained. Silence, a strange silence. The floor echoed with thudding footsteps. With a thunderous crash, the pedestal housing the statue splintered, revealing a colossal, shadowy beast. Its face was grotesque, with an elephantine trunk, feline eyes, and 2 sharp, elongated tusks jutting from its maw, its muscular form dragging its arms to the ground. Roar! The beast raised its arm, lunging ferociously at Jiang Ming with the agility of a leopard. This is bad. Jiang Ming retreated 3 steps, narrowly evading the vicious strike, yet something felt amiss. Why do I feel utterly drained of energy? Every ounce of power had evaporated, and no matter how he summoned it, there was no response. However, the beast paid no heed to his plight. After its claw missed, it leapt into the air, roaring with excitement, and swiped again. Damn it! Though Jiang Ming could not retaliate, his agility and perception remained intact. He pivoted and sprinted towards the exit like the wind. Roar! The monster would not relent in its pursuit of prey. The series of failures had severely bruised its pride, and in a fit of rage, it stomped its foot violently against the ground, letting out a deafening roar before charging after Jiang Ming. Thunderous sounds reverberated as cracks began to spread across the walls and ceiling, resembling the relentless march of ants climbing a tree. This is bad. It's going to collapse. Panic surged through Jiang Ming as his strides grew increasingly desperate. Bang, bang. The shattered ceiling rained down debris, while the dark monster relentlessly pursued him. He could only discern the path ahead, lacking any time to assess its correctness. Run! He sprinted madly. He had no idea how long he had been running or where he had escaped to. He merely felt the energy within him gradually replenishing. A thought of counterattack flickered in his mind, but he mercilessly dismissed it. Since the dark monster was a creature of the temple, its power was formidable, and to defeat it would require an extraordinary strategy. However, continuously fleeing was not a viable solution. He could not possibly run forever, as he noticed the path ahead narrowing. The once spacious route had become barely wide enough for a single person. With a sheer cliff looming beneath, perhaps, this is where I can mount my counterattack. He abruptly halted, channeling his energy to draw forth the sword of hit, swiftly enhancing his attack card, and then executed a graceful upward strike. Dragon soars beneath. The sword glimmered like blossoms, its trajectory unconventional. With a resonating hum, the dark monster, perceiving the chase as mere sport before the kill, was utterly unprepared for the sudden strike, and it had no time to halt its advance. It could only lean to the right, evading a critical blow to its lower body. Yet, in such a frantic situation, the monster could not escape unscathed. While it dodged the vital area, its abdomen was brutally pierced, and yellow blood gushed forth like a fountain. Roar! The dark monster was enraged, pounding its chest with its hands, the resounding thuds shaking the very earth. Immediately after, it thrust its arms forward like 2 sharp daggers. Jiang Ming was well aware of the potency of this attack. He swiftly rolled to the side, retreating step by step until he stood at the edge of the cliff, expressionless as he gazed at the monster. "You think I fear your bait?" His intent was unmistakable, to provoke the dark monster, luring it into a frenzied assault that would send it plummeting off the cliff. The opportunity was singular. Failure would mean demise, roar indeed. As the dark monster missed its grasp, its fury intensified. It leaped ferociously, akin to a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, hurtling towards Jiang Ming like a missile. Now's the moment. Jiang Ming's eyes brightened. Gripping the sword of hit, he swiftly drew a circle on the ground. With a resounding crack, the earth splintered, and he rolled to the left. Roar! The dark monster descended from the sky, its foot landing squarely within Jiang Ming's drawn circle. Under the immense weight of its colossal form, the fractured ground could not withstand the pressure, collapsing like a severed kite. That was close. As he witnessed the monster's fall, Jiang Ming exhaled deeply. This was all calculated within a heartbeat. Had he been but a fraction slower, it would have been him, not the dark monster, meeting a gruesome fate. Next, he must reach the forest and await Ziyuan. Yet, before he could turn away, a sharp sound pierced the air as a pitch-black, furry tail ensnared his right foot. It was the hidden tail of the dark monster, which then yanked him violently. No. Jiang Ming barely had time to emit a cry before he was dragged down the cliff. Pain, excruciating pain. He awoke, his body immobilized, with only his mind remaining alert. He vividly recalled that during his descent alongside the dark monster, countless colorful circles floated in the sky, with the monster unfortunate enough to collide with a yellow circle, instantly disintegrating into nothingness. However, he himself was struck by a pink circle, and it felt as though gentle feminine hands caressed him, whispering intoxicating phrases, leading him into a state of blissful slumber. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself in this state. Curiously, there were no visible wounds, not a single scratch, yet the pain persisted, penetrating to the marrow. Where am I? He could faintly hear a melodious sound nearby, surrounded by a vibrant sea of chrysanthemums, with a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Ka, a familiar voice, its bright red fur unmistakable, was none other than the fire-explosive monkey. Eagerly gazing at him, "Fire-explosive monkey, how did you manage to get here? P.S. I am grateful for the unwavering support of my readers. I am aware of my shortcomings in writing, and your steadfast encouragement is what keeps me going. Special thanks to Fu Xiaodang, Patient Lin Maoren, Ku Mu Shi Shu, Shi Luo Yi, Wei Ai Ing, Shi Chu, Du Wu, and others for your generous patronage, which fuels my confidence to continue writing. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to one particular reader who has quietly supported me, consistently providing me with votes and rewards even during my less stellar moments. Thank you so much, Zongheng AI. To other readers such as Jia Ting Mo Lianling Yuan Sui, your immense support and votes is truly appreciated, and to the other anonymous readers whom I cannot identify, thank you as well. Let us join the group for further discussions. Chapter 67. The Alps. Seeking recommendations and collections. Jiang Ming was perplexed. After integrating with the heart of the king, the ancient tome began to change, as if these cards were increasingly resembling tangible entities rather than mere tools. Upon seeing their master awaken, the two fire-explosive monkeys danced around him excitedly, while the male monkey noticed Jiang Ming's cracked, bleeding lips and pale complexion, chattering as it scampered off into the distance. After about half an hour, it returned with a bunch of bright red fruits, glistening with droplets of water. The female fire-explosive monkey eagerly grabbed one and stuffed it into Jiang Ming's mouth. Gulp. The fruit was sweet, and upon swallowing, it felt as if a clear spring were flowing down his throat, with a stream coursing through his belly. Jiang Ming realized that after consuming the first fruit, the excruciating pain had subsided significantly, and his complexion regained its color. Could it be the fruit of a divine tree? He could hardly believe such a sensation. Perhaps only a celestial being could cultivate such miraculous fruit. The female monkey, seeing its master's improvement after devouring the first fruit, enthusiastically fed him the rest of the bounty. Delightful. In but a moment, the intense pain had vanished completely, and he felt an inexhaustible surge of energy within. Jiang Ming sat up with a grin, exclaiming, "What kind of fruit did you give me? Take me to see." The male fire-explosive monkey nodded knowingly and eagerly tugged at his hand, leading him onward. The journey continued through an endless expanse of chrysanthemums. It was hard to fathom how the monkeys knew the way. If Jiang Ming had ventured alone, he would have surely lost his sense of direction in no time. What kind of tree is this? Jiang Ming was astonished at the sight of a colossal tree before him, its branches laden with the same bright red fruits, yet devoid of any leaves. Towering into the clouds, its trunk was as thick as a man's thigh, with shimmering green light flowing down its bark. What species is this? I have never heard of such a tree. He reached for fruit. A sudden peril unfolded. With a thunderous bang, the green light cascading down the tree suddenly shot toward his forehead like an arrow. In that critical moment, the male monkey unleashed a fireball, colliding with the green light and nullifying it into nothingness. Automated defensive attack. Jiang Ming was thoroughly startled, his face paling. Had the fire-explosive monkey not acted swiftly, he would have been grievously harmed in his unguarded state. Anger welled within him, and he shot the monkey a fierce glare. Ka! The fire-explosive monkey shook its head, refusing to comply. Instead, it leaped onto a branch and, with a flurry of movement, knocked several fruits to the ground. Strangely, it seemed unaffected by the bizarre green light attack. Could it be that the fire-explosive monkey shares a symbiotic relationship with this tree? Jiang Ming stroked his chin, deep in thought. In his past life, he had encountered theories related to this in the magazine Symbiotic Era. During the Tree Realm era, many exotic beasts and plants shared intricate connections. Some beasts would protect delicate plants, provided they could partake of the fruits they bore. There were even beasts that nourished plants with their own blood in exchange for leaves or fruits. Indeed, as the Tree Realm era emerged, Earth's biosphere gradually transformed. Oh, fire-explosive monkey. A woman's voice suddenly echoed from afar. A graceful figure flitted before him, gradually revealing a stunning visage. The woman donned a garment reminiscent of ancient yellow robes, ethereal and elegant, revealing her snow-white skin. Between her long thighs, a mysterious area, capable of driving male creatures wild, was subtly hinted at. Who are you? Jiang Ming spat out, recovering from his daze, and smilingly inquired. Xiaohong, come down. Sister has peaches for you. The girl in the yellow robe paid no heed to Jiang Ming, instead waving her delicate hand and gazing at the fiery monkey with a light laugh. The gentle words of the beautiful maiden were akin to an embrace for the typically unruly fiery monkey, which leaped into her arms, chattering incessantly, pressing its head against her soft bosom. What a creature that prioritizes affection over its master. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes in silence, sighed, and then coughed twice, saying, Greetings, miss. I am Jiang Ming. May I inquire your name? Huang Wen. The girl in yellow finally turned her head, smiling. Why do you dress so strangely? Where do you come from? Strange. Upon hearing this term, Jiang Ming felt it should be he who posed the question. Had it not been for the film shoot, he would never have encountered someone dressed as she was. Given the ambiguity of the situation, prudence was warranted. I fell from a cliff. Upon waking, I remembered nothing. You are from the upper realm? Huang Wen gasped, covering her cherry lips, her eyes reflecting surprise. Upper realm? Jiang Ming appeared bewildered. Oh, I forgot, you have amnesia. Huang Wen shyly adjusted her garment, explaining, there are two worlds here, separated by the Alps. The mountain above is called the upper realm, while the area below is the lower realm. It is said that there are beings resembling us in the upper realm, but due to a decree from the great god Kalamu, they are forever forbidden from descending and mingling with us commoners. Those who attempt to cross the Alps will face severe punishment from the divine light of the mountain, hence we have never interacted. The Alps. The great god Kalamu? Jiang Ming's expression changed, his mind swirling with questions. Isn't the Alps in Europe? How did it end up here? Moreover, Huang Wen's features clearly suggested an Asian descent, and the language she spoke was intelligible to him. What was going on, and could that god Kalamu be the same as the statue of Kalamur? Since you fell and have lost your memory, how unfortunate. The great god Kalamu would not punish you. Why not return to the village with me? The village chief can assess your situation. The simple and hospitable Huang Wen, without suspicion towards Jiang Ming's explanation, invited him with a smile. Very well. Jiang Ming was eager to ascertain his whereabouts, and since she extended an invitation, he thought it wise to acquiesce. Hold onto my hand tightly. I shall take you there. Xiaohong, you stand on my shoulder and stay still. Huang Wen smiled as she extended her right hand, then lightly tapped her toes on the ground, remarkably ascending into the air. Chapter 68. God, Madman. Not sensing any energy fluctuations, Jiang Ming was astonished. It was already peculiar that she could fly, and the absence of detectable energy around her raised further questions. What power did she rely on? The mystery unfolded only upon reaching the village. After flying for about half an hour, they descended upon a small village nestled amidst lush greenery, where thatched cottages of varying heights could be seen. And the faint sounds of bustling activity reached their ears. Xiaowen, who is he? A burly man at the village entrance was taken aback to see the fiery monkey perched on Huang Wen's shoulder. Oh, oldly, no need to be so startled. You will know his identity once you meet the village chief. Come, let us enter the village, Huang Wen giggled, leading the way. Clearly, Jiang Ming's attire and the fiery monkey attracted the curious gazes of the villagers. Those familiar approached directly, while others followed closely behind. By the time they reached the village chief's residence, nearly half the villagers of all ages trailed after them. Xiaowen, take him inside. The rest can wait at the door. Upon arriving at the village chief's abode, such instructions were given. After all, with such a large throng, if they all squeezed in, the small dwelling would surely burst at the seams. Jiang Ming entered the house with Huang Wen. The interior, though simple, appeared quite refreshing, and an elderly man with a white beard leaned on a cane, gazing at him. Strange, how do you possess the aura of a divine being? The elder's bleary eyes widened in astonishment as he grasped Jiang Ming's arm. Village chief, he is from the upper realm, Huang Wen interjected, noting the elder's loss of composure, her lips pouting slightly. From the upper realm? The village chief's expression shifted dramatically, a glint of caution flickering in his gaze as he solemnly inquired. You are one of the beings from the upper realm, yet how did you descend to our lower realm? Have you forgotten the decree of the great god Kalamu? I am Jiang Ming. And I fell from the Alps. The specifics elude me, as I have lost my memory upon waking. Jiang Ming had long prepared his response. Given the simplicity of the common folk, the likelihood of them discerning his deceit was exceedingly low. Indeed, upon hearing this, the village chief's demeanor softened considerably. He sighed gently and said, Child, I cannot concern myself with how you fell, but you must not linger in the village. The great god Kalamu strictly forbids interaction between the realms. Is there a way for me to ascend the mountain? There is a way, but the village chief spoke cryptically, waving Huang Wen away. Let everyone disperse for now. I shall gather everyone for a meeting tonight. Huang Wen complied and retreated, casting a subtle glance back at the fiery monkey with a faint smile. At this juncture, the village chief continued, Follow me closely. Do not wander or speak. With that, he adjusted a small lamp on the table, causing a section of the floor to rumble and reveal a staircase leading into darkness. As they peered into the abyss, it was shrouded in shadow, obscuring what lay ahead. The village chief moved forward, his frail, hunched frame supported by a cane, the sound echoing in the stillness. The staircase was long, descending for what felt like 3 stories. As they ascended, a dim light began to emerge, just as Jiang Ming stepped inside. A gust of chilling wind swept past, sending shivers down his spine, accompanied by the faint sounds of laughter from women. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Ming felt the urge to inquire, but swallowed back his words. Recalling the village chief's earlier admonition against speaking, clearly, he was aware of the situation, and hastily questioning it might lead to complications. Observing the youth's composure, the village chief nodded approvingly and continued to lead him deeper into the shadows. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, with only the weak light from the village chief's lamp allowing a glimpse of their path, while the structures around remained entirely indistinct. After a considerable distance, they arrived at an iron door, cloaked in cobwebs and dust. The village chief gently pushed the door open, revealing a seated stone statue, with 6 red candles arranged methodically beside it, and a 6-pointed star drawn on the ground. Child, approach and kneel before the statue, then you shall know what to do. The great god Kalamu will provide guidance. The village chief halted at the entrance, clearly allowing Jiang Ming to approach alone. Why can't I see the statue's face? Jiang Ming inched closer, realizing something was amiss, his heart racing in surprise. However, he hesitated only briefly before mimicking the posture of the statue and kneeling. Closing his eyes, Jiang Ming's consciousness began to fade. You have finally arrived. In the depths of darkness, Jiang Ming slowly opened his eyes, only to find the stone statues had vanished, and a low voice resonated in his ears. Without a doubt, he had entered a realm of consciousness to commune with the statue, but why had it said he had finally arrived? Confusion clouded Jiang Ming's mind. Only a sense of anticipation could elicit such words. What do you mean? I do not recognize you. Weak. No, you have come too early. Too early, Jiang Ming grew increasingly perplexed. It felt like a riddle, utterly bewildering. You still harbor doubts, confusion, unrest. Enough. I tire of your nonsensical ramblings. Tell me how I can return to my original world. You must know the great god Kalamu. Take me to meet him. Jiang Ming's expression darkened, growing impatient. He found it peculiar that this statue, likely the great god Kalamu, spoke irrationally and could not communicate clearly. Anger, impatience. These feelings still linger within you. Regardless, the voice continued its monologue. Fool, are you even listening to me? Jiang Ming's temper flared, and with a swift motion, he conjured a sharp sword-like energy that sliced through the AI-ard. I end this realm of consciousness. He could wield the sword of height without expending energy, resembling Huang Wen's effortless flight. You comprehend, possessing the heart of a king. Splendid. The gears of history have finally shifted. The heart of a king. At last, the great god Kalamu uttered words that resonated with clarity, even acknowledging the concept of the heart of a king. Jiang Ming's brow suddenly unfurled as he exclaimed loudly, "Do you know the heart of the king? Can you tell me what it truly entails?" He chuckled softly. "You actually don't know. How intriguing. Truly intriguing." Intriguing? What does that mean? Jiang Ming was rendered speechless. This so-called deity seemed to have lost his wits. Just a moment ago, he spoke sensibly, and now he was uttering nonsensical drivel. You will remain here for a while longer, until the second layer of the Hera magic box is unraveled. The Hera magic box. At this point, the voice faded into silence, and Jiang Ming, bewildered, opened his eyes to find the village chief kneeling devoutly on the ground. P.S. Wishing all book friends a happy April Fool's Day. Chapter 69. The charlatan, seeking collections, seeking votes. The red candles on the ground had long since extinguished, and the statue that once sat prominently had vanished without a trace. The hexagram-like pattern shimmered brilliantly as the white-bearded elder knelt, murmuring prayers akin to pleas for divine protection. "Chief, what is happening here?" Jiang Ming regained his composure and hurried over to assist the elder. "Great God Karam, you have finally manifested," the elder, too excited to raise his gaze, proclaimed fervently. Great God Karam? Jiang Ming was perplexed. Did the chief truly believe himself to be the reincarnation of God Karam? This was absurdly superstitious. However, the statue had indeed vanished in a most peculiar manner. Even more bizarrely, it seemed as though he was still emanating a faint glow in the darkness, though it was now gradually fading. Undoubtedly, in this state, he bore a striking resemblance to a deity. No wonder the chief had mistaken him for one. "Please, rise and speak. How long has it been since I was glowing?" Jiang Ming was eager to learn what had transpired during his descent into consciousness. "Oh, great God Karam, you do not remember." The village chief pondered for a moment before recounting the events. It turned out that shortly after Jiang Ming had seated himself, the hexagram on the ground had suddenly erupted in brilliance, and the statue had slowly ascended into the air, resembling a shadow behind him. Just like that, the statue gradually faded, merging into Jiang Ming's form as if it had become a part of him. At this moment, Jiang Ming slowly opened his eyes, his hands forming a lotus gesture, murmuring softly. His voice was not loud, yet he radiated a holy golden light, instilling a sense of tranquility around him. "I believe you may not have fully awakened yet, which is why you are experiencing this fleeting amnesia, but worry not. We, the humble folk, are your most loyal servants and shall forever follow in your footsteps." Determined to combat the dark forces descending upon the Alps, the chief declared passionately, a glimmer of fervor igniting in his small eyes, dismissing any semblance of frailty typically associated with old age. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming fell silent. Such statements could only deceive honest souls like the chief. Darkness, servants, what a farce. Great God Karam, you truly are a remarkable charlatan, Jiang Ming inwardly cursed. Speaking incomprehensible phrases in his mind, and then using mental manipulation to utter doomsday proclamations, what was the difference between this and spreading a religion? He had no desire to serve as a mere mouthpiece for great God Karam. Jiang Ming found himself in a predicament, unable to voice his discontent. The statue's strange disappearance, coupled with its absurd remarks, rendered any immediate escape from the Alps impossible. He had no choice but to seek a secondary option and leave this place first. Though he appeared calm on the surface, he was desperate to vacate this cursed location. "Everyone must come. I have a significant announcement to make." Back in the room, the chief eagerly summoned the villagers, passionately recounting the tale of Jiang Ming and Great God Karam. "I believe that Great God Karam supports us humble folk. I am convinced that great god Karam will lead us to vanquish the darkness from above and defeat the traitorous demi-humans. Though aged, the chief transformed into a frenzied figure when speaking of demi-humans and great god Karam. He exaggerated Jiang Ming's fall from the cliff into a narrative of betrayal by the demi-humans who had cast him down, branding it as the most genuine darkness of the Alps that must not be tolerated. Naturally, not a single villager opposed him. Each one gritted their teeth in disdain for the demi-humans, kneeling devoutly in reverence to Jiang Ming. This is dire. The old man is far too radical. If this continues, it will escalate into a war between realms. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he contemplated the situation. If things progressed down this path, war was inevitable. However, denying the tale of his supposed fall from the cliff would only dampen the chief's spirits. If unresolved, it would not only prevent the immediate conflict, but might also lead to further hostilities behind the scenes. He understood that if tensions continued to mount, it could result in disastrous consequences. It was better to allow things to unfold naturally for the time being and act accordingly. Fortunately, the two realms were separated by the Alps. Otherwise, conflict would have already erupted. Great god Karam, please guide us over the Alps to confront the treacherous demi-humans. The chief and several fervent youths lamented for a long while, ultimately arriving at the most pressing issue, how to traverse the Alps. This matter fell squarely upon the shoulders of the esteemed great god Karam. It was said that the Alps were a creation of great god Karam, thus, only he could unravel the enigma. Silence. I require meditation. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew still, with all eyes fixed upon Jiang Ming, lost in thought. As they clasped their hands in silent prayer, scarcely daring to breathe, given that the wicked demi-humans had already conspired against him, it was clear they had prepared for war. Our foremost task now is not to recklessly march to our doom, but to forge weapons, stockpile provisions, and prepare for the impending treacherous ambush. Upon uttering these words, the villagers nodded in agreement, collectively praising, Great God Karam, you are an unparalleled prophet, you embody supreme wisdom. After a round of flattery, Jiang Ming basked in the praise, gently closing his eyes with a faint smile, feigning the demeanor of a benevolent deity. Occasionally playing the charlatan was rather amusing. No wonder great god Karam reveled in his role. Wait, I am a charlatan. Does that mean Karam is also a charlatan? A frightening thought flickered through his mind. Karam might be an ordinary person like himself. However, Karam could be an extraordinarily formidable individual, manipulating the villagers' ignorance to claim divinity and inciting fervent devotion through mental control, an easy path to achieving the status of a god. As for the origins of the Alps, they served as the perfect excuse for his theatrical prowess. Yet, what could be his ultimate objective in all this? Moreover, if he were not a god, where would he be at this very moment? Such conjectures were ruthlessly dismissed, for he had visited the Karam temple and possessed the Karam statue. The incidents triggered within the room and the vanishing statue could all serve as evidence of his divinity. Though an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, you all go prepare. I need to rest. Huang Wen, you stay. The rest of you may get busy, in contrast to the religious fervor of the villagers. The simple Huang Wen was more inclined to inquire about matters. Jiang Ming needed to learn everything about Karam to fulfill his role as a charlatan. Consequently, aside from Jiang Ming, only Huang Wen remained in the room. At this moment, she cradled the fiery monkey in her arms, her heart racing, her cheeks flushed, uncertain of what great god Karam might inquire of her. P.S. Thanks to Zongheng AI for the April Fool's gift. I sincerely appreciate your support. Chapter 70. The Legend of the Great Deity, seeking collections, seeking votes. Upon seeing her anxious demeanor, Jiang Ming smiled gently. Do not be alarmed. I only wish to learn about the origins of the Alps and the realms above and below. I trust you are familiar with this. Very well. Huang Wen sighed, her tense spirit easing considerably. She had anticipated questions of a more peculiar nature, yet now it was merely about the Alps, an almost universally known topic. With nothing to hide, thus, she began to recount the lengthy tale of legends. Long, long ago, beyond the reach of memory, there existed no Alps, nor any distinction between the realms. The demi-humans and the humble folk were indistinguishable. All referred to as the Abe people, they lived in a state of semi-primitive existence, daily fretting over food and survival. Then, one fateful day, everything changed. According to the elders, on that day, the sky was clear. Yet a heavy stench of blood obscured the heavens. The area surrounding the tribe was littered with corpses, beset by ferocious beasts and vile serpents. The four great beast clans of the forest launched a final battle to eradicate humanity. Wails echoed across the land, and corpses were strewn everywhere. The frail Yabe people could offer no resistance, only kneeling in prayer to the divine for salvation. Perhaps the piety of the Yabe people moved the heavens, or perhaps the gods could not bear witness to their demise. Suddenly, the clear sky turned pitch black, and countless bolts of lightning crisscrossed the heavens. Thunder rumbled. The lightning twisted like rampaging serpents, and amidst it all, a towering figure gradually emerged, his visage too glorious for any to behold directly. Every action of his commanded reverence from the world itself. I am the eye of the storm. He moved as if on solid ground, raising his arm with a flourish. I am an instant. The heavens shattered. The earth quaked, and flames and hail rained down as if the apocalypse had arrived. Fierce beasts and bizarre avians, not daring to linger even for a moment, scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in a frantic haste. Yet, where could they escape to? Hail blocked their path, colossal ice pillars reaching 1,000 fathoms deep. Flames devoured their bodies, leaving no trace behind. With the strength of a single individual, he eradicated countless birds and beasts. This is the mighty deity Kalamu. His arrival bestowed a glimmer of hope upon the nearly extinct Abe people. After descending, Kalamu selected a group of exceptionally enlightened Abe individuals as his disciples, imparting to them the seeds of supreme power. 50 years later, under Kalamu's guidance, these disciples evolved into fearsome warriors, and most astonishingly, Kalamu himself remained as youthful and powerful as ever. Meanwhile, the ferocious beasts of the forest, following Kalamu's arrival, witnessed the demise of the once mighty Lionheart Griffin. As their days grew ever bleaker, those who once dominated vast territories were driven to the brink of extinction by Kalamu and the Abe people. Ultimately, they could endure no longer. The white fox, using her beauty, enchanted the ancestors of the Abe, while the malignant blood Qilin sacrificed itself to forcibly awaken the slumbering beast demon, and the Xianyuan tiger set a trap to invite Kalamu for negotiations. The fearless Kalamu, without hesitation, ventured into the forest, only to be besieged by the Xianyuan tiger and other formidable beasts. That battle was one of tremendous upheaval, shaking the earth and mountains. The dense forest was laid to waste, and the surging seas were consumed by flames. Yet still, Kalamu held the upper hand against the onslaught of the beast demon and Xianyuan tiger. After 3 days and nights of fierce combat, just as the beasts were on the verge of exhaustion, a scene of divine wrath unfolded. An ancestor of the Abe plunged a dagger into Kalamu's chest, and his own aide, who had always supported him, betrayed the deity. Foolishness. Kalamu, enraged, sought to slay this traitor, yet upon seeing the bewildered gaze and recalling the reluctance of his wife before his departure, he hesitated. With a deep sigh, he suddenly burst into wild laughter, and the sword of height in his hand tore through the fabric of time and space. Terrifying rifts in the fabric of reality appeared, and the powerful beasts, including Xianyuan tiger and the beast demon, were drawn into these voids. Subsequently, Kalamu released immense mountains from the rift, filling the devastated forest and oceans, sealing the sword of height within the only passage of the mountains. Henceforth, you and your wife shall reside on the summit of the Alps, forever barred from descending. This was Kalamu's ultimate punishment for the Abe, and after uttering these words, he transformed into a radiant light that illuminated the earth, some of which formed the punitive divine light that lingered in the mountain ravines, while others became various peculiar divine trees, with some vanishing without a trace. From that moment on, Kalamu never again descended to the mortal realm, yet following that battle, the beasts of the forest languished. Eventually, under the relentless pursuit of Kalamu's disciples, the beasts of the forest faced extinction. In the years that followed his departure, numerous accounts emerged of Kalamu punishing evil, and to commemorate his heroic deeds, the people revered him as the one true god among heaven and earth. This is the origin of Kalamu. Upon hearing all of this, Jiang Ming was profoundly shaken. The deeds of Kalamu bore striking resemblance to typical mythological tales, where a formidable hero achieves globally renowned feats and is thereafter venerated as a deity. However, one matter astonished him. Why was Kalamu's weapon referred to as the Sword of Height? Could there truly exist a second Sword of Height in the world? All of this became an enigma, for the veracity of mythological stories is often uncertain, and with the passage of time, how much has been exaggerated remains unknown. Jiang Ming kept his doubts to himself, yet a peculiar premonition lingered in his heart. It felt as if he were intricately connected to all of this, an irresistible sensation drawing him closer. Tomorrow, we shall venture to the Alps, but you mustn't tell anyone. He resolved to investigate the Alps, perhaps uncovering clues that would reveal the truth behind the existence of a second sword of height. Naturally, Huang Wen dared not defy Kalamu's command. On the second day, before dawn, Jiang Ming quietly departed from his residence and, as agreed, met Huang Wen at the foot of the Alps. The Alps before him were as majestic and perilous as those in his original world. Their peaks perpetually shrouded in snow, with only a rugged, winding path leading to the summit, steep and arduous to climb. Jiang Ming grasped Huang Wen's delicate hand, struggling upward, and casually inquired, "A bay people can fly, cannot they? Has no one ever soared to the summit? That's impossible. Firstly, the punitive divine light attacks floating objects, and secondly, flying is utterly unfeasible in the Alps," Huang Wen replied, shaking her head and offering a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. The two continued their ascent until they finally arrived at the site of the colossal sword that obstructed their path. Before them stood a gigantic sword, soaring into the heavens, its width completely blocking the way. Despite enduring countless years of wind and frost, it bore no signs of rust or decay. "This sword, why does it feel identical to my sword of height?" Jiang Ming marveled, gently caressing the blade, his astonishment growing. Could such a striking resemblance truly exist in the world? Furrowing his brow, he paced back and forth, deep in thought, perplexed. Meanwhile, Huang Wen quietly observed his distress, wishing to inquire but ultimately refraining. Suddenly, Jiang Ming unsheathed his sword of height, meticulously comparing it to the colossal sword, his expression growing increasingly grave. Indeed, it was unmistakable. This giant sword bore a 99 similarity to his sword of height, both in material and hue, almost indistinguishable. It could be said that the giant sword was indeed the sword of height, or, even more accurately, yes, it is my sword of height. A thought flashed through his mind, and Jiang Ming inadvertently exclaimed, startling Huang Wen beside him, "What are you so paranoid about?" Huang Wen furrowed her brows, intrigued yet cautious. Had it not been for her reverence for Kalamu, she would have expressed herself more freely. However, Jiang Ming was too preoccupied to clarify anything. He was consumed with thoughts about how his sword of height could have manifested as a giant sword. The existence of two identical swords of height was implausible. From a scientific standpoint, it was impossible for the same object to exist within the same timeline, unless it had traversed time and space and belonged to a parallel dimension. Suddenly, Jiang Ming recalled a scientific hypothesis proposed by Dr. Li. Aside from the time axis we inhabit, there exist countless parallel time axes, such as B, C, and so forth. In these parallel time axes, objects and events bear striking similarities, and one thing can be confirmed. Within any given parallel time axis, identical individuals exist, with only slight discrepancies in their abilities. Otherwise, the parallel time axis would collapse. Undoubtedly, the two swords of height were distinct entities from different time axes. Only such an explanation could elucidate why the sword of height existed here. Thus, everything had become clear. Jiang Ming, possessing the heart of a king, boldly proposed a hypothesis, one that approached the realm of fact. In the future world, the version of himself from parallel time axis B had, through some means, arrived in parallel time axis A, where he might have mastered the art of time travel, leading him to that tumultuous era long ago. Perhaps he failed in his time traversal and fell into that specific moment. Regardless of the reason, the version of himself from parallel time axis B had indeed arrived in the distant past of parallel time axis A. However, upon reaching that time point, he began to implement a certain plan, transforming himself into Kalamu, the sole true deity of the Abay people. Yet, plans often do not unfold as intended. Kalamu likely encountered some unforeseen event or dreadful revelation, which compelled him to place the sword of height in the Alps to obstruct contact between the Abay and the Baron. The specifics remained elusive to Jiang Ming. After all, the immense sword before him, though incredibly solid, possessed no sentience, rendering it impossible to extract any clues. The thought that his future self could attain such a level of power, yet return to the past as a deity akin to primitive beings, was utterly bewildering, unless he faced an insurmountable foe or force in the future, compelling him to return to the past to alter certain events in order to contend with it. At this point, Jiang Ming couldn't help but take a deep breath, Ever since embracing the heart of a king, his analytical prowess had become remarkably precise, and this hypothesis appeared to be the most plausible. Why, then, had his future self integrated with the statue? Jiang Ming pondered, gripping his chin for a moment before retrieving the statue he had obtained from Kalamu's temple, sitting before the colossal sword in contemplation. Suddenly, the statue slipped from his grasp and collided with the giant sword. After a thunderous crash, the immense sword of height resonated and trembled, its massive blade gradually shrinking until, within a minute, it had diminished to the size of Jiang Ming's sword of height. The sword whirled in the air with excitement, and at that moment, the statue of Kalamu radiated a brilliant light. With a crisp sound, the transformation continued. A radiant beam of multicolored light emanated directly from the statue and pierced into the forehead, plunging everything into darkness. At last, you have arrived. The familiar voice, the tone unmistakably identical to his own, surrounding him was an impenetrable blackness, devoid of any visible presence, yet resonating with his own voice. How could you possibly know I would come here? And why do you assume the role of the deity Kalamu? Are you a version of me from another parallel timeline? Jiang Ming, unable to contain himself, unleashed a barrage of questions, regardless of your sentiments or inquiries. Do not seek answers. The voice you hear now is the guidance I left behind in the prehistoric era of Earth. If you can comprehend these words, it signifies that you have obtained a temporal marker. And you must unite it with the Sword of Hit. If you possess enough intellect, you will surely deduce that I am you, and you are me. I am merely another version of yourself from a parallel timeline. My purpose in coming here is simple: to establish my own power and alter a grim future. However, as I endeavored to create all of this, I realized I was profoundly mistaken. The narrative here aligns seamlessly with previous deductions. It is merely that Jiang Ming could not comprehend the nature of this mistake. How could altering a specific moment in time affect the future of all parallel timelines be erroneous? After a lengthy silence, the voice resumed. I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to divulge this, but as you are me, you must understand. I will certainly advise myself against repeating past mistakes. Remember, greater expectations lead to greater disappointments. As you strive to alter the future will likewise impose changes upon you. It will not manifest as the future you desired. In pursuit of altering the future will exact a substantial toll from you. Jiang Ming found himself bewildered. What could the deity Kalamu possibly mean by this? Is traversing parallel timelines and returning to the past to make changes inherently flawed? Yet, there were no answers to be found. Once the warning had been uttered, Jiang Ming discovered himself back at the impasse. Chapter 72, Enigmatic Dream. Seeking collections, seeking votes. Unbeknownst to her, Huang Wen stood in astonishment, suspended in midair beside the statue of Kalamu and the Sword of Hit. Thud! The moment she regained her senses, the statue of Kalamu fell to the ground, and the swirling Sword of Hit suddenly transformed into a brilliant flash, darting towards her palm, merging two swords into one. However, Jiang Ming felt that the Sword of Hit in his grasp had grown considerably heavier, yet he did not perceive any other extraordinary abilities. What just happened? Huang Wen covered her mouth, speaking softly. Just after the statue emitted its radiant light into his forehead, Jiang Ming was enveloped in a golden glow, seated on the ground, yet remained silent, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. It's nothing. Let us proceed. Jiang Ming shook his head, stowing away the statue and signaling to continue onward. Along the way, aside from the treacherous mountain path that posed a challenge to climb, they encountered no monstrous beings. At this juncture, the duo reached the end of the mountain trail, and before them lay a breathtaking panorama of colorful clouds floating in the sky, capricious like mischievous children, rising and falling, ever unpredictable. This place was suffused with punitive divine light. The vibrant hues of the clouds were strikingly vivid, yet concealed boundless peril. We cannot advance any further. The punitive divine light will tear us apart. Huang Wen exclaimed, her brows furrowed. Yet Jiang Ming seemed oblivious, quietly advancing, pointing the Sword of Hit ahead. Thunderous rumbling. The nearest strands of punitive divine light appeared to heed some command, parting to either side, creating a narrow passageway. Indeed, I was not mistaken. The purpose of the Sword of Hit, left by the deity Kalamu, was not merely to erect obstacles at this impasse, but to enable passage through the punitive divine light. Under Jiang Ming's guidance with the Sword of Hit, all punitive divine light withdrew, forming orderly rows. resembling soldiers lined up for inspection, with Huang Wen naturally following behind, her heart filled with astonishment. With the absence of resistance from the punitive divine light, their ascent quickened significantly, and by evening, they reached an altitude of approximately 1,000 meters. Before them lay a pristine expanse, illuminated by the setting sun, rendering it even more magnificent. Although Huang Wen was clad in delicate gauze, her unique physique rendered her impervious to the cold, much less Jiang Ming, a mid-tier star warrior. Night swiftly descended, the sky adorned with twinkling stars. From the mountain heights, the view was enchanting. Flakes of snow drifted down, embellishing the tranquil night. Dressed so lightly, how could you possibly not feel cold? Jiang Ming marveled as he sat by a campfire, questioning her. As the temperature hovered near freezing, he felt a slight chill, while Huang Wen, draped only in a thin layer of gauze, appeared exceptionally captivating in the snowy night, yet seemed completely unfazed by the cold. Perhaps the legacy left by the deity Kalamu had already altered the constitution of their alpine kin. Jiang Ming was intrigued by how such a physique could be cultivated, vaguely interested in how he might achieve this in a parallel realm. This is my first time in such lofty heights. The snow scenery is truly beautiful. If only we could linger here indefinitely. Huang Wen, equally exhilarated, extended her porcelain-white arms, catching the falling snowflakes, and began to dance gracefully upon the ground. Reminiscent of a celestial maiden, after frolicking until the late hours, she eventually succumbed to peaceful slumber, while Jiang Ming remained alert, closing his eyes to rejuvenate, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Caution had long become his habit. As the night deepened, the biting cold wind grew fierce, accompanied by swirling snowflakes, creating an atmosphere of desolation and chill. Snowflakes danced, clouds drifted lazily, the sword of coldness. Suddenly, a melodious celestial voice echoed from afar, like a gentle stream caressing the heart, evoking warmth and tranquility. Jiang Ming found himself humming along, entranced by the enchanting melody. How delightful! It has been ages since I have heard such a song. This thought flitted through his mind as he surrendered to the exquisite lullaby, gradually drifting into slumber. Crash! A sudden chill enveloped him, piercing to the bone. Jiang Ming couldn't help but shiver, his body trembling. What is happening? Did I fall asleep? Where am I? He realized he was nearly unclothed, his energy utterly depleted, enduring the icy baptism within a cramped cavern. Fortunately, as a mid-tier star warrior, his physique was far superior to ordinary beings, preventing him from succumbing to frostbite. Even so, his lips turned purple, and goosebumps covered his body. Before him stood a woman clad in gauze, her delicate features devoid of life, her eyes reflecting an eerie coldness. It was Huang Wen. Beside her stood another woman, entirely enrobed in white. Her cascading silver hair and skin, reminiscent of ice and snow, appeared almost sickly pale, accentuated by her flowing white garment, exuding an unparalleled beauty. Who are you? What do you intend to do with us? Jiang Ming, momentarily dazed, shouted aloud. She resembles, so strikingly similar. The woman in white approached Jiang Ming, gently lifting his face to scrutinize his features beneath her enchanting gaze, filled with tenderness yet tinged with a hint of resentment. Alas, you are not him. After a brief moment, she released him, sighed deeply, and coldly commanded, "Go, drain him." She stepped aside, and at that moment, the dazed Huang Wen began to move. Silently, she approached Jiang Ming, reaching for his scant clothing, gently stripping it away. As he stood vulnerable, the woman in white widened her eyes in astonishment. So similar. Too similar, her eyelashes dampened by mist. Her body trembled slightly. Yet she did not intervene. Meanwhile, Huang Wen had stripped Jiang Ming bare and began to shed her own garments, the thin gauze falling away, revealing her alluring curves, her bosom, her slender waist, and the intriguing contours of a maiden. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Ming's neck, clumsily kissing him. The friction of their skin ignited a fierce desire within him, a primal urge surging forth, overwhelming in its intensity, yearning to unite with the enchanting beauty before him. Uninitiated in such affairs, her movements were awkward, as delicate droplets of fragrant sweat glistened upon her skin. At that moment, the woman in white could no longer contain herself, screaming frantically, "No, stop." Suddenly, an apparition flashed past. She forcefully pushed Huang Wen aside, pressing her pristine lips against the bewildered Jiang Ming, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. My head aches terribly." Jiang Ming awoke, finding Huang Wen lying beside him, fully clothed. Her figure subtly revealing the tumultuous contours of her body, yet the woman in white had vanished without a trace. What on earth happened? Was it a dream? An exquisitely alluring dream? Jiang Ming struggled to recall the features of the woman in white from the night before. It felt as if it had been merely a dream. Chapter 73. Blood Feast. Seeking collections, seeking votes. Who was that woman in white? Jiang Ming pondered, perplexed. He was no ravenous beast, so how could he have dreamt such a fantasy? Since this was all left behind by the deity Kalamu, it must be connected to him. Perhaps the truth lay within the upper realms of the Alps. Wang Wen awoke, entirely unaware of the events that had transpired the previous night. She only felt a lingering soreness in her waist and a slight ache in her lower regions, a matter too embarrassing to disclose to Jiang Ming. The two proceeded forward in an awkward silence. And by midday, they finally reached the mountainside. In this place, surrounded by a pristine blanket of snow, there stood numerous towering trees, yet the most striking feature was a thatched cottage positioned in the very center. There were no signs of flora or fauna along the way. Could it be that people still resided here? Jiang Ming furrowed his brow and glanced at Huang Wen, who mirrored his confusion. Clearly unaware of the circumstances surrounding them. "Let us take a look," he suggested, gently tapping on the door. It creaked open on its own. The interior was sparsely furnished. A table, 4 chairs, and a bed where a woman lay. With her eyes tightly shut, she appeared to be peacefully asleep, draped in white gauze, her skin as pale as snow, devoid of any color, and her face pristine, reminiscent of the fairy tale figure, Snow White. Jiang Ming felt a flicker of recognition for this woman in white. A flash of lightning illuminated his mind, suggesting a familiarity he could not place. Could she possibly be connected to the woman from his dreams? "What's wrong?" Wang Wen gently inquired, pulling Jiang Ming from his thoughts. She had no recollection of the woman before them, but Jiang Ming's intense gaze stirred an inexplicable pang of jealousy within her. "It's nothing," he replied, shaking off the moment. As his fingers brushed against the white-clad woman's skin, he recoiled in shock. "So cold," he exclaimed. This woman was icy to the touch. Could she be dead? Alarm coursed through him, though he quickly dismissed the notion. It was inconceivable to think of such a perfect corpse, without a single trace of decay. Yet, why could he not rouse her? "Shall we stay here for the night?" Huang Wen suggested, sensing his uncertainty, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Jiang Ming, eager to unravel the enigma of whether this woman bore any connection to the one from his dreams, agreed to remain for the night. He fixated on the figure in bed, as if attempting to peer through her very essence, remaining silent. As time passed, nightfall enveloped them, and the woman in white remained still, lost in her serene slumber. The moonlight, pale and cold, filtered through the window, casting a soft glow upon her skin, exuding an ethereal elegance. Jiang Ming and Huang Wen sat in silence at the table, their eyes occasionally drifting towards the woman, hoping for her awakening. Yet she remained unchanged. The night grew colder, the temperature dropping to an unbearable chill, reminiscent of their previous night's experience. This sensation was unmistakable, identical to the night before. This time, Jiang Ming heeded his instincts. He swiftly conjured a protective shield using his defense card and gripped the sword of Hit, staying on high alert. The breeze whispered past, sending a chill coursing through him. Suddenly, the sleeping woman shifted. Thud, thud. Holding his breath, heart racing, Jiang Ming fixated on her, oblivious to the cold sweat pooling on his brow. Roar. Abruptly, a shadow darted from the side and enveloped him from behind. A forceful embrace that felt like an overwhelming tide. "Huang Wen, what's wrong? Wake up." Huang Wen's gaze was vacant, her voice emerging as a primal growl, a seemingly frail woman rendering Jiang Ming powerless to break free. Damn it, he mentally cursed, realizing he had been too focused on the woman in white to notice Huang Wen's transformation. Strangely, he felt utterly drained, as though all his strength had been siphoned away, trapped by her. I can't hold back any longer." In that moment, the white figure, as if teleporting, appeared before him in an instant. Her sickly pallor and the malevolence gleaming in her eyes were chilling. Her mouth opened wider and wider. Roar. Her cry was akin to a beast, revealing sharp fangs that glinted ominously in the moonlight. "A vampire. No. How could this be?" Jiang Ming's eyes went wide, pain shooting through his neck as darkness encroached upon his consciousness. What is happening to me? Feeling as though he were weightless, as if he might float away. Jiang Ming slowly opened his eyes. His formerly bronze skin had transformed to a ghostly white, an eerie chill enveloping him that filled him with dread. "Why won't you leave? You shouldn't have come." The woman in white, her visage now clear, resembled an ordinary person, tears streaming down her face, resembling stars against her alabaster skin, so delicate and enchanting. "What do you mean? Who are you? What did you do to me?" Jiang Ming shouted, his demeanor altered, filled with agitation. He still retained a faint memory of her resembling the legendary vampire, with her sharp fangs having pierced him, a lingering pain in his neck. "You know? I deeply regret it, especially when I see your sword. I am overwhelmed with a desire to take my own life." The woman in white grasped her face, weeping. "But if I die, you too will perish. This is retribution. This is fate. My hatred for you is matched only by my love." What are you saying? It was you who heartlessly abandoned me here, deceiving me into believing you would return soon. Day after day, year after year, I lost count of how much time has passed. I swear, if you ever return, I shall make you suffer beyond measure. Yet, upon seeing your face, witnessing your pain, I ultimately chose to let you go. But you dared to seek me out during the blood feast. You wretch. As the woman in white spoke with increasing fervor, she collapsed into Jiang Ming's embrace, tears flowing freely. Sigh. How to explain? The self in this parallel timeline is still a part of me. And with the sword of Hid in my possession, there is no absolution. Jiang Ming gently caressed her silken silver hair, recognizing her undeniable beauty, an alluring yet sinister charm radiating from her, stirring an insatiable desire within him that quickened his heart. Something feels amiss. Why do I feel drawn to her? Jiang Ming questioned himself, aware that he was neither a virtuous man nor a scoundrel. Though the woman in white was beautiful, why did she ignite such impulsive feelings within him? "Stop looking at me like that," she scolded, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "I have no recollection of the past. Can you tell me what the blood feast is, and what have you done to her?" "She appears entirely devoid of consciousness." Jiang Ming gestured towards Huang Wen, his voice softening as he returned to the matter at hand. "Ah, indeed, you have forgotten everything. No wonder you do not remember me." The woman in white sighed and began to recount her past. She was once a princess of the Tsinglong star system, untroubled and devoid of desires. Yet, one day, she encountered a man who called himself Kalamu, and her life was forever altered. He was cold, cruel, and tyrannical, forcibly claiming her and bringing her to Earth, where he slaughtered her kin. For reasons unknown, she fell hopelessly in love with Kalamu, willingly forsaking everything for him. Kalamu brought her to Earth and, through the manipulation of time and space, transported her back millions of years, settling her in the Alps. "From now on, you shall be called by Yuqing. This shall be our home. I will be away for a while, so do not wander off." He left her with a simple rune to wear around her neck, though she was an alien and did not require sustenance. During his absence, loneliness and solitude enveloped her, leaving her with only the company of flowers, birds, and beasts. He had neglected to inform her that the rune was to shield her from the bizarre climatic mutations of Earth. 3 long years passed without his return, and as she awaited his arrival, her heart began to fill with resentment. In a fit of anger, she cast aside the rune, vowing never to forgive him. As time slipped away, she found herself growing weaker by day, tormented by nightmarish visions, ultimately succumbing to an involuntary slumber. Yet each night, she awakened, racked with excruciating pain in her abdomen. One fateful night, she stumbled upon an injured tourist, and the sight of his crimson blood ignited an insatiable hunger within her. Unable to resist the sinister impulse, she sank her teeth into his throat. Thus began her transformation. She became a predator, slaughtering the creatures that roamed the mountains, draining their blood, and gaining peculiar abilities. She could summon snow and wind, manipulate the minds of others, but her once fair complexion morphed into a haunting pallor. Forever shackled to her thirst for blood, decades passed, and the wildlife in the mountains fell victim to her unrestrained feeding. Then one day, he returned, accompanied by dozens of unfamiliar faces from the Aban people. Upon witnessing his return, her resentment dissipated like mist. In his steadfast presence, she could not summon any ill will. Kalamu, unfazed by the loss of the rune, instructed her to join him in creating a new world and guiding humanity. Yet this was not the genesis of happiness, but the onset of a tragic nightmare. Bai Yuqing could not control the hunger for blood feast, extending her claws towards innocent Aban people. Each day, tales of strange deaths emerged, Their corpses drained to mere husks, until that fateful night of the full moon, he unearthed her secret. Confronted by the woman he once cherished, Karam ultimately found himself unable to take action, opting instead to confine her within a thatched hut. Forever barred from leaving the majestic Alps, I end this predicament. Bai Wuqing harbored no resentment. Rather, she felt a sense of relief. Due to her unique constitution, he could not abandon her. And those days marked the happiest moments of her life. However, the bliss was ephemeral. The deceased alpiner's body, under the influence of the atmospheric changes in the forest, unleashed a terrifying microvirus that permeated the air. The remaining 10 alpiner individuals devolved into mindless husks, with only 2 surviving, yet they too teetered on the brink of demise. Undoubtedly, this calamity shattered Karam's plans. He was plunged into profound anguish, yet faced with the fragility of life, he could not accept the gradual fading of existence. On a stormy night, he made a fateful choice. You have a penchant for blood, do you not? Very well. Transform these soulless beings into your servants, but you must spare the last 2, allowing them to live atop the Alps. His devilish scheme succeeded, as the 10 alpiners' blood was ample, and Bai Wuqing required only the barest minimum sustenance. Strangely, after the blood feast, the 10 alpiner regained their consciousness, their intellect, akin to that of a mere toddler. Gradually matured with age, not only did they return to normalcy, but they also possessed extraordinary traits: resilience to cold, immense strength, the ability to soar, as if the Creator had reformed humanity. They were no longer alpiner, but were referred to as the Baron. Endowed with wisdom and power, their sole flaw was their servitude to Bai Wuqing. If she were to perish, so too would the Baron. Regardless of the passage of generations, the Baron remained bound to Bai Wuqing. She became the mastermind of the Baron. Should she desire, she could revert them to the mindless monstrosities they once were. After the rain, the skies cleared, yet on the following day, he departed again, leaving behind a note commanding the Baron to dwell eternally at the mountain's base, while the 2 surviving alpiner were to reside atop the summit, with the Alps as their boundary. Destined to age and die without ever crossing paths, he abandoned her, leaving only a promise about her. No matter what you become, I shall never forsake you. Wait for my return. I will bring the runes to restore your humanity, and I will never leave your side again. This marked his second departure. And this vow stretched into billions of years, yet he never returned. Her heart had long turned to ice, as cold as her body. Within her, only hatred festered, a desire for him to endure endless torment, never to be reborn, until she encountered Jiang Ming. Listening to this tale, Jiang Ming stood in stunned silence. The truth was far removed from the legends surrounding the Baron. Most troubling of all was that, having undergone the blood feast, he had become Bai Wuqing's servant, a child of the mother wormed. And oh wonder, I have developed an infatuation for her. What am I to do? I do not wish to become a monster. Chapter 75. Negotiations in the Upper Realm. Please collect. Please vote. Jiang Ming felt disheartened. How could a man of stature be subjugated by a mere woman? I wished to ascend to the mountain peak. Perhaps it would greatly aid in restoring my lost memories. With such an excuse, Bai Wuqing naturally did not oppose the ascent, accompanying him to the heights of the Alps. As for her identity, she merely hinted to Huang Wen, and together they assumed the guise of long-lost sisters. Bai Wuqing, unable to move during the day, and Jiang Ming set off under the cover of darkness. Fortunately, although Bai Wuqing had not entered the upper realm, she was quite familiar with the surrounding paths, and under the dim moonlight, they navigated swiftly along a shortcut. At dawn, they finally reached the upper realm. Before them lay an endless forest, with wisps of smoke rising from a distant central area. Jiang Ming, carrying the already slumbering Bai Wuqing, arrived in the vicinity of the smoke with Huang Wen. The area was vast, dotted with numerous tents, children frolicking outside, while adults busied themselves with work. Greetings. I am Jiang Ming from the lower realm. This is my wife and her sister. Jiang Ming smiled and greeted a robust man before him. The appearances of the alpiner and the normal folk were unmistakably similar, both of average height and garbed in ancient robes, save for their eyes, which shimmered blue. The lower realm. The burly man exclaimed in shock, leveling his spear at Jiang Ming, his voice booming. The great Karam has decreed that no one from the lower realm may approach the upper realm. Transgressors shall face execution without mercy. This outburst drew the attention of numerous guards clad in similar attire, surrounding the trio. Witnessing the show of force, Jiang Ming's expression darkened, suppressing the urge to retaliate. After all, he had come seeking a solution to the blood feast, not to incite chaos. Summon your chieftain. I am a messenger sent by the great Karam. If you refuse to present him, you shall bear the consequences. He spoke coldly, an icy aura emanating from him that sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding guards. This ability to manifest energy in a gaseous form, acquired after the blood feast, allowed him to exert pressure on his foes. Indeed, this display instilled a profound sense of dread among the guards, many gasping for breath, with some fainting from the strain. I shall report to the chieftain. Do not act recklessly, a captain among them called out, striding toward the large white tent to the east. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in purple finery, sporting a scruffy beard, hurriedly approached with a retinue of followers. Lower Realm Dweller, you claim to be an envoy of the great Karam. What proof do you present? His deep-set eyes exuded an air of authority as he spoke in a low tone. Behold this, Jiang Ming scoffed, producing the idol of Karam, instantly rendering the crowd speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Where did you acquire this? How dare you forge the idol of Karam? You seek death. The Alpiner chieftain's tone shifted drastically, his voice rising in anger. It was known that the idol of Karam had mysteriously vanished recently, throwing their ranks into disarray. The temple of Karam lay at the heart of the upper realm, accessible only to the chieftain, making it implausible for anyone to steal the idol from the heavily guarded palace. Surely, they could not implicate the chieftain in the theft, could they? To avoid inciting panic, the chieftain had strictly forbidden any mention of the idol's disappearance, under threat of severe punishment. Now, upon seeing Jiang Ming's possession, he was nearly certain of Jiang Ming's connection to the theft, but for the sake of discretion, he feigned that it was a mere imitation. Chieftain, your words are laughable. Who would go to the trouble of forging an idol of Karam to return it? Do you take me for a fool? Jiang Ming retorted defiantly, his pressure intensifying. Let us speak privately. The chieftain, taken aback, seethed with rage but restrained himself, signaling to lower the weapons. Jiang Ming intentionally maneuvered this way, not wishing to escalate matters, and he nodded in agreement. This approach allowed him to garner respect while ensuring the situation did not spiral out of control, achieving his goal. Now, where did you acquire the idol of Karam? You may speak freely, the chieftain inquired. Sipping tea within the confines of the white tent, I found it at the village's place of worship. The village chief specifically informed me, claiming a miracle had occurred. A miracle? The chieftain's expression shifted dramatically, nearly dropping his teacup. After all, it had been years since anyone had mentioned miracles, rendering it hard to believe. The specifics are as follows. Jiang Ming maintained a calm facade, inwardly amused, as both the upper and lower realms treated the matters concerning the great Karam with utmost seriousness. Sparing no effort, the parallel self had undoubtedly invested considerable effort in choosing the Alpiner. He smiled faintly and recounted the events within the secret chamber. Aside from the transformation of the stone statue into the idol of Karam, little had changed. However, upon hearing this, the chieftain sprang up, circling Jiang Ming thrice, brow furrowed, still unable to discern anything out of the ordinary. Let us set aside the matter of the idol for now. I wish to know how you traverse the divine punishment light. According to ancestral teachings, it is impossible for anyone to pass through it. Finally, he could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the most pressing question. Should Jiang Ming provide a satisfactory explanation, he would accept his claims as truth. Look at this. Jiang Ming smiled slightly, having anticipated this inquiry, and casually revealed the sword of Hit. As you are the chieftain, you should recognize the sword. This is the sword of Hit. The chieftain gasped in astonishment. As the leader of the Alpiner, he was well acquainted with all things related to the great Karam. How could he not recognize the sword's distinctive design? Indeed, I wielded it to cleave through the divine punishment light and arrive here. You can wield the sword of Hit. The chieftain could hardly believe his ears. The sword of Hit was said to require the invocation of some mysterious force to unleash its true power. A capability beyond the reach of both the Alpiner and Baron. What does it signify that the young man before us is able to wield the sword of Hit? Does it imply that he possesses divine power? Contemplating this, the clan leader cast a profound gaze at Jiang Ming, increasingly convinced of his identity. The perceptive Jiang Ming naturally detected this nuance and replied nonchalantly, "Very well, I shall not conceal it from you. In truth, I am the reincarnation of the great deity Karam. However, for reasons unknown, my memories remain sealed. Thus, I have come to the Karam temple in search of enlightenment." He continued, "Moreover, There's another matter on which I require your cooperation. Chapter 76. Return to the temple. You are the reincarnation of the great deity Karam. Upon hearing these words, the clan leader was left astounded, speechless for a considerable time. Yet, indeed, the young man before him wielded the sword of Hit and had traversed from the lower realms to the higher. Passing the trial of the divine light, it was not without reason. What I need you to do is to maintain a state of heightened combat readiness. I have a premonition that a significant event is imminent. Jiang Ming stated solemnly, although he did not intend to intervene in the affairs between the A-race and the B-race. Perhaps the B-race was incapable of withstanding the trial of the divine light. Nevertheless, he was haunted by the dark prophecy left by his parallel self in the hidden chamber. He understood himself well. If this message bore truth, something monumental was bound to occur. However, he had no intention of becoming a savior. As long as he could mitigate the effects of the blood sacrifice, he would promptly take his leave. The clan leader raised no further objections and agreed to the journey to the Karam temple. Of course, it was merely the three of them. The A-race could not enter the temple. Thus, how far they could go depended solely on their own abilities. That night, outside the Karam temple, as Jiang Ming and his companions approached the entrance, a sudden thunderous roar erupted from the sky. The inky black heavens appeared to be torn asunder, and a bolt of violet lightning surged down from the center. Kid, what have you done? I can't seem to locate you. As smoke filled the air, a familiar violet figure gradually emerged. It was Ziyuan. He had plunged into a spatial storm alongside the temple's guardian, narrowly escaping with his life. Yet, as the king of the amethyst dragons, how could he possibly meet his demise in such a manner? After a fierce battle, he seized the opportunity to tear through space and return to his lair. Originally, he had secretly marked Jiang Ming. But for reasons unknown, despite his immense capabilities, he could not detect Jiang Ming's presence, as if he had vanished from the mortal realm entirely. Jiang Ming had disappeared without a trace. This naturally vexed Ziyuan. After expending so much effort and nearly sacrificing his own life, if Jiang Ming were to remain lost and fail to retrieve the Karam idol, he would be utterly despondent. He refused to acknowledge his failure. Tirelessly searching for Jiang Ming's whereabouts each day, yet to no avail, tonight was to be his final night of searching. Yet by chance, he sensed Jiang Ming's aura, albeit chaotic and strange, entirely unlike his original self. Akin to a specter from the underworld, had he transformed into an undead being? Ziyuan found it peculiar, yet he could not suppress the thirst that burned within him. Besides, Jiang Ming's strength was hardly a concern for him. Known for his audacity, Ziyuan wasted no time in approaching the Karam temple. Kid, you made it quite the challenge for me to find you. Oh, what fortune you have, accompanied by two enchanting beauties. Upon laying eyes on Jiang Ming, he could hardly contain his excitement. Haha, hand over the Karam idol, and I shall grant you the deception of the gods. Faced with the descending Ziyuan, Jiang Ming felt a throbbing headache at this moment. He was reluctant to part with the Karam idol, yet he was acutely aware of Ziyuan's formidable power. Refusing would lead to certain death. However, with Baiyu Qing, an ancient being who had lived for millions of years, he was confident that negotiations could ensue. The idol is indeed in my possession, but I wish to impose an additional condition, Jiang Ming declared resolutely, gritting his teeth. A condition? Ziyuan's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. His displeasure was evident as he cast a cold glance at Baiyu Qing before responding icily. Kid, you may as well state your terms. If they are not excessive, I might consider them, but do not blame me for being merciless if they are. Although Baiyu Qing's strength might rival his own, Ziyuan was well aware that if he truly angered him, a single gesture could extinguish Jiang Ming like an insignificant insect. Given your strength, I trust you can discern that my physique is somewhat peculiar. I need to venture deeper into the Karam temple to ascertain if there is a solution. All I require is for you to delay the guardians. The idol will be yours. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Ziyuan's expression shifted dramatically, an overwhelming aura of terror emanating from him. Are you jesting? To have me re-enter the Karam temple is akin to walking into a trap. I do not believe the temple's guardians would spare me. Do not be so quick to dismiss my proposal. With her assistance and yours, what calamity could possibly befall us? Jiang Ming smiled slyly, taunting. Unless your amethyst dragons are cowardly, every one of you trembling like mice. Impudent. Ziyuan's face turned ashen, akin to having ingested poison. He raised his hand, prepared to strike, but the icy gaze of Baiyu Qing stayed his hand. Haha, consider it carefully. Do not rush to respond. After all, even if I cannot defeat you, I still have ways to destroy the Karam idol. Jiang Ming was well aware of the negotiation tactic of combining both the carrot and the stick. After a moment of furious pacing, Ziyuan finally spoke, his voice calm. I can agree to your terms, but should any unforeseen events arise that I cannot manage, do not blame me for my coldness. After all, what terrifying beings dwell within the Karam temple remains a mystery to all. Despite his intense desire for the Karam idol, Ziyuan understood the value of his own life and would not be foolish enough to risk it recklessly. Once negotiations concluded, the four of them made no further delay and cautiously entered the temple. Among them, Huang Wen possessed the weakest strength. However, due to her unique agility and physique, she had not encountered the high-level guardians of the idol, and ordinary guards posed no life-threatening danger to her. With a powerhouse like Ziyuan present, even fifth-tier beasts would be effortlessly dispatched. With a mere flick of his wrist, he reduced one to a lifeless husk. Bai Yuqing's methods were even more peculiar. She could manipulate the corpses of certain creatures in a special way. The corpses of those fifth-tier beasts under her control could regenerate as long as they were not utterly obliterated, transforming into undying undead monstrosities. With experts like Ziyuan and Bai Yuqing leading the charge, Jiang Ming had no need to worry, relishing the ease of the journey. Apart from collecting runes from fallen monsters, he could hardly be bothered to draw forth the sword of hit. They encountered no dangers along the way and finally arrived at the location where the Karam idol had previously been placed. The area lay barren, the once invincible and immortal guardians of the idol nowhere to be seen. They were likely still ensnared within the spatial storm, leaving them untroubled. Ziyuan chuckled. Very well, kid, this is as close as I can get. As for the dark corridor beyond, we cannot proceed there. It houses a terrifying creature known as the Shadow Guardian. Even I cannot withstand a single blow from them. The dark corridor. Ziyuan was more familiar with the Karam temple than Jiang Ming himself. However, in his previous haste, he had not informed Jiang Ming about the temple's circumstances. If even Ziyuan dared not venture near, what kind of space could it be? Had his parallel self grown so powerful that the obstacles set were exceedingly formidable? Chapter 77. The dark corridor. Jiang Ming returned the Karam idol to its pedestal and drew forth the sword of hit, running his fingers along it for a considerable time, yet nothing transpired. Alas, it seems Karam does not foresee all matters. He sighed deeply, the glimmer of hope in his heart extinguished. Very well, kid, I have fulfilled my part of the bargain. Now, you must uphold your prior promise and hand over the idol. Ziyuan stated coldly, adopting a stance of readiness. Should Jiang Ming renege, he would strike without hesitation. Jiang Ming shook his head and tossed the Karam idol to him, since there was no reaction. It suggested that the idol's purpose was solely to allow him to pass the trial of the divine light. While it appeared to possess other formidable attributes, it did not provide grounds for him to turn against Ziyuan. Oh, kid, you are quite astute. Seeing this, Ziyuan exhaled in relief and casually tossed a black vial towards him. This is the deception of the gods. Once consumed, it will conceal your aura and even your breath. As for whether you choose to enter the dark corridor, that is beyond my concern. We have collaborated long enough. And I shall reveal a bit more. The dark corridor is no trivial matter. It has existed since the formation of the galaxy, long before the Karam temple was established. Should you venture there, do so at your own peril. What? It existed before the Karam temple was formed? Jiang Ming was taken aback. Did his parallel self choose this location to construct the Karam temple for some ulterior motive? He understood his own character well. It was certainly not for the sake of indulgence that he went to such lengths to build a grand temple. In light of this, constructing the Karam temple here must mean there was something of great significance within it, warranting such an effort. If that were the case, he was all the more determined to uncover what treasures lay within. Jiang Ming firmly believes that his counterpart in a parallel world must have ventured forth. For otherwise, the Karam temple would not have been constructed in this location. However, judging by the tone of Ziyuan, it is undoubtedly fraught with peril. What dangers await him on this journey remains a matter of speculation. One cannot capture a tiger without entering its lair. With a sudden resolve, he gritted his teeth and strode forward without hesitation. Naturally, Bai Yuqing and Huang Wen followed closely behind. The dark corridor was not far from the shrine of the statue. After navigating a passage, they arrived at their destination. Before them lay a long, dim corridor, markedly different from the other passages surrounding it. Darkness. As always, it was shrouded in an impenetrable blackness. The corridor lived up to its name. A straight pathway engulfed in shadows, rendering it impossible to discern what lay within. It resembled a vast, opaque box, a confined space that seemed to belong to another realm. My head hurts, just as they were about to enter the dark corridor. Baiuqing, who had remained silent until now, suddenly crouched down, moaning in agony as if her head were about to burst. What could be the reason for this? Jiang Ming wondered, perplexed, as both he and Huang Wen felt no such effects. Out of concern, he gently stroked her back and asked, "Are you all right? If you cannot go on, you may rest here. No, I will go with you." Despite the excruciating pain, Baiuqing insisted. After such a long separation, she did not wish to part ways with Jiang Ming, especially not when he was heading into a perilous situation. If they were to perish together, that would not be such a dreadful fate. Jiang Ming shook his head, helping her to her feet without uttering another word. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. With a formidable ally like Baiuqing by his side, their chances of success would undoubtedly increase. Let him be selfish just this once. The trio commenced their journey into the pitch-black corridor. The moment their feet touched the ground, an eerie spectacle unfolded. Baiuqing and Huang Wen seemed to be violently pushed back, propelled 10 meters away from the dark corridor, and, even after several attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. While Jiang Ming entered the corridor unscathed, "Come back, get out quickly," Baiuqing cried out in desperation. The dark corridor was too bizarre. The instant she stepped into it, she felt like an utterly ordinary and weak woman, completely unable to exert any of her abilities. As the Blood Mother, she could sense no connection between herself and Jiang Ming. Thus, she feared for his safety and called out frantically. Yet, Jiang Ming advanced as though he had heard nothing, moving slowly and in a daze. The moment he entered the dark corridor, strange whispers echoed in his ears. "You have finally returned. Splendid, splendid." The voice was faint, like the buzzing of a fly, yet utterly irresistible. Surrounded by impenetrable darkness, with visibility reduced to nothing, he moved forward in a daze, as if he instinctively knew the way ahead. Whoosh! A chilling breath brushed against him. It was a suit of dark armor devoid of a face, exuding a faint white mist that allowed him to glimpse a shadow of its form. Could this be the Shadow Guard? It bore a striking resemblance to the sword slaves of the Tree Palace, yet their strengths were worlds apart. Even without releasing their aura, the wisps of white smoke emanating from the armor instilled a bone-chilling dread. An innate fear that, combined with the dark corridor, rendered him increasingly terrified, his face pale. Without a doubt, the Shadow Guards must have existed here for countless years, their thoughts and essence intertwined with the dark corridor. Should anyone intrude with malicious intent, they would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. Jiang Ming's entrance into the dark corridor was guided by the unknown voice. The cold Shadow Guards seemed oblivious to his presence. Continuing to clank their armor as they patrolled, he moved silently, his spirit in a haze. The passage was interminably long, as if it would never reach an end. Light, a ghostly green glow. Dim specters of green grass began to appear on either side. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets punctuated the dark passage. The path grew treacherous, littered with countless stones no, those were not stones. They were human skulls. Jiang Ming snapped back to reality and turned to look behind him. Utterly perplexed as to how he had arrived here, the ground was a pathway formed entirely of skulls, surrounded by a greenish light intermingled with a chilling breeze, making him feel as though he had stepped into hell. What on earth is this place? He had encountered similar scenes before. The path to the sacred realm had resembled this, yet here it felt all too real. Unlike the previous illusion, the skulls on the ground seemed to emanate mournful wails, whispering untold tales of sorrow. With each step forward, he could not help but shudder involuntarily. If his parallel self could traverse this path, then so could he, suppressing the mounting anxiety. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and strode forward resolutely. After approximately half an hour of walking, he finally reached the end of the skull-lined corridor, where he encountered a bifurcation with 9 distinct paths. He paused at the junction for about 5 minutes, yet could discern no differences among the routes. Each of the 9 paths stretched infinitely, all appearing identical in width and lacking any distinguishing marks. Reluctantly, Jiang Ming chose the second path to proceed. After 20 minutes, he arrived at yet another juncture, again confronted with 9 paths, identical to the first bifurcation, devoid of any discernible end or markers. This time, he again opted for the second path. Could this place be a labyrinth? Indeed, upon reaching the end of the second route, he was met with the same situation as before. Furrowing his brow, he began to contemplate a strategy. He drew forth the Sword of Hit, marking each path before once more selecting the second to reach its terminus. Yet again, he found himself staring at 9 identical paths. This time, he refrained from continuing onward and instead chose to retrace his steps. That moment, a peculiar occurrence transpired. He returned to the original starting point, only to discover that the markings on the ground had completely vanished, leaving no trace of their existence. What is happening? Jiang Ming was taken aback, retracing his steps along the same straight path. Yet the exit he had emerged from was no longer the same. Clearly, there was something amiss. He refrained from rushing ahead, pacing back and forth with a furrowed brow. Wait, I have another idea. Jiang Ming hastily summoned Ollie and the fire monkey, instructing them to step into different paths while he remained on the second one. As he neared the end of the corridor, he suddenly shouted, summoning Ollie and the others back. Boom, boom, boom. The retrieval of the cards was irreversible. Yet they were obstructed by the spatial barriers of the 3 paths. Under the overwhelming force of the card retrieval, the space here erupted with thunderous sounds, shattering the previously illusory environment. Upon reclaiming his cards, Jiang Ming found that the 9 paths converged into one broad route. It truly worked. Jiang Ming chuckled coldly before venturing down the newly revealed path. How long has he been gone? Outside the dark corridor, Bai Yuqing grew increasingly impatient. Anxiousness breeds chaos. She suddenly dashed into the corridor. With a loud thud, this time, she was not repelled and plunged into the dark passage, where the familiar darkness enveloped her. Yet, she could faintly perceive wisps of white smoke nearby, the dark armor devoid of any human presence. Indeed, a shadow guard. Intrusion. Kill. The white mist emanating from the helmet seemed to convey such a message as the shadow guard raised its massive sword. Moving with excruciating slowness, advancing step by step, the sword's descent akin to a frame from a slow-motion film, revealing a faint glimmer amidst the gloom. Ziz, though Bai Yuqing could not summon her powers. The slow, sweeping motion of the strike was something any average person could evade. Yet, what struck her with terror was her utter inability to escape. Her body felt as though it were paralyzed, and she could only watch helplessly as the sword's edge approached. No, she screamed in desperation, her cries sending a jolt through her immobilized spirit, compelling her to lift her foot in a desperate attempt to lean left. Exerting every ounce of effort, however, despite her efforts, the sword's edge inevitably grazed her arm, striking with the force of a colossal blow. Bai Yuqing fell like a marionette with severed strings, tumbling out of the dark corridor. The shadow guard did not pursue her, but the wound on Bai Yuqing's skin rapidly darkened, spreading like ants climbing a tree or a flood breaching a dam, engulfing her formerly pristine skin in a matter of 0.01 seconds. The minuscule wound seemed to act as the source of a contagion, turning her entire body black and plunging her into unconsciousness. What is wrong with you? Wake up! All of this transpired in mere seconds. Huangwen, witnessing Bai Yuqing's transformation, rushed to shake her, yet her efforts bore no fruit. What should I do? Huangwen was as restless as an ant on a hot stove, entirely at a loss for how to handle the situation. She could only kneel in silent prayer. Jiang Ming, please return quickly. Something has happened to my sister. My head? Why does my head feel so dizzy? For reasons unknown, Huangwen, who had felt no discomfort moments ago, suddenly experienced severe nausea, as if afflicted by a fever, feeling exceptionally unwell. The discomfort persisted for only a few seconds before she collapsed in a stupor atop Bai Yuqing. What is happening? Why did I just feel so disoriented? A wave of bittersweet sorrow surged within Jiang Ming, as if he were witnessing the death of a beloved family member right before his eyes. Yet, he was an orphan. How could he feel such a way? It was akin to imagining his mother on the brink of death, her life signs flickering like a dying candle. Had something happened to her? Possessing the heart of a king, Jiang Ming quickly grasped this notion. He vividly recalled Bai Yuqing's words, if the mother figure perished, then the derivative individual would likewise cease to exist. The current circumstances signified an urgent situation of grave interconnectedness. Fortunately, he had distanced himself from the dark corridor. Otherwise, due to the maternal bond, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness like Huangwen. However, if the mother figure, Bai Yuqing, were to die, not only would he meet his demise, but the entire Bei race would be buried alongside him. Damn it, he needed to hurry. Jiang Ming cursed inwardly, quickening his pace. This moment, turning back was not an option. He had been traversing this path for nearly an hour, yet still saw no end in sight. This filled him with anxiety and dread. leading him to question whether the earlier maze's influence lingered. "You have returned. Test. Appraisal." Suddenly, a strange voice echoed through the passageway, and just as it finished speaking, a colossal beam of light erupted from the ground. The light shot skyward, and the ground gradually took shape, revealing a head, a body, a complete figure. 5 individuals clad in black emerged from the earth. They were of similar stature to Jiang Ming, their bodies enveloped in tight black garments, leaving no openings, their faces concealed by menacing masks that exuded an aura of mystery and power. They were not star warriors, yet the scent emanating from them bore a resemblance to that of the temple guards. Jiang Ming thought to himself, not daring to underestimate the situation, as he raised the sword of Hittite in readiness for battle. However, he barely registered the shadowy figures before him before a blade infused with dark energy lunged at him. Clang! Reacting instinctively, he raised his sword to defend, but was sent flying backward, his palm slightly torn and his arms trembling. What tremendous strength, after just one blow. Jiang Ming realized he was no match for the 5 black-clad figures before him. Chapter 79. The Origin of Runes, Part 1. Seeking collections, seeking votes. Since he could not fight back, he resolved to flee with all his might. Jiang Ming summoned the flying cloud tiger skin boots, donned them swiftly, and vanished like a flash. The 5 black-clad figures pursued him relentlessly, their speed mere inches away from him, but as they made their move, the automatic defense system of the boots activated, propelling Jiang Ming forward even faster. That was close. After sprinting for several miles, the black-clad figures suddenly disappeared without a trace, prompting Jiang Ming to exhale deeply. Unbeknownst to him, the appearance of these black-clad figures was not of real life. Rather, they were akin to a protective system designed to generate 5 entities slightly stronger than him. Under normal circumstances, without the flying cloud tiger skin boots, Jiang Ming would have undoubtedly met his end. Yet, remaining calm, he swiftly concluded that he was no match for them and took flight. This inadvertently triggered a different pursuit system within this realm. If the black-clad figures could not catch him within a designated area, it would count as passing the test, which was why they vanished. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly transformed. The pitch-black passageway morphed into a tranquil white expanse, the pale ground devoid of anything, while before him unfolded a vast display made up of countless screens, reminiscent of a television broadcasting innumerable programs simultaneously. What on earth? It feels like something out of the Matrix. Jiang Ming was speechless. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a famous movie. The protagonist found himself in a similar location, with screens showcasing countless encounters, joy, anger, sorrow, and everything in between. However, the images here were not of people but of various landscapes, some resembling pyramids, others akin to the Great Wall. Among the most astonishing sights was a locale known as the 007 Ranch, the mirage that once appeared in the desert, as well as the village inhabited by the Bay people. Could this be a means for extraterrestrials to monitor Earth's development? Jiang Ming mused, a bold hypothesis surfacing in his mind. This place might indeed be constructed by aliens to observe Earth's progress. The displayed scenes likely depict regions selected as ranches. Accidentally, his fingers brushed against one of the altar-like images, and suddenly, the image radiated brilliance, resembling a black hole with immense gravitational pull, yanking him into its depths. No way, I've actually arrived in the real world. Before him stood a colossal altar, surrounded by torches, adorned with wind chime ornaments above, while the altar's center was filled with various stone statues resembling human faces, strikingly lifelike. Oh, these 2 holes resemble runes. Jiang Ming reached out to touch the 2 circular holes on the altar. Intricate patterns, resembling rune-like designs, adorned the holes, appearing quite peculiar. Boom! Just as his fingers grazed the engravings, it felt as though a tremendous force had suddenly thrust him backward, causing Jiang Ming to stumble and fall unceremoniously. That hurt! What kind of power was that? The fall was no trifling matter. Even his lips were bruised, with a hint of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Ming, bewildered yet intrigued, produced 2 low-tier runes and placed them into the holes. As the runes were inserted, they emitted a crimson glow directed at Jiang Ming. With a scream, he promptly lost consciousness. 9527, it's your duty today. What voice is that? Jiang Ming opened his eyes to find a figure clad in red garb, their entire body wrapped tightly like a zongzi, leaving no openings. Upon inspecting himself, he discovered he too was adorned in similarly strange attire, albeit in yellow. The surroundings resembled a room within a spaceship, the walls appearing to be made of aluminum alloy, while the ceiling lights cast a gentle, bright glow, and soft, melodious music played in the background. What happened to me? Wasn't I at the altar? Jiang Ming struggled to comprehend, recalling only that he had been engulfed by light before losing consciousness. As for how he ended up in this peculiar state and place, he had no inkling. 9527. Stop daydreaming. Hurry up, the red-clad figure urged, tossing him an object resembling a toy water gun. Oh, as he caught the device, Jiang Ming regained his senses and exited to find many others in similar attire, all wielding such weapons. Evidently, they too were on duty. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Jiang Ming was still perplexed by the situation, but perhaps following them would shed some light. The duty team soon arrived at the assembly area, where 20 flying vehicles awaited. Their design resembled UFOs from television, entirely white and conical, roughly 20 square meters in size. Board the ship, following the descending staircase. The duty team formed a long line, 5 individuals per small team for each flying vehicle. Jiang Ming and 4 others entered one of the crafts together. Beep, beep, beep. The flying vehicle's engine roared to life, and the assembly area's doors swung open, revealing the boundless universe outside. Set off, with the command issued, the flying vehicles shot forth like meteors, racing into the distance. 1001. Is the S-planet you mentioned the one we are to investigate? During the journey to the duty area, Jiang Ming had become familiar with the other 4 individuals, their casual conversation finally clarifying his situation. They were workers employed by the Pioneer Company, tasked with developing energy resources across various star systems. In their world, 10 of the population possessed supernatural abilities. These beings monopolized everything. Power, wealth, and beauty became their exclusive domain. Meanwhile, ordinary individuals like Jiang Ming were stripped of any political rights and could only secure basic living necessities through employment. Naturally, such policies led to rampant crime, and public discontent escalated, ultimately culminating in a grand revolution. However, ordinary people could not compete with the superhumans. Any firearm was as futile against them as a child fighting an adult. After the revolution's failure, 80 of ordinary individuals became forced laborers, their names replaced by numbers. Devoid of freedom, they were assigned to various companies as hired workers, sent to the most perilous areas to exploit resources. Indeed, the S-planet is the core industry of the Pioneer Company. Rumor has it that they invested a fortune in its development a century ago, yet have seen no results, losing money to the point of desperation but refusing to relinquish control. Why? Is the company owner foolish? Jiang Ming pondered. A leading corporation clinging to a location must harbor some hidden agenda. Who knows? Haha, I know. I've heard from my cousin, who is responsible for population statistics, that everyone sent to the S-planet mysteriously vanished, with not a single person returning. It is said that some strange power exists there, which is why the Pioneer Company expends so much effort in its development. Chapter 80. The Origin of Runes, Part 2. Seeking collections, seeking votes. What? Are we essentially heading to our doom? Upon hearing such a cry, a cloud of despair enveloped the group, as no one wished to face death. The atmosphere within the flying vehicle fell silent, tension thickening the air. 3 minutes until landing on the S-planet. Please prepare for descent. The voice of the computer broke the silence, despite their reluctance to venture into danger. They were hired workers, prisoners. If they refused to fulfill their duties, they would be eliminated immediately. As for whether Planet S is truly as perilous as rumored, there lingers a sliver of hope in the hearts of the masses. Perhaps fortune is on my side after all. 3 minutes later, the spacecraft descended onto a particular region of Planet S. Beep beep. The doors swung open, revealing the immediate surroundings. Before them lay a dense forest, where lush greenery thrived, and the cacophony of various creatures echoed from within, with large pythons occasionally visible slithering among the branches. The oxygen levels in the region were adequate, allowing them to remove their masks. A warm reminder resonated in his mind, and Jiang Ming eagerly took off his mask, inhaling the fresh air deeply. During their casual conversation aboard the spacecraft, he learned that his attire was a specially designed spacesuit, albeit of the poorest quality due to the criminal status of his group, rendering prolonged wear prone to hypoxia. Naturally, all 4 of his companions followed suit, shedding their masks to reveal their true visages. Their identifiers were 1001, 10086, 2100, and 8533. Among them, 1001 engaged Jiang Ming in lively conversation. He was a robust man sporting a thick mustache. Meanwhile, 10086 and 2100 appeared to be middle-aged gentlemen, and 8533, the one who had spread rumors aboard the spacecraft, bore a terrifying scar across his face, rendering him quite menacing. According to the computer system's instructions, they were to first proceed to the nearby Pioneer Base A for accommodations, with extraction scheduled for the following day. The base was a mere 20-minute walk from the landing site. Beep beep. As the massive iron gate swung open, a bespectacled man dressed as a doctor emerged, coldly stating, "Welcome to Planet S. I am Tommy, the highest authority at Pioneer Base A. Your upcoming task is quite simple. For a month, you will search the forest caves for power resources. Food will be delivered to the cave entrance at designated times. That is all. You are now to confirm the communication system." The communication system here was remarkably advanced. There was no need to carry anything. A single exposure to a specific beam of light would project an image in their minds, displaying their location, a most convenient arrangement. The Pioneer Company officially claimed that the installation of the communication system was to ensure worker safety, yet its true purpose was to monitor their productivity, ensuring no one slacked off or attempted to escape. After confirming the communication system, Jiang Ming and his companions followed Tommy into Pioneer Base A. Before them stood a tiered building reminiscent of dormitories, arriving later than other teams. Jiang Ming and his group were assigned to Room A on the 3rd floor. The occupants of the other rooms were already busy with their tasks, and they were informed that if they could locate a carat of power resources, they could opt for an early return. After delivering this cold proclamation, Tommy left without another word, leaving Jiang Ming and the others behind. Tommy's demeanor is excessively indifferent, almost robotic, grumbled the scarred 8533, clearly displeased. Throughout their journey, he had posed inquiries regarding the rumors of disappearances, all of which Tommy had curtly dismissed, even issuing warnings, thus filling him with resentment. "Careful now, he might withhold your food, and then you'll be left starving," mocked 10086. 8533 sulked onto the bed, while the others engaged in cheerful chatter, uninterested in his plight. As for Jiang Ming, he was not one to dwell on such matters. He was preoccupied with pondering whether he had fallen into an illusion, yet it felt all too tangible. He attempted to examine his body. His energy levels seemed intact, but invoking the ancient tome yielded no response. Present, his condition was merely marginally superior to that of an average human. The following morning, Jiang Ming, along with the others, made their way to the forest cave, each burdened with a large pack containing tools necessary for their expedition, emergency medical supplies, and even firearms distributed aboard the spacecraft. Of course, aside from the food that Tommy would dispense at regular intervals, it was indeed dark. Damn it, 8533 cursed, kicking aside a stone that obstructed his path. The cave was enveloped in utter darkness. They could barely navigate by the dim light of their helmets, with walls that were uneven and sporadically adorned with moss, while the ground was riddled with jagged stones, stretching endlessly into obscurity. Jiang Ming refrained from complaining, instead listening attentively, remaining vigilant to the sounds around him. After all, it was said that no one had ever returned, and it was indeed peculiar that they had yet to encounter any other patrol teams. As they ventured deeper, the cave grew increasingly foreboding, gradually revealing the sound of dripping water. A chilling breeze wafted through the pitch-black cavern, causing involuntary shivers to run down their spines. Suddenly, 8533 lost his footing and fell, landing in a most undignified manner. "Damn it, even you are against me," he exclaimed, springing to his feet in a fit of rage, seizing a stone from the ground, ready to hurl it. Yet, at that very moment, his expression changed drastically, causing him to drop the stone and shout, "No, how could there be a human skull? Damn it, there are ghosts." This panic sent chills through the already tense group. The sight of the skull, seemingly glimmering with an eerie light, sent them into a state of dread. "I want to go back," cried 10086, his demeanor frantic as he attempted to flee, only to be struck in the abdomen by 1001, who caused him to double over in pain, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "What are you panicking for? If you return now, you'll meet your demise. This cave has existed for countless years. What do 1 or 2 skulls signify?" His words carried a semblance of reason, and the frightened group fell into silence once more. After a considerable pause, Jiang Ming rose and proposed, "The situation here is unclear, but returning will only bring punishment. How about this? We advance a little further, and if we encounter no one, we can retreat to save ourselves. After all, if we are to die, we might as well escape into the forest and live as wild men. The Pioneer Company may not even be able to find us. The rumors had already cast a shadow in their hearts, and now, witnessing a skull in the sinister cave, it was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to maintain composure. This suggestion was a reasonable compromise. Thus, the group remained silent for a moment, with no one voicing opposition. After approximately 10 more minutes of walking by now, the path was indistinguishable and direction hard to discern. A sudden, piercing scream echoed ahead. Help! Help! Chapter 81. The Origin of Runes. 3. Seeking collections, seeking votes. The horrific cries assaulted their eardrums, sending 8533 and the others fleeing in terror, scrambling frantically. However, Jiang Ming remained composed. Steadfast in his position, panic in the darkness would only invite greater peril. Ghosts, there are ghosts. 8533 and 10086, consumed by fear, screamed as they fled, retracing their steps into the darkness. They had already traversed the cave for nearly 2 hours. The return journey would take at least another hour. In such a prolonged time frame and distance, unforeseen events could arise. Jiang Ming had no intention of retreating. He needed to uncover the truth of the situation. For he could not have entered this world without reason. There might still be new discoveries awaiting him. Armed with the firearm, he proceeded cautiously, relying on his keen senses. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at a fork in the path. From which direction had the sound originated? He pondered, brow furrowed, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Logically, he should follow the path from which the sound had come. Perhaps he might encounter some creature. Given his current inability to utilize the ancient tome, that prospect seemed daunting. Conversely, taking another route could also lead to an encounter with other monsters. Am I being overly anxious? If I have chosen to delve deeper, what is there to fear? Jiang Ming chided his own timidity and casually opted for the left path. This route was not particularly long. After about 10 minutes, he reached its end. The world before him revealed an entirely different scene. Walls adorned with illuminating lights made the cave exceptionally bright. Scattered across the floor were numerous wrinkled garments, some bearing tattered holes, yet no bodies were to be found, nor a single living soul. What on earth had transpired here? Even if there were monsters, it was implausible for them to consume everything so thoroughly. Furthermore, the garments bore no signs of a fierce struggle. Jiang Ming knelt, running his fingers over the crumpled fabric, deep in thought. He also noticed several firearms on the ground, their muzzles devoid of any signs of having been fired. It was as if the individuals had simply vanished into thin air. Jiang Ming was in no rush to leave the scene. Donning a pair of gloves, he carefully gathered the clothing and twisted them with force, causing a few drops of green liquid to fall. What is this? He collected the liquid in a small glass vial, scrutinizing it for an extended period yet failing to ascertain its origin. Having once served as a surgical intern, Jiang Ming possessed a fair grasp of chemistry. Had he sufficient tools at his disposal, he believed he could identify the key elemental composition. Unfortunately, under the conditions of the cave, his equipment was limited to physical detection, rendering experimentation impossible. Cautiously stowing the vial, he continued along the path for quite some time. The path was illuminated by numerous lights, indicating that the previous patrol had ventured inside, leaving their garments outside. This suggested that they might have been caught by some peculiar entity while attempting to escape, or perhaps they were affected by a beam of mutated light. Once they reached the exterior, the differing atmospheric conditions could have rendered them insubstantial. The answer lay ahead. For safety's sake, Jiang Ming donned his mask once more, ensuring some protection against potential gaseous substances. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, he finally arrived at the end of the passage, which culminated in a dead end featuring an altar-like structure at its center. How could this resemble the altar I encountered before my unconsciousness so closely? Possessing a kingly heart, Jiang Ming's memory was quite sharp, and he quickly recalled having seen this bizarre altar before. However, unlike the previous one, this altar bore only 2 identical rune holes, devoid of any decorative embellishments. Undoubtedly, the patrol had been entirely unaware of its significance, but what had they triggered to cause their disappearance? Jiang Ming was unable to summon the ancient tome or utilize the runes, and having learned a hard lesson the last time, he had no intention of repeating his mistakes. He had no desire to approach the altar. His current aim was to destroy it. Gripping 2 pistols tightly, he pulled the triggers. Boom, boom, The barrels erupted with flames, resembling a fiery dragon with claws outstretched, lunging toward the altar. Yet, a strange occurrence unfolded at that moment. The raging fire, upon making contact with the altar, was inexplicably drawn into a horrific gravitational force, transforming into a minuscule circular pattern that embedded itself within the rune holes, emitting wisps of black smoke before returning to its original state, leaving the altar unscathed. What on earth is happening? Jiang Ming was taken aback, astonished by the devouring power emanating from the altar's holes, as if they possessed a life of their own, extremely eerie. After lingering for a while, he still could not fathom the situation and ultimately resolved to take the risk of engaging with the altar's holes. Stepping cautiously closer, Jiang Ming bit his finger and allowed his blood to drip into the altar's openings. Drip, drip, 2 drops of blood fell, swirling along the patterns of the holes, as if outlining a crimson border upon the design. His intention was simple. Given that his blood was unique and he could not utilize the ancient tome, he had no choice but to experiment with his blood. After the blood flowed through the design, a long time passed without any response. Jiang Ming shook his head, sighing, and turned to leave. Alas, could it truly be ineffective? As he took a few steps away, a thunderous noise suddenly erupted from the altar behind him. Bang, bang. 2 blood-red orbs shot forth from the altar's holes, swirling chaotically in the air, emitting piercing crimson light, encircled by a halo of red, akin to 2 stones etched with stripes radiating their brilliance. Runes. Jiang Ming could not identify what they were, but had a vague sense that they resembled runes. However, the situation appeared somewhat unstable, so he refrained from approaching hastily, fixating his gaze on the spiraling striped stones. Boom, boom. The 2 spinning striped stones swiftly descended, embedding themselves into the altar's holes. At the moment of their entry, the altar erupted with brilliant light, radiating a dazzling array of colors as if it were daylight. Jiang Ming was left dumbfounded by this sudden transformation, but what astonished him even more was that after absorbing the blood-red striped stones, the altar began to expel hundreds of glimmering stones. No, they were runes. Over 100 runes whirled in the air. Could this be the source of rune production? Jiang Ming was both astonished and elated, sensing the presence of the ancient tome within him. Just as he was about to approach and grasp the runes, suddenly, the ground trembled ominously, and 7 towering stone figures emerged, their eyes flickering with 7 different colors. Chapter 82. The Origin of Runes. 4. Seeking Collection. Seeking votes. A dim, shadowy expanse. Water droplets dripped steadily from the walls, and a vacant gaze gradually regained focus. Where is this? A hoarse voice, a ragged figure, legs unable to move due to decay. All I remember is my frantic flight. A sudden flash of green light ahead. Yes, it was a monster, a gigantic mantis. My God, how could such a creature exist? 10086 screamed in sheer panic, the terrifying visage etched vividly in his mind. At that moment, he could only run, fleeing in desperation as the colossal mantis targeted him, its arms whipping like fast-moving whips, striking his back, thighs, and shoulders. He forgot the pain, knowing that stopping meant certain death. Thud, in his frantic escape. Something coiled around his ankle, followed by the mantis's head looming before him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Am I not dead yet? Despite his legs being in tatters, he could still feel the pulse of life. A fierce thirst surging in his throat. 10086 struggled on the ground, inching closer to the water source. Gurgle, gurgle. Though the water was scarce, it quenched his parched lips and fiery throat, offering a modicum of relief. Yet, with his legs broken, how could he escape the cavern? If he lingered here, hunger would surely claim him. The mere thought of hunger made his stomach growl. After all, it had been nearly 4 hours since he last ate, and his belly was pressed against his spine. Squeak! A fluffy little white mouse scampered into view, its pristine fur starkly contrasting with other rodents, its deep blue eyes exuding a curious intelligence as it cautiously approached 10086. Little creature, come here. He felt a surge of joy, waving his wrist to entice it closer. While the little mouse appeared adorable, in this dire situation, it could serve as sustenance. Compassion and kindness could only be contemplated once basic needs were met. The mouse, unafraid, took tentative steps closer, inching forward. Haha, yes, just like that. Watching the naive little mouse approach, 10086 felt a surge of glee, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Now's the time, with a mighty roar. 10086 lunged forward with a hand as large as a fan. Squeak! The little mouse squealed, but it was too close to escape his grasp. Haha, my apologies. 10086 squeezed tightly, his knuckles cracking under the pressure, only to feel emptiness in his hand. It seemed he had grasped nothing but air. Huh, how did the little creature escape my grip? The mouse stood on the back of his hand, chattering incessantly, its deep blue eyes now bloodshot. With a swift kick, it leaped like lightning onto his face, clutching tightly with its tiny paws, refusing to let go. Little one, stop that. 10086 attempted to pry it off, but felt a sharp pain in his cheek. Rip, a flash of white light streaked across his face, and a large patch of skin was torn from his plump visage, causing him to wail in agony. This seemingly docile little mouse had torn off his flesh, yet the ensuing scene left him utterly stupefied. The adorable creature began to consume the flesh it had torn away, swallowing it eagerly, its mouth making delighted squeaks. This little mouse was a demon. 10086 groaned in torment, unable to believe the horrifying spectacle before him. He tried to move his legs, but found himself utterly immobilized, and that bloodthirsty little mouse leaped again, tearing into his left cheek, leaving a bloody mess. Ah, ah. The cries of anguish gradually faded away. What formidable stone figures! Jiang Ming found himself suspended in midair, his body contorted into an awkward position. Earlier, when he had engaged with the stone figures, he had yet to fully comprehend the situation when a heavy blow struck him, leaving him dazed. The stone figures could teleport. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in this predicament. Strangely, the 7 stone beings were aligned in a specific formation, their feet illuminated by red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet lights, while the gray altar radiated vibrant hues, shimmering brilliantly. It seemed to be a ritual, with him as the offering. This was dire. Jiang Ming struggled vigorously, but it felt as though he were ensnared by a giant serpent, utterly unable to move. As the ritual progressed, he felt a tumult within, and red spots suddenly appeared on his fingers and toes. No, those were blood blisters formed from coagulated blood. Could it be? Panic coursed through him, fear consuming his thoughts. And he shook and struggled with all his might. Pop, 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 pop. 10 slender lines of blood were drawn along bizarre trajectories, all being absorbed into the holes, as if the altar were a demon feasting on blood. Savoring a gourmet delicacy initially, he felt no sensation, but as the blood drained away, excruciating pain filled his entire being, especially in his head, which felt as heavy as a boulder, as if it were not his own. His consciousness began to blur. An endless darkness gradually enveloped him. 9527, wake up. A rough hand gently patted his face. It was 1001. Earlier, he had fled a considerable distance, only to realize he had lost track of the others and had no idea where he had ended up. However, aside from being lost, he was relatively safe. As he wandered, a figure suddenly fell from the sky, startling him. Upon recognizing Jiang Ming, he rushed forward to provide aid. Fortunately, Jiang Ming was merely unconscious, appearing somewhat frail but in no immediate danger. Where is this? Runes. Jiang Ming's pallid complexion, a result of excessive blood loss, allowed him to utter these fragmented words. We are still in the cave. Strangely, despite their expectation to retrace their steps along the path they entered, they found themselves unable to escape. 1001 pouted and remarked, "It matters not that we cannot leave, but my hunger is quite unbearable. Surely, you must have encountered something, given your rather grim condition." "It's nothing. I just need to rest." Jiang Ming sensed within himself that his hematopoietic cells, stimulated by energy, began to regenerate blood, a most peculiar phenomenon. The two temporarily settled on the ground to rest, surrounded by an unusual silence, with no one passing by. Yet, their hunger gnawed at them, leaving them feeble. Jiang Ming discovered that aside from his ability to wield the Sword of Hit, all other cards seemed inexplicably sealed, inaccessible in his mind. As time trickled by, he regained much of his strength, yet he found himself ensnared in deep contemplation. Given his current physical state, the ability to regenerate blood suggested the possibility of limb regeneration as well. This notion was unheard of before. No Star Warrior had ever exhibited such a capacity, as it bordered on the supernatural. What transpired while I was unconscious? Chapter 83. The Maiden of the Altar. Please collect and vote. He could not recall. Nor did he understand what the 7 stone figures had done to him. Additionally, a perplexing question lingered. Was the world he inhabited now real or a mere illusion? What was the altar? And what did its existence in both realms signify? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. It seemed to emanate from 2100, and after a brief interval, silence returned. Undoubtedly, he might have met with a tragic fate. 9527, what shall we do? 1001, upon hearing the cry, instinctively covered his head with his hands, rendered indecisive. Let us wait a moment. Jiang Ming shook his head. The absence of unexpected events after their prolonged stay indicated that this place was a secure zone, and venturing out recklessly would be unwise. However, remaining idle was not a viable solution, especially since they required sustenance. Noticing that 1001's expression had calmed considerably, Jiang Ming suggested retracing their steps, instructing him to stay close and refrain from wandering. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Ming abruptly halted and shouted, "Who goes there? Step forth and cease your lurking." Naturally, 1001 was unaware of the unfolding situation. Seeing Jiang Ming's heightened tension, he grasped his weapon and remained vigilant. Indeed, upon his command, a small girl, around 10 years old, timidly emerged from the shadows. Her clothes were riddled with holes, and her soot-covered face bore a pitiful expression. "Mama, have you seen Mama?" Upon spotting the two, the girl burst into tears, her sobs flowing freely. "Mama? Who is your mama? How did a child like you end up here?" Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, his wariness intact, for the environment was hostile. It was highly abnormal for a little girl to be in such a place. "Woo-woo, I don't know. I want Mama. I want to find Mama." The girl was exceedingly agitated, her cries growing louder, leaving Jiang Ming at a loss for how to respond. Fortunately, after a bout of weeping, she eventually calmed down, perceiving that no one was attending to her. "Xiaowen, who is your mama? When did she come?" Sensing that her cries had not summoned any strange entities, Jiang Ming sighed and quietly inquired. "I don't know. When I woke up, I was here." "Woke up? What happened before you fell asleep?" Jiang Ming was bewildered. Who would bring a little girl to such a place? That was utterly heartless. "I don't know. I remember nothing." The girl shook her head, utterly clueless, rendering any potential leads moot. Left with no choice, Jiang Ming decided to take her along. The trio continued forward for another 20 minutes until they reached a fork in the path. Both left and right veiled in darkness, with no indication of where they led. "I know. We should go right." The usually silent girl suddenly sprang to life, joyfully dashing towards the right fork, which astonished Jiang Ming and furrowed his brow in concern. How could this little girl possibly know the way? 1001, without hesitation, followed her direction, exclaiming not to run off, for danger lurked. Strangely, this frail little girl possessed remarkable speed, leaving even Jiang Ming struggling to keep pace, heightening his sense of caution. The path was not long. After about 5 minutes of pursuit, they finally reached the end. Before them stood a familiar sight, the eerie altar. Impossible. Have I returned here again? Jiang Ming felt a surge of disquiet, unable to fathom such a turn of events. The little girl, upon seeing the altar, plopped down on it, grinning as she proclaimed, "I found Mama. Mama truly hasn't abandoned Xiaowen." What? Hearing this, Jiang Ming was taken aback. Could it be that the girl was a creation of the altar? No, that could not be. What then was she? Earlier, he had conducted a thorough examination on their journey, and all signs indicated she was normal, indistinguishable from any ordinary human. Yet, why would she refer to the altar as Mama? As he pondered this, a sudden roar akin to a beast echoed from behind. Bang! The sound of footsteps approached like an earthquake, each step resonating in his chest. A massive white rat emerged, its fur gleaming, deep blue eyes glinting, and menacing fangs exposed, chittering in excitement. What manner of beast is this? Just from its appearance, Jiang Ming could perceive an overwhelming aura of dread energy. He was on an entirely different scale compared to it. What could he possibly do to the gigantic white rat? The trio appeared as a delectable feast. It opened its gaping maw, inching closer. What is that? 1001, upon encountering such a creature, felt his hair stand on end and pulled the trigger of his firearm. Bang! The muzzle erupted with flames, akin to a dragon with bared fangs, lunging towards the white rat. Just as the inferno was about to engulf the creature, an astonishing scene unfolded. The white rat neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, it opened its enormous mouth, inhaling deeply, as if the flames were drawn into a black hole, transforming into a swirling mass that disappeared into its belly. The white rat had devoured the flames. After consuming the fire, it contentedly patted its belly, chittering in satisfaction. Stunned, 1001 hesitated to act recklessly, forgetting to flee, standing frozen like a statue, oblivious to the white rat's advancing presence. Run. We must flee, Jiang Ming, noting 1001's dazed state, hurriedly shouted as he brandished the sword of hit, unleashing a streak of sword light. Regrettably, the sharp blade had no effect on the white rat. Such a minor fluctuation of energy was akin to a mere tickle. The sword light failed to graze even a hair, reflecting away as if striking the surface of a lake. That moment, the white rat fixed its gaze upon 1001, raising its colossal paw to sweep him up, clutching him tightly before swiftly feeding him into its maw, gulping him down whole. A robust man was thus consumed in mere seconds. Jiang Ming, overwhelmed with shock and panic, realized that the energy expended in his previous attack bore no effect, leaving him to ponder whether he would meet the same fate as 1001. Good, Xiao Bai, you've finished your meal. Don't frighten my guests. Just as Jiang Ming felt lost, the pitiful little girl suddenly uttered these bizarre words. Her innocent gaze was overshadowed by an ominous shadow, suggesting that upon nearing the altar, she underwent some transformation. Yet Jiang Ming was oblivious to this, entirely focused on the white rat. I must thank you. Without you, we could not have been born so swiftly. However, you are still too weak. Perhaps another time, I shall return for you, dear heart. Chapter 84. The Transformation of the Subhuman Tribe. Please collect and vote. The little girl's innocent smile was laced with an eerie chill. In the next instant, she seemingly teleported before Jiang Ming, her small hand gently brushing against him, enveloping his head in an ethereal glow. Immediately, a profound drowsiness washed over him, as if something were pressing against his brow, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. How fortunate you are to be here. Since that is the case, I shall bestow upon you a most splendid gift. Pain. A searing agony enveloped his mind. Jiang Ming awoke to find himself once more at the altar, yet the little girl and the terrifying white rat had vanished without a trace. Decorations hung above, indicating that he had indeed returned to the real world. Could it be that everything was merely a dream? Suddenly, he felt something clutched in his hand, a numbing sensation coursing through him, prompting him to release it. Plop! A stone emitting a faint chill fell to the ground. Glimmering with a subtle azure light, it was a mysterious rune. The rune, Jiang Ming recalled the rune given by the great god Kalamu to Bai Yuqing. It had been cast away in anger, its whereabouts unknown, yet it had now emerged in his possession in such an uncanny manner. The rune possesses the ability to halt biological mutations, neutralize adverse environmental effects, and achieve the effect of solidifying one's foundation and nurturing vitality. The initial transformation of Bai Yuqing was due to the loss of the rune, and now that it rests in her possession, it signifies a potential liberation from the influence of blood sustenance. Restoring her to normalcy, Jiang Ming, filled with uncontainable joy, hastily seized the rune. Indeed, the rune exuded a chilling aura, akin to a sweet spring gently flowing into his being. That moment, the impurities in his blood gradually diminished, becoming void, and under the influence of the rune, his mind cleared, free from the constraints of blood sustenance. Finally, he was restored to his original state. Jiang Ming had indeed made the right gamble. Had he allowed the words of Ziyuan to instill fear and deter him from the dark corridor, his restoration would have been improbable. As he inadvertently felt his pocket, it was as if he grasped a hard little tube. Could it be? He retrieved from his pocket a small object, a glass vial containing green liquid from the realm of illusions. The few translucent emerald drops seemed to whisper secrets. Could it not be a figment? Shock coursed through Jiang Ming. This vial served as proof that the world he had visited was indeed real, where altars, voids, and runes existed, and that crimson light was the key guiding him to that realm. Undoubtedly, everything was intentionally orchestrated, and that orchestrator was likely his parallel self, the god Kalamu. Only such an explanation accounted for why his deployment of the rune triggered events. He had experienced similar incidents and understood himself well. He would inevitably be curious enough to deploy the rune. The truth began to surface, yet one perplexing question lingered. How had he traversed the shadow guards and the dark corridor? and managed to prevent his future self from being attacked. Never mind, he decided to return and check on Bai Yuqing and the others. Jiang Ming shook his head, withdrawing his thoughts, quickening his pace back. After all, the changes he had sensed earlier were no illusion. The bond between the mother body and the individual was unmistakable. They, Bai Yuqing and Huang Wen, must have encountered trouble upon returning to the area of severed heads. He was astounded by the drastic transformation. The ground, once littered with countless severed heads, now revealed only a few scattered remnants, exposing patches of dark earth, as if someone had tidied up. Impossible. Had someone else come? Jiang Ming felt a surge of alarm, heightening his vigilance as he tread cautiously. After all, whether the newcomer was friend or foe remained uncertain. Caution was the key to survival. He proceeded carefully, ultimately returning to the dark corridor, where changes were indeed evident. The once pitch-black corridor had vanished. The oppressive atmosphere was replaced by an empty passage, with the shadow guards, Bai Yuqing, and Huang Wen nowhere to be found. What had transpired? Who could have slain the shadow guards? An inexplicable panic gripped him. He had a foreboding sense that something dreadful had occurred. Oh no, the subhuman race, suddenly recalling the bitter enmity between the subhumans and the abominable race. He hastened his steps towards the exit of the Kalamu temple. As he traversed, he encountered not a single aberrant beast or guardian. He remembered Ziyuan's words. The creatures of the Kalamu temple were undying. No matter how many times one killed them, they would resurrect within an hour in their territory. Thankfully, they lacked higher intelligence. Otherwise, any intruder in the Kalamu temple would undoubtedly face death, safely exiting the temple. He entered the realm of the subhumans. Countless corpses lay strewn across the ground. Blood, severed limbs, and shattered weapons littered everywhere, with not a single living soul in sight. What had transpired? Had the abominable race truly besieged the Alps? How had they breached the defenses? Jiang Ming's heart raced, his feet carrying him swiftly towards the chieftain's tent. Perhaps the guards there were formidable, and had yet to be overwhelmed, offering a chance for salvation. However, upon reaching the tent, he was stunned by the scene before him. Countless men and women, clad in tattered rags, huddled together, tearing at each other, while the ground was soaked in the blood of the subhumans. Amidst the frenzied abominable beings stood a pitch-black throne, upon which sat a woman, her figure voluptuous, with dark skin, purple-red lips, and eyes glinting with wicked excitement. Her beauty was striking, reminiscent of a vibrant poppy. Exuding an unattainable allure, Bai Yuqing, what have you done? Jiang Ming roared, his face flushed, scarcely able to believe the scene before him. Hadn't she transformed for herself? How could she engage in such actions? Yet, who else could command the entire abominable tribe? Wait, how had she transformed so drastically? And why was she awake during the day? How had the abominable race penetrated the divine retribution? He steadied himself, swiftly drawing the sword of Hit, donning the red demon armor, his expression grave. You have returned, but I no longer need you. Heh, do you remember? That night we intertwined. Just like them, alas, nothing can return to the past. Bai Yuqing spoke coolly, her purple-red lips expressing regret, her eyes devoid of any complexity. Undoubtedly, she no longer cared for his life or death. Jiang Ming caught this and raised the sword of Hit, making a sweeping strike forward. A resounding crash ensued. The sharp blade was ensnared by a dark aura, revealing a shadowy figure, clad in black armor, its helmet devoid of a face. It emanated a palpable chill. Enveloped in swirling white mist. No, this cannot be. How could the Shadow Guard be here? What on earth had transpired? Chapter 85. The Play of the Giant. Seeking collections, seeking tickets. What has happened? I have never felt so alert. Bai Yuqing shook her head, speaking softly. Do you know? After I was struck by the poisoned blade of the Shadow Guard, I thought I had perished, but she and I have truly undergone rebirth. Everything will begin anew. What? Jiang Ming grasped part of the truth. She had undoubtedly forced her way into the dark corridor, succumbed to the poisoned blade of the Shadow Guard, and experienced some form of mutation. Perhaps she was now intertwined with the master of the dark corridor, becoming one entity. To be precise, Bai Yuqing was no longer the same person. Shadow Guard, kill him, Bai Yuqing commanded coldly, and as her words fell, the Shadow Guard transformed into a malevolent shadow, enveloping Jiang Ming entirely. Confronting you directly would be suicidal. Thankfully, I have the rune. Jiang Ming was acutely aware of the Shadow Guard's terrifying strength, yet it appeared to belong to the same category of mutated dark beings as the Sword Servants. Thus its weakness lay in dispelling and regressing. He swiftly activated the rune, channeling energy into it. Boom! The rune radiated brilliant white light, pure and resplendent, forming a dense barrier of light that enveloped Jiang Ming, causing the dark mist to dissipate upon contact with the shield. Indeed, the rune was effective. No matter how formidable one's power, any attack would turn to naught against him. The opposing effects were undeniable. Jiang Ming felt a surge of pride, though he dared not relax fully. The energy continued to flow, nurturing the rune. After all, the true strength of the Shadow Guard surpassed even that of Baiyu and Ziyuan. He was merely leveraging the rune's power. Thankfully, although the Shadow Guard was powerful, its intelligence was mediocre. Despite suffering a significant setback, it relentlessly assaulted the light barrier. Naturally, the only one to suffer injuries was itself. Jiang Ming remained unscathed. Withdraw. The Shadow Guard lacked intellect, but Baiyu was no fool. Upon seeing the rune, her face first displayed surprise, which quickly turned cold. With a casual wave, a giant emerged. This man was towering and robust. His muscles bulging, bare-chested, and clad in dark gauntlets, he swung his arms lightly, as if conjuring a tempest. This giant was immensely strong, and those gauntlets seemed to be some form of energy cards. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes. Possessing the heart of a king, he could assess the comparative strengths of both sides. The giant excelled in physical prowess, yet his energy reserves were nearly non-existent. As an abominable being, he likely possessed other combat techniques, which warranted caution. The giant cast a glance at Jiang Ming before unleashing a tremendous roar that resonated in his ears. By the time Jiang Ming reacted, the giant had leaped into the air, fists clasped, launching a devastating strike from above. Recognizing the ferocity of the attack and realizing evasion was no longer an option, Jiang Ming gritted his teeth, gathering his strength to position the sword of hit defensively. A thunderous impact resounded. Under the immense force, Jiang Ming stumbled back 5 meters, nearly dropping the sword of hit, his palms aching. Thankfully, with the red demon armor, much of the force was absorbed. It seemed a direct confrontation was unwise. Jiang Ming thought to himself, unaware of how many enemies he would still have to face, and the strength of Baiyu following her mutation was increasingly unfathomable. Challenging this brute head-on would be tantamount to courting death. With this in mind, he swiftly donned the flying cloud tiger skin boots, gritted his teeth, and leapt backward. You lack ranged attacks. You're merely a brute. I'll employ a kite strategy and toy with you. His steps danced, creating what seemed like 10 phantoms in an instant, simultaneously thrusting his sword towards the giant's left shoulder. The giant, unable to discern the truth of the phantoms, trusted in his defenses, remaining steadfast in his approach. And no matter if they are real or not, I shall treat them all as genuine. The giant did not evade. His muscles swelled as he clenched his fists, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Jab, hook, uppercut. The speed of his fists was akin to lightning, sparing no phantom from his onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 consecutive strikes against the blade, Jiang Ming's actions were mere feints. The 3 swords deftly parried, and, aided by the automatic defense system of the Feiyun tiger skin boots, he deftly slid away, dissipating the force of the punches entirely. He had no intention of continuing his assault. The essence of the kite-flying style lay in exhausting the enemy, leveraging speed to wear down their stamina and resolve, only to deliver a devastating blow during their moment of fatigue and complacency. Indeed, upon realizing his punches had failed to land, the giant's mood soured, his expression darkening as he moved with the swiftness of a bullet, throwing punch after punch, the sound of his strikes whistling ominously in Jiang Ming's ears. Yet, the automatic defense of the Feiyun tiger skin boots easily withstood such attacks. The moment the giant's fist approached, the boots glided away as if greased, retreating 5 meters with a swift motion. Damn it! Enraged, the giant stomped the ground, his hands coming together, and with a thunderous crash, he unleashed a series of pressure waves that echoed ominously. It seems this is your final strike. Jiang Ming chuckled coldly, pushing off the ground and leaping a meter away. With a flick of his wrist, he drew 2 attack cards across his right arm, shouting a word of power, raising his sword high above his head before bringing it down with tremendous force. Boom! The sharp sword light, propelled by energy, transformed into a crescent moon, cold and piercingly sharp, capable of slicing through anything. Instantly, the pressure waves collided with the sword light, generating a colossal shockwave. Dust and dirt erupted from the ground like a miniature whirlwind. The giant unleashed this move, It became evident, just as Jiang Ming had anticipated, that he was at the end of his strength, his muscles deflating, and his breath coming in labored gasps. Now's the moment. Seeing his opponent falter, Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Launching himself forward with a powerful kick, clutching his sword, he surged forward in a straight line. A scream pierced the air as the giant's right chest was pierced, followed by a heavy kick to his abdomen, sending him plummeting to the ground, writhing in agony. Clearly, he was no longer capable of fighting. "You useless fool." Watching the scene unfold, Bai Yueqing's indifferent expression flickered with a hint of malice as she commanded, "You all attack him. Make sure to take him down." Under her authoritative order, a group of about 16 men and women surged forward, eyes gleaming with excitement, low growls escaping their lips, their postures hunched like zombies. This is bad. The sheer number of them, their strength comparable to the giants, posed a significant threat. Jiang Ming sighed inwardly, his brows knitting together deeply. Chapter 86. The Devil Returns, seeking collection, seeking votes. Roar. A woman in gray behind him could no longer contain herself, her hands clawing as she let out a primal roar and lunged forward. Her movements were so swift that human reflexes could scarcely keep up. Fortunately, the automatic defense system of the Feiyan tiger skin boots came into play. Jiang Ming felt his body lurch forward, nearly losing his balance. Yet before he could stabilize himself, two individuals on either side unleashed their arrows. Their speed so rapid that even the boot's defense system could not evade in time. Bang! A dull thud resonated as though a heavy club had struck his chest. Jiang Ming barely had time to react before he was forcefully knocked to the ground. Bang! 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 The woman with a twisted visage frantically clawed at the red demon armor, the sounds of impact ringing fiercely. Thankfully, it was the red demon armor. Had it been any other, it would have been riddled with cracks from such relentless strikes. While he remained uninjured, the continuous onslaught left Jiang Ming feeling exceptionally uncomfortable in his chest. If one woman was this ferocious, what would happen if all 16 attacked at once? Was he facing certain death? Summoning strength from somewhere, Jiang Ming heaved his arm, elbowing her neck, executing a nimble maneuver that sent her crashing 2 meters away. He immediately unleashed 3 attack cards. Boom. The cards transformed into 3 crimson orbs that detonated violently, smoke enveloping the surroundings, rendering visibility non-existent. "Humph, you may be clever, but do you think you can escape now?" Bai Yueqing, seated calmly, sneered as she clapped her hands on the edge of her chair, instantly appearing before Jiang Ming. Her fingers forming a delicate shape as she struck lightly. With a resounding boom, Jiang Ming felt a tumultuous pain, his body flung 10 meters away like a kite severed from its string. The red demon armor fracturing into pieces, spitting blood, he struggled to turn over, but the sheer force of the blow left his bones shattered, robbing him of any fighting capability. Clang! A small vial containing green liquid tumbled from his pocket, already showing signs of cracking. The original energy-based liquid. Bai Yueqing's cold visage shifted dramatically, her eyes fixated on him as she approached, her voice sharp and demanding. "Where did you acquire this original energy-based liquid? How is it possible for you to possess such a thing? Is she afraid of it?" In his current desperate state, Jiang Ming disregarded the potential consequences, hastily bringing the vial to his lips. Drip! A peculiar droplet of green liquid fell into his mouth. Stop! Upon witnessing Jiang Ming consume the original energy-based liquid, Bai Yueqing appeared as if she had seen a ghost, her footstep quickening as she lunged for the vial. Yet it was too late. An extraordinary transformation occurred. Jiang Ming felt a profound dizziness, his consciousness slipping away into an abyss of darkness as delicate hands reached for the vial, grasping at midair. His residual image remained in place while his true self floated suspended in midair. "Woman, you have crossed the line." A chilling voice resonated within his soul, suspended in the air. Jiang Ming emanated an icy aura that seemed capable of piercing to the marrow. His body adorned in brilliant, fiery armor, intermingled with the shattered remnants of the red demon armor, glowing ever more vividly, as if harboring an eternal flame. "Haha, this is the second time." His voice was frigid. And those once devoid of reason, the men and women, seemed to awaken from a stupor, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. "Where am I, Lord Karam? Who is she?" Their fragmented dialogues created a cacophony. Yet the shadowy sentinels remained unaffected by Jiang Ming's transformation. The white smoke emanating from their helmets grew ever colder, as if expressing some deep-seated discontent. Jiang Ming gazed down, spotting the darkened figures of the shadow sentinels, his expression turning icy as his brow furrowed. Shadow sentinels, raising his right hand gently, the ground trembled with a resounding roar as torrents of flames erupted, magma and lava spewing forth like a ferocious beast, the air thick with swirling heat. Boom! The terrifying flames cascaded down like a meteor, as if a venomous serpent with flickering tongues was lunging towards Bai Yuqing, the astonished bystanders, and the chilling shadow sentinels. How is this possible? You are not him. Who on earth are you? Bai Yuqing, possessing the memories of the head of the shadow sentinels, combined with her original memories, appeared utterly unable to recognize Jiang Ming before her. He resembled a demon from hell, wielding flames to annihilate all. His strength was incomprehensible, his terrifying aura surpassing even his peak form. She refused to accept her fate, unwilling to embrace failure. She loathed the man before her, fearing yet another defeat. The resentment and fury of eons ignited within her chest, rendering the vengeful woman truly fearsome. In that moment, Bai Yuqing's dark skin seemed to absorb all light, her hair standing on end, her beautiful eyes reflecting the ferocity of a beast. Her face contorting into something unrecognizable, blood mist, the sound of her roar echoed through the heavens as she suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood. That blood seemed to vaporize instantly, expanding into a dark crimson mist that obscured the sky, causing life to wither and nature to decay in its wake. The searing flames of hell clashed against the icy, venomous blood mist, creating a bizarre red glow that seemed to herald the end of days. Die, you shall perish. Bai Yuqing had completely lost her sanity, her eyes a blood red as she screamed hysterically. Humph, ridiculous. Do you think a mutated being like you can challenge me? Jiang Ming chuckled coldly. Conjuring the Sword of Hit. The Sword of Hit had taken on a new form, adorned with countless golden patterns, glowing with a pitch-black radiance, its very movement evoking the roar of dragons and tigers. With a gentle sweep, a crescent arc of light surged forth, sharp and frigid. As the terrifying crescent arc approached, Bai Yuqing pressed her hands together with all her might, but she could not withstand its force. Boom! The crescent arc shattered, transforming into a radiant ring that spanned the heavens, dazzling and magnificent. A dark red droplet of blood fell, staining Bai Yuqing's hands, though that strike did not claim her life. The overwhelming power had shattered her hands, fracturing her tendons. Undoubtedly, her strength paled in comparison to Jiang Ming's. Swoosh! The pitch-black sword light sliced through the sky as the shadow sentinels sprang into action. 10 of them merged, forming a colossal shadow demon, its cursed sword light akin to a death sentence, matching the mutated sword of hit blow for blow. Jiang Ming said coolly, "You would willingly submit to her. Supporting a woman weaker than yourself?" His mocking words fell on deaf ears as the shadow demon, devoid of intelligence, exuded an even more chilling aura from its black helmet. The shadow demon lacked cognition. Yet the blatant provocation required no judgment. It was clear that it had become enraged. Chapter 87. Infiltrating the lair. Alas, the chilling wails, akin to the cries of tormented spirits, echoed as the shadow demon writhed. Its form surrounded by countless skeletal phantoms, seemingly engaged in a grotesque dance. Even the stoic Jiang Ming could not maintain his composure. Was it the dance of malevolence? His gaze remained icy, as he raised the sword of Hitler above his head, channeling all the frigid energy into the blade, towering like a god of war from the depths of hell. With a sudden, forceful slash of his hand, he unleashed a cataclysmic wave of sword light that clashed violently with the myriad of skeletal shadows, causing the very heavens to shatter and the earth to tremble. The overwhelming pressure began to fracture the alpine mountains, creating deep chasms, and all who survived were compelled to prostrate themselves upon the ground. In the presence of these titans, they felt utterly insignificant. Life appeared so fragile, so easily extinguished. Their only recourse was to submit and pray. Suddenly, a brilliant starry sky emerged, as if torn apart by the colliding waves of energy. "Shadow Demon, we shall settle this another time. If your master fails to treat his injuries, death will be imminent for him," Jiang Ming coldly declared, gesturing towards the ground. Indeed, Bai Yuqing was covered in strange black markings, reminiscent of tattoos, writhing in agony upon the ground, moaning incessantly. The loyal shadow demon let out a mournful cry, transforming into a black beam that enveloped its master tightly. The dark light caressed each line on her skin, seemingly diminishing their intensity. "You have lingered long enough. It is time to take him back." Jiang Ming spoke coldly to the rift in the space, pointing to himself. "Do not attempt any tricks, or I shall ensure your complete obliteration." Upon finishing his words, the overwhelming aura gradually faded, and Jiang Ming closed his eyes, gently descending to the ground. In truth, he wished to maintain control over this body. Yet the primal energy liquid could only sustain him for a limited duration. Furthermore, his reckless usage of power had drastically shortened that time. At this moment, Jiang Ming's consciousness began to return, leading him to another realm. "Kid, you're awake." Jiang Ming rubbed his eyes, and the blurry figure gradually came into focus. The man before him had a fair complexion, his muscular form exuding an imposing presence as he gripped the handles of his weapons. It was Ziyuan. I wasn't he in the Alps? "Where's this?" Jiang Ming exclaimed in astonishment, realizing he was no longer in the Alpine mountains, but rather within the crystalline cave, the lair of Ziyuan. You've finally awakened. I didn't expect your strength to be so terrifying." "It genuinely startled me," Ziyuan admitted, still feeling the lingering fear from earlier. The power Jiang Ming had radiated was even more fearsome than that of the Shadow Guard, causing Ziyuan to hide within the crevices of space. Paralyzed with dread, upon returning to the crystalline cave, he discovered that the statue of Calamo had lost much of its original potency. Out of frustration, he approached the spatial rift near the Alps, intending to cleave it open, only to be immobilized by an overwhelming surge of energy. It could be said that in his long life, he had never witnessed such a fierce battle. If he had been drawn into it, his demise would have been assured. Yet, now Jiang Ming appeared so feeble, a stark contrast to his previous self, resembling a fragile being. "What has happened to me? Why do you look at me like that?" Jiang Ming asked, somewhat taken aback, as Ziyuan scrutinized him with an odd expression, devoid of his former authoritative demeanor, now resembling more of a peer, leading to misconceptions. However, Jiang Ming understood that the transformation stemmed from the consumption of primal energy liquid, which seemed to have brought about some change, yet he had no recollection of it. "Cough, it's nothing," Ziyuan replied nonchalantly. "Has anything occurred with the statue of Calamo? The energy it now contains is quite minimal." He sighed deeply, beginning to inquire about the statue's unusual state. "I don't know. Ziyuan's expression darkened upon hearing this response. Who would believe that nothing had transpired? Had it not been for the dread of Jiang Ming's previous formidable power, he would have struck him down without hesitation. Jiang Ming stuck out his tongue, offering no explanation, adopting an attitude of ignorance, as if to say, "What can you do about it, indeed?" Ziyuan merely shot him a few resentful glances before gritting his teeth and saying, "You may leave, and do so quickly before I change my mind. Then I shall take my leave, until we meet again." Jiang Ming was no fool. He recognized that Ziyuan was offering an opportunity to escape, and lingering would surely lead to his demise. Upon exiting the crystalline cave, Jiang Ming made his way back. With Wang Bo absent, he was uncertain how to reach the Revenge Alliance, although he was quite intrigued by the runemaster Wang Bo had mentioned. Soon, he found himself at the point where the inner valley diverged from Wang Yan and the Ming natives. The air was filled with the wretched cries of despair, permeated by an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. There's no rush to return. I'll explore the inner valley and see if I can obtain some dragon blood or rare runes. Jiang Ming possessed the mysterious green liquid primal energy. Should danger arise, he could always use another drop. After encountering formidable beings such as Ziyuan, Bai Yuqing, and the Shadow Guard, his desire to enhance his strength grew ever more intense. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Without venturing into the tiger's den, how could one seize the tiger's cub? Gathering runes, seeking ways to advance his power, and even acquiring new abilities from the Hella Magic Box were all essential pursuits. Strangely, while the eerie howls from the inner valley had been audible from afar, he had encountered not a single earth dragon after traversing for half a day, which was exceedingly peculiar. Such abnormality bordered on the supernatural. Jiang Ming grew increasingly vigilant. It was impossible for the inner valley to lack earth dragons unless something significant had transpired. The Ming natives were not so powerful as to eliminate every last one of them, and a sense of impending danger loomed in the air. After approximately 20 minutes of wandering in the inner valley, the terrain became rugged, filled with pits and hollows, and ahead lay the entrance to a cave. Its vast opening could easily accommodate 2 or 3 earth dragons. Undoubtedly, this was a large nest for the earth dragons. Jiang Ming had some knowledge of this. Earth dragons were a special breed of social beasts that, during their juvenile stages, would cling to the protection of a strong leader. Or even the less aggressive earth dragons would choose such a path, hence the existence of earth dragon caves. However, even the weakest Earth dragon could be a fearsome entity if they amassed in terrifying numbers. Upon entering the lair, a different scene awaited him. It appeared to be divided into two levels. He was situated on the upper level, enveloped in a yellowish glow, with special minerals lining the walls. The entrance to the lower level seemed to lie deep ahead, the pathway obscured from view. Oddly, while there were no Earth dragons outside, why was there a lack of them here as well? Jiang Ming mused silently, advancing along the pathway, yet not a single Earth dragon was in sight, not even a corpse. The entire upper level was eerily quiet. Chapter 88. The sacrifice. What on earth has transpired here? Traversing the passage, Jiang Ming descended to the lower level, which differed markedly from the upper one. The path was not particularly well lit. In fact, it was rather dim, with torches affixed to the walls at intervals. Their oil nearly depleted, casting a feeble glow that barely illuminated the way forward. Jiang Ming understood that such darkness was significant for the Earth dragons, as a lair they were familiar with. It provided them with a natural advantage, while any intruders would be engulfed in pitch blackness. Undoubtedly, the torches had been placed by the Ming natives. However, it was surprising that they had ventured deep into the Earth dragon's lair. Considering the near-zero odds of success against numerous Earth dragons, could it be that the Ming native leader, the incarnation of the underworld king, possesses such strength? Jiang Ming pondered in astonishment, as he struggled to identify other plausible reasons. Despite the pervasive darkness of the lower level, he still had not encountered a single Earth dragon corpse, and Jiang Ming had a premonition that the truth was drawing near. Indeed, as he cautiously approached the end of the lower level, a terrifying spatial rift appeared before him, a chasm of darkness, wide enough for 3 people to pass through, with streaks of light resembling lightning intermingling within. Could they be inside there? Curiosity piqued. Jiang Ming activated the red demon armor, securely enveloping himself to shield against the spatial forces. Upon crossing the rift, it felt as if he had entered a vast expanse of the universe. Strangely, there was air here, and he could breathe normally. The oxygen here was purer than that of Earth. Inhaling gently, he experienced a refreshing sensation that invigorated the spirit. Surrounding him were twinkling stars, and walking here felt akin to swimming through water, light and weightless. Ah, what is that glimmer? Jiang Ming spotted a luminous door ahead, floating in the distance, shimmering and exceptionally spacious. As he drew closer to the light door, a chilling aura emanated from within, causing him to shiver even before making contact. More bizarrely, before he could touch the door, a terrifying force of suction suddenly materialized, inadvertently dragging him inside. In an instant, the surroundings shifted, and he found himself in a whirlwind of sand and dust. Amidst a vast desert, where a pyramid stood at its center, constructed from smooth stone, towering approximately 100 meters high, with a base of over 200 meters, its triangular faces inclined at an angle of about 50 degrees. What kind of pyramid is this? Jiang Ming gasped in shock, his face paling. In the past, he had conducted some research on pyramids around the world, such as the Great Pyramid of Giza and the Tomb of Pharaoh Khafre, among others. However, the pyramid before him was none of those. Its passage was engulfed in darkness, the space confined, and the walls on either side were adorned with a mural that seemed to narrate a story. A man with a wolf's head spread his arms wide, radiating a luminous aura. At his feet knelt many men and women, each extracting their own hearts as if offering sacrifices to the wolf-headed figure. Who was their deity? They were bestowing their lives upon their god. Could this be Anubis? Jiang Ming pondered, noting the man's resemblance to Anubis from Egyptian mythology, the guardian of the necropolis, the god of mummification. And the jackal-headed deity. According to legend, Anubis was the god of the underworld, whose primary duty was to weigh the hearts of the deceased against a feather known as ma'at. If the heart was heavier or equal in weight, the soul would be cast into the abyss, subjected to the torments of unquenchable flames. This heart-related theme bears a striking similarity to Anubis's mythos in another realm. Continuing onward, he reached the end of the path, where a vast gaping chasm awaited. Upon entering the abyss, he finally beheld the corpses strewn across the ground, those of the Earth dragons, a veritable array, with some remnants of the Ming natives occasionally visible. What could this mean? How could they be here? Jiang Ming was baffled. The Earth dragons and Ming natives, who should have been in the Earth dragon's lair, were now present in this enigmatic pyramid. What had transpired? The answer lay ahead, yet he had not ventured far when a thick cloud of black smoke suddenly erupted from the ground, obscuring all vision. How could the path ahead be so hazy? This is bad. The smoke is eroding my mind. Jiang Ming pressed forward through the darkness, only to find an overwhelming drowsiness washing over him, his eyelids growing heavy, and soon he fell into unconsciousness. The divine voice boomed, "You are guilty. Offer your lives in sacrifice to my God." In the grand hall, a group of nearly naked men and women knelt in reverence, extolling the divine's glorious deeds. At the center of the hall stood a man resembling an Egyptian elder, tall and imposing, brandishing a yellow scepter. Surrounding him were numerous golden-armored guards, their muscular forms holding great swords in silence. Where was this place? Jiang Ming realized he had become an ethereal observer, akin to a deity surveying the earth, comprehending their language but powerless to act. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of bells rang out, igniting a fervor among the men and women, who sprang to their feet, dancing and shouting. Hum, hum. Moments later, they knelt once more, and the Egyptian elder opened his eyes, solemnly proclaiming, "The god demands your hearts as offerings." No sooner had he spoken than the guards advanced, distributing small knives to the kneeling men and women. Could it be? Were they to extract their hearts? Jiang Ming suddenly recalled how this scene mirrored that of the mural, except the figure in the center was an elder rather than the deity resembling Anubis. Indeed, the men and women thrust the blades into their chests, tearing and ripping until their bloody hearts were held aloft. Logically, extracting one's heart would mean certain death, yet bizarrely, despite their pallor, they remained kneeling, murmuring indistinct words. "Underworld god, please accept our sacrifice." The central figure, resembling an Egyptian elder, raised his voice, lifting the scepter above his head. "Sacrifice? Foolishness." The thunderous voice reverberated, shaking the hall to its foundations. Jiang Ming watched silently. An unsettling thought surged within him, an insidious impulse to annihilate everything. He could not understand why such a thought arose, as if he were embodying the very underworld god. The god was he. That terrifying voice escaped his lips involuntarily, and soon even more dreadful events unfolded. Chapter 89. The deceiver of the world, seeking collections, seeking votes. With a resounding boom, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, piercing the roof and striking the head of the Egyptian elder-like man. A wretched scream echoed in the hall. As the purple lightning struck him, his head began to mutate, sprouting furry pelage and a grotesque visage, resembling the deity depicted in the mural. "You have offended my might. Die." Jiang Ming felt a profound empathy, uttering the same judgmental words as the transforming werewolf. Instantly, a blinding light radiated forth, and under its brilliance, the skin and flesh of the kneeling men and women shriveled away, leaving nothing but desiccated husks. "Underworld god, quell your wrath." The remaining golden-armored guards fell to their knees. Alas, Jiang Ming snapped back to reality, finding himself still engulfed in the eerie black mist, though his head no longer throbbed. How had he been influenced by that scene? The memory of the hall lingered, still sending shivers down his spine. The experience had felt too real, too incredible to dismiss. It seemed the black mist's purpose was to draw him to that hall, to transform him into the unfeeling, bloodthirsty underworld god. The underworld god. Jiang Ming shook his head, unwilling to revisit that gruesome tableau. Quietly, he emerged from the black mist, only to be confronted by a shocking sight. Countless corpses littered the ground, both earth dragons and Ming natives, blood and severed limbs strewn about, as the two factions stood in a tense standoff. On one side were 10 earth dragons, led by a particularly radiant one, towering over the rest, its visage fierce and imposing. On the other stood the Ming natives and Wang Yan, the former chieftain now kneeling on the ground, surrounded by his people, who were all extracting their hearts, an uncanny resemblance to the mural scene, with countless lines intertwining between him and the sacrificers. Neither side moved, seemingly awaiting the other's misstep to deliver a fatal blow. How could this be? Another sacrifice? Jiang Ming's emergence from the black mist naturally drew the attention of both factions. The earth dragons appeared puzzled, while the Ming tribe expressed a mix of shock and joy. Undoubtedly, Jiang Ming's arrival shattered the stalemate. "You have finally arrived." The chieftain's grim face cracked a slight smile. But Jiang Ming thought, the underworld god's avatar, the Ming chieftain, would mimic the actions from the mural. What did this signify? Was that the Earth Dragon King? Did this mean he intended to sacrifice everyone for power? Witnessing the scene, Jiang Ming's voice grew ever colder. Although he was no champion of justice, the chieftain's willingness to sacrifice so many lives was excessively ruthless. The special Earth Dragon before him exuded an aura of terror, Easily at the level of a 7th-tier mutated creature. My abilities are limited. I have no choice. However, you have the power to choose your next course of action. Point 1 option is to touch my arm. To draw upon the power of the Heart of Faith, to slay the Earth Dragon, and obtain what you desire. But in doing so, all but yourself will perish. The other is to sever the connection to the Heart of Faith. Remaining as you are, yet unable to harness its power, the Ming chieftain spoke calmly, revealing a hint of truth in this extraordinary situation. His words struck Jiang Ming like a thunderbolt to the heart. In truth, while ensnared in the black mist, he had merged with the underworld god, committing acts beyond his control. That moment, Jiang Ming sensed that this connection meant something profound. He and the underworld god were undeniably linked. Now, the Ming chieftain's words only solidified his suspicions. He was the underworld god. He was the god of the underworld. Jiang Ming was reluctant to accept his inference, yet the chieftain's words strongly hinted at this truth. He did not understand why he had become the underworld god, why he had transformed into the god of the underworld. Everything felt incomprehensible. He has bestowed upon you the heart of a king. And I believe you will soon unravel the truth. The future will inevitably change because of it. The Ming chieftain smiled faintly, pleased to see Jiang Ming deep in thought. Indeed, Jiang Ming had grasped the truth closest to reality, that the god of the underworld and the deity Karam from the Alps were one and the same. Both manifestations of himself from parallel worlds. Terrifying, so terrifying. The selves from two parallel worlds were both gods, both false gods. One commanded the Alpine people, revered as the god Karam, the sole true deity of the Alps. The other established the Ming tribe, created sacred power, and was venerated as the god of the underworld. They were both charlatans, deceiving the world. No wonder Loki had once laughed and said, "The god of the underworld? He is a being more terrifying than the god of the underworld." This statement held truth. A charlatan bold enough to impersonate a deity, wielding divine authority, was tantamount to the emergence of a new deity. Yet, what was their ultimate purpose? He knew himself well. Under normal circumstances, he would have no interest in such matters. Which choice will you make? The Ming chieftain believed in him, certain he would make that choice. The beginning of the transformation. What choice will I make? Ridiculous. You must know very well. Jiang Ming roared, unwilling to become anyone's pawn, including his own. I act out of necessity. Come now, my time is short. The god of the underworld is summoning me back. The Ming chieftain shook his head as his form gradually faded. He was merely an avatar of the god of the underworld, his power exceedingly limited. With each use, the traces of his life would dwindle. As he entered the Earth Dragon Cave, he wielded an extraordinarily fearsome spatial power that rent the fabric of reality, nearly dragging all the Earth Dragons into the pyramid. In an effort to guide Jiang Ming to uncover the truth, he left behind a peculiar black mist. Such feats would severely deplete his energy. By the time he laid the sacrificial offering, bestowing upon Jiang Ming the last vestiges of his terrifying power, his life was already teetering on the brink of extinction. Should Jiang Ming fail to appear, the patriarch of the Yuming clan would be left with no choice but to perish alongside the Earth Dragon Kings. Fortunately, everything seemed to unfold as anticipated. Yet, could it truly be so? Suddenly, Jiang Ming erupted into uncontrollable laughter, declaring, "You are mistaken. I shall not choose that path. Only in this way can I escape your control. No matter who it is, even myself, I refuse to be manipulated." With a swift motion, he drew the sword of Hit and struck downwards with ferocity. Crack! The strands connecting the Yuming patriarch to this sacrificial offering shattered, revealing a dazzling spectrum of colors as the extracted heart vanished without a trace, suggesting that all that had transpired was but an illusion. "No, you are mad to choose this. It is over. Everything is finished." The Yuming patriarch could scarcely believe that he, who had always yearned for power, would opt to save another. Power devoid of faith must lead to ruin. It seemed he had drawn the worst of fates. Chapter 90. Escape and counterattack. Seeking collections, seeking votes. Roar. In an instant, sensing the significant weakening of the Yuming patriarch's aura, the Earth Dragon King bellowed, its colossal form darting forward like a released arrow. Its massive tail sweeping with ferocity. Boom. A massive earthen wall enveloped the crowd, but the Earth Dragon King's tail struck repeatedly, failing to rend even a fraction of it. "This is all I can do. You will regret this, foolish mortals." Haha. As Jiang Ming dismantled the sacrificial offering, the Yuming patriarch's power plummeted rapidly, nearing the point of total exhaustion. Maintaining his corporeal form was becoming increasingly untenable. just as he proclaimed. He was destined to return to the embrace of the king of the underworld. His body crumbled like parchment, dissipating into dust. He was unwilling to accept defeat, yet found himself powerless to alter his fate. Today's choice shall not be one I regret. Regardless of the terrifying future that awaits, I shall have no remorse. With pride swelling in his heart, Jiang Ming had no qualms. Despite the parallel world's intention to strengthen himself, he remained true to his essence, refusing to be governed by anyone, even himself. As the Yuming patriarch faded like smoke, the surrounding earthen wall began to crack under the strain, revealing a myriad of fissures. Undoubtedly, this layer of defense would not withstand for long. Faced with the multitude of Earth Dragons, including the 7th-tier mutated Earth Dragon King, only death awaited them. Flee, we must escape. Save whoever we can, Jiang Ming shouted, rousing the dazed Wang Yan and the Yuming natives. With no one capable of confronting the Earth Dragon King, and with their numbers nearing a dozen, there remained a glimmer of hope in fleeing. Crack, crack, the earthen wall finally succumbed, crumbling into fragments and collapsing. The Earth Dragon King raised its enormous claw and struck down with tremendous force, causing the wall to fall with a thunderous roar. Its eyes gleamed with derision, viewing these intruders who had slaughtered its kin as insignificant, utterly inconsequential without the support of that formidable opponent. The only potential threat was that woman, Wang Yan. Roar. The Earth Dragon King reveled in its impending victory. Bellowing in excitement, its gigantic form surged forward like a bolt of lightning, followed by a crushing swipe aimed at Wang Yan. Sizzle, the sharp claws grazed her chest perilously, akin to catching a slippery eel. In its frenzy, the Earth Dragon King's speed was overwhelming. None could react in time. Fortunately, Wang Yan, in a critical moment, employed her gossamer garment, miraculously evading the lethal strike due to its uncanny smoothness. However, this close call had clearly frightened her, shattering her courage to face the beast. He was right. We truly have no choice but to escape. Wang Yan now held an even greater admiration for Jiang Ming's foresight, her feet moving swiftly as she leapt away. Landing 5 meters distant, surprised by the missed attack, the Earth Dragon King was momentarily taken aback, yet it believed that no woman could possibly match its strength. Exhausting her in pursuit and ultimately tearing apart her strange defenses was merely a matter of time. Roar! It roared to the Earth Dragons behind it, seemingly issuing a command to hunt down the prey. Responding to their king's call, the Earth Dragons surged forward, each pursuing Jiang Ming and his companions. The Yuming natives, who had always acted on the Patriarch's orders, scattered in fear upon witnessing the ferocity of the Earth Dragon King, dividing into 4 groups and fleeing in different directions, as none wished to meet an untimely demise. At present, the Earth Dragon King relentlessly pursued Wang Yan, leading the charge to the east, while Jiang Ming and 3 Yuming natives fled westward, closely followed by 2 Earth Dragons. The remaining 2 groups headed south and north respectively. With only 2 Earth Dragons in pursuit, Jiang Ming mused that his chances of victory were perhaps 70 to 80%. It would be wiser to maintain some distance before engaging them. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes as a plan formed. His retreat was born from fear of the formidable Earth Dragon King, but he felt unperturbed by the lesser Earth Dragons. As long as their numbers were manageable, with the assistance of the 3 Yuming natives, exterminating them would be a trivial task. After running for a while, Jiang Ming suddenly turned back, swiftly flinging 4 attack cards. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 cards intertwined, coalescing into a dense wave of energy that erupted with thunderous explosions. These cards consumed little energy, but Jiang Ming's surprise attack caught the 2 Earth Dragons off guard, leaving them bloodied and reeling. However, they were 5th-tier mutated beings, possessing a degree of self-healing abilities as pseudo-dragon entities. Under the furious roars of the Earth Dragons, their flesh swiftly mended, new skin forming in moments. Jiang Ming's ambush naturally drew the attention of the 3 natives. Upon meeting his gaze, they remained composed. With only 2 Earth Dragons pursuing them, their courage swelled. Undoubtedly, they shared Jiang Ming's intent to confront these 2 Earth Dragons. Bolstered by newfound bravery, they brandished their unique skills. Jiang Ming rapidly unleashed several attack cards while wielding the Sword of Hit, summoning a fire monkey to unleash flames. Ever since acquiring the Heart of the King, he could enter combat mode with a mere thought, bypassing ancient texts to directly harness the power of the cards. The 3 natives were equally fierce, pulling out their large knives, heavy axes, and miniature steel swords. which transformed into true weapons with a single swing. With a unified shout, their muscles bulged as they charged forward, striking at the two earth dragons. As Jiang natives, they relished in head-on confrontations, believing such valor defined a true warrior. Roar, roar, accompanied by their furious roars, the skin of the two earth dragons thickened, enveloping their bodies like robust earthen shields. The weapons of the Jiang natives struck them as if against stone, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Similarly, the energy waves from the attack cards and the flames from the fire monkey did not even scratch the surface of their hide. The flames only blackened their skin without effect. The two earth dragons roared in rage, stamping the ground with tremendous force, causing tremors that nearly toppled the three Jiang natives, while Jiang Ming in the distance struggled to maintain his footing. Fortunately, he wore flying cloud tiger skin boots, so aside from appearing somewhat disheveled, he remained unscathed. Realizing their previous attack was ineffective, the two earth dragons leaped into the air and crashed down. Boom, boom, boom. The waves of the earth dragons tore through the ground like burrowing moles, creating four bottomless chasms that raced towards the four of them. Humph, another one of those tricks. I am not afraid. Having witnessed this maneuver during his previous battle with Wang Bo, Jiang Ming scoffed and, mimicking the motion, elegantly traced a curve with the sword of hit towards the ground. Chapter 91. Slaying the Earth Dragon, seeking collections, seeking votes. Boom. The ground appeared to be sliced like tofu. A burst of silvery white light mingling within. The Earth Dragon's wave struck against an impenetrable barrier, failing to breach even a fraction. Truth. Jiang Ming's ability to execute this technique stemmed from the inspiration gleaned from Wang Bo's earlier slashes. While Wang Bo had mastered this technique through extensive experience, Jiang Ming, relying on the heart of the king, made slight modifications to create his own style. Ever since acquiring the heart of the king, he had been able to adapt various techniques to suit his needs. How infuriating! The three Jiang natives, lacking Jiang Ming's grace, were vocally distressed, chased in circles by the three earth dragon waves. Fortunately, their agility prevented them from suffering any direct hits, though they appeared somewhat comical in their frantic evasion. However, the three waves pursued them tenaciously, akin to guided missiles, keeping them in constant peril. This cannot continue, Jiang Ming thought to himself, his expression shifting. After all, should the three Jiang natives fall, he would be left to contend with two earth dragons alone, a daunting prospect. Realizing this, Jiang Ming shouted, infusing an attack card into the sword of hit, leaping into the air and unleashing three arcs of sword light. Boom. Boom, boom. The blade gleamed like a war deity descending from the heavens, resolutely severing the rifts caused by the earth dragon's turbulence, halting any further advance. The three natives of Wuming were taken aback by such a ferocious strike, their expressions shifting dramatically as they regarded Jiang Ming with newfound respect. They had previously underestimated him, failing to perceive that he was a master adept at concealing his true prowess. Jiang Ming, however, paid no heed to their astonishment. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor as he fixed his gaze upon the two earth dragons. They certainly would not be so easily defeated. There must be formidable cards hidden up their sleeves. He silently mused, directing the shit sword forward, channeling energy into its tip. Amidst a continuous surge of energy fluctuations, the blade emitted a resonant hum, its tip appearing extraordinarily sharp, like a dazzling grain of starlight. Yet, this was not sufficient. He cast a piercing glance at the fiery monkey, who, with an understanding nod, inhaled sharply, allowing the surging flames within to coalesce with the emitted starlight, forming a blazing blossom of red and gold. Jiang Ming's intention was clear. Regardless of whether they were black cats or white cats, he would strike first. Since ordinary attacks yielded no effect, he would concentrate his power into a single point, akin to how a needle's small contact area allows it to pierce through fabric and paper effortlessly. Indeed, the two earth dragons, noticing the fiery blossom, remained dismissive, erecting their earthen shields, convinced it was merely a ruse. Their negligence would lead to dire consequences. The fiery blossom sliced through the air like a sword through soft earth, each inch glistening with lethal red light. The heavy earthen shield crumbled as if struck by a cleaver, and one earth dragon was cleaved in two, meeting its demise on the spot. The other dragon fared no better. Flames ignited upon its back, bubbling under the intense heat, and as it was swept aside, its horns were severed. Roaring in fury, witnessing the death of its companion and its own grievous injuries, the earth dragon was engulfed in wrath, its bellowing echoing continuously. It stomped the ground thrice, causing tremors beneath them. Just as Jiang Ming and his companions regarded the dragon with seriousness, a bizarre scene unfolded. The wounded dragon abruptly turned tail and fled, sprinting away as if possessed. Clearly, it was profoundly terrified by the sudden onslaught. As a fifth-tier mutated creature, the Earth Dragon possessed a certain level of intelligence, with its companion dead and itself gravely injured, while the adversary remained unscathed. Fleeing was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Jiang Ming, astonished, could hardly close his mouth, taking a while to comprehend the situation. He had been contemplating how to counter the impending wrath of the Earth Dragon, only to find it fleeing instead. Moreover, Jiang Ming and his companions had missed the prime opportunity to pursue. At this juncture, if they were to chase after it and encounter the Earth Dragon King, it would be a grave mistake. After all, the corpse of the other dragon was not a wasted endeavor. With a slight smile, Jiang Ming produced a blue card and gently brushed it. With a whoosh, a beam of light flashed, and the massive corpse was absorbed into it. The Earth Dragon was a treasure trove, but its sheer size made it cumbersome to transport, prompting Jiang Ming to prepare such storage cards specifically for the convenience of containing large beast corpses. Naturally, he monopolized the Earth Dragon's remains. And the three natives of Wuming raised no objections. They had always revered the strong, and given that the slaying of the Earth Dragon was primarily Jiang Ming's achievement, discussions of dividing the spoils were unwarranted. Dealing with the Earth Dragon had not consumed much time, and the four did not dare linger in the area. The thought of the pursuing Earth Dragon King spurred them on. There was no time to waste. With no dragons obstructing their path, they swiftly fled the dragon's lair. Jiang Ming insisted on maintaining their speed as they exited the dragon's shadow valley before resting. After all, no one could predict how far the Earth Dragon King might pursue them. And his caution was prudent, although the suggestion seemed somewhat harsh. Having witnessed Jiang Ming's formidable capabilities, the three natives readily acquiesced to his advice. Having finally exited the dragon's shadow valley and returned to the tribe, the sky had grown dark, adorned with a myriad of stars. After declining the natives' hospitality, Jiang Ming sought out a map inscribed on sheepskin, embarking towards the direction he had come from under the cover of night. He wondered if Wang Yan had managed to evade the pursuit of the Earth Dragon King. Walking alone along the road, a sudden thought flashed through Jiang Ming's mind. Yet upon reflection, he realized that the Earth Dragon King was of a vastly superior tier, leaving him only to offer silent prayers for her well-being. Nevertheless, Jiang Ming's resolve in the pursuit of strength and formidable power grew ever more steadfast. Fortune favored Jiang Ming as he traversed the desert on his return. He encountered no dangers. The corrosive sandworms from earlier had left a lasting impression on him. Had it not been for Wang Yan's light attire, escaping that perilous region would have been a dubious feat. Reflecting on the Apollo team that had accompanied him to slay the dragon, he felt a tinge of sorrow for their unfortunate fate. After a brief moment of contemplation, he smiled faintly and continued toward the city of New Life, carrying the Earth Dragon's corpse, a most valuable prize. However, Jiang Ming had no intention of processing the beast's remains himself. He would need the assistance of the Vengeance Alliance for that. On his journey back to New Life, he was required to pass through a forest teeming with various low-tier mutated beasts. While individually weak, their sheer numbers could pose a significant challenge. Previously, the Apollo team had prepared a special device to circumvent this troublesome area. Now, however, Jiang Ming tread cautiously when the distant sound of a vehicle's engine reached his ears. Chapter 92. Becoming the leader. Seeking collections, seeking votes. 5 low-tier star warriors leaped from a vehicle, armed with AK-47 assault rifles. Facing a massive horde of grinning beasts, second-tier mutated creatures, were not particularly strong, yet one had to be wary of their fangs, which were laced with venom potent enough to fell an elephant. Damn it, fatty, you said there were only 3 grinning beasts. How come there are so many? Bellowed a short man clad in black, relentlessly firing his AK-47. Don't blame me. Seeing this many grinning beasts, I'd be inclined to run too, and yet you insisted on charging in. Be careful. You might earn money with your life, but you can't spend it if you're dead, Fatty retorted, his small eyes wide with indignation. He was already irritated by the misinformation, but the short man, Robin, was desperate to maintain his pride for the sake of points, leading them headlong into danger. Stop bickering. Do you want to die? How can I fix this with all this noise? shouted a bespectacled man, Wei Te, who had been fiddling with the engine beside the vehicle. Before the arrival of the tree realm, Wei Te was a skilled mechanic, having cobbled together their vehicle from various parts. Yet, just when it was most needed, the wretched machine had stalled as the grinning beasts surrounded them, leaving him frustrated. The engine was intact, its hum constant, yet it refused to start, facing nearly 50 grinning beasts. The situation was dire. While the beasts were not strong, their venomous fangs posed a serious threat, and no organization would provide antidotes for such weak star warriors in the early days of the Tree Realm. Fortunately, upon accepting a mission with the Vengeance Alliance, they had caught the attention of a newly arrived rune master who had equipped them with 3 AK-47s, sparing them from the embarrassment of engaging the grinning beasts in close combat. However, it must be noted that the AK-47 was considered a luxury in the early days of the Tree Realm. Although they possessed firearms, their ammunition was limited. In the chaotic barrage, their bullets were nearing depletion, leaving only hand-to-hand combat ahead. Among them, Robin had a steel axe, a low-tier weapon card that could hold its own against the grinning beasts, but Fatty and Wei Te were at a disadvantage. Fatty had only received a low-tier healing card as a reward, while Wei Te fared worse, possessing a blue life card, a wrench, aptly reflecting his mechanic identity. The only consolation was that this life card had the potential to grow. White Wrench LV0, Special Effect. None. This elite wrench from Habert Star is favored by all engineers. Owning it is akin to possessing a treasure of the universe. Fatty scoffed. A treasure? It's just a worthless wrench. Unbeknownst to him, he had once again mocked Wei Te, whose awkward situation was met with ridicule. The wrench, while a handy tool for small repairs, was of no use in battle, currently. The situation was that the AK-47's ammunition had run dry, with Robin charging forward, while Fatty desperately tossed attack cards, and Wei Te remained preoccupied with fixing the vehicle. Although the circumstances were perilous, no one had sustained any injuries before the three of them descended into the Tree Realm. They were already good companions and steadfast friends. Although they often bickered, their coordination during critical moments was commendable. However, the sheer number of the Tooth Beast was overwhelming, and only the diminutive Robin stood at the forefront. As time passed and exhaustion set in, it was inevitable that he would suffer injuries. The portly one recklessly discarded his attack cards like they were free ammunition, and being a low-tier star warrior, such indiscriminate use left him utterly drained. The most unfortunate was Robin, who, due to a moment's carelessness, was gored by the fangs of a tooth beast on his left side. His complexion turned as dark as ink, and he felt dizzy. This frightened his two companions, prompting the portly one to disregard saving his medical card and hurriedly used it. With a snap, the card transformed into a radiant, ethereal glow that cascaded over Robin's cheek, instantly providing him with a sensation of unparalleled comfort. He was barely able to continue fighting, yet his complexion remained a toxic shade of purplish black. Such waste, truly excessive. A red figure flickered into view. As if a battle deity had descended from the heavens, the sword struck with precision, and in an instant, over 20 tooth beasts had their throats severed, causing a thunderous cascade of runes to fall. The remaining tooth beasts scattered in fright. Incredible, utterly astonishing. When had the three ever witnessed such a master? They stood agape, their eyes wide with disbelief. The figure gradually became clearer, revealing resolute eyes and armor as red as flames. Wielding a gleaming longsword, it was Jiang Ming. Intrigued by the persistent hum of cars, he had approached nearby and witnessed the three engaged in a fierce struggle against the tooth beasts. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but upon seeing them fighting desperately and Robin injured, compounded by the portly one using a high-level medical card, he decided to lend a hand. Now, Jiang Ming was an experienced mid-tier star warrior, possessing the heart of a king. Dealing with these second-tier mutated creatures was hardly a challenge. He donned the red demon armor solely to avoid being injured by the tooth beast's fangs. However, he had no intention of letting this batch of tooth beasts escape, for while they posed a terrifying threat to the three, they offered him an opportune moment to collect runes. Swiftly summoning 2 fire monkeys and Ollie, Jiang Ming smiled slightly and commanded, "Go, eliminate them all." Squeak, caw. The 3 summoned beasts bullied the tooth beasts, employing significant force for such a simple task. In mere moments, the fleeing tooth beasts were nearly annihilated. Witnessing such formidable summoned creatures and skills, the 3 knelt in reverence. "Boss, from now on, you are our leader." Chapter 93, Reunion. seeking collections and votes. Boss, Jiang Ming remained silent, finding these three rather amusing. Unfortunately, he was not inclined to lead a group of subordinates, having grown accustomed to a solitary lifestyle, and he saw no need to invite trouble. Nonetheless, as he was heading to the newborn city, he felt weary from the journey. Riding in this car seemed like a pleasant option. Quickly take this medicine. Jiang Ming observed Robin's still ashen face, the toxin unremedied, and tossed him a medication card, continuing, "This car is still operational, right? I need to head to the Revenge Alliance in Newborn City. You shall take me there as a reward for saving you. Operational. Operational. What a coincidence, boss. We are also part of the Revenge Alliance. We can travel together," the portly one said with a sycophantic grin, his eyes squinting into slits, exuding a rather unsavory demeanor. The portly one's actions and expressions were reminiscent of a certain chubby member of the Star Warrior team. Noting this, Jiang Ming smiled slightly and boarded the vehicle without hesitation. At this moment, the fire monkeys and Ali quickly gathered the runes, bringing back a staggering 20 pieces. The sight of such a bounty caused the three's eyes to sparkle with greed, their mouths watering. Yet, they restrained themselves from suggesting an equal division, instead cheerfully boarding the car together. Although the trio appeared dubious, they were quite clever in their dealings, appreciating their perceptiveness. Jiang Ming felt in good spirits and did not adopt a cold demeanor. As they traveled, the three sought to curry favor with Jiang Ming, showering him with compliments, which he found quite pleasant, creating a relaxed atmosphere. "We three. The short one is Robin, the bespectacled fellow is White, and I am Jiang Ming. We have some connections in Newborn City, so if you need anything, we can assist." The portly one proudly patted his chest. Despite their lack of strength, they had managed to navigate Newborn City with their various skills in flattery and charm, making things relatively easy for themselves. This surprised Jiang Ming somewhat. He had initially thought of them as a comical trio, but discovered they were more like local insiders than he had anticipated. He offered no response, maintaining his indifferent expression, but silently noted that they could prove useful for handling some trivial tasks in the future. "What? Director Wang wishes to see the boss personally." Upon arriving at the Revenge Alliance, they were greeted by a row of beautiful receptionists dressed impeccably, their smiles perfectly poised, while a middle-aged man resembling a leader bowed to Jiang Ming. This level of treatment was unprecedented for the comical trio. They had never seen anyone receive such a reception. The only remotely comparable instance was that of the newly arrived Rune Master. The vast influence of the Revenge Alliance had learned of Jiang Ming's return even before he entered the city, arranging such a grand reception. It was clear he held a prominent position within the alliance. Yet, for someone so formidable, why had no one heard of him? The comical trio, being quite the gossip mongers in Newborn City, were always on the lookout for powerful figures like Jiang Ming. They had their ears to the ground regarding every piece of news, from when Zhang San left the city to when Li Si sought entertainment, even tracking their restroom visits. In the context of the Tree Realm's emergence, they truly resembled a legendary tabloid team. However, Jiang Ming had always preferred a low profile. After coming to Newborn City, he had only taken on one task before venturing out to slay a dragon, never returning. Coincidentally, at that time, the comical trio had been fleeing from a formidable beast. When they finally settled in Newborn City, Jiang Ming was long gone. Thus, they were entirely unaware of his existence. "What does Director Wang want with me?" Jiang Ming wondered internally, deciding to temporarily set aside the matter of exchanging the Earth Dragon's corpse. He followed the receptionist to the door of a conference room, where guards of near mid-tier Star Warrior level flanked either side, and the receptionist respectfully stepped back. There was no doubt that this was a place where the Revenge Alliance deliberated significant matters, attended only by high-ranking officials. In his previous life, Jiang Ming could hardly have imagined such a scenario. The two guards at the entrance, clearly instructed by Wang Bo, bowed to Jiang Ming, indicating he could enter. "Haha, Jiang, my dear brother, you have indeed returned safe and sound. Come, let me introduce you to this talented rune master." Upon entering, Jiang Ming saw two individuals seated at the conference table. One was a rugged, muscular man, who was none other than the director, Wang Bo. The other was a red-clad woman with a white veil, whose figure appeared quite familiar. "Jiang Ming, it truly is you," the woman in red exclaimed with delight upon recognizing him, quickly rushing over to envelop him in a warm embrace. The soft skin and faint fragrance of the beautiful woman were somewhat enchanting. Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Ming instantly recognized her. "Gong Xueqing, I never expected to reunite here after we parted ways. Seeing an old friend filled Jiang Ming with excitement, leaving him momentarily speechless. Wang Bo, however, was taken aback, puzzled by the situation, mistakenly assuming that this powerful rune master had a romantic history with Jiang Ming. Haha, let us sit down and talk. Standing here is rather awkward, Wang Bo, being a seasoned veteran, quickly interjected with a courteous smile. After a series of polite inquiries, Jiang Ming, while being somewhat vague about many matters, nonetheless shared his bizarre experiences, which fascinated both Wang Bo and the woman. While Gong Xueqing's tale was considerably simpler, ever since Jiang Ming had single-handedly battled the Red Dragon and become separated from the others, she had traversed through perilous territories with the main force. Once they exited the danger zone, only around 200 survived. Fortunately, after breaking out of encirclement, they encountered various other military forces. Thus, the surviving troops united to form a powerful Republican alliance, restructuring their army and establishing a foothold. Given Gong Xueqing's abilities, she could have secured a respectable position within the newborn alliance. However, the girl was concerned about Jiang Ming's safety and roamed extensively in search of him throughout her journey. Aside from a single encounter with a ferocious beast, she faced no other dangers. Upon arriving in Newborn City and hearing from Wang Bo that Jiang Ming had been there, she decided to linger for a while, hoping to encounter him again. However, having grown considerably during the chaotic times, she would not casually reveal her relationship with Jiang Ming unless she saw him in person. Haha, so, you two were once confidants. Huh, that saves me quite a bit of explanation, Wang Bo chuckled, having grasped their connection after hearing their tales from the tree realm.